Chapter 141 2 week _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Uchiha Madara showed a godlike power as soon as he made a move. In a blink of an eye, all the 6 paths pain were destroyed. Madara stepped on Tendo Pain and looked at Nagato in the distance. Madara raised his head slightly and sneered proudly, "Are you going to give me your eyes, or do you want me to take them off yourself?" Nagato's face was extremely ugly. How could this happen? Half an hour ago, he was still confident that he could destroy Konoha village, end the chaos in the ninja world, capture the 9 tails, become the strongest in the ninja world, and let the ninja world return to peace. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. Not only cruel, but also slapped him hard. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara would be so strong. Now is not the time to sigh about these things. The defeat is doomed. No, it happened. At this stage, what I want to think about is how to save my life. It's not him who saves his life, but Konan. Nagato knew that he would die without a doubt. One is that he can't move, and the other is that if it is really as Madara said, Madara will definitely not let him go. But Konan can live. Let Konan leave first, and he will stay to delay Uchiha Madara for a while. Even if Uchiha Madara gets the eyes, he will not track Konan again. Besides, Uchiha Madara will not get this pair of samsara eyes. Since it cannot be preserved, then destroy it. Thinking of this, Nagato shouted to Zionin below, "Zionin, leave here, run as far as you can, and don't enter the ninja world again. The ninja world eats people." "No." Zionin shook her head quickly. She knew what Nagato was thinking. Tears flashed in her eyes and she choked and said, "I won't leave. Yahiko has already left. If you leave too, who will I have? I am the only one left alive among the 3 people. What's the point of this world?" "Ah!" Nagato sighed and said, "Sometimes it is more painful for people to live than to die. Death can still be a relief, but living can only continue to live in this world. But no matter what, ants still live, let alone people. It is better to live than to die. Live well and live with the wishes of the 3 of us. Maybe you can see peace in the ninja world." Zionin was speechless, tears could not stop flowing, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Konan crying, Nagato's face turned serious and he scolded, "Will it be useful if you stay? Why do I ask you to leave? Because you are too weak, so weak that no one will kill you." Konan pursing his lips, gritting his teeth, with an unwilling look, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Madara behind him with eyes full of resentment, raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his mouth, and Zionin did not speak, turned around and left. Disappeared in the forest behind him. Seeing Zionin leave, Nagato took a deep breath, looked up at Uchiha Madara, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Madara watched Nagato and Zionin part quietly, neither speaking nor stopping them. There was one thing Nagato said correctly, in Madara's view, Zionin was just an ant. If he was in a bad mood, he might kill this ant casually, but he was about to revive and take back the samsara eye. Madara was in a very good mood at the moment, and an ant ran away. When he was just resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Madara had already secretly contacted Zetsu, who was lurking under Nagato's feet at the moment, waiting for his order to take action. But it is not the time to attack yet. Nagato is not exhausted. If he rashly asks Zetsu to attack, he may be discovered by Nagato. He is not worried that Nagato can stop Zetsu. But he is worried that Nagato will find something wrong and it will be difficult to destroy the samsara eye. That's right, Niji was fooled. Obito's so-called tricks are not there. Madara did not tamper with the samsara eye, and neither did Obito. Niji doesn't know yet. If he knew, he would want to chop Obito alive. In addition to worrying about destroying the samsara eye, he also needs Nagato to use the samsara eye to use the samsara rebirth technique to revive him. The best way is to consume Nagato's chakra. Then let Black Zetsu take the opportunity to attack. Nagato will definitely have no power to resist. As long as Black Zetsu occupies Nagato's body, he can perform the Samsara rebirth technique, and he will be completely resurrected, instead of the current state of being neither alive nor dead. At the same time, not far away, Orochimaru frowned slightly as he watched Uchiha Madara fight. Uchiha Madara's strength was beyond his imagination. He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara was so strong. It was hard to imagine how the first generation of Hokage defeated Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. The next second, Orochimaru's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The stronger Uchiha Madara is, the better. For him, the stronger Uchiha Madara is, the stronger he is. As for whether Uchiha Madara can break free from the impure world reincarnation, if it is the original, Orochimaru believes that Uchiha Madara can do it. After all, he did not erase Uchiha Madara's consciousness, and Uchiha Madara can exert his strength in his heyday. But since he dared to summon Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru naturally prepared a foolproof plan. He used Hashirama's cells to enhance his control over the impure world reincarnation strongmen. Even if he could not control Uchiha Madara, he would be able to cancel the impure world reincarnation immediately. Not only that, he also prepared a killer. In short, even if the situation is unexpected, Orochimaru is sure to suppress Uchiha Madara, and the Samsara Eye will definitely be his in the end. Nagato didn't know about Uchiha Madara's plan and Orochimaru's plan. He was preparing to fight Uchiha Madara to the death. Condensing chakra on his hands, Nagato quickly formed a seal. The next moment, the condensed chakra turned into a small black ball. The small ball was extremely black, like the size of a ping-pong ball, and it was suspended between Nagato's hands. Looking up at Uchiha Madara in the distance, Nagato's eyes were cold and he said in a cold voice, "Since I'm going to die, I have to drag you with me." Nagato knew the characteristics of the impure world reincarnation. They were immortal and indestructible, with unlimited chakra. The best way to deal with the strong people of the impure world reincarnation was the sealing technique. His strongest move was the sealing technique Chibaku Tensei. He couldn't create a moon like the Six Paths Sage to seal the outer path demon statue, but he could still seal Uchiha Madara. Without a backup, Nagato gathered all the chakra in his body on the black ball in his palm. The Chibaku Tensei he used this time was stronger than the last time he used it on Niji. Nagato released his hands, and the unrestrained black ball slowly flew into the sky. When it flew high into the sky, the black ball emitted an irresistible gravitational force. In an instant, trees rose from the ground, and the mountains broke and flew into the sky. Not only that, but even the earth cracked, and pieces of ground were attracted by the black ball and flew into the sky. When the gravitational force exploded, Madara burst out chakra, stabilized the surroundings, and resisted the gravitational force emitted by the black ball. Looking up at the black ball above his head attracting everything around to form a rock ball, Uchiha Madara muttered thoughtfully. "Is this the Chibaku Tensei?" Although he was the one who awakened the Samsara Eye, he had never used the Chibaku Tensei ninjutsu. Feeling the power of the Chibaku Tensei at this moment, Madara pursed his lips. It was just like this, far from the moon in the sky. The next moment, the chakra that Madara had arranged around was torn apart, and the gravitational force pulled Madara to fly into the sky, and even Madara could not resist it. Chapter 142 Counterattack against Orochimaru starting from Konoha to become a villain. Earth-shattering star. The black ball flew into the sky, emitting endless gravity to tear the earth apart, sucking the broken earth into the air and merging them together. Uchiha Madara stood on a piece of broken land, and did not resist, rushing straight towards the earth ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the sky. Just as he was about to approach the earth ball, Uchiha Madara quickly formed seals with both hands, chakra gushed out of his body, and the pupil power of his eyes burst out. The chakras intertwined and turned into a deep blue Susanoo. Not only that, the chakra continued to be released, turning into a set of Karasotengu armor on Susanoo. At this time, Susanoo has not yet fully formed, and its chakra is disordered, as if it will explode at any time. Uchiha Madara made a seal with both hands, and the disordered chakra stopped instantly, and then under Madara's control, it quickly took shape, and the complete Susanoo appeared. Susanoo, which covered the sky and the earth, was suspended in the air, like a mountain, casting a large shadow, even covering the entire forest. Complete Susanoo! In the distance, Niji looked up in amazement. This was not the first time he faced Susanoo, and last time Uchiha Itachi also opened the complete Susanoo. But although they were both complete Susanoo, there was still a difference between the two. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was obviously stronger than Uchiha Itachi's, both in terms of chakra quantity and chakra quality. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo could be broken by Niji with one kick, but Uchiha Madara's Susanoo might have to be broken with all his strength. Uchiha Madara didn't know that Hyuga Niji, whom he wanted to see, was preparing to plot against him from a distance. At this moment, when he summoned the complete form of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara rose up and came to the crystal on the top of Susanoo's head. Swish! With a wave of his hands, Susanoo pulled out two azure chakra swords and swung them forward. Boom! A muffled sound came out. The chakra lightsaber cut the stone ball in front of him as easily as a knife cutting tofu, revealing the black core inside. At this time, the core had cracked and turned into a black vortex similar to a black hole, constantly emitting gravity, and even the light falling into it was distorted. Seeing the black vortex, Susanoo crossed the chakra lightsabers in his hands, and in an instant, the lightsabers melted and turned into blue megatama, which were completely condensed by high-intensity chakra. Yashikani no megatama! Uchiha Madara shouted, and Susanoo waved his hand to throw out a series of blue megatama, and dozens of blue megatama shot into the black vortex like arrows. Boom! Another loud noise, shaking the earth. A dazzling light flashed by, and the black vortex was full of cracks, like broken glass, and then a terrifying energy shock wave burst out. The energy wave spread out, and wherever it passed, the solid rocks were like rubble. In a blink of an eye, the stone ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters turned into powder. Even the ground under his feet was not spared. Where the shock wave spread, it was all destroyed, the ground cracked, and the earth collapsed. Uchiha Madara was not feeling well either. Susanoo's hands were caught in the energy wave. The chest was just touched, and a large piece disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Madara frowned and quickly controlled Susanoo to retreat so as not to be caught in the energy wave. Puff! Nagato was hit back, and he spit out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his face turned pale instantly, revealing a touch of extreme despair. He exhausted all his chakras in the strongest attack, but he couldn't seal Uchiha Madara. The power gap between them was too big. It was like a ravine, which made Nagato despair. Although they were both users of the Samsara Eye, their powers were completely different. Just when Nagato was in despair, Black Zetsu, who was hiding underground, saw that the time had come and secretly crawled out from the ground. Like a ball of flowing black liquid, Black Zetsu slowly climbed onto the mechanical device under Nagato's feet, turned over the mechanical device, and slid towards Nagato without making a sound. Black Zetsu was not alive, nor was it a substance. It was just a spiritual product made by yin-yang escape. It had no breath of life and no chakra reaction on its body. If Nagato was in peak condition, he might be able to detect it. But at this moment, Nagato's chakra consumption was too large, and he was extremely weak. His face was pale and uglier than a dead person, and he could not find the Black Zetsu hiding behind him at all. Just when Black Zetsu was about to take action, Black Zetsu suddenly received an order from Uchiha Madara, stopped his hand, curled up into a ball, and hid under a metal mechanism. While Heiju was puzzled, Nagato also noticed that something was wrong with Uchiha Madara, and his face was full of surprise. He saw that the broken Susanoo of Uchiha Madara above his head dissipated, and Madara fell from the sky like a meteor. Bang! Dust flew, and Madara stepped out of the dust, emitting a faint white light all over his body. Feeling that his soul was about to leave his body and return to the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked at Orochimaru in the distance. Seeing Orochimaru making seals with his hands, Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. "Can't you bear it so soon?" "Yes." Orochimaru said coldly, "Your mission is completed, so go back to where you should go." He had seen the battle situation very clearly. Nagato had lost the strength to fight again, and the 6 paths of pain were all destroyed. Next, he could deal with Nagato without Uchiha Madara's action. Moreover, since Uchiha Madara summoned him, Orochimaru's heart has been thumping, and he has never been quiet. Uchiha Madara gave him a bad feeling. Just now he wanted to suppress Uchiha Madara, but he couldn't, so he could only cancel the impure world reincarnation and let Uchiha Madara's soul ascend to heaven. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter was full of disdain. Orochimaru looked ugly, and had a very bad feeling. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 142 Counterattack Orochimaru starting from Konoha to be a villain. As soon as the laughter fell, Uchiha Madara suddenly made a seal. Ziaijo Shenyin Shenhai. When seeing the order of Uchiha Madara's seals, Orochimaru's face changed drastically, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Orochimaru shouted in disbelief, how can you release the seal of the impure world reincarnation? Release! Uchiha Madara shouted in a low voice, releasing his chakra and completely getting rid of Orochimaru's control. Only then did he have time to look at the shocked Orochimaru, and Uchiha Madara curled his lips and said disdainfully, when I calculated the ninja world, you were not born yet. Tobirama has studied forbidden techniques for a lifetime, and there are only 2 forbidden techniques that are acceptable. One is Flying Thunder God, and the other is Impure World Reincarnation. Many years ago, before you were born, I had already mastered the release seal of the Impure World Reincarnation. Little boy, some people are not something you can calculate, you are not qualified yet. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara did not attack Nagato, but turned around and killed Orochimaru. Seeing Uchiha Madara coming, Orochimaru quickly bit his thumb, and the blood flowed from the finger to the palm. Summoning Technique. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru shouted, slapping the ground with both hands, and the surging chakra turned into black runes that instantly covered the earth. In an instant, the ground shook, and 3 doors more than 10 meters high emerged from the ground. There were ghost faces on the doors, and the expression of Jiafeng laughed at everyone in the world. Rashomon? Hashirama's move? But it's too weak, only 3 doors can be summoned, it's a waste for someone like you to use it. Uchiha Madara said, but his speed did not slow down at all. Instead of slowing down, he burst out stronger chakra, and his speed increased dramatically, like a flash of light hitting Rashomon. Chapter 143 Hashirama fights Madara again starting from Konoha as a villain. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive muffled sounds, the 3 Rashomons shattered one after another and dissipated into the void. Uchiha Madara, who smashed the Rashomon, flashed and disappeared from the spot, piercing through the void and came in front of Orochimaru. Hiding Shadow Snake Hand. Seeing Uchiha Madara so terrifying, Orochimaru was horrified, quickly raised his hand, and released several black snakes to kill Uchiha Madara. A trick! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, stretched out his right hand, released the wind escape chakra, and turned into a sharp blade to kill the attacking black snake like chopping vegetables. Madara took the opportunity to rush in front of Orochimaru, and his right hand slashed out like a sharp blade, lazily cutting off Orochimaru. The upper body of Orochimaru flew high, and the next moment, Orochimaru crawled out of the open mouth. Seeing that Orochimaru was actually intact, Madara was a little surprised and guessed, substitution technique. The apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as powerful as a waste, but this substitution technique is weird. Even with Madara's experience, he had to admit that this substitution technique is indeed powerful, and it can be 100% immune to damage. Too strong. Orochimaru was terrified. He could not experience the sense of oppression without fighting with Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Orochimaru felt that he could understand Nagato's feelings. That kind of power was like facing an insurmountable mountain. Orochimaru regretted it now. He should not have summoned Uchiha Madara earlier. Even if he wanted to run at the first stage, there was no way. When he regretted it, Madara suddenly had a heart of love for talent and said, "Orochimaru, right? I'll give you a chance. Submit to my men. After I unify the ninja world, I will give you the best research environment." "Sorry." Orochimaru was silent for a while, then he looked up and smiled, "I don't like to submit to others, I like to rule others." "Really? Then there's nothing I can do." Madara shook his head and said in a cold tone, "I can only kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Madara flew out and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Orochimaru. Madara's instant body technique was far superior to Orochimaru, so Orochimaru had no way to avoid it and was cut in half by Madara again. Orochimaru, who flew out, once again used the snake-style substitution technique to avoid the attack, and at the same time took the opportunity to retreat and distance himself from Madara. Orochimaru, who landed on his feet, slid close to the ground for more than 10 meters, leaving 2 deep gullies wherever he passed. At the moment he stabilized his footsteps, Orochimaru quickly formed seals with both hands, slapped the ground, and summoned a coffin again. Seeing that it was another impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara sneered, "No matter how many undead souls are summoned, there is only one person who can defeat me." As Madara was speaking, the coffin exploded with a bang, and a terrifying chakra burst out. His words were interrupted, and Madara frowned, "Which guy? He was even more arrogant than me. I just kicked the coffin open. You blew up the coffin directly." Madara wanted to see who it was. The dust dissipated, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him, and Madara's eyes were dulled for a moment. Long black hair, wearing a black tight combat uniform, with red laminated armor on the outside, and red iron wrist guards on the wrists of both hands. Even if there was no movement, just standing there, Hashirama was like a towering mountain, with overwhelming pressure. "Hashirama!" Madara, who had reacted, was shocked at first, then surprised, his face changed again and again, and he said happily, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet you at this time, Hashirama." Seeing Madara, who was also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Hashirama frowned, pointed his middle finger at Madara, and shouted coldly, "Shut up!" Madara's mouth twitched, his face darkened. This guy is still the same as always, he didn't give him face. Without paying attention to Madara, Hashirama looked at Orochimaru behind him, frowned, and said angrily, "Another disciple of Hiruzen, what are you going to do? Is impure world reincarnation fun? And that guy Tobirama, he only knows how to research these ridiculous forbidden techniques." The more he talked, the angrier Hashirama became. It's okay to summon him once or twice, this guy really thinks of himself as a gold medal fighter, and even a clay man has 3 points of anger. His sharp eyes swept towards Orochimaru like a sharp blade. Orochimaru immediately felt that he was stared at by a beast, as if he would be torn to pieces in the next second, and he shuddered all over. This is not a joke. Orochimaru knew very well that the first-generation Hokage had this power. This man was different from others, even Madara couldn't compare to him. The first-generation Hokage could break free from his restraints at any time and kill him easily. Swallowing his saliva, Orochimaru explained, "Sir Hokage, I summoned you this time not to ask you to do anything for me, but to ask you to stop Uchiha Madara." Hashirama frowned, glanced at Madara next to him, and said lightly, "That's your business. I'm already dead, and the world of the living has nothing to do with me." Orochimaru smiled bitterly and said, "The problem is now the dead want to come back to life, rule the world of the living, and realize his ambitions." Humph! Hashirama snorted coldly, his eyes were like knives, and the impact of the chakra burst knocked Orochimaru out. He was bold and open-minded, but not stupid. Although he didn't know what happened, he roughly understood it after scanning the surroundings. It must be that Orochimaru reincarnated Madara with the impure world reincarnation and used Madara to fight, but was countered by Madara, cancelled the impure world reincarnation, and was no longer under his control, and even wanted to kill him. In desperation, he had to summon him to save his life. Hashirama was very annoyed by being used by others, but he had to admit that at this stage, he had to stop Madara. What kind of person is Madara? Hashirama said he knows him best, and no one dares to say otherwise. Even Madara doesn't know himself as well as Hashirama does. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 143 Hashirama fights Madara again _starting from Konoha to be a villain. Although it is not clear what Madara is thinking, the resurrection of Madara may not be groundless. If Madara can really be resurrected, the ninja world will be in danger. When he was alive, Madara was thinking about unifying the ninja world by force. Back then, he was there to stop Madara, but now there may not be a strong man in the ninja world who can defeat Madara. Once Madara is resurrected, it will definitely endanger the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, Hashirama turned around and saw Madara. He immediately said with a complicated expression, "Madara, since you are dead, just stay in the Pure Land. The ninja world is no longer our world. The younger generations will handle these things. We have become history." "Hashirama, you are still as simple as ever." "Humph." Madara snorted coldly, looking unhappy. He had always been unhappy with Hashirama for this. He said coldly, "No matter how it changes, as long as there are people, war will never stop. The current ninja world seems peaceful, but every 10 years or so, a war will break out that sweeps the ninja world, and the degree of fighting is even more tragic than the warring states period of the year. Facts have proved that your idea has failed, Hashirama. The construction of the village will not only fail to bring peace to existence, but will bring greater wars. Only my way can solve the war and bring the final peace." "Ah!" Hashirama sighed, shook his head, and said helplessly, "It seems that the two of us can only fight." The moment the voice fell, Hashirama's expression changed, and he was extremely serious. A terrifying chakra burst out from his body, and the pressure shook the void. Facing Madara, he was not willing to be outdone and burst out chakra. The same chakra rose up, shaking the earth. Chapter 144 Madara vs Hashirama _starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom! 2 chakras burst out, and the pressure shook the sky. Looking up and seeing the chakra fluctuations bursting in the distance, Nagato was stunned. The next moment, he shook his head and laughed at himself. So this is the real power of Uchiha Madara. Fighting with me is probably just a child's play in his eyes. It's just a child's play. While Nagato was laughing at himself, Hashirama and Madara had already fought in the distance. The two were old rivals. They fought from life to death. Unexpectedly, they both died. They had to continue fighting today. There was no need to test too much. When it came to the level of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, there was no need to test. Boom! Chakra burst out, and a huge amount of chakra solidified around Uchiha Madara like a real Madara. The Samsara eye turned, and the next moment, these chakras turned into Susanoo. Uchiha Madara instantly opened the 4th form of Susanoo. The huge Susanoo stood on the ground and swung a mountain-like fist towards Hashirama. This punch was thrown, and the air exploded continuously, and the airflow rolled, turning into a tornado shock wave. At the same time as the fist was thrown, Hashirama quickly formed a seal and shouted softly, "Wood! Release! Flower Tree Realm arrives!" The chakra in the body flows into the ground, turning into nutrients to feed the trees sleeping underground. The trees grow rapidly and become larger, rising from the ground and splitting the earth. One by one, thick trees are controlled by Hashirama and quickly emerge, tying up Uchiha Madara's fist like a rope. Seeing that his fist is entangled, Madara controls Susanoo and is about to swing another fist. At this moment, the thick tree trunk breaks through the ground and emerges again. This time there are more, hundreds of tree trunks grow rapidly, and under Hashirama's control, they are like long whips that whip at Susanoo at the same time. Boom! A loud noise is heard. With a swish, the long sword swings, making a sound of breaking through the air, and many tree trunks break instantly. Not enough! Seeing this, Hashirama shouted in a low voice, and burst out chakra again. More and more tree trunks arch out of the ground. In a blink of an eye, these tree trunks cover the entire ground, and a forest stands out of the broken earth. This chakra is terrifying. In the distance, Niji couldn't help but exclaim. With this wood release, the amount of chakra consumed by the first generation Hokage Hashirama is equivalent to 10 Kakashis. No wonder there is a saying in the ninja world that only the first generation's wood release is wood release, the first generation's wood release conquers the world, and Yamato's wood release is for greening. Only with terrifying chakra can the true power of wood release be brought into play. As Niji sighed, as Hashirama continued to release chakra, several huge red flowers grew on the tree trunk. The flowers bloomed, revealing yellow stamens, which swayed in the wind and emitted yellow pollen visible to the naked eye. The pollen drifted away with the wind, instantly covering the entire forest. These poisonous pollens can control the flow of chakra and cause paralysis and fainting. Glancing at the pollen floating around, Madara said disdainfully, "Hashirama, is this the only move you have?" Before he finished speaking, Susanoo waved his hands, and at the same time, chakra burst out, raising a dozen levels of gusts, blowing away the pollen. Yashikani no Megatama. With a cold shout, Susanoo waved his hands, releasing blue Megatama one by one, blowing up the surrounding red flowers. At the same time, Madara made 10 seals with both hands, and the armor of Karasu emerged. The chaotic chakra was completely stabilized with Madara's condensation. At this moment, Susanoo became very huge, with wings growing behind him, wearing samurai armor all over his body, and holding a sword in both hands. Seeing Madara use the complete form of Susanoo, Hashirama quickly made seals with both hands. Wood style, woodman technique. With a loud shout, Hashirama's feet immediately cracked, and a huge wooden man emerged from the ground. The wooden man was huge, and it was not inferior to the complete form of Susanoo that was hundreds of meters long. Madara! Hashirama! The two shouted and rushed at each other at the same time. Madara was the first to swing his sword, and the hundreds-meter-long chakra giant sword chopped down, and the void exploded continuously. With this sword, even a mountain could be split in half. When the long sword chopped down, the wooden man raised his hands. The seemingly slow wooden man was not slow at all, and his hands were clasped together. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and the chakra sword was blocked by Konoha's hands. What a move to take the white blade with bare hands! Madara subconsciously exerted force, but the wooden man's hands were extremely powerful, and the chakra sword was like an iron hoop, unable to move. At this moment, the wooden dragon wrapped around the wooden man rushed out, and with a bang, it hit Susanoo heavily. A series of cracking sounds were heard, and the place where Susanoo was hit shattered like glass, but soon the surrounding chakra appeared gaps and repaired the gaps in an instant. The wooden dragon was also repelled and was about to attack again, but Susanoo swung his sword and cut the wooden dragon into 2 pieces. The moment the wooden dragon was chopped into pieces, Susanoo raised his leg and kicked out, knocking the wooden man away. Bang! The wooden man fell to the ground and retreated continuously, retreating hundreds of meters all the way. The ground around his footprints cracked, and the wooden man knocked the mountain halfway down before stopping. The moment he landed, Hashirama clasped his hands together and roared. Wood release! Wood dragon technique! The ground under his feet blasted open, and 3 thick wooden dragons flew out, killing Susanoo from 3 directions. The first generation of wooden dragons was very powerful, even if the 9 tails was tied up, it would scream, and the wooden dragon could suppress chakra. Even if the nine tails was tied up by a wooden dragon, it would lose the power to resist. Shinra Tensei. In a flash, Madara raised his right hand, and Susanoo made the same move, and a repulsive force burst out from Susanoo's hand. This chapter is not over yet, please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 144 Madara vs Hashirama starting from Konoha to be a villain. The powerful repulsive force did not bounce the wooden dragon away, but it also blocked the impact of the wooden dragon. Susanoo took the opportunity to draw his sword and swung it down. The sword flashed, and the three wooden dragons were all broken. The dragon heads flew high and fell to the ground one after another. That power! Seeing Madara use a move he had never used before, Hashirama's face changed drastically, changing again and again. Ha ha ha! Madara laughed wildly and said triumphantly, Hashirama, do you still think I am the me in the Valley of the End? I have gone further, just relying on my pair of reincarnation eyes. Looking at Madara's purple eyes, Hashirama frowned and said, the most powerful eye that controls life and death. As a member of the Senju clan and the terminator of the Warring States period, Hashirama knew many secrets, including a lot about the Samsara Eye. Because of knowing this, Hashirama understood how powerful the Samsara Eye was. Hashirama asked sternly, the Six Paths sage who founded the ninja world in the legend has the Samsara Eye. Why do you have this pair of eyes, Madara? Seeing Hashirama's surprise and doubt, his face solemn, Madara became more and more proud and laughed wildly, this is all thanks to you, Hashirama. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan, with your power, can awaken the Samsara Eye. Remember the last battle in the Valley of the End? Do you really think I want to destroy Konoha? My goal from the beginning was to get your body parts, transplant them into my identity, and awaken the Samsara Eye. Hashirama's face froze instantly. What was going on behind this? After all this time, he was used by Madara. In other words, from that time on, Madara carried out his plan until today. Even Madara's gay friend, Hashirama was terrified at this moment, and was terrified by Madara's methods and patience. Chapter 145 Madara vs Hashirama Part 2 starting from Konoha to become a villain. Hearing that the battle a few years ago was also Madara's plan, Hashirama shuddered. He didn't expect Madara to be so scheming, and then he was glad that Hiruzen's disciple Orochimaru had reincarnated him. It gave him the opportunity to stop Madara, and it was really easy for him to cancel the reincarnation. Even if he didn't know how to draw a solution to reincarnation, with his strength, he could easily break free from the shackles of the reincarnation and his soul ascended to heaven. He could also cancel Madara's reincarnation, provided that he sealed Madara so that Madara could not resist, and then destroyed the pair of reincarnation eyes, and the crisis of the ninja world should be resolved. Thinking of this, Hashirama had an idea in his mind. The doubts in his eyes disappeared, Hashirama took a step, chakra burst out, the ground collapsed with a bang, and the soil rolled like waves. Sage mode. Hashirama clapped his hands and shouted softly. Instantly turned on the sage mode, black eye shadows appeared around his eye sockets, and the natural energy in the surrounding void poured into Hashirama's body like a tide. Others may not be able to feel the fluctuations of natural energy, but Niji clearly felt that the natural energy within a radius of tens of kilometers around him was swept away and swallowed up by Hashirama. Niji touched his chin and thought, not bad, it's actually half as good as mine. Just as Niji was muttering, Hashirama clapped his hands again and shouted. Sage method. Wood release. True 1,000 hands. The chakra as vast as the sea was consumed in an instant. In an instant, the ground shook, the earth broke, and the mountains cracked. In this destructive scene, a huge Guanyin statue rose from under Hashirama's feet, with thousands of hands behind him, lifting Hashirama up to a height of 1,000 meters. Shocking! Even Niji felt shocked at this moment. The Guanyin statue thousands of meters high was like a mountain that stood tall. At this moment, Niji suddenly felt a sense of insignificance in his heart. Big. Really too big. It was comparable to Susanoo. The hundreds of meters high wooden man sat cross-legged on the Guanyin head, but it was not even half the size of Guanyin's head. Even Niji was like this, not to mention Madara. This was not the first time Madara faced the real thousands of hands. The last time was in the battle at the Valley of the End. The result was that his Susanoo was easily blown up, and the Ninetales was caught by one hand like a mouse. Taking a deep breath, Madara roared, "This time, I won't lose again." Hashirama. Susanoo rushed out, waving the chakra sword and rushing towards Hashirama, like a baby who just learned to walk rushing towards a 2-meter-tall adult. This scene made Niji feel embarrassed and sympathized with Uchiha Madara. The previous second was still a battle of Gundam, and the next second was like a crushing. It's not that Uchiha Madara is not Hashirama's opponent, but the visual effect is really too great. The Buddha on the top. Madara. Hashirama also shouted loudly, controlling thousands of wooden hands behind him, gathering all his strength, and clenching his fists to hit the Susanoo below. Thousands of fists. Thousands of fists, without cutting corners. The dense fists, like raindrops, launched a violent storm attack and hit Susanoo at the same time. Bang bang! Loud noises came one after another, shaking the heaven and earth. After half a minute, thousands of fists fell. Thick smoke covered the earth, and broken wood piled up like a mountain. The earth was unrecognizable, and the entire terrain was changed into a mess. The bottomless cracks spread for dozens of kilometers, crisscrossing like scars on the earth. Hoo! Hashirama was panting heavily. Even if he consumed such a big move, it would consume a huge amount of chakra, but at this moment he was a body of the impure world reincarnation, with unlimited chakra, and the consumed chakra was quickly restored. Although chakra is unlimited, fairy chakra is not unlimited. The body of the impure world reincarnation cannot restore fairy chakra. The natural energy around him was almost absorbed by him just now. Even if there is still natural energy, it is not enough to launch a big move of the level just now, at least in a short period of time. But Madara is different. His chakra is unlimited, and the activation of Susanoo is like a flat attack for him. Thinking of this, Hashirama frowned and his expression changed again and again. He couldn't give Madara time to recover. Thinking of this, Hashirama took a deep breath and controlled the wooden man. After leaving Guanyin, the wooden man jumped down from 1,000 meters high, raised his palm and blasted the dust and smoke below. The dust and smoke blocked Madara, but Hashirama had a strong perception and clearly sensed the location of Madara's chakra, and the wooden man swung his palm down. Still as strong as ever, Hashirama. Madara lay on the ground and sighed. Half of his body was destroyed, but it healed quickly under the effect of the impure world reincarnation. After sighing, Madara said with regret, "It's a pity that the body of the impure world reincarnation can't exert the true power of the samsara I at all." Madara really wanted to fight Hashirama in an upright manner, instead of fighting with this body like now. There was a bang in the sky, and Madara woke up from his sigh. He looked intently and saw a huge wooden palm falling, covering the sky and the earth. Boom! A loud noise was heard, the earth cracked, and the dust rolled like a sandstorm and raged around. Shinra Tensei! A low shout was heard. The wooden palm exploded, and the repulsive force spread in all directions, destroying everything like pulling dry trees and destroying rotten things. The wooden man was shocked and retreated one after another. Every time he took a step, the ground shook. There were cracks around the footprints. The wooden man retreated 1,000 meters away before he could barely stabilize his retreat. Before Hashirama could sigh at the power of the samsara I, Madara instantly appeared in front of Hashirama, holding the black stick made by Yin-Yang escape in his hand and stabbed out. Chapter 145 Madara vs Hashirama Part 2 Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Hashirama reacted very quickly, condensed chakra in his right hand and slapped it out, and the chakra instantly condensed into a black rune in the palm of his hand. Seal wooden hand. Puff. As the black stick pierced into Hashirama's body, Hashirama's right hand also landed on Madara's body. The black stick that pierced into his body instantly blocked Hashirama's acupuncture points for refining chakra, and the runes on Hashirama's palms also burst instantly, turning into more black runes all over Madara's body, connecting front and back, like a chain to seal Madara. Break! Madara shouted, and his chakra burst out, tearing the seal on his body. Cracked black stick was broken by Hashirama's palm. The black stick's blockade of chakra acupuncture points is so strong that even the tailed beasts cannot resist, but Hashirama is too strong, and Hashirama cannot be blocked by just a black stick. In the distance, Niji held a green cucumber, biting it while watching the battle in the distance intently. Finally, the result will be decided. The Gundam War is over. The two are now fighting in close combat with physical skills, which also means that the final winner will be decided. Sometimes, Niji really doesn't understand the battles between the strong men in the ninja world. There are Gundam collisions and ultimate attacks, but in the end, the winner is still determined by physical skills. Whoosh! A burst of air-breaking sound was heard. Madara seized Hashirama's flaw, stepped forward, shot a black stick through Hashirama's chest, and instantly created dozens of black sticks to shoot at Hashirama. Hashirama did not dodge, but seized the opportunity and blasted out with both hands, cutting off Madara's two arms. As Madara retreated, Hashirama clasped his hands together and shouted, "Senjutsu! Myojinman!" As soon as the words rang, dozens of black sticks pierced Hashirama's body from front to back, and more than a dozen acupoints were sealed. Even Hashirama lost control of his chakra. At the same time that Hashirama was pierced by the black stick, a red torii fell from the sky and pressed Madara. The seemingly ordinary torii actually contained powerful senjutsu chakra, which had great suppressive power, and even the tailed beasts could hardly resist it. But Madara was really terrifying, and the burst of chakra was about to shatter the red torii. Whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air sounded one after another, and 4 more torii fell from the sky, overlapping each other. At this moment, even Madara could not break free. The battle that had just destroyed the world was calm in an instant. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 146 Madara's Resurrection Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Madara was suppressed by the Myojin Gate and could not move, and Hashirama's chakra acupoints were blocked by the black stick. It seems that the two are evenly matched, but Hashirama can still pull out the black stick and restore control of chakra. Throwing the pulled-out black stick to the ground, Hashirama pulled out the black stick and persuaded Madara in front of him. "Madara, your dream and mine have been realized, why do you still do this? We are all dead people, why do we need to interfere with the world of the living again? The younger generations will naturally handle the next things. All we have to do is believe them. Although I don't know where you got the samsara I will definitely not show mercy this time. I will cancel your impure world reincarnation and take you back to the pure land. As for the samsara it's better to destroy it. Such a powerful force should not exist in the world." Ha ha ha! After hearing this, Madara suddenly laughed and said contemptuously, "Hashirama, you are still as simple as ever. I have always hated you for this, but how can I say it? Even if you are an enemy, I have to admire you. It is your simplicity that ended the turbulent era. But do you really think you can stop me? Everything is just beginning now. Do it, Black Zetsu." Hearing this, Hashirama's face changed drastically. Madara actually had a helper. Suddenly thinking of something, Hashirama quickly looked at Nagato who had the samsara and his face was extremely ugly. Nagato was not a fool. Hearing what Madara said, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Without thinking, his right hand suddenly stabbed into his eyes. Even if he destroyed the samsara eye, he would not leave it to Uchiha Madara. Even though Nagato reacted quickly and did not hesitate at all, it was too late. Black Zetsu instantly jumped up, climbed onto Nagato's body, activated the ninjutsu spirit fusion, and instantly took control of the body from Nagato's hands. His fingers stopped abruptly only a few centimeters away from his eyes. At this moment, one side of Nagato's body was black, and the other side was the original. He and Black Zetsu were fighting for control of the body. One wanted to take away the finger, and the other tried desperately to let the finger pierce into the eye and destroy the samsara eye. Damn it! Nagato cursed angrily and began to fight for control of the body. His eyes were red and bloodshot. At this time, Nagato was extremely frustrated. His body was actually controlled by someone else, and he had to fight for control of his body. But Nagato had just consumed all his chakra, and his body and will were very weak. Even though this was his body, even though he was aggrieved and unwilling, he still couldn't resist Black Zetsu's control of his body. Black Zetsu smiled triumphantly and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't struggle, lucky boy, you have used the samsara eye for so many years? But you have to pay a price, and now is the time for you to pay the price." Before he finished speaking, Black Zetsu controlled Nagato's body and made the SI seal with both hands. Gaido. Samsara Natural Art. After a few seconds, the two shouted at the same time, and the next second, a green light flew out of Nagato's body, crossed time and space, and fell into Madara's body. The moment the green light flew out, Nagato's light red hair turned visibly white, and his already skinny cheeks instantly sunken, leaving only a layer of skin attached to the bones. The reincarnation technique is the highest level of resurrection ninjutsu, a forbidden technique of the six paths. Only the owner of the reincarnation eye can use it, and the price is the life of the caster. On the other side, as the green light fell into the body, white smoke began to emerge from Madara's body from the inside out, and the wounds on his body healed instantly. The next moment, Madara was truly reborn. The reborn Madara felt the familiar smell of his body, laughed wildly, tore off his armor, bit his arm hard, and blood flowed out along the teeth marks. The feeling of pain and the smell of blood made Madara tremble with excitement. "Trouble!" Hashirama murmured, his face changed again and again, and finally his face was helpless. Now he can no longer stop Madara. Although this time the impure world reincarnation gave him and Madara extremely close power in life, they are still not as good as their peak in life. At this time, Madara was completely resurrected, and his strength had returned to its peak. He was no longer his opponent. Madara was excited about his rebirth, but suddenly his samsara eye shattered, and the smile on his face stopped. Madara was a little surprised, but he was not panicked. It didn't matter if the samsara eye could not be resurrected. He just needed to go to Nagato to get it. Anyway, Black Zetsu was controlling Nagato's body now. At this moment, Hashirama pulled out the last black stick on his body, but he did not continue to fight with Madara. Instead, he sat cross-legged and shook his head helplessly. "It seems that I can't stop you, Madara." Hashirama knew very well that he was not the opponent of the reborn Madara. Whether he took action or not could not change anything. Seeing Hashirama bowing his head to him, Madara laughed excitedly, even more excited than his rebirth, and said, "The opposite two interact with each other in a myriad of ways. Those who get the power of Uchiha and Senju can get the power of happiness, Hashirama. This is the power of the samsara eye." As he said that, Madara was about to rush over and seize Hashirama's senjutsu chakra. Suddenly, Madara turned his head to look in the direction of Nagato, and said angrily, "You are looking for death." The moment the roar sounded, Madara's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and quickly rushed towards Nagato. Madara was so angry because someone wanted to snatch his samsara eye. Just when Nagato used the samsara natural technique to revive Uchiha Madara, the disappeared Orochimaru suddenly appeared from underground. A white snake broke through the ground and rushed towards Nagato at lightning speed. Orochimaru emerged from the white snake. Seeing Nagato's purple eyes, Orochimaru excitedly said, "The Samsara Eye is mine." Escape was just a feint to the east and attack in the west. After leaving the battlefield, Orochimaru let his clone pretend to escape, and his real body turned into a white snake and lurked under Nagato's feet from underground. Orochimaru has been waiting for an opportunity. When Uchiha Madara fought with the first generation, Orochimaru wanted to take action, but the destructive power of the battle between Hashirama and Madara was too great, and Orochimaru did not have a chance. Until Black Zetsu appeared and controlled Nagato to revive Madara, Nagato's originally weak vitality was instantly consumed, and Orochimaru knew that the best opportunity had come. A dying Nagato, a spiritual product without a physical body. The Samsara Eye is within reach. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to see the scene of him getting the Samsara Eye, mastering the power of life and death, and becoming an immortal being. How could it be? Black Zetsu saw Orochimaru behind him from the corner of his eye, showing an unbelievable look, shocked beyond words. It reacted without time to think more, and immediately controlled Nagato to stop him. Even a few seconds was enough, Madara was already rushing here. But Nagato exhausted his chakra and performed the Samsara natural technique, his vitality was attenuated to the extreme, and he had no power to resist. Moreover, Nagato saw this scene and stopped Black Zetsu instead. Even if the Samsara Eye was given to Orochimaru, it would be better than giving it to Uchiha Madara. Asshole! Madara rushed over and saw this scene, his heart was filled with anger, his chakra burst out again, and his speed increased sharply a piece. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and pressed towards Nagato's Samsara Eye. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 147 Obito snatches the Samsara Eye starting from Konoha to become a villain. Battlefield. The situation suddenly changed, and no one expected Orochimaru to make a move at this time. It must be said that Orochimaru grasped the timing too well. No one paid attention to Orochimaru, and even Black Zetsu did not expect Orochimaru to rush out from underground. Just when Orochimaru's finger was about to touch Nagato's Samsara Eye, in a flash, Obito displayed his divine power and appeared from the void. Reikari! With a loud shout, Obito waved his hand and stabbed out. A large amount of lightning chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, turning into real lightning condensed on the palm, and with the blue light flashing, it slashed out like a sharp blade. Puchi! Blood splattered, a white arm flew high, rolled dozens of punches in the air, and fell to the ground with a snap. The scene was instantly stagnant. Orochimaru didn't expect it, Madara didn't expect it, Black Zetsu didn't expect it. No one expected that the mantis stalked the cicada and the Oriole was behind, and there was actually a hunter behind the Oriole. Orochimaru, who reacted, was furious, and the Samsara Eye that was right in front of him was actually destroyed by Obito. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a long white snake flew out of Orochimaru's mouth. The long snake was as fast as lightning, opened its bloody mouth, revealed its sharp teeth, and bit towards Obito. However, Obito did not hesitate or stop at all. He ignored the bite of the white snake and stretched out his hand to pierce Nagato's right eye, and took off the Samsara Eye in Nagato's right eye. Ah! With his eyes covered, Nagato screamed miserably, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face became even paler, uglier than a dead person. While covering Nagato's right eye, the white snake bit Obito's arm at the same time. At this time, Obito could not use Kamui. The snake fangs pierced into his arm, instantly infusing venom, and Orochimaru raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This was the venom he specially developed. It only took 10 seconds for it to spread all over Obito's body. Even Tsunade, known as the medical saint, could not detoxify. Even if Obito shot at the Samsara Eye, he would still have to hand it over to him in the end. However, the next second, Orochimaru's face instantly became extremely ugly. Obito lowered his eyes and saw his arm turn black, and decisively broke his left hand before the venom could spread to his whole body. Everything seemed long, but it actually happened in an instant. Just as Obito continued to cover Nagato's left eye, the angry Uchiha Madara finally arrived. Seeing Nagato's right eye being dragged away by Obito, Uchiha Madara was so angry that he was about to explode. After all this time, all he had done was actually for Obito, a traitor. Madara wanted to kill someone. He kicked out, and chakra burst out from Madara's foot, and the air was kicked with explosions. Obito saw Madara's attack coming from the corner of his eye, and at this moment, his face was extremely ugly. If he continued to snatch Nagato's left eye at this time, he would definitely be hit by Madara. This kick was so powerful that even if he took it, he would probably be seriously injured, and he would not be able to deal with Madara next. Kamio. Obito gritted his teeth and still virtualized his body. His virtual right hand passed through Nagato's head, and Madara also passed through Obito's body. At the moment when the three figures crossed and separated, Obito's figure flashed, and the chakra under his feet condensed to the extreme, and he quickly retreated backwards, retreating dozens of meters in an instant. Then, he quickly used Kamui to escape into the Kamui space. A series of actions were so smooth and fast that Uchiha Madara had no time to react. In the distance, Niji's mouth twitched. Did Obito practice for today? This escape move was too smooth. Orochimaru retreated almost at the same time. He had just seen how powerful Madara was. He was totally out of his league. However, just as Orochimaru retreated, Madara's angry eyes swept over him, and Orochimaru's eyes showed horror. Instant. Madara stomped on the ground, and the ground collapsed instantly. Madara was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and instantly arrived in front of Orochimaru. He chopped his palm out, condensing chakra on his palm, and easily split Orochimaru in half like a sharp blade. Orochimaru used the Great Snake-style substitution technique to avoid this fatal blow, and his main body crawled out of his external body. Madara snorted coldly, his eyes were sharp, and his tone was cold. How many times can you improve it? Originally, one of his samsara eyes was robbed. At this moment, Madara was so angry that he exploded, but the culprit ran away, and Madara could only vent his anger on Orochimaru. Orochimaru also guessed what Madara was thinking, and was extremely grief-stricken. Damn! It wasn't me who stole your samsara eye. Go find Obito, and if you can't catch him, find me to vent your anger. Am I easy to bully just because I'm weak? Madara used the instant body technique to kill him again. Orochimaru, who was so angry that he exploded, opened his mouth and spurted out the Kusanagi sword, bursting with chakra, and stabbed Madara with a sword. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a useless snake? Puff! A splash of blood flew, and the Kusanagi sword pierced Madara's arm, and blood flowed down his arm. Madara didn't care, but laughed and said, I really miss the feeling of fighting with a real body. Pervert! Orochimaru cursed in a low voice when he heard it. He had never seen anyone who laughed after being stabbed. Now the ninja world really doesn't give people like us a way to live. There are perverts everywhere. Madara pulled back and whispered, Fire style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. The next moment, Madara opened his mouth and blew out the fire-style chakra condensed in his throat. The flames gushed out and turned into 4 fire dragons flying in the air. Dance. The fire dragon roared and flew towards Orochimaru. The fire dragon burned the void, and wherever it passed, the void was on fire. Feeling the violent chakra on the fire dragon, Orochimaru's face changed slightly and he quickly retreated, but the fire dragon seemed to be controlled by Madara and chased Orochimaru closely. Orochimaru landed on the ground with both feet and shouted, Wind escape! Big breakthrough! The wind escape chakra condensed in his mouth gushed out and turned into a fierce gust of wind, like a storm that destroyed everything. The wind can fuel the fire, but the violent wind can blow out the fire and break the fire dragon. Maybe he is not as good as Madara in other aspects, but in ninjutsu, Orochimaru is naturally not much worse than Madara. His research on ninjutsu is much deeper than Madara. Seeing the fire dragon torn by the wind, Madara's mouth slightly raised, and the next second, Madara appeared beside Nagato. Looking at the man who only existed in legends, Nagato asked aggrievedly, "Really? Everything is your plan, including me?" "Of course." Madara admitted openly, "You should be grateful for this opportunity to master the power that only gods in legends have. Your life is the price." Black Zetsu interrupted. If he hadn't been maintaining Nagato's life, Nagato would have died immediately after performing the samsara art. Madara didn't say anything, stretched out his hand to knock the samsara eye out of Nagato's eyes, and regardless of Nagato's blood on the eyeball, Madara raised his hand and stuffed the samsara eye into his left eye. A moment later, Madara put down his hand, and the samsara eye completely became one with him. Feeling the power of the samsara eye again, Madara laughed excitedly. The only pity is that the other eye was taken away by that kid Nagato. At this point, Madara was very angry, looked at Zetsu, and shouted, "Zetsu, you disappoint me so much. I asked you to monitor Obito, and you monitored him like this. If you don't find Obito next, I will completely destroy you." Ju said with a look of horror, "Yes, my master." Chapter 148 Saving Nagato Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Bang! The resurrected Uchiha Madara had just obtained the samsara eye, and when he was excited, Neji appeared out of thin air beside Uchiha Madara. Without any words, the moment Neji appeared, he raised his leg and kicked fiercely. When this kick was kicked out, the toes burst into a brilliant green light, and the visible reincarnation eye chakra condensed at the toes, and the air was kicked with a continuous explosion. In front of the shoes, a tornado-like chakra vortex was kicked out, and the moment Uchiha Madara was kicked away, the chakra vortex also rolled up Uchiha Madara's whole body. This is a new ninjutsu developed by Neji. It looks like an ordinary kick without any rules, but it is actually extremely powerful. The tornado cutting on the human body is no less harmful than the direct damage of weapons on the flesh. Uchiha Madara was condensed by the chakra of the reincarnation eye, and the vortex was like thousands of sharp blades cutting on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's hands were instantly broken and his flesh and blood cracked. Before the resurrection of the reincarnation eye, this level of attack could not cause any harm to Uchiha Madara at all, but now that Uchiha Madara has been completely resurrected, how can his flesh and blood resist the cutting of the chakra blade? Madara flew hundreds of meters like a cannonball before he stabilized his body, landed on his feet, and retreated nearly 100 meters in succession. The ground around the footprints cracked and collapsed, and two deep gullies slid out of the ground. Madara stopped at this time. He kicked Madara away with one foot, and Neji ignored him. Looking down at Nagato, Nagato's eyes were bloody at this moment, blood was flowing and dyeing his whole head red, and his light red hair turned all white. The most important thing is that his vitality is extremely weak. After performing the reincarnation technique, Nagato should have died on the spot, but the existence of Black Zetsu prolonged Nagato's life. Black Zetsu saw Neji appear in the chakra mode of the reincarnation eye. When he saw the truth-seeking jade behind Neji, Black was instantly terrified. It was real fear, not the fear of deceiving Madara. It is the product of the mother's will. Although it has no power, the ninja world has no means to deal with it, because he is a product outside of life. But the person in front of him is different. He has the reincarnation eye and masters the high-level yin-yang escape. The truth-seeking jade behind him is the evidence. The truth-seeking jade cannot kill him, but it can imprison him and make him unable to move. Without any hesitation, Black Zetsu immediately let go of Nagato's body, turned into a pool of black liquid, and fled to the ground. As soon as Black Zetsu left, Nagato's life breath was instantly shattered. Ninkai immediately placed his hand on Nagato's chest, infused the chakra of the Tensagen into Nagato's body, and used yin-yang escape to heal Nagato. At the same time, he took out a piece of Hashirama's cells from the space scroll, took out two balls and placed them in Nagato's eye sockets. Soon, Nagato quickly grew new eyes and new legs, and all his wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a miracle. This is the power of yin-yang escape. The power to create everything. This. Nagato looked at his hands and legs with an unbelievable look on his face, and was shocked beyond words. His eyes and legs actually grew out. After a moment, Nagato looked at Ninkai and said in surprise, could this be the real yin-yang escape technique in the legend? The Six-Path Sage created the world and the tailed beasts with it. Yes. Ninkai nodded. As the owner of the Samsara Eye, Nagato knew something that others didn't know, which was very positive. It is not normal if you don't know. It's actually true. Even though yin-yang escape happened to him, Nagato still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Nagato got up from the ground and felt his strong legs stepping on the ground again. Walk, I can walk again. The feeling of being on the ground is so wonderful. Nagato jumped and jumped, as happy as a child. Seeing Nagato's boasting, Niji poured a basin of cold water on him with good eyesight. Don't be too happy, you only have 3 years to live. If you use the reincarnation technique, you will die. Even the yin-yang escape that created everything can't stop your death. Yin-yang escape plus Hashirama's cells can only barely prolong your life. After 3 years, you will die. Nagato was stunned, then grinned, and said, it's enough. I can live for another 3 years. It's great. I am immortal. I am lucky to live 1 more day or even 1 minute. Now I can live for 3 more years. God really favors me. Ninkai was speechless. Why is everyone like this? They don't thank themselves or others for escaping death, but thank God and the so-called gods and Buddhas. After a sigh, Nagato turned his head and looked at Ninkai, wondering, why did you save me? It's just a deal. Ninkai said lightly. After that, without giving Nagato a chance to speak, he raised his hand and threw out a wind attribute chakra, which turned into a gust of wind and swept Nagato away. Although he didn't die so quickly, there was no chakra in Nagato's body. He was just an ordinary person now. If he continued to stay here, he would fight with Madara later, and the aftermath would kill him. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The gravel buried in Madara was shaken away, and countless stones fell like raindrops. Madara's figure flashed, passed through the rain of stones, and came to Ninkai dozens of meters away and stopped. Madara frowned, a little unbelievable, and said, are you the Hyuga Ninkai that Orochimaru mentioned? Young. This was the first impression Niji gave Madara. He was too young, too young. Such a young boy actually had the power to kick him away. Madara couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. Who could accept that a boy several decades younger than him had the power comparable to what he had calculated for many years and gained after crossing life and death? Ordinary people couldn't accept it, let alone someone as arrogant as Uchiha Madara. Chapter 148 Saving Nagato starting from Konoha to be a villain. What's more, it was the back of the Hyuga clan that he looked down on, which made Uchiha Madara even more difficult to accept. Hearing that Orochimaru mentioned him, Niji was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect Orochimaru to talk to you. He must have said a lot of bad things about me. Saying this, Niji couldn't help but recall the time when he killed Orochimaru. If this guy wasn't so difficult to kill, and if they were anxious to go to the moon, he and Kabuto would really find a way to kill Orochimaru. Speaking of which, Niji was a little regretful. If there was no Orochimaru, there wouldn't be so many things now. Honestly, follow the story and launch the 4th Ninja World War. At the last moment, there was a flash of lightning in the sky, and he appeared like a savior. That appearance would definitely be recorded in the history of the ninja world. It wouldn't have become like this now. It's all messed up. The guys who should appear have appeared, even Madara has reincarnated, and the 9-tailed beasts haven't gathered yet. What a thing! Seeing that Madara didn't want to chat with him, Niji didn't care and said lightly, forget it, things have become like this. Since I am here, I always promised Obito. Anyway, I'm bored, so I'll beat you up. Madara was stunned for a moment, then sneered, arrogance is not something you can say with your mouth. 10 kilometers away. The strong wind swept Nagato to a cracked mountain. The aftermath of the battle between Hashirama and Madara was enough to destroy the mountain even though they were so far apart. The strong wind dissipated when it came here, and Nagato, who was not dragged by the wind, quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, Nagato lost his chakra and was just an ordinary person. He would definitely die if he fell from a height of 100 meters. When Nagato thought he was going to fall to death, countless white pieces of paper flew, like jumping elves, holding Nagato down steadily. Nagato jumped off the paper and looked at Konan in front of him, who was smiling and had bloodshot eyes. A smile appeared on his face that had never existed since Yahiko's death. Konan. Nagato. The two figures rushed towards each other and hugged each other tightly. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 149, Fierce Battle with Madara Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ningji didn't know what happened between Nagato and Konan for the time being. He was now focusing on Madara. Madara was annoyed by Niji's meddling and arrogance, and decided to kill the young man of the Hyuga family in front of him. Kill! Madara shouted loudly, disappeared from the spot, and appeared again in front of Niji. Yin Yang escaped condensed chakra into a black stick, Madara swinging the black stick towards Niji, it was like a real sword. The black stick thrust out, and the chakra condensed on it turned into invisible spikes, floating in the air. With this, the sky full of chakra spikes fell like raindrops. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Niji said disdainfully, and slapped the air with his right hand, causing bursts of explosions in the air. This palm slapped out, and a brilliant light bloomed in the palm, and a crystal-clear palm print rapidly enlarged and grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the small palm print visibly grew hundreds of meters in size, and a huge crystal palm print of several meters slapped towards Madara. Bang bang! A series of collisions sounded, and the fine needles condensed by chakra shot at the palm print, just like shooting at an indestructible steel plate, and bounced out one after another. What a precise chakra control! Hashirama, who was watching from the side, could not help but marvel. Others could not see anything, but Hashirama could see at a glance that this palm print was formed by the condensation of high-intensity chakra. To make such a palm print, not only powerful chakra is needed, but also precise control is needed to compress the chakra and prevent it from spreading in a short time after leaving the body. It is not a ninjutsu, but it is more powerful than a ninjutsu. Boom! While Hashirama was amazed, the palm print fell, and Madara flew out immediately. His body rolled dozens of times in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Another muffled sound came out. At the moment when Madara flew out, the seeking of the Wei Jade behind Niji turned into a black shield, blocking the right. Niji glanced at the void on the right, and in the air that seemed to be empty, he could see a faint shadow. Wheel Grave. Edge Prison. The special ability of Madara's awakened Samsara Eye can separate shadows that are difficult for ordinary people to see, but have their own strength. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga family cannot detect it. Madara stopped and said in surprise, blocked the Rinnegan. That was the powerful ability of the awakened Rinnegan, but it was blocked so easily. The most important thing was that he could see it. It seemed to be because of those eyes. Rinnegan? Madara remembered that Orochimaru said that he didn't care at the time and didn't think there were any eyes that could compare to the Rinnegan. Now it seems that he has to put away his contempt. The Rinnegan may really be comparable to the Rinnegan. Niji didn't know what Madara was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely sneer. At this moment, he controlled the Seeking Truth Jade to turn into a black net. The net covered the sky and the earth, blocked the void, and instantly covered Madara's Rinnegan shadow. The Seeking Truth Jade is immune to all ninjutsu. Although the Rinnegan, the prison is the ability of the Rinnegan and cannot destroy Madara's shadow, it is not known whether it can block the shadow. The black net instantly covered Madara's shadow, but it could not block Madara's shadow. The moment the shadow was covered by the Seeking Truth Jade, it was immediately recalled by Madara. Although it was a pity, Niji didn't care. For the next period of time, Madara couldn't use the chakram. "It's my turn!" Niji shouted with both hands, and all the natural energy around him poured into Niji's body, and black eye shadow appeared around his eye sockets. Sage mode. This voice was not shouted by Niji, but by Hashirama. The Hyuga clan boy in front of him shocked him again. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared next to Hashirama. Haruka glanced at Niji in the distance, and his mood was extremely complicated. The first time he saw Niji, he was still a genin, and he could kill him with a flick of his finger. Now Niji can kill himself with a flick of his finger. The change came too fast, in less than 3 years. At this moment, Orochimaru was deeply shocked and felt that he had lived in vain. Hashirama glanced at Orochimaru and asked, "What exactly is Madara's plan?" Orochimaru also sat down cross-legged and replied, "I don't know the details. My goal is the Samsara Eye, and Zetsu took advantage of my desire for the Samsara Eye. However, I have learned part of it during this period of cooperation with Zetsu, but it can only be considered a guess." Exhaling, Orochimaru said his guess, "The battle in the Valley of the End should be the beginning of Madara's plan. To get your power, open the Samsara Eye, and then find Obito, so that Obito can let Nagato use the Samsara Eye to restore him after his death." Madara did all these. As for Madara's real purpose, it should be to use the Samsara Eye to collect all the tailed beasts and obtain the power that the Six Paths Sage had back then. "I don't know anything more." Hashirama didn't speak, looking at the battlefield in the distance, frowning. Madara's ambition was so big. He wanted to become the Six Paths Sage who founded the ninja world? What did he want to do? Destroy the ninja world and rebuild the ninja world, or have other purposes? Fists rained down like raindrops, and Madara was stunned by the violent fists and roared, "Asshole!" Madara burst out chakra, and the azure chakra burst out, forcing Nisi back, and instantly turned into a giant standing tall. Complete Susanoo! With a low roar, Madara was furious, controlling Susanoo to step forward and step on Nisi. Boom! A loud noise was heard. In an instant, the ground shook, the void swayed, and Susanoo's feet stopped in mid-air. The Seeking Truth Jade behind him turned into 2 black palms, blocking Susanoo's stepping. The place where Susanoo and the Seeking Truth Jade were in contact continued to melt, and Nisi flashed away from Madara's feet, walked in the air, and was in the same air with Madara, who was suspended above Susanoo's head. Madara did not hesitate at all, swung the chakra sword to cut, and the 100-meter-long giant sword cut across the sky. With one sword, the void was broken in half. Niji did not dodge, and the Dao Seeking Orb flew out from behind him, wrapping around Niji's wrist, covered with green Samsara Eye chakra, spinning at high speed, and a stream of chakra condensed in Niji's palm. Golden Wheel Samsara Explosion. Whispering softly, Niji raised his right hand high, and a ray of light came out of Niji's hand. Out. The next moment, the light condensed and turned into a dazzling orange-yellow lightsaber. Fall. With a sound of falling, Niji's lightsaber slowly fell down. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The lightsaber passed through the sky without any fluctuations, just like a real light flying by, but at the moment of contact with the chakra sword, a terrifying energy fluctuation burst out. The chakra sword in Susanoo's hand broke into 2 halves in an instant, and the lightsaber continued to fall, without any fluctuations, but it seemed to be able to cut everything. Seeing the lightsaber coming, Madara showed a look of horror on his face. He didn't have time to think about it. He burst out chakra and was about to leave Susanoo. But the lightsaber fell very fast as thunder, and instantly split Susanoo's head. The hard Susanoo fell like tofu in front of the lightsaber. In an instant, the lightsaber had already split Uchiha Madara's head. Before the sword arrived, the oncoming sharp air easily cut the flesh on Madara's forehead. Chapter 150 Defeat Madara _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. Boom! The lightsaber fell with the power of destroying the world. Before the long sword fell, the oncoming sharp air had easily cut the flesh on Madara's forehead. The next moment, the long sword was completely chopped down, just when Madara was about to be split in half. Wheel Grave. Bunyu. Madara transferred the damage to the Wheel Grave clone. It turned out that Madara's Wheel Grave cooling time was just right. Use the Wheel Grave clone to replace the main body in time to bear the damage. Click. With a crisp sound like glass, the Wheel Grave clone instantly shattered into countless pieces and dissipated in mid-air. Dozens of meters away, Madara appeared out of thin air. Feeling the shattering of the Chakravartin clone, Madara's face was extremely ugly. The Chakravartin clone was destroyed in an instant, which means that if it were his real body, it would have the same fate. When Madara was shocked by Niji's strength, the wound on his head was wriggling, and the blood had stopped long ago. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Madara has the abnormal recovery ability of Hashirama, and can heal without seals. He can heal without seals, and his recovery ability is extremely strong. Even fatal injuries can be recovered quickly. With a few swishes, Niji swung the lightsaber and easily cut Susanoo into dozens of pieces, which fell to the ground with a huge roar. Without Madara's maintenance, these chakras that condensed into substance quickly turned into the most essential energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. Niji flew down and stood on the cliff, overlooking Madara under his feet, and smiled slightly. Today, I, Hyuga Niji, will clear the name of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is stronger than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Madara didn't say anything, but his slightly condensed eyes contained anger. Seeing Madara's eyes, Niji felt familiar, as if he was facing Sasuke. To some extent, Madara and Sasuke are the same kind of people, arrogant and conceited, and attach great importance to the so-called strong feeling of the Uchiha clan. Obito is different from the two. Madara is a brother control, Sasuke is a brother control, and Obito is love. His love for Lin is deep in his bones, and his love is stronger than Madara's brother control and Sasuke's brother control. So Obito's eye opening is the largest, directly from the two Megatama to the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is precisely because of this that Obito will do something to destroy the Uchiha clan, which Madara and Sasuke would definitely not do. Thinking a little far, Niji waved his hand lightly, and the Seeking Truth jade behind him fell into his hand and turned into a black sword. Water breathing, Type 2 Water Wheel. The moment the words fell, Niji swung his sword, and a slight ripple appeared on the long sword, and water splashed out of thin air. As the long sword crossed the sky, the water splash turned into a circular slash, slashing towards Uchiha Madara in the distance. Since obtaining the Samsara Eye, Niji has almost never used the water-breathing sword technique to fight. He has practiced the water breathing to the state of full concentration, constant in, and can maintain the water-breathing state at any time. The same water-breathing sword technique, different realms, different states, use completely two different concepts. The circular slash fell, and the ground cracked and collapsed wherever it passed, forming a gully tens of meters wide. Madara instantly completed the seal, and the fire escape chakra condensed in his mouth sprayed out, turning into a blazing flame. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. The flames burned the void, destroying everything in front of it like a sea of fire. The same is the great fire extinguishing. The fire escape that Madara performed requires at least 20 Jonin-level fire escape masters to exert such a great power. What will happen when the sea of fire collides with water? Steam. The white steam instantly spread across the battlefield. Niji has the Samsara Eye, ignoring the steam blocking him, and flew down the cliff. Like two streams of light, the two rushed towards each other at high speed and collided in mid-air. Boom! A muffled sound came out, the shock wave spread out in a circle, the ground collapsed, and the white steam covering the battlefield was instantly dispersed. Susanoo was useless to Niji, and Madara chose to win the battle with physical skills. Niji gave Madara a chance, just to let Madara know that even in physical skills, Madara was not his opponent. Madara thought that he could suppress Niji with the powerful dynamic vision of the Samsara Eye, but when they really fought, Madara found that he was wrong. The little ghost of the Hyuga family in front of him seemed to be able to see through his movements, predicting his moves in advance, and defending and counter-attacking. Ninkai's Rinnegan is not as good as the Samsara Eye in terms of dynamic vision, but the Rinnegan can see through the flow of chakra. Ninkai relies on the direction of chakra flow. Predict Madara's attack. There is a saying in Konoha that the soft fist of the Hyuga family is the strongest physical skill in Konoha. In terms of physical skills, even the Uchiha clan is not the opponent of the Hyuga clan. At the beginning, Madara could still be evenly matched with his many years of combat experience, but Niji quickly adapted to the battle and quickly adapted to the physical attack of Uchiha Madara. Bang! The fists and palms collided, and Madara swept his foot horizontally, like an iron whip. Niji blocked it with his palm and slapped his other hand to Madara's foot. Chakra fell into the acupuncture points on the legs, and the flow of chakra was interrupted, and Madara paused. When the strong fought, a moment of pause was enough to change the situation. Niji slapped his palms and landed on Madara's chest, knocking Madara out. At the moment when Madara flew out, Niji stomped his right foot on the ground, the opposite side collapsed, and he shot out like an arrow from a spinning arrow, raising his hands. Bagua! Invisibly, a huge Bagua map appeared under his feet, and Madara was just in the range of Bagua. 1,280 palms. Ninkai shouted loudly, clapping his hands, and countless palm shadows appeared in an instant. With Ninkai's current speed, he can hit 100 palms in 1 second, and hundreds of palm shadows fell like raindrops. Even so, Ninkai hit for 13 seconds, thousands of palms fell, and almost all the acupoints on Madara's body were hit, and the chakra in his body was completely blocked. Kamiha! With a low roar, Ninkai put his hands together and slapped out a chakra shock wave, which penetrated and hit Madara. Madara's chest was sunken as if hit hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The next moment, a firecracker-like sound rang out from Madara's body, and it continued. The acupoints all over the body exploded, and chakra broke through the acupoints one by one, and Madara instantly released the chakra acupointment blockade. Seeing this, Niji's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect Madara to use such a cruel method to remove the blockade of the acupoints, but it must be said that it was very useful. In an instant, Madara regained his ability to move. If it were an ordinary person, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Even if Madara had the healing seal, his injuries would not recover as quickly as before. The acupoints all over his body exploded. Such injuries were too serious. At this moment, Madara had the idea of retreating in his heart. He was no match for Niji. One Samsara Eye was far from enough to exert the true power of the Samsara Eye. The little brat of the Hyuga clan in front of him also possessed the Six-Path Sage, who was only possessed by the Six-Path Sage. The Seeking Truth Jade behind him was proof. To defeat him, he had to obtain 2 Samsara Eyes and devour the 10 tails to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Madara wished he could kill Obito right now. If it weren't for Obito, the kid, who took away his other Samsara Eye, he wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. He fell into this situation now. To think that he, the dignified Uchiha Madara, actually wanted to escape. Chapter 151 Uchiha Madara escapes starting from Konoha to become a villain. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Senjo Hashirama sighed with emotion. After he left the world, such a strong boy appeared in the ninja world, surpassing him back then. However, thinking of such a boy becoming a rebel ninja, Hashirama shook his head and sighed. From Orochimaru, he learned about the policies implemented by Tobirama after he became Hokage, as well as what Danzo did, and Hashirama sighed. He sighed softly, I still haven't done enough. I only ended the turbulent era, established the order of the ninja village, established the ninja school, and brought a short period of peace, but I didn't leave a good system for the younger generations. Hearing the sigh of the first generation, Orochimaru's eyes twitched. Are you sighing? Why do I sound so boastful? Boom! A loud noise in the distance attracted the attention of Orochimaru and Hashirama at the same time. Uchiha Madara was hit by Niji again, like a fired cannonball, flying backwards for nearly 100 meters, falling heavily to the ground, raising a dusty ground. Damn it! Madara turned over and landed to stabilize his steps, looking up at Niji in the distance. His anger reached the extreme. Too strong. So strong that even he didn't have much defense against Niji. Up to now, the opponent was like an old man playing with a naughty boy. He often did this kind of thing, but he didn't expect to become a naughty boy today. In addition to anger, there was more frustration. He is not in his peak state now. The power that originally belonged to him was taken away by Obito. No more fighting. Madara is also a very decisive person. Thinking of this, he turned around and ran behind him. What honor? What dignity? It's worthless at this time. Is Madara afraid of death? No, there are few ninjas who are afraid of death. Those who are afraid of death have died long ago. But Madara doesn't want to die so aggrieved and worthless. He is resurrected, and the plan has been carried out to the last moment. He only needs one more step to resurrect the 10 tails. Get the power of the 6 Paths Sage and use the infinite moon reading to restore peace to the whole world. If he dies today, he will lose the last chance of resurrection. The boy from the Hyuga clan will definitely destroy the Samsara Eye. Without the Samsara Eye, he will no longer have the possibility of resurrection. At this time, how can he die here? Seeing Madara turn around and run, Niji was dumbfounded, his eyes dull. Madara actually escaped. Is this still Madara? In the distance, Hashirama saw that Madara was about to escape, so he immediately stood up, clapped his hands, and let chakra flow into the ground, performing wood release ninjutsu. The roots buried underground were watered by Hashirama's chakra and grew thousands of times faster than before. The ground broke open and 3 wooden dragons rushed out from the ground, killing Uchiha Madara. Hashirama knew that this level of attack could not kill Uchiha Madara, but as long as he could stop Uchiha Madara for a while, he could give the Hyuga clan boy time to catch up. Seeing the wooden dragon coming, Madara instantly understood Hashirama's thoughts and screamed. Hashirama! He didn't expect that he would be destroyed by Hashirama at the last moment. At this moment, Madara was extremely angry and resentful. Susanoo appeared, and Madara controlled Susanoo to swing the chakra sword and cut off the 3 wooden dragons in front of him with one sword. Madara, who thought he was desperate, suddenly saw Niji still standing there, as if he was frightened and didn't move for a long time. What happened to him? Without time to think so much, Madara's figure flashed and fled quickly, chakra burst out under his feet, and the instant body technique burst out to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared from the battlefield. Seeing Madara escape, Niji raised a smile and clapped his hands. It's finally over. As he spoke, Niji's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Hashirama and Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw Niji and was frightened and took a half step back, his face suddenly red. Damn, how shameful! The 3 ninjas were actually frightened by a brat like Niji. Before Niji could speak, Hashirama stepped forward and said unkindly, "Why did you let Uchiha Madara go?" He saw the situation just now very clearly. With the strength of this young man, he could definitely stop Madara, but he didn't do it and let Madara escape. As he spoke, Hashirama said again, "Do you know how harmful it is for you to do this? Once Madara gets the Samsara Eye and has the power of the 6 Paths Sage, the ninja world will be in danger." Niji picked his earwax and waited until Hashirama finished speaking before speaking. "First Hokage, I'm no longer a ninja from Konoha village, so it's not your turn to teach me a lesson." As he said this, Niji dispersed the samsara I chakram mode, looked at Hashirama with his azure eyes, and said lightly, "So what do I want to do? What's my purpose? That's my business. You're just a dead person. Just take care of Pure Land and don't get involved in the world of the living. Why bother? This ninja world is full of cannibalism. Since you're dead, why do you care so much?" As soon as he said this, Hashirama's face eased, and he looked at Niji in surprise, saying, "I didn't expect that you know so much at such a young age. After all, you're a member of the Hyuga clan branch family, and you've been different from others since you were a child," Niji said lightly, casually. Hashirama didn't say anything. He didn't judge the caged birds of the Hyuga clan. That was the clan rule of the Hyuga clan. "I'm sorry." After a pause, Hashirama suddenly bowed his head and apologized, "I heard what happened from Orochimaru. As the first Hokage, it was my fault that this happened in the village." Hearing this, Niji was not moved at all, but just confused. After reacting, Niji said helplessly, "First generation, you think too much. I don't care so much about these so-called things." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 151 Uchiha Madara escapes starting from Konoha to be a villain. It was the first generation's turn to be embarrassed. He spoke affectionately, but in the end he was just being sentimental. Ignoring the first generation, Niji looked at Orochimaru and said with a smile, "Orochimaru, this is all your fault. Tell me, how should I arrange you?" At this moment, Orochimaru was very calm and smiled slightly, "You know, even if you can kill me now, I will be resurrected after a while." Niji crossed his arms and asked back, "Aren't you afraid that I will find a way to kill you completely? There are still many strange ninjutsu in the ninja world, such as the Shiki Fusion." Orochimaru's smile stopped abruptly, his face was ugly, and he suddenly thought of the days when his hands were sealed. He couldn't use ninjutsu, which was the most painful torture for him, a research madman. The next moment, Orochimaru smiled again, "I think Niji-kun is a person who cherishes his life and will not use your life to exchange for mine." "That's right." Niji smiled faintly, "However, I think many people are willing to use their own lives to exchange for yours." After that, Niji didn't care about Orochimaru's ugly face, flew into the air, and disappeared on the battlefield. On the other side, after getting the Samsara Eye, Obito installed it on his left eye without any hesitation. Feeling the power surging from the depths of his eyes, Obito laughed excitedly. The joyful laughter echoed throughout the Kamui space. "Next, it's Konoha." When he said this, not far away, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee, who disappeared in the ninja world, was bound in the Kamui space by the seal. No one expected that the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee, who many people were looking for, was actually in Obito's hands. Chapter 152 Obito attacks Konoha starting from Konoha to be a villain Haige.net. Konoha Village. All the senior officials gathered in the Hokage's office. A fierce battle broke out in the Land of Fire. Even though the aftermath of the battle was hundreds of miles away, Konoha could still clearly feel it. Ninjas above the level of Chunin guard the entrance of the village, and Genin evacuate the crowd into the underground air raid shelter. Jiraiya, the sixth Hokage, was making arrangements one by one with the assistance of Shikaku. After doing all this, Jiraiya took a breath and looked up at Kakashi. "What happened specifically? Have you investigated it clearly?" Kakashi, who was asked, had a serious face. "The first wave of intelligence team just sent back information. There was a battle between strong men 300 miles away from the village. The aftermath of the battle was too strong, and they could not go deep. But they saw Susanoo hundreds of meters high, and would release titans hundreds of meters high." Hearing this, Jiraiya's face was also extremely solemn. Whether it was Susanoo or would release titan, the meaning represented was very profound. Thinking of something, Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade next to him. Tsunade understood immediately and stood up and said, "The wood-release giant should be grandfather without a doubt." The giant hundreds of meters high should be grandfather's wood release. Woodman technique. There are less than one hand in the current ninja world who possesses wood release, but no one can use this trick. Grandfather is dead, but he appears and fights at this moment. It should be related to Orochimaru. Only his impure world reincarnation can do it, and the Susanoo that can fight with grandfather should be Uchiha Madara. Hearing that it was impure world reincarnation again, Shikaku could not recognize it and complained, this ninjutsu should have been destroyed back then, or perhaps it should not have been researched. Say this now and nothing can be changed. Jiraiya said, frowning and thinking, the question in front of us is, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation gave birth to Uchiha Madara and the first generation, but why did the two fight? Tsunade interrupted and explained, imperial world reincarnation can summon dead strong men to fight, and the shadows of each village cannot avoid it, but it is useless for grandfather and Madara. They are too strong. Jiraiya felt uncomfortable. That was true, but why did it sound like you were saying I was weak? As he was talking, the aftermath stopped. The four of them were stunned and looked in the direction of the battle. They did not feel the chakra fluctuations just now. The battle has stopped. Kakashi said, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Jiraiya turned around and said thoughtfully, send an elite jonin to take a look. We must know what happened, otherwise it will be too passive. I'll go. Kakashi volunteered to investigate this, and he was the most suitable person. Jiraiya also knew that Kakashi was the most suitable person to go. Whether it was experience or strength, Kakashi was the best candidate. Just when Jiraiya was about to nod in agreement, another person's voice suddenly sounded in the Hokage's office, and everyone's face changed drastically. Let me tell you. As the voice sounded, the space twisted, and Obito stepped out of the Kamui space. The moment Obito appeared, Kakashi took decisive action, throwing a kunai in his hand, and the detonating tag tied to it was ignited at the same time. At the same time, Kakashi's left eye turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan, chakra condensed around the eye, and Kamui was ready to go. As long as he used Kamui to evade the kunai, he would use Kamui at the same time. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan ability was very tricky for the others, but after several battles, Kakashi had figured out a way to fight against Obito. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and flames flew everywhere. The office was blown to pieces, the ceiling was blown through, and 5 figures almost broke through the ceiling and came to the rooftop at the same time. The moment Shikaku landed, he formed seals with both hands, and chakra flowed into the shadow under his feet. The invisible shadow instantly killed Obito's shadow like a real entity. Shadow imitation technique. Obito's Kamui can evade all attacks of ninjutsu and taijutsu, but it is not very useful for this secret technique of the Nara family. After all, as a hollow, it is the body that is hollowed, not the shadow. Obito, who was deep in the air, couldn't move, so it was the best time. Kamui. Release. Obito shouted softly, and the Kamui in his left eye was activated. The black sticks stored in the Kamui space and made by yin-yang escape appeared around him, and then fell like raindrops. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and dozens of black sticks shot at Shikaku. Sensing the attack above his head, Shikaku gritted his teeth, put away the shadow imitation technique, stepped on his feet, and quickly retreated backwards, widening the distance between him and Obito. Bang! The black stick was inserted into the ground. Obito took the opportunity to land, but the moment Obito landed, Jiraiya also took action. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and then slapped the ground with both hands, and chakra surged out, changing the nature of the ground under Obito's feet, turning it into a swamp. Earth escape. Yellow spring swamp. Obito's feet instantly sank into the swamp, and the swamp exuded a unique suction force, pulling Obito's feet to sink to the ground. Take my punch! Tsunade shouted, her strange power burst out, and she stomped her feet hard, shattering the ceiling under her feet. Jiraiya's eyes twitched slightly. Below is my room. He has not been in the village for a long time and has no separate residence, so the bedroom is next to the office. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, she rushed to Obito in an instant and punched out. Before the fist fell, the energy had already shattered the void, making a deafening air explosion. The injuries caused by Niji that day had long been recovered, and even Uchiha Itachi, who was on the verge of death and had exhausted his vitality, turned around. Not to mention Tsunade, who is the medical saint. There is great terror between life and death, but also great opportunities. Tsunade also transplanted Hashirama's cells. She originally had the same roots as the first generation. The transplanted first-generation cells were perfectly integrated, and the physique of the immortal changed. Not only that, Tsunade also learned the Sage Mode, but her Sage Mode also requires a period of time to condense the Sage Chakra before it can be used. Boom! The air exploded, and the fist fell, passing through Obito's body again. At the moment when Obito used the Kamui to dodge Tsunade, Jiraiya flew up and jumped down from a high altitude. Chakra burst, condensed chakra in the palm of his hand, and made the chakra flow in different directions and compress it, forming a rotating density chakra ball. Raise Non. The high-speed rotating chakra ball swelled in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it became larger than a person. Kamui. At the moment when Jiraiya condensed the Raise Non, Kakashi made a move, and the Kamui burst out. The pupil power did not act on Obito, but on Jiraiya's Raise Non. Everything seemed long, but it happened in an instant. The Raise Non was sucked into the Kamui space, and at this moment, Obito's body was also in the Kamui space, and there was no time to transfer out of the Kamui space. A brief silence. The next second. Bang! A loud noise came from Obito, and the Raise Non hit Obito's body. Obito's clothes were instantly shattered, and the high-speed chakra condensed by the spiral kept hitting Obito's body. Puff! Blood splattered, and Obito flew backwards. His body followed the trajectory of the Raise Non, spinning like a windmill, and he didn't know how many times he turned. Chapter 153 Kakashi beats Obito angrily starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom! Another loud noise came out. Obito flew dozens of meters away like a cannonball and hit the stone pillar behind him. With a bang, the stone pillar collapsed and shattered into countless pieces, leaving only a base, and Obito finally stopped. The wind blows, blowing the smoke. Struggling to climb up from the ground, the chest is depressed in the inside, and the injuries of ordinary people have long died, but the soil is still alive. There is no way. The body with soil is different from others. It can be restored in an instant. 9 Tails. During Kakashi's charge, Kakashi concentrated half of his chakra on his palm, which gave the chakra a change in the nature of the lightning release. The lightning release chakra covered the entire palm, like a blue short knife stabbing at Obito. Seeing the blue light flashing and the Reikari coming, Obito's mouth slightly raised, and his hands quickly formed seals. The next moment, the lightning release chakra was also concentrated on his right hand, and he took the same action as Kakashi, covering his right hand with the lightning release chakra. Bang! A muffled sound came out. 2 lightning releases passed through the void. In Kakashi's shocked eyes, the lightning release chakra collided with the lightning release chakra, and flames flew everywhere. The lightning release chakra collided with each other, producing blue lightning that struck all around. Seeing that Obito actually used his famous trick, Kakashi was shocked. The next moment, Kakashi was furious, and his eyes burned with anger. Seeing the flames in Kakashi's eyes, Obito's mouth raised proudly. "Didn't you expect it, Kakashi? I learned your Reikari. It was unexpected, didn't you? Your famous skill Reikari is in my hands. You must be angry, Kakashi." But the next second, Obito's smile stopped. "It turned out that you were the bastard who burned my collection of books." Kakashi shouted, his eyes burning with anger, really burning. His collection of books. The collection of books collected over more than 10 years. All destroyed overnight, he almost died of anger when he found this scene. Many of them are out of print. It is difficult to collect out of print again, because since Jiraiya-sama became Hokage, he has stopped writing. As the Hokage of Konoha, he represents not only himself, but also the face of the village. At that time, he swore that if he found the bastard who destroyed his collection, he would definitely kill him. At this moment, seeing his enemy in front of him, Kakashi's eyes were red, and under the stimulation of emotions, Kakashi burst out with unprecedented strength. Kakashi was furious, and Obito was even angrier. He almost lost his life to save Kakashi, and gave his Sharingan to Kakashi to help him see the future. He ended up using it to read that kind of book. He was so angry that he destroyed all the books at that time. At this moment, he wanted to kill the bastard in front of him. For a moment, the two people were furious at the same time, their eyes were red, they dispersed the rakery, and punched each other in the face at the same time. Punches hit the flesh. The angry cheeks twisted, and blood mixed with teeth flew out. Obito did not hollow out his Kamui, and Kakashi did not use Kamui and ninjutsu. The two were just competing in physical skills. No. This should not be called a physical skills competition. The two of them punched each other, punching back and forth, what it looked like a ninja fight, just like two street thugs fighting. Tsunade, Shikaku, and Jiraiya were all stunned. The style suddenly changed. After a while, Jiraiya showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. No wonder Kakashi had been lingering in front of me during that time, hesitating to speak, and he didn't say anything when asked. So that's it. I didn't expect my book to be so popular. Even Uchiha Obito is obsessed with it. Alas, it's a pity that I have stopped writing. Tsunade didn't know what Jiraiya was thinking, otherwise she would have beaten this old pervert to death. But Tsunade was curious about what the treasured book that Obito and Kakashi mentioned was. It actually made the two of them fight so hard. Shikaku knew Kakashi very well, especially when he saw the smug expression on the Hokage's face. Alas! He sighed deeply. Fortunately, the seventh Hokage was not that guy Kakashi. Slightly distracted, Shikaku quickly became alert. He had not forgotten that Obito in front of him was the successor chosen by Uchiha Madara and a great enemy of Konoha. Shikaku originally wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but when he saw that Tsunade and Jiraiya did not take action, he suddenly understood. Now it is a battle between Obito and Kakashi. If the three of them intervene, the situation will change. At this time, it should be handed over to Kakashi. Although they did not take action, Tsunade and Jiraiya did not move. The two moved quietly and blocked Obito's retreat. Waiting quietly for Obito and Kakashi to decide the winner, and then the two of them would make a thunderous move to deal with Obito in front of them. This is a great opportunity. We must take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Obito and eliminate a great enemy for Konoha. Bang bang! There were continuous muffled sounds, the sound of fists hitting flesh. The two did not use ninjutsu, no physical skills, no illusions, only fists, and punched each other in the face one after another. m.shuhaige.net 153____ m.shuhaige.net Asshole! Kakashi shouted, furious, using up his last strength to swing his last fist at Obito who had no power. Trample Obito retreated several steps in succession, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, Obito's face was covered in blood, and his cheeks were bruised, and he could not see his former appearance at all. Kakashi on the opposite side was not much better than Obito, and was equally miserable and disfigured. Even if the mask fell off, Kakashi's true appearance could not be seen clearly. Looking at Kakashi who was still standing, Obito laughed at himself, I still haven't defeated you, asshole. When Obito was lying on the ground, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, and the two moved silently, ready to join forces to launch a fatal attack. Jiraiya and Tsunade attacked at the same time. Tsunade burst out chakra, condensed the chakra in her body on her fist, and burst out a powerful strange force. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and also burst out chakra, and was about to perform ninjutsu. Suddenly, Obito suddenly raised his hand and said something that shocked everyone. Chapter 154 Obito seeks asylum starting from Konoha to be a villain. I'm here to seek asylum. Silence. Dead silence. The picture stopped, and Jiraiya and others looked dazed. How could it be? Kakashi was stunned, unbelievable, and shocked beyond words. It turned out that he had always wanted Obito to return to Konoha after he found out that Obito was alive, but with what happened later, he had lost hope. All Kakashi wanted was to kill Obito himself and solve this huge threat to the ninja world. But now Obito said he was coming to seek asylum, and Kakashi was dumbfounded. Not only Kakashi, even the intelligent Shikaku was stunned by what Obito said just now. After a while, Tsunade reacted and waved her hand, angrily said, "What a joke, Uchiha Obito, you are a traitor of Konoha, a criminal wanted by the 5 major countries at the same time." Glancing at Tsunade, Obito smiled faintly, "Tsunade-sama, you are no longer the Hokage of Konoha, whether I can protect you is not up to you, what do you think?" "The 6th Hokage, Jiraiya-sama." Seeing that Obito looked down on her, Tsunade became even more annoyed, clenched her fists, and said with blue veins exposed, "Asshole, I want." "Wait, Tsunade." Jiraiya called Tsunade out, looked at Obito, and said in a deep voice, "Your proposal is really it was too sudden. As the successor of Uchiha Madara, you were wanted by the 5 major countries at the same time, caused the Nine Tails riot 16 years ago, and controlled the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. You should understand that any of the things you did are unforgivable sins without me having to tell you one by one." Tsunade interrupted, "So why are you still talking so much nonsense to him?" "Tsunade." Jiraiya glared at Tsunade. At this moment, Jiraiya was particularly serious, not at all like he used to be careless. Tsunade was glared at and didn't dare to speak for a moment. "Jiraiya, this guy, how come he is so domineering all of a sudden?" Tsunade blushed slightly. After stopping Tsunade, Jiraiya looked at Obito and said, "I believe you know very well that in order to wash away so many sins, what conditions do you need to come up with in order to make Konoha, including the 5 major countries, erase the sins you committed in the past?" "Of course I know." Obito patted the dust off his body, stood up, and smiled slightly, "What if I bring a way to save the ninja world?" As soon as these words came out, Jiraiya and the other 4 changed their expressions at the same time, and their brows furrowed. "Save the ninja world, what do you mean by this? Is the ninja world going to be destroyed?" Shikaku is indeed the most intelligent military strategist in the ninja world. In an instant, he saw through the core of the problem and pointed directly to the most critical point. Obito grinned and said lightly, "You can tell me, but you have to agree to protect me first. I think the future of the ninja world should be enough to erase my sins." Then, Obito added, "By the way, Uchiha Madara is resurrected, truly resurrected. His next target is Konoha. You don't have much time left." Jiraiya was shocked again. Today's shocking news came one after another. Half an hour later, in the secret room of the Hokage building. This is Konoha's most confidential meeting room, which can isolate all investigations, including the perspective of the Byakugan. Jiraiya pushed the signed asylum document in front of Obito. After reading the terms above, Obito also signed his name. Seeing Obito sign his name, Tsunade, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, immediately asked, "What is the matter with Uchiha Madara's resurrection? And the plan to destroy the ninja world?" There are too many questions. Since Obito's identity was exposed and Niji rose to power, the entire ninja world has fallen into unprecedented chaos. The rulers of the 5 major villages who used to control the ninja world suddenly discovered they are idiots. Or idiots who know nothing. Today, they can finally understand the truth behind it. Naturally, Tsunade can't hold back. Obito did not answer Tsunade's question, but asked back, the battle in the distance, you can feel it even in Konoha, right? Do you know what happened? I am a witness to the battle. Obito smiled slightly and said, Konoha would have been destroyed today. Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, led all pain, including members of Akatsuki, to attack Konoha today and snatch the nine tails. What? Kakashi exclaimed, and Jiraiya and the others' pupils also shrank. However, I instigated Orochimaru to snatch the Samsara Eye, and Orochimaru reincarnated Uchiha Madara, allowing Uchiha Madara to have the strength of his heyday and defeat the 6 paths of pain, so I have actually saved Konoha once. Jiraiya and the others' pupils shrank even more, with a look of shock on their faces. If what Obito said is correct, it means that the 2 culprits who killed the 4th Hokage and the 3rd Hokage actually joined forces to save Konoha. Even if they had other purposes, they did stop Nagato. Jiraiya asked back, why should we believe you? He didn't believe it, and he really didn't believe it. After all, the guy in front of him was the culprit of the Nine Tails riot, killing his most outstanding disciple and even destroying the Uchiha clan. Obito didn't say anything or explain, he directly cast the Sharingan illusion. Feeling the power of the Sharingan, the atmosphere in the secret room solidified instantly. Several people thought that Obito was going to take action and burst out chakra instantly. But later they found that the illusion cast by Obito was not enough to trap them in the environment. Obito wanted them to see the scene recorded by the Sharingan. Several people dispersed their chakra and accepted the pictures transmitted by Obito through the illusion. First, it was his conversation with Orochimaru, then Orochimaru appeared to attack Nagato, and he killed Kakuzu and Hiden. Then, Orochimaru was reincarnated as Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara fought with Nagato, showing amazing power to kill Nagato, including the scene where Zetsu appeared, controlled Nagato, used the outer path. Reincarnation natural technique to revive Uchiha Madara, and Obito snatched the Samsara Eye and escaped. Seeing this, Jiraiya was silent, his eyes lowered, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Although there was no scene later, Jiraiya knew that Nagato was in danger. Of the 3 little guys back then, only Konan was still alive. And Shikaku, while watching the picture transmitted by Obito's illusion, quickly recorded what he saw, recording every bit. These are top-secret intelligence, which can play a vital role in the next battle against Uchiha Madara. After reading this, several people did not speak, and it took several minutes to digest the content just now. Kakashi looked at Obito with a complicated look and asked, there is a very important question, why did you betray Uchiha Madara? Hearing this question, Obito was stunned, the smile on his face disappeared, and he turned to look at Kakashi with a complicated look. Because everything is Madara's plan, it has been like this since the beginning, you and I are just pawns. Kakashi trembled and asked, what do you mean? He subconsciously clenched his hands. It feels like the truth is about to be solved. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 155 The key lies in Naruto starting from Konoha to become a villain. In the meeting room. The scene was quiet for a while, and everyone was looking at Obito, waiting for him to tell the truth. It was Madara's plan from the beginning. After the battle in the Valley of the End, Madara, who had escaped after faking his death, awakened the Samsara Eye, but he was already old. In order to complete his plan, he transplanted the Samsara Eye to the young Nagato, and then chose me from the Uchiha clan, personally directed the Konoha Bridge incident, and saved me. Then, Uchiha Madara deliberately chose the time when Minato teacher was performing other tasks, manipulated the Kirigakure Umbu ninja to capture Rin, sealed the tailed beast three-tailed Isabu in Nohara Rin's body, and placed a curse seal on Rin's heart so that she could not hurt herself, and ordered the Umbu ninja to force you and Rin. At this point, Obito looked at Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi, who heard the truth, had already changed his face drastically, clenched his fists, and pierced his fingers with his fingertips as if Kakashi didn't notice. Hi! Obito took a deep breath and said, his real purpose is to let me see you kill Lin, stimulate me to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, let me agree with his ideas, become his loyal subordinate, even if he dies, I will act according to his plan. So there are all the things that happened later, including Akatsuki. Having said that, Obito didn't say anything more. Jiraiya and the others knew what happened later without him saying anything. At this moment, the office was unusually quiet, so quiet that everyone's heartbeat could be heard. Even the Konoha military strategist, Nara Shikaku, who was known for his IQ, had to admire Uchiha Madara's deep planning after hearing this. Even after death, he can still make the ninja world live under his influence, controlling the situation in the ninja world behind the scenes until today's resurrection. Such a man is so terrible. And now that he is resurrected, needless to say, everyone knows that Konoha will attract a terrifying enemy. After all, Madara was ready to destroy Konoha back then, but was defeated by the first generation of Hokage in the Valley of the End. Hi! Jiraiya took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to digest so much information and secrets. The mystery surrounding the ninja world has finally been revealed. Jiraiya looked up at Obito and asked in a deep voice, "What is the plan of Uchiha Madara that you have been talking about?" "Moon Eye Plan." Obito said calmly, "The essence is to collect all the tailed beasts, revive the Outer Path Demon statue, the body of the 10 tails, sealed in the moon by the 6 Paths Sage, and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, reach the level of the 6 Paths Sage to open the moon eye, and then project his pupil power onto the moon to perform infinite moon reading to control everyone in the world, unify the world, and create peace in the illusion." After a pause, Obito said in a deep voice, "In other words, the entire ninja world, everyone will be sleeping in illusions, and Madara will become the only god." Boom! 5 thunders hit the top of the head. Thunder bursts from the sky. Jiraiya and the others were stunned and shocked beyond belief. They could not believe their ears. After a while, Jiraiya reacted and said in a deep voice, "So that's it. Collecting all the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails is Madara's purpose. He is preparing to devour the power of all the tailed beasts and obtain the power of the legendary 6 Paths Sage." Tsunade frowned and said, "At that time, even if he did not have the so-called infinite moon reading, the entire ninja world could not stop him, even if his grandfather was reborn." Kakashi said solemnly, "So Naruto will be Uchiha Madara's target." As soon as this was said, everyone in the conference room changed their faces. "That is to say, Konoha will definitely confront Uchiha Madara," Shikaku frowned. Even if Konoha was prepared, it would be impossible for him to get out of the next situation, but Shikaku never thought it would come so quickly. Not only fast, but also in the center of the vortex, things are really tricky. Suddenly, Shikaku thought of something, looked up at Obito, and said in a deep voice, "According to what you said, if your Samsara Eye is destroyed, Madara's Moon Eye plan can also be stopped." As soon as this was said, the faces of the people present changed, and the atmosphere in the secret room suddenly became strange. Jiraiya was moved, Tsunade was moved, and even Kakashi was moved. It's just an eye. As long as the Samsara Eye is destroyed, Madara's plan will fail. As for the asylum agreement just signed, what's the use? Isn't the agreement meant to be torn up? Besides, they didn't tear it up. What they destroyed was only Uchiha Madara's eyes, which would not endanger Obito's life and safety, nor would it affect Obito. The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible, and the more I think about it, the more I feel moved, and the devil spreads in my heart. Just when the atmosphere was about to freeze, Obito finally spoke, smiling, and said, "Yes, destroying my Samsara Eye can indeed stop the Moon Eye plan. To realize the infinite moon reading, 2 Samsara Eyes are a necessary condition. But destroying the Samsara Eye can only prevent Uchiha Madara from realizing the Moon Eye plan, but it cannot prevent him from resurrecting the 10 tails and having power comparable to the 6 Paths Sage, or even stronger." After a pause, Obito glanced at Jiraiya and the others' ugly faces, and smiled faintly, "So there are only 2 ways to stop Uchiha Madara: defeat Uchiha Madara, and the Samsara Eye and my Samsara Eye are destroyed together. There is no other way. Therefore, the key to stopping Uchiha Madara is not my Samsara Eye, but the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. Once Uchiha Madara gets Naruto, everything will be too late, so it doesn't matter whether my Samsara Eye is destroyed or not. Once Uchiha Madara gets the Nine-Tails, all hope will be gone. Hearing this, Jiraiya and others looked extremely ugly. This chapter has not ended yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 155. The key lies in Naruto starting from Konoha to be a villain. After a circle, the final key still returns to Naruto, and the worst scene appears. Suddenly, Jiraiya stood up and said seriously, since the information is confirmed, the next situation is clear. We only need to kill Uchiha Madara, and the crisis in the ninja world can be resolved. It sounds simple, but it is actually not that simple. They all saw the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first generation. Uchiha Madara is really strong to the extreme, and he also has the Samsara Eye. After thinking for a while, Shikaku suddenly said, "It is difficult for Konoha to defeat Uchiha Madara alone, so I think we should gather the power of the ninja world, contact the other 4 major ninja villages, summon the strong men above the Jonin in each village, form an elite team, and kill Uchiha Madara." Jiraiya nodded and said, "It is not a big problem to summon strong men. At the 5-Cage conference, the 5 major villages only need to pass the information we get to the other villages. I believe they will make the right choice, and I will contact the other 4-Cage one by one." In addition, Shikaku said, his tone suddenly became serious, "There is another most important task, Hyaga Niji? Where is he? What role he will play in the next things, these are all we must master." When Hyaga Niji was mentioned, the faces of the people present were very complicated. It must be complicated. A Konoha genius, because of the messy thoughts of the top leaders, has evolved into the current situation. If Hyaga Niji is still a Konoha ninja now, Konoha will become the real strongest ninja village. One Hyaga Niji is enough to make Konoha prosperous for 50 years. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect m.shuhaige.net, From Konoha to be a villain, Shuhage. Chapter 156 Hyaga Clan Becoming a villain from Konoha. Hyaga Clan. After the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the Hyaga clan became the well-deserved wealthy family of Konoha. Today, the head of the main family, Hyaga Hayashi, and the head of the branch family, Hyaga Aota, gathered at the main family. The 6th Hokage Jiraiya came to visit the Hyaga family to discuss the future of Konoha. At the same time, outside the Hyaga family, Tonari appeared in front of Hinata with a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and said with a sunny smile, "Hinata, this is the flower I gave you." Hinata blushed with shyness, and quickly shook her hand to refuse. "I can't accept it, Tonari." Hanabi next to her came over with a smile on her face, took a deep breath, and smiled. "It smells good, sister, this is the first ray of sunshine in the morning." Tonari brother is thoughtful. Being teased by Hanabi, Hinata became more shy. Seeing this, Tonari took a half step forward and said, "Hinata, I really like you, I hope you can date me." "No, no." Hinata shook her head repeatedly. There was only one person in her heart, and that was Naruto. As she spoke, Hinata suddenly passed by Tonari, ran back home, and closed the door. Hanabi saw her sister shyly running away, and the smile on her face disappeared. She said like a little adult, "Brother Tonari, I advise you to give up. Sister has already had brother Naruto in her heart since she was very young, until now, so you have no hope." Tonari saw Hinata hiding in the house, and heard what Hanabi said, a little disappointed, but soon Tonari regained his confidence again. Dripping water wears away the stone. I don't believe that I am no worse than Naruto. One day I will move Hinata with my sincerity. This bouquet of flowers is for you. He handed the words to Hanabi and turned to leave. Looking at Tonari who was leaving, and then at the flowers in her hand, Hanabi sighed and said, "These things between men and women are really complicated. I'll just forget about it in the future and just accompany my father and sister." In the courtyard, The breeze blew, the lotus leaves swayed, and the pink lotus flowers bloomed. Jiraiya and Hyuga Hayashi sat in the main seats. Next to Jiraiya was Tsunade, and next to Hayashi was the head of the branch family, Aoda. After hearing Jiraiya's purpose, Hayashi sighed and shook his head and said, "Hokage-sama, we, the Hyuga clan, have been looking for Niji for a long time. But Niji's whereabouts are erratic, and he doesn't even have a fixed residence. Even we have never been able to find him. Or maybe, he found us and deliberately hid from us, not wanting us to find him." Hearing this, Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned at the same time. This would be troublesome. With the war imminent, a strong man who could influence the outcome of the war could not be judged, which would be a huge hidden danger for either side. After thinking for a while, Tsunade asked, "Regarding Niji's Samsara Eye, Hyuga has the clan found relevant information?" "Yes." Hayashi nodded and replied, "In the ancient land of the Hyuga clan, we found records about the Samsara Eye, which is an eye that surpasses the Byakugan, similar to the Samsara Eye that evolved above the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye that evolved above the Byakugan. As for how the Samsara Eye evolved, there is no record of that." "That's it?" "No more," Hayashi said with a wry smile, "1,000 years is enough to destroy many things. It is not easy to find a trace of record." Jiraiya pondered for a moment, and then said, "Konoha, not only Konoha but also the entire ninja world is facing a huge crisis. Before that, we must find a way to determine the whereabouts of Hyuga Niji. Even if we can't pull him to our camp, we can't let him become our enemy." After a pause, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "So I hope you send your clan members to find Niji's trace again." "Hokage-sama, you don't need to say it. We have been sitting here for this matter, but it is really difficult. If the bird in the cage is still there, I may be able to sense it, but there is no way now." Hayashi shook his head. "It's not that he doesn't want to, he wants to find Hyuga Niji more than anyone else. Niji contains the future of the Hyuga clan. If he can master the way to evolve the Byakugan into the Samsara Eye, the Hyuga clan will become the first powerful clan in the ninja world." Jiraiya suddenly smiled and shook his head, explaining, "I don't mean to let the Hyuga clan send people to search as before. I mean to let Hinata, Tenten and Xiaoli form a team to find Niji. Just as you said, Niji is hiding from the clan members, but these people have an unusual relationship with Niji. If they go to look for him, Niji might meet them." Hayashi was stunned, and then thought about it. He had never thought of this method before. After a while, Hayashi nodded and agreed, "You can try it. I'll let Hinata prepare it now." After solving this matter, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and then said the second purpose of his coming, and said solemnly, "Uchiha Madara is resurrected, really resurrected." "What?" Hayashi and Aoda both exclaimed at the same time and straightened their bodies suddenly. Uchiha Madara. This name means a taboo for Konoha. Although they were not born at that time, they had heard about the events of that year from their elders. Moreover, in recent years, Uchiha Madara's name has appeared again, and the chaos in the ninja world can be related to this name. Now this taboo that was confirmed to be dead has been resurrected again. For Konoha, this is very dangerous news. After the two accepted the news, Jiraiya whispered, "This news is still top secret, and only the top leaders of the major ninja villages know it, so my second purpose here is to prepare the Hyuga clan and summon all the senior ninjas in the clan. The village will not assign tasks to the senior ninjas in the near future, and be prepared for the arrival of war." Hayashi frowned and asked, "Is the situation so serious?" Tsunade sighed and said, "The problem now is not how serious the situation is, but that we don't even know what the situation is. After Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he seemed to have disappeared. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable and aggrieved. The fists that have gathered all their strength don't know where to hit at this moment, and they can't even find the traces of the enemy. If they can find the opponent's base, they can take the initiative to launch an attack and gain an active advantage. The situation will be much better than it is now." The 5 major ninja villages are all sending spies to clean up the interior and make sure that there is no base for Uchiha Madara. Then the 5 major countries will explore the remaining small countries. As for whether the small countries will agree, no one cares. The 5 major countries have joined forces, and even if the small countries disagree, there is no room for resistance. They have no power to choose, they can only accept it. This is the fate of the weak. At this moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, and the faces of the 4 people present changed slightly, and they frowned at the same time. They are discussing very important things. Logically speaking, the Umbu cannot appear unless they encounter extremely serious things that are related to the life and death of the village. Before Jiraiya could ask, the Umbu who appeared immediately reported anxiously, "It's not good, Lord 6th Hokage, the Umbu just found the seriously injured Mizukage and his guards outside the village, and got the news. The Hidden Mist Village was destroyed by Uchiha Madara." Chapter 157 The Hidden Mist Village was destroyed starting from Konoha to be a villain shocking Shohage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. The Hidden Mist Village was destroyed by Uchiha Madara. The shocking news swept the entire ninja world like a hurricane. The Hidden Mist Village. The only one of the 5 major ninja villages built on a huge island, the land of water is surrounded by water, far away from the mainland, and there is a barrier of the ocean, so it rarely joins the previous ninja world wars. No one thought that Uchiha Madara would put the first battle in the Hidden Mist Village. Master. Mei Terumi looked at the left-handed master and said respectfully, "What do you think? Should we gather all the ninjas above the rank of Jonin and have the 5 major villages join forces to deal with Uchiha Madara? The master is definitely the most special existence in the Hidden Mist Village." After the 4th Mizukage was discovered by someone using illusion, he disappeared. Since then, the master, as an elder, has become the actual ruler of the Hidden Mist Village and liberated the Hidden Mist Village from the Blood Mist rule. Although not a Mizukage, he is better than a Mizukage. He has a higher prestige than Mizukage in Kirigakure. Even Mizukage needs the approval of the master for important decisions. When asked by Terumi Mei, the master shook his head and said, "I am just an old man. This matter concerning the survival of the village needs to be decided by you as Mizukage." Hi. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and said with conviction, "I have decided to gather all the ninjas above the rank of Jonin in the village to go to Konoha to form a ninja coalition to deal with Uchiha Madara." Even the few high-level officials who disagreed, when they saw that the master agreed with Terumi Mei's decision, immediately extinguished their opposition. As soon as the voice fell, an Umbu ninja rushed into the meeting room anxiously. Before the high-level officials could react, the Umbu ninja said in a panic, "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Madara attacked Kirigakure." At the same time, on the border coast of Kirigakure village was built on the seashore. When the White Zetsu army emerged from the bottom of the sea, the White Zetsu army landed like a tide. The border guards reacted quickly, notified the village, and blocked the White Zetsu army at the same time. But tens of thousands of White Zetsu troops rushed into the coast like a tide, and the guards could only barely hold on. Fortunately, after receiving the notification, the ninjas in the village felt the border and temporarily blocked the White Zetsu's attack on the village. Mizukage Terumi Mei learned about Uchiha Madara's attack and immediately led his trusted confidant Kojuro and Jonin Ao to the village entrance. At the same time, he ordered the Umbu, "Turn on the alarm that will only be activated when the village is facing a crisis of destruction. All genin evacuate the people," and ninjas above Chunin rush to the village entrance to resist the attack of the White Zetsu army. After giving these instructions, Terumi Mei did not hesitate, performed the instant body technique, and quickly rushed to the village entrance. Tens of thousands of White Zetsu suddenly appeared, and the Hidden Mist Village was caught off guard. The garrison suffered heavy losses and was almost wiped out. Fortunately, the powerful Jonin arrived and cooperated with the Chunin team to separate the many White Zetsu and turn them into countless small battlefields. For a while, the defeat of the Kirigakure village finally stopped. As more and more ninjas arrived, the White Zetsu army showed a trend of defeat under the fierce attack of the Kirigakure ninjas. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed by the Kirigakure ninjas. Uchiha Madara looked ugly, and glanced at Zetsu with cold eyes. These White Zetsu are too weak. They can deal with small villages, but they are far from enough to deal with the 5 major ninja villages. Zetsu was terrified and sweating, but he didn't dare to reply. Uchiha Madara retracted his gaze and didn't pursue Zetsu's responsibility too much. Now he only had Zetsu under his command. If he killed Zetsu, he would be alone. In some things, such as collecting intelligence, Zetsu can play a very important role. Today, the Kirigakure village will be destroyed. Uchiha Madara shouted coldly, stepped on his feet fiercely, and the ground collapsed instantly. Uchiha Madara rushed down like a tiger pouncing on its food, and instantly killed a senior ninja. As fast as lightning, bursting with chakra, punching out. The body of this jonin exploded like a bursting watermelon. With a leap of his feet, Uchiha Madara stepped on the heads of the mist ninjas, condensing chakra in his fists, emitting a light blue light, punching down one by one, and each punch meant the tragic death of a mist ninja. Uchiha Madara was like a tiger falling into a flock of sheep, and no one could resist him wherever he passed. In a moment, corpses were everywhere under Uchiha Madara's feet, and a large number of mist ninjas died tragically. Uchiha Madara was too strong. The gap between the cage level and Uchiha Madara was like a chasm, not to mention the difference between the Jonin and Uchiha Madara. A Jonin in front of Uchiha Madara was just like an ordinary person in front of a Jonin. Dissolution style, dissolution technique. In a flash, the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi rushed to the battlefield, quickly formed seals with both hands, condensed chakra in his mouth, and opened his mouth to spray out a stream of orange-yellow acid. The acid covered the sky and the earth, covering like a big hand, and instantly enveloped Uchiha Madara. However, before Terumi Mei could breathe a sigh of relief, a chakra lightsaber broke through the acid. The chakra lightsaber was so powerful that it swept across 100 meters. Wherever it passed, all ninjas were instantly turned into dust. All jonins and below retreat. Seeing the tragic deaths of the ninjas, Terumi Mei's eyes were bloodshot with anger, and she quickly issued an order for the Chunin to retreat. The jonins and below were just ants in front of Uchiha Madara. Breaking through the acid, Madara glanced at Terumi Mei in front of him and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect that the hidden mist village would sink to the point of letting a woman become the Mizukage. After today, the hidden mist village is history." As he said that, Madara exposed a stronger chakra, and Susanoo entered the 3rd form. At the moment when the chakra stabilized, Madara formed seals with both hands, and at the same time, Susanoo also began to form seals. Susanoo separated into 6 arms and formed 3 different ninja seals at the same time. Heavenly Star. With a light shout, Madara's chakra burst out and rushed straight into the sky. Chapter 157 The Hidden Mist Village was destroyed starting from Konoha to be a villain. The next moment, Meiterumi looked up at the top of her head and was immediately stunned. Her face was filled with extreme despair and her face was as pale as paper. It was not only Meiterumi who was equally desperate, but also thousands of hidden mist ninjas, who were also filled with despair. Clang! There is the Kirigakure Jonin threw away the ninja tools in his hand, gave up resistance, and said in despair, "Is this still a human? This is a god. There is no hope, we will all die." Above the head, a 1,000-meter-long meteorite fell from the sky, like a 10,000-ton mountain, falling from the sky towards the Kirigakure village. The meteorite has not yet fallen, but the airflow it caused by its landing is enough to rival a dozen-level gale, ravaging everything on the earth, whether it is ninjas or buildings. No. After reacting, Meiterumi roared, and the roar spread around, saying, "It's not time to despair yet. All ninjas work together, and it may be possible to smash the meteorite." Roaring, Meiterumi made seals with both hands, condensed all the chakra in her body to her throat, and launched her strongest and largest range of melting escape so far. Melting escape dissolving monster technique. Mei Terumi opened her mouth and sprayed a large amount of orange-yellow acid, which shot into the sky like a sharp sword, piercing the meteorite and instantly melting a large amount of meteorite. Seeing that Mei Terumi's attack was effective, the desperate ninjas seemed to have found the last glimmer of hope. They roared and launched the strongest ninjutsu they could to attack the meteorites falling from the sky. For a moment, lightning escape, water escape, fire escape, wind escape, earth escape, all kinds of attacks, all kinds of ninjutsu rushed towards the meteorites in the sky at the same time. Chapter 158 3 Major Ninja Villages. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Above the hidden mist village. All kinds of ninjutsu bloomed in the sky like gorgeous fireworks, but these ninjutsu were like tickling for the huge meteorites. Only the powerful ninjutsu of a few ninjas could cause damage, but it was only a trace, and it was impossible to shake the huge meteorite. In the distance, Uchiha Madara kept his hands in a seal position, looking at the struggling Kirigakure ninjas below, looking high and cold to the extreme. This is the weak human being. There is only despair in front of the real power. How weak! The world belongs to the strong, and it has always been. As for the weak, they have no right to live in this world at all. My existence is to change the fate of mankind, become the only god, and let the ninja world enter a new era. An era called Uchiha Madara. At the end, Madara started the Uchiha laughter. Half a while. After laughing, Uchiha Madara made seals with his hands again, and a stream of chakra rushed to the sky. The next second, a black shadow covering the sky and the earth covered the entire Kirigakure. Another meteorite fell from the sky. This meteorite is bigger, twice as big as the first one. The second meteorite hit the first meteorite, and there was a loud noise. The next moment, the two meteorites hit the Kirigakure with a devastating impact. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky thousands of meters high, and echoed in the surrounding area of hundreds of kilometers. Then, a scene of destruction occurred. The meteorite fell, and everything, whether it was mountains or groups of buildings, was crushed in an instant. The shock wave generated by the impact was like a hurricane, sweeping in all directions, rolling up countless dust and destroying all buildings along the way. For the villagers and ninjas of Kirigakure, such an attack was tantamount to the end of the world. Even from the beginning of the attack, Mei Terumi asked the genin to evacuate with the villagers, but the time was too short, and less than half of the people evacuated Kirigakure. As for the ninjas above Chunin, they were all on the beach at the entrance of the village, fighting against the White Zetsu army. At this moment, the meteorite fell, and thousands of lives were instantly wiped out, and even the jonin could not escape. Seeing Mei Terumi stunned there, her face full of despair and pain. Mizukage-sama! Kojuro shouted, rushing towards Mei Terumi at a high speed, rushing in front of Mei Terumi. At this moment, Mei Terumi was extremely desperate, in extreme pain, and grief-stricken. Her mind felt like it was being torn apart, and she was completely in a trance. She could only hear Kojuro's shouts intermittently. Kojuro quickly formed seals with both hands, and the water chakra condensed in his mouth. Water style. Waterfall technique. Kojuro sprayed a stream of water that was enough to form a waterfall, but it did not hit the front, but hit himself. Using the rapidly rushing water, he and Mei Terumi rushed into the sea. There was no possibility of survival on land, but escaping to the sea might be possible. One day later, the news that the Hidden Mist village was destroyed by Uchiha Madara spread throughout the ninja world from the mouths of the Hidden Mist ninjas who escaped from the Hidden Mist village. In an instant, the entire ninja world was in turmoil. After the destruction of the Hidden Cloud village, another ninja village was destroyed, and it was the Hidden Mist village, which was also one of the 5 major ninja villages. Of the 5 major ninja villages that have stood in the ninja world for nearly 100 years, 2 of them were destroyed in just 1 year, leaving only 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Sand Village, and Iwagakure. At this moment, the 3 remaining ninja villages all felt like a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. Almost at the same time, the 3 major ninja villages started the seed preservation plan, and the villagers evacuated the village, and all the genin and sumchinin, including jonin, evacuated the village. At the same time, Sand Village, Iwagakur Village, and the half-crippled Cloud Village, without any hesitation, mobilized all the jonin-level ninjas in the village, led by the kage of each village, to gather in Konoha. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. Konoha. Evacuate the villagers in a short period of time, enter a state of preparation, and summon jonin. There are too many things to do, so many that Jiraiya was too busy to handle it. Even with Shikaku's help, there was no way. Fortunately, Tsunade, who had been Hokage, was there to help Jiraiya share a lot of the burden, allowing Jiraiya to take a breath. Hi. After signing the last document, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his temples and said with a headache, "Finally, it's done." Even if Uchiha Madara's next target is Konoha, Konoha's losses will not be too great, at least in terms of personnel. Before she finished speaking, Tsunade brought a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of Jiraiya. "I didn't expect that the Kirigakure village would be gone just like that. The 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi is still lying in the medical room." Tsunade sighed and sighed. It has been less than a year. The 5 major ninja villages and the 5 major countries are now only 3 major ninja villages. The 2 major ninja villages of Kumigakure and Kirigakure are basically destroyed. It will take decades to restore to the original state. The damage to the village is a small matter. As long as there are resources, it will be fine. What is really difficult to restore is the ninja gap in the village. From the top jonin to the young and talented genin, there is a huge gap in all levels of ninjas. Cultivating a strong ninja requires not only resources but also time. When mentioning Terumi Mei, Jiraiya looked up and asked, "How is the 5th Mizukage?" "The injury is fine, and he has woken up, but the blow of the injury is a bit big, and it may be difficult to recover in a short time." Tsunade shook her head helplessly. She could heal the injuries on Terumi Mei, but she could not heal Terumi Mei's psychological trauma. Watching the village being destroyed, countless villagers and ninjas died tragically. The once famous Kirigakure ninja village, today only the escaped ninjas and those ninjas who went out on missions are left. If it were her, Konoha would become like this, and Tsunade thought she would also be psychologically traumatized. Ah! Jiraiya sighed. He could only express his deep sympathy for what happened in Kirigakure. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiraiya asked, "Those Kirigakure ninjas who got the news and went to Konoha must be settled?" Tsunade replied, "Don't worry, Sarutobi Asuma will be responsible for this matter." After a pause, Tsunade added, "What about Obito? Now let Kaka follow him? We don't know what Obito is planning yet. His samsara eye is always a threat. If he attacks us from behind when Uchiha Madara captures Naruto, it will be a devastating blow. Let Kakashi keep an eye on it first." Jiraiya had a splitting headache and said in a deep voice, "As for Naruto, he is now practicing fairy arts in Myaboku Mountain, which is very safe. Moreover, the Great Toad Sage is helping Naruto get the recognition of the Nine Tails. Will it work?" Tsunade was a little worried. Jiraiya whispered, "There should be no problem. Orochimaru Sage and the Nine Tails are old acquaintances." Then, Jiraiya said, "It's a pity that Hibiki attacked Myaboku Mountain with Niji, forcing the Great Toad Sage to block Myaboku Mountain. If the Great Toad Sage took action, we would be sure to deal with Uchiha Madara. It would be fine if Niji wasn't mentioned, but Tsunade was furious when Niji was mentioned. According to the information we have now, Niji is everywhere, and the entire ninja world is in chaos because of his behavior. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 159 Goodbye teammates Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Land of Rock. In the base where Kabuto Yakushi is located, Niji is watching Kabuto Yakushi show the powerful power he has obtained through research. Is this the result of your research? Niji looked at the ball of white meat in the incubator in front of him and was a little skeptical. It doesn't look special, just a simple ball of meat. The only special thing is probably the color. Seeing Niji's doubt, Kabuto Yakushi explained, "This is the strongest cell I cultivated using Hashirama's cells and Tonari's cells. It is more powerful than Hashirama's cells, and I changed the gene arrangement inside. Borrowed the cells from Orochimaru's original experimental body and added them in. So." Niji seemed to have guessed something and turned his head to look at Kabuto Yakushi. Gently pushing up his glasses that had slipped a little, Kabuto Yakushi showed his signature smile. "This kind of cell can absorb natural power autonomously, that is to say, transplanting this kind of cell can sense natural energy, which can enhance the success rate of learning the Sage Mode, and the cell itself has weak natural energy. It's that strong." Niji was shocked. If it is true as Kabuto Yakushi said, then this cell is really abnormal, and it can absorb natural energy on its own, increasing the success rate of learning the Sage Mode. At this stage, the combat power has not collapsed. In fact, he is the only abnormal person in the ninja world, plus Uchiha Madara. If he can learn the Sage Mode, he is enough to rank in the top 10 in the current ninja world. So the success of Kabuto's research can be imagined. Pointing to the cells in the bottle, Niji asked curiously, "Have you finished the experiment?" "Yes." Kabuto smiled slightly and said, "It has been tested on humans, and the effect is good, so I plan to implant it in myself. Maybe I can become the legendary Otsutsuki clan." Niji didn't say anything. He didn't want to hit Kabuto Yakushi. But it would be difficult to become a member of the Otsutsuki clan. It is a transition in the level of life, which cannot be solved by simple genes and cells. If you want to really get close to the Otsutsuki clan, the most effective and most likely way is to devour the 10 tails, obtain the power of the 10 tails and the chakra fruit, and perhaps become a member of the Otsutsuki clan. After checking the results of Kabuto Yakushi, Niji left. Kabuto Yakushi's research is not of much use to him now. With this time, he might as well find a way to complete the system task and improve faster. Thinking about it, Niji checked the system. After defeating Uchiha Madara, the system gave him a reward. Increased 6,000 energy and 700 points of physical strength. Energy points, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physical strength, level 3. The system has not added new skills for a long time. Now it only adds energy points and physical strength. Niji can't help but wonder if the system is broken. By the way, now he cares less and less about the improvement of the system. He always feels that the system seems to have completed his task, which makes Niji very depressed. At this stage, his strength seems to have reached a certain bottleneck. Although it is indeed constantly improving, it does not have the feeling of sudden strength as before. It seems that we need to speed up the plan. Ninkai's eyes flickered slightly, and the 5 major ninja villages also needed to move. Thinking of this, Ninkai left the base and appeared on the mountain outside. Suddenly, Ninkai found several figures coming to the base. His eyes spanned dozens of kilometers. When he saw the people rushing to the base, Ninkai was stunned. "It's them." What shocked Ninkai was Hinata, Tenten, and Xiaoli, who received the village's mission, left Konoha, and came to the Land of Rock to find Ninkai. The Hyuga clan had sent many people to find him, but Ninkai avoided them. He had no good or bad feelings towards the Hyuga clan. In short, he had a very normal feeling. Ninkai muttered, "Now Hinata, Tenten and Xiaoli are here, it's impossible not to see them." After the voice fell, Ninkai's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to Hinata and others. "Who is it?" As soon as Ninkai appeared, Hinata's face changed slightly, and she looked at the direction where Ninkai was, and shouted coldly. When several people saw Ninkai slowly walking out of the dense forest, their eyes were dull for a moment. Soon, Hinata and Tenten, who reacted, were delighted. Xiaoli looked at Ninkai very vigilantly and took a fighting stance. Seeing Hinata find him so quickly, Ninkai was also a little surprised, and smiled. I haven't seen you for several years, Hinata, your Byakugan is stronger, and Tenten, you have changed a lot, and become more beautiful. Both Hinata and Tenten became more and more beautiful, without the original immaturity, and grew into real girls. Hinata shouted happily, Brother Ninkai. Hinata ran towards Ninkai, and Tenten also smiled and walked towards Ninkai. Seeing the two walking straight towards Niji, Xiaoli hurriedly reminded them, Tenten, Hinata, he is a SS level traitor wanted by the ninja world. The last time, the 5th Hokage and Kakashi Jonin were almost killed by him. He is an extremely dangerous person. Hinata said disapprovingly, Brother Niji will not hurt us. Don't worry, Tenten also echoed, if Niji really wants to attack us, we will be defeated by Niji in an instant with our strength as Chunin, and we won't even have a chance to react. Xiaoli was a little helpless when he heard what Tenten and Hinata said, but it is undeniable that Tenten was right. After a short greeting, Xiaoli couldn't listen anymore and brought the topic to the point. We came to you with the words of the 6th Hokage. Xiaoli took out the scroll that Jiraiya gave him from his backpack. Seeing this, Hinata also took out the scroll from the backpack behind him and whispered, This is what my father asked me to give you. Ninkai raised his hand and the chakra turned into 2 arms to take the scroll from the 2 people. This move made Tian and the other 2 stunned. What a strong chakra! Hinata was shocked. She had seen the chakra in Naruto's body with her Byakugan. That was the most violent chakra she had ever seen, but the chakra in Ninkai's brother's body was several times that of the 9 tails. It was strong but unusually stable. Ignoring the surprise of several people, Ninkai took the scroll and checked the contents one by one. The contents recorded on it were nothing more than those, just as he expected, almost exactly the same. Whether it was his cheap uncle Hyaga Hayashi or the 5th Hokage Jiraiya, it was the same. The similarity was that they all invited him back to Konoha to talk. The 5th Hokage Jiraiya wanted to talk about Uchiha Madara and his position in the upcoming Ninja World War. Hyaga Hayashi wanted to know about the Samsara Eye and emphasized to Ninkai that this was very important to the Hyaga clan. Seeing the above content, Ninkai was chilled. No one talked to him about feelings, but directly talked about interests. Do these people have no feelings for him, or do they think he is heartless and ungrateful? If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 160 Return to Konoha Starting from Konoha to be a villain. On the peak. Ninkai's residence, a small wooden house on a windless platform. Surrounded by howling winds, looking out are towering mountains, the sun is slowly setting and will soon hide among the mountains. The sunset dyed the mountains red, and the fiery clouds on the horizon set off the sky. It's so beautiful. Hinata couldn't help but put her hands together in front of her chest. Tian beside her was also amazed at the scenery here, but Xiaoli was calm and was doing push ups. Number 1003, number 1004. Tian looked at Xiaoli and sighed helplessly. Tian still couldn't get used to the straight man Xiaoli after knowing him for so long. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, a normal person would at least sigh twice. Hey, everyone, it's time to eat. Behind him, Niji came out of the room and shouted to them. Niji is cooking? Of course this is impossible. Niji's cooking is terrible. Besides, ninjas don't even have time to practice, so who would waste time learning to cook? Generally, female ninjas will learn cooking skills after they get married. As for male ninjas, single dogs just eat ramen every day. Just like Naruto, Naruto can only have a hot meal after marrying Hinata. The one who cooked was the puppet that Niji brought from the moon. Although it was a puppet, its cooking skills were still good. The puppets laid the table and served the food. In a blink of an eye, a table of steaming hot food was ready. Looking at these puppets that moved freely, Tian didn't notice anything at first, but after getting closer, Tian was surprised and said, "These puppets have no chakra line control." Hearing what Tian said, Hinata and Xiaoli were also very surprised. After a careful inspection, they found that there was indeed no chakra line control. How could it be? The three of them couldn't believe it. It was a consensus in the ninja world to control puppets through chakra lines. Hinata, who had reacted, asked curiously, "Brother Ninkai, what's the matter with these puppets?" Ninkai said disapprovingly, "I injected vitality into them, so they have the ability to act independently." Life force. The three were extremely shocked and shouted in unison. Let the puppets have vitality? How could such a thing be possible? If someone said such a thing to her, Tian would definitely think that the other person was a fool. But now these puppets are standing in front of her, Tian has to believe it even if she doesn't believe it. Hinata thought more than Tian. Brother Ninkai has the means to make puppets have vitality. Doesn't that mean that as long as he wants, he can create a whole army of puppets? Thinking of this, Hinata couldn't help asking, "Brother Ninkai, how did you do it?" Ningji did not hide it and said casually, "This involves the yin-yang escape that can create all things, and the power of my pair of reincarnation eyes." As he said that, Ningji suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at the excited Hinata, and smiled slightly. "The conditions for how to make the Byakugan evolve into the Rin-Egan are not very difficult, but it is almost impossible to do it. It's not that I didn't tell Uncle Hayashi, the main thing is that the entire ninja world can no longer find the conditions to evolve the Rin-Egan again." Hinata, who was still excited, had a dim look in an instant. Tian saw this and comforted, "Such powerful eyes must be difficult, how can it be so simple?" Xiaoli suddenly pointed at Ningji and asked, "Then how did you do it?" As soon as these words came out, the three looked at Ningji at the same time. Ningji took a bite of food and said calmly, "The method to awaken the Rin-Egan is very simple, there are two ways. One is to gather the Byakugan of all the Hyuga clan members together, which will evolve into the Rin-Egan." What? The three of them were horrified and shocked beyond words. If this is how they get the Samsara Eye, it would be too horrible. It would be equivalent to destroying the entire Hyuga clan. Hinata shook her head. This method wouldn't work. Even if she said it, she couldn't tell anyone. Suddenly, she thought of a second method. Hinata looked up and asked, "What about the second one?" Ninkai continued to reply, "The second method is much simpler. In fact, the first method is ridiculous. Even if all the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan are gathered together, the resulting Samsara Eye is huge, but it is just a defective product. The second method is to combine the high-purity Byakugan with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. To put it simply, it is to catch an Otsutsuki clan member and kill him." Tian looked up and thought, Otsutsuki. She had never heard of such a race in the ninja world. Not to mention Tian, even Hinata had never heard of it. As for Xiaoli, forget it, he is a poor student. Seeing the three people puzzled, Ninkai smiled and said, "Have you heard of the Six-Path Sage?" "Yet." Hinata and Tenten nodded at the same time, the ancestor of the ninja world, the legendary Six-Path Sage who created the ninja world. Since the appearance of the Samsara Eye and the Samsara Eye, the legendary figure of the Six-Path Sage has become a topic of conversation after dinner. Looking at the expectant eyes of the three people, Niji smiled slightly and said slowly, "The Six-Path Sage is the Otsutsuki clan." The three were shocked again when they heard this. The Six-Path Sage is actually the Otsutsuki clan, what a joke. That's the Six-Path Sage, the legendary ancestor of the ninja world. If you can kill the Six-Path Sage, you won't care about the power of the Samsara Eye. Tenten, who reacted after a long time, smiled awkwardly, "Ninkai, stop joking." She thought Ninkai was joking. Who is the Six-Path Sage? Let's not talk about whether he can be killed. Even if he can, he can't be found now. It's a legend. No one can prove whether he exists. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 160 Back Konoha _ starting as a villain from Konoha. Ninkai suddenly said seriously, who said I was joking? I awakened the Samsara I by swallowing the chakra of an Otsutsuki clan. Glancing at the three people who were stunned, Ninkai said slowly, tracing from the bloodline, the Hyuga clan, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, these three clans are all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. The Uchiha clan inherited the Sharingan, the Senju clan inherited the Sage Body, and the Hyuga clan inherited the Byakugan. It has been a long time since I talked about this with others. Ninkai rarely talked more and told these stories from thousands of years ago. The three people had never heard of this before. They were stunned and soon immersed in Ninkai's story, and they didn't even care about eating. Ninkai's story was very far away, starting from when the Six Paths Sage defeated the Ten Tails and saved the ninja world, and telling the stories that happened after the Six Paths Sage, including the stories after the Six Paths Sage died. Ninkai also told stories of different eras. After getting the records of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Ninkai knew more about the history of 1,000 years ago than in the plot. This story was in the early morning. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and a full moon hung high in the sky, unprecedentedly huge. After Ninkai finished the story, he asked the three to go back to the cabin to sleep. Although the mountain was very cold, Ninkai set up a barrier around the cabin, so it was not cold inside the cabin. And Ninkai also promised the three that he would follow the three back to Konoha tomorrow. Standing on the top of the mountain, Ninkai looked into the distance. On the land covered by the bright white moonlight, the mountains stood tall and the peaks overlapped. What will be waiting for me when I return to Konoha? If you like starting from Konoha as a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha as a villain Shuhage. Chapter 161 Returning Home in Glory _ starting from Konoha as a villain. The Land of Fire. Konoha Village. Led by the 6th Hokage Jiraiya, the Konoha high-level officials and many elite ninjas appeared at the entrance of the village. The reason they appeared here was because Hyuga Niji was back. A ninja in the crowd sighed, I didn't expect that in order to welcome a kid from the Hyuga family, they would have to come up with such a big show. Kid? Don't look at his young age. The first person recognized by the ninja world now should be Hyuga Niji, the initiator of the destruction of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the first SS-level wanted criminal in the ninja world. I don't know who is stronger between him and Uchiha Madara. You don't know yet? The latest information is that Uchiha Madara was defeated and fled in front of Hyuga Niji. I heard that if Hyuga Niji hadn't let him go, Uchiha Madara would have died right after his rebirth. He actually let Uchiha Madara go. What on earth is he planning? The low voices in the crowd did not escape Jiraiya's ears. He frowned slightly. The atmosphere in the village was not very good. The words to Hyuga Niji were full of unkindness. Tsunade noticed the change in Jiraiya's expression from the corner of her eyes, and said lightly, there is nothing we can do about it. Whether it is the destruction of the Hidden Cloud Village or the great destruction of Konoha, Hyuga Niji is the culprit. The great destruction of Konoha was the day when Niji came back from the moon and defeated Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade, and Kakashi, the three Kage-level masters of Konoha. For Konoha, the fall of the three Kage-level masters was no less than the destruction of Konoha. That day, Konoha suddenly went from the strongest ninja village to the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages. Jiraiya frowned and said, I'm not worried about the speech, I'm worried that some people can't help but do something to ruin the good situation of the negotiation. I'll let the Umbu keep an eye on it, Tsunade said, and then changed the subject and said, do you think he will agree to our request? Who knows? Although I don't have much contact with him, I can probably feel that he is not a person who does things according to common sense. Tsunade didn't say anything, and didn't know whether it was good or bad for Hyuga Niji to return to the village this time. At this moment, 4 figures appeared in front of the road. Here we come. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's expression suddenly tightened. Niji and the other four also found the large crowd standing at the entrance of the village. Such a big battle! Tian Tian stuck out her tongue nervously. Except for the Chunin exam, she had never seen so many Jonin gathered together. Looking around, they were all powerful Jonin in the village. Even Tian Tian was nervous, let alone Hinata, especially when she saw her father Hyaga Hayashi in the crowd. She subconsciously lowered her head in fear. Seeing so many people welcoming him, even Niji was shocked. I didn't expect Jiraiya to make such a big show to welcome him. Sure enough, this is the benefit of being powerful. Even if the cage of other villages came, Konoha would not make such a big welcome. He should be the first one to have such a scene. Hi! Jiraiya took a deep breath, smiled and said, "Welcome back to Konoha, Hyaga Niji." Niji also smiled and said, "Long time no see, Jiraiya-sama, I haven't seen you for several years. In a blink of an eye, you have become the 6th Hokage." Jiraiya smiled and said, "I'm just lucky." Seeing Jiraiya and Niji talking there, as intimate as good friends who haven't seen each other for many years, Tsunade pursed her lips. Sure enough, this kind of thing is more suitable for Jiraiya, a shameless person to do. I definitely can't do it if it's me. Tsunade felt that if she was to receive Niji, I'm afraid it would be hard to say. He punched him as soon as he heard a word. After a few pleasantries, Niji entered Konoha surrounded by the crowd. As soon as he entered Konoha, Niji was a little dazed. The familiar and prosperous streets in his impression were gone, and it became desolate. Even ordinary residents were not seen. It was terribly lonely. Niji asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Before Jiraiya could reply, Tsunade interrupted and said, "It's because of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara destroyed the Hidden Mist village. Konoha must be his target. Before Uchiha arrived, we had evacuated ordinary residents and ninjas below the Jonin." Niji suddenly realized. He also knew the news that the Hidden Mist village was destroyed by Uchiha Madara. He didn't expect that Konoha would do this to reduce losses. But it is not said that this can indeed reduce losses. Speaking of which, Niji was also shocked when he heard the news that Uchiha Madara destroyed the Hidden Mist village. It turned out that Uchiha Madara had never done such a thing. This time he actually did this. Did he get inspiration from his destruction of the Hidden Cloud village? Everyone soon came to the Hokage building. Seeing the brand new Hokage building in front of him, Niji couldn't help but feel proud. Speaking of which, he also contributed to the reconstruction of the Hokage building. If he hadn't destroyed the Hokage building would not have been rebuilt. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others didn't know what Niji was thinking at the moment, otherwise they would definitely kill Niji. After entering the Hokage building, most of the Jonin dispersed. The next meeting was a very confidential matter. There were only 4 people from Konoha who could attend the meeting. When Niji came to the meeting room, he was surprised to see the people who were already sitting in the meeting room. One was the 5th generation Mizukage Mei Terumi and Kojuro, and the most important thing was the second guy, Uchiha Obito. Obito is also in Konoha? Niji was surprised and suspicious. After Obito took away Uchiha Madara's Samsara eye, he actually came to Konoha. This is really a rare thing. Could this guy have planned all this before finding him? Ahem. Jiraiya coughed twice and introduced, "This is the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Mei Terumi." Mei Terumi saw Niji and nodded slightly, and Niji nodded as well. Seeing Mei Terumi in this state, Niji could also guess something, which was 100% about the Hidden Mist village. As the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Mei Terumi could stand up from the blow, which was already very impressive. After introducing Mei Terumi, Jiraiya introduced Obito next to him and said, "I won't say much about this person, Uchiha Obito, you are also old acquaintances, thanks to him we know the information about Uchiha Madara." Niji smiled slightly, stepped over Jiraiya, came to Obito, and said meaningfully, "Obito, I didn't expect you to even come back to Konoha, I'm afraid Uchiha Madara couldn't have thought that you would do these things, but you lied to me. You told me that if you defeated Uchiha Madara, you would give me the Samsara Eye, but you broke your promise. You broke your promise too." Obito looked at Niji and smiled calmly. In the past, he would be afraid of Niji, but now he and Konoha are on the same boat, so he is not afraid of Niji. Niji didn't say much after hearing this. He walked to the seat next to him and sat down casually. Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Obito is not simple. If there was no Obito, some things about Niji could not be explained, but when he saw Obito appear in Konoha, everything was clear. It was probably Obito's plan from the beginning. Even if he was actually in Obito's plan, he was part of Obito's plan. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha's Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 162 Eye-catching _ starting from Konoha as a villain. Get Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye, then return to Konoha, tell Konoha all the information, and stand on the same front with Konoha. The reason is that he found that Uchiha Madara was the culprit, and everything was so logical. But there is one thing that others don't know. Obito had found him before, so even Shikaku didn't find that Obito was wrong. If Obito really wanted to reform, why did he still find him and cooperate with him, saying that he would kill Uchiha Madara, but finally got the Samsara Eye and came to Konoha? Isn't this a one-shot deal? Just go to Konoha and tell everything. The 5 major villages will join forces to capture Nagato and destroy the Samsara Eye. Obito, what are you planning? The higher you stand, the more you know, and the more Niji feels that there are no good people in this ninja world. They are all bad guys. Jiraiya glanced at everyone and got straight to the point. Everyone knows each other, so I won't say anything extra. The purpose of this meeting is actually one, to discuss the harm of Uchiha Madara to the ninja world. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Niji interrupted him and said, the harm of Uchiha Madara is not a problem. As soon as this was said, everyone looked over at the same time, and their eyes were focused on Niji. Glancing at everyone, Niji said, Uchiha Madara is not a threat, I can defeat him at any time, and Uchiha Madara is actually just a poor bug. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, even Obito was shocked. After a while, Tsunade, who reacted, asked hurriedly, what does this mean? Uchiha Madara is also a poor bug. Although the others did not ask questions, their eyes revealed with a strong sense of curiosity, everyone felt as if they had touched the final secret. Under everyone's curious gaze, Niji took out a scroll that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. This was from the data room of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, which recorded the specific process and source of the battle between the Six Paths Sage and his brother and mother Kaguya Otsutsuki. Shaking the scroll in his hand, Niji explained, this is the truth about the origin of the ninja world that I got from the descendants of the Six Paths Sage's younger brother. Descendants of the Six Paths Sage's younger brother. Jiraiya muttered, a little puzzled. The Six Paths Sage also has a younger brother? Legend has it that there is no such thing. Niji was too lazy to explain so much, put the scroll on the table, and said lightly, in short, there is history that you said you didn't know. The legend has been passed down for many years, but the text will not be wrong. As the Hokage of Konoha and the initiator of the meeting, Jiraiya naturally picked up the scroll. As soon as he got the scroll, Jiraiya felt strange. This scroll was made of a material he had never seen before. It seemed to be some kind of animal skin. Although the specific age could not be seen, judging from the marks on the wooden axis, it had a history of at least several hundred years. Jiraiya opened the scroll and began to read the records on it. The others could not help but come over tacitly. Ninkai sat slowly beside him, picked up the teacup and slowly drank a sip of hot tea. He watched the faces of the people in front of him change constantly. He was suddenly shocked, then confused, and then shocked. During the whole process, Ninkai watched quietly with a calm expression until the hot tea was finished. Jiraiya and others finally finished reading the contents of the scroll. At this moment, the room was extremely quiet, and the air seemed to solidify. There was only the panicked breathing of the crowd. After a while, Jiraiya broke the silence. I didn't expect that there was such a history behind this. It turned out that this was the origin of the ninja world. A sigh and a sigh. The so-called ninja, the so-called chakra, actually came from a sacred tree, and this sacred tree came from an alien. Everyone had a complicated expression, and Obito was the most complicated. At this moment, Obito's heart was turbulent and mixed. Seeing these truths, his world suffered an unprecedented shock, followed by worries about the plan in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Obito looked at Niji and asked solemnly, if the so-called Moon Eye plan is implemented, what will be the final result? Niji said lightly, Kaguya Otsutsuki, that old woman is resurrected. The conference room was quiet again, and everyone's faces changed again and again. Everything that happened today was too shocking. Fortunately, all the people in this conference room were the famous strong men in the ninja world today, otherwise the worldview shock would be enough to make the senior ninja collapse. Obito was stunned, clenched his fists, and asked sternly, what evidence do you have? Niji stared at Obito with his eyes, and said calmly, I don't need to prove anything to you. I have figured it out, Obito, I let you know these, which is my gift to you. You are not qualified to question me. Similarly, I have no need to answer you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you, and whether you say it or not is up to me. Obito was powerless to refute, his face was extremely ugly, he didn't say anything, and sat aside in deep thought. But a very subtle gleam flashed in Obito's lowered eyes. Niji looked at Obito thoughtfully, without any expression, his face calm as usual. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Jiraiya said, in other words, Uchiha Madara was also kept in the dark. From the beginning, this was the so-called ZE plan, and its purpose was to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki. That's right. Niji said calmly, suddenly sitting upright, and said lightly, so the real mastermind behind the scenes is not Uchiha Madara, but that Zetsu, but for the ninja world, Uchiha Madara is the biggest threat. Just as everyone was thinking, Nara suddenly stared at Niji and asked in a deep voice, what is your purpose? Niji. Everyone was stunned, and the next moment, they all looked at Niji at the same time. Tsunade stared and frowned. Everyone was awakened by the content on the scroll. They were thinking about what happened thousands of years ago, the history of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the origin of the ninja world. But they didn't notice Niji's thoughts. He shared such a secret. What kind of medicine did Niji sell in his gourd? Seeing that everyone couldn't understand it one by one, Niji said in a deep voice, I tell you this just to let you understand what's going to happen next. Don't disturb my plan. What plan? Can't say. If it wasn't really unbeatable, Tsunade really wanted to beat this guy to death. He made me anxious, but in the end I said I didn't want to. The emotions of the others were similar to Tsunade. Niji ignored everyone's emotions. His goal had been achieved. After telling these truths, the rest of the things were not something he could consider. And for people like Jiraiya, Niji asked them to be prepared in their hearts so that the next things would not become extremely complicated. He couldn't kill all the ninja world. Ahem. Ninkai coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention, paused, and looked at Obito. A chill rose from the coccyx and rushed straight to the scalp. Obito instantly had a very bad premonition. Staring at Obito with his eyes, Ninkai smiled slightly and said, Obito, it's time to give me my samsara eye. Chapter 163 Uchiha Madara's attack starting from Konoha to be a villain Tianjing Shuhage Novelnet, m.shuhaige.net. In the conference room. There was silence, and Niji suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. Their eyes kept turning back and forth between Obito and Niji. Why did Niji say that? Why did the samsara eye belong to Niji? What happened between him and Obito? These doubts came one after another, and everyone had a lot of thoughts. Too many things happened today, so many that they were beyond their imagination. At this moment, everyone's head was in a mess, even Shikaku's brain couldn't support it. One after another, shocking news appeared, and his world was about to collapse. How many secrets are there in this ninja world? Originally, it was just a simple ambition, but I didn't expect it to involve so many things, and it actually swept through the history of the ninja world 1,000 years ago. Shikaku pinched his eyebrows. Now he felt that Konoha was like a small boat, located in the center of the stormy waves, and it was in danger of being overturned at any time. Hey! To be honest, Shikaku even had the urge to hand over Naruto, but as soon as this idea came out, it was cut off by Shikaku. This was impossible. Handing it over is even more dangerous for Konoha, and Naruto's safety must be guaranteed at all costs. Obito stared at Neji with his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Neither you nor I made a move in that transaction. It's up to each of us to get the Samsara Eye. This Samsara Eye is mine, not yours, Hyuga Neji." Neji snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you really think I don't know what you think? You just want me to work for you, but you didn't expect me to let Uchiha Madara go." Having said that, he paused and grinned, "You don't even know that Uchiha Madara is a puppet. Everything is fake. What you know and plan suddenly becomes a cloud. To be honest, I didn't expect you to stay calm. Obito, do you really think that you can build a world with Lin by relying on infinite moon reading?" The last sentence was shouted out by Neji, like a morning bell and evening drum, echoing in the conference room. Kakashi's eyes were wide open, with a look of disbelief. Obito did so much for Lin. All he did was Lin. He wanted to use this method to build a world for Lin to make up for his regrets back then. Jiraiya's face was stiff, and then he was full of emotion and sigh. As the author of Strange Heat Paradise, Jiraiya knew a lot about love between men and women, and he himself was deeply involved in it. But he never thought that someone would love someone so deeply and try hard to build a world belonging to her. Jiraiya subconsciously glanced at Tsunade, and a soft color flashed in his eyes. For her, maybe I won't do this, but there is no problem in sacrificing my life. Alas, Tsunade sighed in her heart. Another pitiful person trapped by love, and she was also a pitiful person trapped by love. Terumi May frowned, and there was some appreciation in her eyes when she looked at Obito. She was a hateful person and a pitiful person who could become like this for the love of her youth. With his eyes lowered, Obito clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. The next moment, Obito exhaled a breath of foul air, and his face returned to calm. Nisi couldn't help but let out a surprised cry in his heart. He didn't expect Obito's willpower to be so firm. This was far beyond his expectations. Obito looked up and stared at Nisi, with a self-mockery on his lips, saying, "I thought I had so many plans and so many plots. The Samsara Eye was in my hands, and I also had the protection of Konoha, so I could achieve the peaceful world that Uchiha Madara said. I didn't expect that it would be nothing in the end. It's really ridiculous. We are all that idiot." At this point, Obito suddenly stopped, looked at Nisi, and asked, "Do you know that the Eight Tails is in my hands?" There was silence in the meeting room. The others stared at Obito in amazement, which was simply unbelievable. The Eight Tails that disappeared, the entire ninja world was looking for, and no one knew the Eight Tails was actually in Obito's hands. The shocked Shikaku suddenly guessed something, his face changed again and again, and he looked at Obito with full vigilance. The complicated information was finally strung together by a thread. Obito had the Eight Tails in his hand, which meant that he had always wanted to replace Uchiha Madara. He reached some kind of deal with Neji, but Neji did not kill Uchiha Madara. So Obito prepared a backup plan, joined Konoha, sought Konoha's protection, and then told us the truth, making the ninja world feel that it was in danger. The 5 major villages in the ninja world would naturally unite to deal with Uchiha Madara together, so that he could benefit from the conflict between the two sides. Such a clever strategy, Shikaku was shocked. No. Perhaps from the beginning, Obito had this idea, no matter who won between Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Neji, it would be the same. But Obito did not expect that Neji would let Uchiha Madara go, and what Obito did not expect was that all the plans were fake, and Uchiha Madara was also deviated. Infinite moon reading is fake. All the plans and plots were shattered overnight. Ninkai was ready to see Obito collapse, but he didn't expect Obito to suppress him. Ninkai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Obito had made any preparations? Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, as loud as thunder, and the faces of several people changed. This loud noise must be an attack outside. Ninkai subconsciously used the reincarnation eye to see what happened, but found nothing. He cursed inwardly for being stupid. The conference room was built with special metal, and there were barriers and seals that could block perspective, even the reincarnation eye. Boom! The loud noises continued to come out, and the room shook violently, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Go! Jiraiya's face suddenly became serious, and he shouted, rushing out of the conference room first, and the others followed closely behind. Neji and Obito did not go out. They sat in the shaking conference room, and wisps of lime fell and sprinkled on the table. Obito was not in a hurry, staring at Neji, and suddenly invited, "Let's go out and take a look." Okay. Neji thought about it and nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what Obito was up to and what he was up to. Instant body technique. On the Hokage rock, Neji and Obito appeared at the same time. Both of them used time-space ninjutsu and stepped directly out of the distorted space. Obito glanced at Neji in surprise. He actually knew time-space ninjutsu. Could it be the power of the reincarnation eye? With the increase of physique and chakra, coupled with the understanding of the reincarnation eye, there is a power of the reincarnation eye, and Neji is more and more proficient in using it. The cold wind blew in his face, as sharp as a knife. Ninkai took a quick glance and found that the huge Susanoo outside the village stepped out like a mountain, and the high wall collapsed with a bang, and the dust rolled. Then Zenzuo Nohu slashed out with another sword, destroying the barrier that was like an upside-down bowl. The defense that Konoha was proud of was as fragile as tofu in front of Susanoo. The chakra sword fell unstoppably, countless buildings collapsed and shattered, turning into powder, and the earth cracked into a deep gully, and the huge Konoha village was divided into two. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 164 Edo Rin _ Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Konoha Village. The huge Susanoo stood like a giant, standing in front of the gate of Konoha, overlooking the entire Konoha. Melting release. Dissolving monster technique. Meiterumi rushed over from a distance, quickly forming seals with both hands, and the chakra condensed in her mouth, spraying highly corrosive acid from her mouth. The so-called enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. The hatred between Meiterumi and Uchiha Madara is no longer enough to be described as a life-and-death feud. Even if she eats his blood, eats his flesh, and sleeps on his skin, it is difficult to relieve the hatred in Meiterumi's heart. During this period, her injuries recovered as before under Tsunade's treatment, but the psychological trauma could not be healed. Every late night, she could not fall asleep, and her mind kept recalling the tragic deaths of people. The miserable sounds and cries for help they made before they died were like her own experience. For 10 days, every late night was a torture for her, and then she hated Uchiha Madara to the bone. The acid sprayed, rising in the air against the wind, like a wave attacking Susanoo. Zzz. The hard Susanoo was corroded by the acid and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Madara snorted lightly, and the surrounding Susanoo exploded to destroy the acid, and the chakra burst quickly turned into new Susanoo for repair. While doing this, Susanoo controlled the chakra sword to chop towards Terumi Mei. This sword was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. With one sword, a mountain could be split in two. Terumi Mei knew that there was no way to avoid it. There was not much to do. She smiled miserably, and there was more relief in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Niji shook his head and sighed, sighing. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman Terumi Mei would become like this. Where is the original temperament and beauty? Kami. Kakashi was finally not late. With a kamui, the surrounding space was distorted, and the chakra lightsaber was swallowed by the vortex space. Mei Terumi had a close call, Jiraiya followed, then Tsunade, then Kakashi. As for Kojuro and Shikaku, they were not even qualified to join the battle. A large number of jonin appeared around, hundreds of them, all of them jonin, not the kind of fake jonin. Niji looked at the crowd, some familiar, some unfamiliar. Konoha's foundation was indeed deep, but there were hundreds of jonin. And these were definitely not all the jonin in Konoha. Some familiar faces Niji didn't see, such as Teacher Kai. There must be a group of powerful jonin guarding the village's Chunin and Genin seeds. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Madara saw the people standing in front of him and immediately laughed wildly, the signature of the Uchiha clan. It turned out to be you, the fifth generation Mizukage, the dog who lost his home. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Seeing Obito and Niji on the Hokage rock, Uchiha Madara's face was stiff, as if his throat was strangled. These two enemies he hated the most actually joined forces, one to snatch his samsara eye, and the other to drive him away like a stray dog. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly, with raging anger burning in his eyes, and at the same time, he was deeply afraid. Uchiha Obito and Hyuga Niji were his two biggest enemies, unprecedented enemies. Could it be that the two of them joined forces? Madara had the urge to escape. How could this happen? Before the action, I had clearly investigated that Niji was a big enemy of the ninja world, and Obito was also a wanted person in the ninja world. How could these two people be in Konoha? Could it be that they have reached an agreement to join forces to deal with me? So this is a trap? They evacuated the rest of the people and waited for me. The more Uchiha Madara thought about it, the uglier his face looked. He was originally a suspicious person. Seeing the two big enemies standing together, Uchiha Madara thought more. Originally wanted to capture Konoha in one go, but now Uchiha Madara was a little hesitant. Hokage Rock. He's even stronger. Obito's black robe fluttered in the wind, his face calm. So what? Niji asked back, and said lightly, do you want to help him, or stop him? Obito's face was rarely with a smile, he turned his head and looked at Niji and said, do you know who I hate the most? Niji. It can't be me, Niji said with a faint smile. Yet. I'm your benefactor, why do you hate me? I let Kakashi know in advance that you are alive. I told you all the truth. Niji felt that Obito should be a little grateful to him if he didn't feel grateful to him. He was really a traitor. Niji didn't say anything and stared at Obito quietly. You told me the truth, gave me hope, and then gave me despair. At the last moment, you told me that everything was a joke, a stupid action. Niji, you are such a bastard. After cursing what he had been thinking about, the gloomy air in his heart dissipated, and Obito felt that his breathing became smoother. You are so arrogant. Niji's mouth twitched slightly. This guy actually scolded him in front of everyone. Niji felt that it was necessary to let Obito experience what it means to be beaten by society and what it means to be out of his mouth. Just when Niji was thinking about how to teach Obito a lesson that he would never forget even if he went to the Pure Land, Obito suddenly laughed wildly. This ninja world is cannibalistic. The Uchiha clan laughed wildly. Niji was speechless. Uchiha Madara had just finished laughing when Obito laughed again. The Uchiha clan is indeed a bunch of psychopaths. Thinking of this, Niji subconsciously moved away. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Obito made seals with both hands. Seeing the seal made by Obito, Niji was shocked. Impure world reincarnation. With his right hand, he slapped the ground, and the condensed chakra turned into black runes. The runes flickered, and the ground trembled slightly, and a white coffin appeared. Chapter 164 Impure World Reincarnation Starting from Konoha as a villain. Obito can also perform Impure World Reincarnation? Nisi was a little stunned. How can everyone perform Impure World Reincarnation these days? It's so common. Is this his trump card? Nisi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Impure World Reincarnation is Obito's trump card? Nisi felt that Obito would not be so stupid. No matter how strong the Ito Tensei is, the only one who can be reincarnated is the first Hokage. On the contrary, in today's battle of this level, the first Hokage has no qualifications for a decisive battle. While Nisi was puzzled, the coffin board slowly fell and sank into the ground, revealing a figure that Nisi had never expected. Hara no Rin. In the coffin, the body of a girl lay quietly in the coffin. Her skin was mottled like broken porcelain pieces, and her eyes were closed. After a brief moment of shock, Niji turned his head and looked at Obito in surprise. Even he couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you want to do this?" At this moment, Niji finally understood what Obito was going to do. He actually wanted to revive Rin no Hara. Resurrection is impossible for others, but it is possible for Obito who has the Samsara Eye. Even if he only has one Samsara Eye, he can perform the Samsara natural technique. Obito ignored Niji and looked at the girl in the coffin quietly. His eyes were blurred, and he showed unprecedented tenderness and nostalgia. The things that happened in the past flashed before his eyes like a movie, and he murmured softly. "I should have died in the Battle of Hikari no Bridge. I have lived for so many years. Seeing Rin die, my heart also died. Later, I learned about the Moon Eye plan from Madara's mouth. At that time, I decided. Create a world with Rin." After a pause, Obito looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance, and suddenly raised a middle finger to Madara, with undisguised contempt. At this moment, Obito seemed to have returned to his youth. Seeing this scene, Ninkai couldn't help but think of a lyric in his head, "I am still the boy before, without a single change." Chapter 165 Lin's Resurrection Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Konoha Village. Facing Obito who despised him in public, Madara's face was extremely ugly. For the arrogant Madara, this was an unbearable humiliation. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other in shock, seeing the same shock and surprise in each other's eyes. The development of things was far beyond their expectations. First, Obito had a different plan, and then the Eight Tails was in Obito's hands, and finally Uchiha Madara attacked. Everything happened too shockingly. Jiraiya and Tsunade were so shocked that they were confused. They felt like idiots who had no idea what was going on and had been led by Obito and his men. Tsunade glanced at Madara, Obito and Niji and said angrily, "What should we do?" Jiraiya was very calm at this moment. He thought about the current situation and said in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see. We should not intervene in the battle. If we get involved in the battle without knowing anything, we will be the first targets they will deal with." Kakashi interrupted and said, "We can watch the battle from the side. I have a hunch that after this battle, perhaps the final truth will be revealed. Retreat." With Kakashi's support, Jiraiya's last hesitation disappeared and he led the Konoha team to retreat. Mei gritted her teeth and looked at Madara, then turned away. Although she was resentful, she was not stupid. She was no match for Madara, and at this moment, driving the wolf to devour the tiger was the best way. No one wanted Madara to die more than Mei Terumi, but Madara was too strong, so strong that even a ninja village could not deal with him. This level of strongman had exceeded everyone's definition of ninja. Looking through the entire ninja world, only Hyuga Niji could fight Madara. Mei Terumi was not afraid of death. Perhaps when the Mizukage village was destroyed, Mei Terumi's heart was dead. If there was a chance to kill Uchiha Madara, she could give her life at any time. Running really fast, Niji was powerless to complain, but Jiraiya was also decisive. He knew that he was no match for Uchiha Madara, and staying would only consume Konoha's power. Retracting his gaze, Neji turned his head to look at Obito. The blur in Obito's eyes had dissipated, and he was unprecedentedly calm, without waves, like a pool of clear water. From his clear water-like eyes, Neji saw the will to die. The next moment, Obito slowly formed seals with both hands. Si seal. This is the beginning seal of the outer path samsara natural technique, and it is also the only seal. Neji did not stop it, and watched Obito quietly. He did not expect Obito to choose such an ending in the end. After he revealed all the plans, Obito knew that he could never create a world with Rin, and the Moon Eye plan was a scam from the beginning. Obito did collapse. Neji thought about the choice Obito would make. The best way was to die with Madara, and the worst way was to unite with Madara and destroy the ninja world, from hope to despair. But Neji did not think that Obito would revive Rin, because Obito had countless ways to revive Rin, but Obito did not choose to revive. Obviously, in Obito's heart, reviving Rin was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to let everything go back to the past. Could it be that knowing that the Moon Eye was fake, Obito was desperate, and knowing that Rin could not be resurrected, he lost his last hope, and there was no meaning in living in this world, so he chose to use death to revive Rin. Apart from this, Neji could not think of any other reason. So Neji did not choose to stop him. Obito wanted to die, and he had no need to stop him from resurrecting Lin with his death. Obito was sure that Neji would not stop him, so he chose to do this in front of Neji. A few seconds passed. Obito's original vigorous vitality and chakra were instantly devoured, and this vitality and chakra appeared in another form on Lin's body. No one could see it, only Neji, who had the reincarnation eye, saw it. Obito's vitality and chakra turned into golden light all over the sky, and the golden light was brilliant, like broken gold, gathering into a golden road, and the golden road extended to the sky. Whoosh! The strong wind rolled up out of thin air, and the end of the golden road led directly to the Pure Land, and a light green figure appeared on the golden road. The figure looked around blankly. She didn't know why she appeared here, but she felt a familiar breath, the breath she had been waiting for. As the vitality disappeared, Obito's hair turned from black to white, and a frown appeared on his face, making the originally ugly cheeks even more difficult to look at. Realizing that Obito's vitality was weakening, Kakashi quickly used the instant body technique to appear on the Hokage rock. The words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped and gathered into a light shout. Obito! Kakashi's body was stiff, and he stopped in front of Obito. His eyes were more complicated than ever before, and there were faint tears. Looking up at Kakashi, Obito sneered and cursed, "Kakashi, you are a bastard. You have failed my expectations. I have wanted to kill you countless times, but I didn't bear to do it." Tears broke free from the restraints of his eyes, and Kakashi burst into tears. As he said this, Obito showed a hint of self-mockery. "I am also a bastard says a bastard, I didn't protect Lin well, I hate you, and I hate myself. But today I decided to give you another chance, Kakashi. I learned the impure world reincarnation from Orochimaru, just for today, to revive Lin. Without Lin, I have no hope for this world. The Pure Land is my final destination, but I think since I'm dead, I'll revive Lin. She hasn't experienced the beauty of this world yet. Although I don't know why I feel this way, I think that after this experience, the ninja world should be peaceful." In the air, on the road paved with golden light, a green figure walked over. She looked left and right, as if looking for something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and her smart eyes flashed with light. Obito felt a sense of it and looked up at the top of his head. At this moment, Obito's vitality completely disappeared, and his soul flew out of his body. He saw things that ordinary people couldn't see. See the familiar figure, familiar face, and familiar smile on the golden road. Obito's face was filled with a smile that had not appeared since Lin's death. He flew to the golden road. The two held hands, as always, no one knew what they said, but both of them had smiles on their faces. Waving goodbye, Obito disappeared at one end of the broken golden road, and Lin fell from the sky along the road and entered the body in the coffin. The moment the soul fell into the body, the cracks on the body like broken porcelain were visibly restored, and a vitality emanated from Lin. Lin slowly opened her eyes. A whisper. Kakashi. It was like a voice from heaven, coming from another world. Kakashi, who was kneeling in front of Obito with tears streaming down his face, stiffened instantly. With his whole body shaking slightly, Kakashi turned his head little by little and saw the figure that appeared in his dream every night, trotting towards him. Her face was full of smiles, and her appearance was not beautiful. Her bright smile was like the sunshine in early spring, blending with the snow in December, bringing the breath of spring to the world. Lin stopped in front of the stiff Kakashi and reached out her hand gently touching Kakashi's forehead, tilting his head, pursing his lips and laughing. Kakashi, Obito, let me look at you. At this moment, Kakashi finally couldn't help it, tears flowed like spring water, not sadness, but tears of joy. Chapter 166 Swallowing the Nine Tails Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Hokage Rock. The resurrected Lin was full of early spring smiles, gently touching Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi was so happy that he cried, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this touching scene, Niji turned his head away, thinking that even if Lin was resurrected, Kakashi was going to raise a child bride. What a beast! That idiot! Madara was furious, even more annoyed than when Obito insulted him. He chose Obito, tried his best to save him, gave him everything, and gave him powerful power. As a result, Obito not only did not act according to his plan and betrayed him, but now he took the initiative to think about it because of an ordinary girl. Madara was furious, how could he choose such a stupid idiot? Hi! Taking a deep breath, Madara suppressed his anger. It would be better if he died, such an idiot died, but it was a pity that no one killed him personally. Suddenly, the space above his head twisted, and a huge monster fell from the sky. This was a giant bull with an octopus tentacle tail. It was huge, like a hill, dark red, with 8 octopus tentacles, and white suckers all over the tentacles. The body contains violent chakra, but each of its tentacles is pierced by a huge black iron rod, and the 8 tails is imprisoned by the black iron rod and cannot move. Boom! It fell on the ground like a meteorite, and the dust flew. The impact spread in all directions like ripples. Wherever it passed, houses collapsed in pieces, and the dead and rotten were destroyed. 8 tails. Uchiha Madara was delighted. He had been looking for the 8 tails for a while, but he couldn't find it. He was sure of the 9 tails, and now he was missing the 8 tails. Seeing the 8 tails at this moment, for Uchiha Madara, the last obstacle was gone, and Obito was dead, which meant that the only obstacle in front of him was Hyuga Niji. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Madara flew out of Susanoo, quickly formed seals with both hands, and slapped the ground. The condensed chakra exploded, turning into black runes that spread along the ground. The next second, with a puff, white smoke emerged, and a huge and ferocious golem appeared on the ground. The golem is a huge humanoid, and looks like a hideous demon. It has 10 eyes, 7 of which are open. It looks like a dead tree, and there are 10 protrusions on its back. It's so ugly even if it's not the first time he's seen it, Neji can't help but complain. Uchiha Madara stood on the outer path golem, and made seals with both hands. The outer path golem opened its mouth, and several chains flew out of its mouth. The chains were covered with rich chakra, emitting a faint purple light. The chains seemed to have vitality and quickly rushed to the 8 tails. After tying up the 8 tails, the outer path golem pulled the 8 tails into its mouth. Damn it! The 8 tails roared to the sky, and its huge body wanted to struggle, but the black iron rod on his tail reacted with the chain, and the chakra was connected, emitting a stronger force of confinement. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Come here, beast! Uchiha Madara laughed triumphantly, and the outer path demon statue gave off a stronger pulling force, and the chain dragged the 8 tails into the outer path demon statue's body. Seeing that Hyuga Niji did not stop him, Uchiha Madara secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be indifferent on the surface, but in fact he had always been on guard against Hyuga Niji. He secretly doubted in his heart, why didn't Hyuga Niji take action when there was such a good opportunity to stop him? Was he disdainful? Or did he want to see me do this? Could it be that even if I had the power of the Six Paths Sage, he would be sure to defeat me? This thought suddenly arose in his mind, and Uchiha Madara's face was ugly. He didn't believe that this would happen. The Six Paths Sage is the legendary ancestor of the ninja world, and that is the strongest power. Suppressing the bad premonition in his heart, Uchiha Madara knew that he had no way to retreat, and now he could only keep his head down and go on. If he didn't leave, he would die, and only if he left could he fight. Even if Hyuga Niji has a backup plan, he doesn't believe that he will be defeated by Hyuga Niji even if he becomes the legendary Six Paths Sage and masters the power of the Six Paths Sage. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to control the outer path demon statue to devour the 8 tails chakra. High wall outside the village. Tsunade saw the situation in the field and said suspiciously with her beautiful eyes, "What is Hyuga Niji planning? This is obviously the last chance to deal with Uchiha Madara, but why didn't he make any moves, as if he was waiting for Uchiha Madara to devour the 8 tails?" It seems that what Obito said is right. Shikaku couldn't help but think of the conversation he had with Obito that day. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes were focused on Shikaku. Shikaku thought for a moment and said, "Obito once said that Niji knew a lot of things. He could have killed Uchiha Madara. But he let Uchiha Madara go, as if he was waiting for Uchiha Madara to collect all the power he had ever collected and gain power comparable to that of the Six Paths Sage. I didn't believe it at that time, but through what I found and what we got now it should be certain that Niji is waiting for Uchiha Madara to succeed." Hearing this, everyone gasped. If Shikaku's guess is correct, it means that Niji is sure to defeat the powerful Six Paths Sage. Even if Uchiha Madara really has the power comparable to the Six Paths Sage, he is not afraid. Why does he do this? Kakashi was puzzled. Who would be stupid enough to create a powerful opponent for himself? Niji is not that kind of idiot, or a madman who likes to fight. Yes. Niji's behavior is too strange. He must have a reason for doing so. Shikaku took a deep breath and frowned, saying, "Niji is planning something, and this thing can only be obtained by Uchiha Madara becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and the Six Paths Sage of the past." The others nodded in unison. "I'm afraid this is the most likely reason." Terumi Mei suddenly said, "Are we just going to watch?" Everyone looked at Mei Terumi at the same time, without saying anything. What else could they do if they didn't watch? If they could participate in this level of battle, they would not let Uchiha Madara come to kill them. At this time, the outer path demon statue finally swallowed the 8 tails, and it only took 1 minute. Compared with Nagato using the outer path demon statue to swallow the tailed beast, which took 3 days and 3 nights, Uchiha Madara was simply very fast. The 8 tails chakra was completely swallowed, and the 8th tightly closed eye of the outer path demon statue opened. Seeing this eye without eyelashes and emotion, everyone couldn't help but feel sick. Even Niji was no exception. He used the Samsara eye to check the outer path demon statue, which contained a huge amount of chakra. It only needed the last 9 tails chakra, and the outer path demon statue could become the real 10 tails and revive again. Niji already knew the whereabouts of the 9 tails, and Naruto was training at Miyaboku Mountain. There is a big toad sage in Miyaboku Mountain, and the big toad sage has blocked Miyaboku Mountain. Even he can't do anything. He wants to know how Uchiha Madara got the 9 tails chakra. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief after getting the 8 tails chakra. He was only 1 step away from the last 10 tails. Feeling that success was just around the corner, Uchiha Madara was delighted. Looking at Ninkai in the distance, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 167 Kabuto Yakushi vs Orochimaru starting to be a villain from Konoha. The Eight Tails is in hand. Uchiha Madara's last worry is gone. Now he only needs the last-tailed beast Nine Tails to revive the Nine Tails. Feeling the power in the outer path demon statue under his feet, Uchiha Madara did not hesitate to quickly seal with his hands. Yin Si Suchen. The 4 seals were completed instantly. Uchiha Madara put his hands together and shouted softly. The next second, a coffin appeared on the head of the outer path demon statue. I see. Ninkai suddenly realized that the Nine Tails was divided into 2 halves by the 4th Hokage, one half in Naruto's body and the other half in the 4th Hokage's body. Although it was not all of the 9 tails, it was enough for the 10 tails. He did not stop Uchiha Madara. Ninkai still watched Uchiha Madara's operation quietly, waiting for the 10 tails to revive. Uchiha Madara wanted the 10 tails to revive, and why didn't Ninkai want the 10 tails to revive? He also wanted to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Bang! The coffin exploded, and the coffin boards flew everywhere. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato stood on the outer path demon statue. 4th Hokage. That's the 4th Hokage. Lord Minato Namikaze. The crowd was in an uproar, everyone was surprised, no one expected that Uchiha Madara would actually reincarnate Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze stood like a piece of wood, his eyes were dull, without any fluctuations, like a walking corpse. Uchiha Madara didn't need Minato Namikaze to fight, so he directly wiped out Minato Namikaze's will and made him a combat puppet. The hand seal changed, Minato Namikaze's eyes opened, an evil chakra burst out from Minato Namikaze, and the dark red Nine Tails chakra came out of his body. Tsunade's face changed drastically, and her tone instantly became anxious. No, we didn't expect this. Although Jiraiya and the others did not speak, their faces changed again and again. They tried hard to hide Naruto's actions, but it was in vain. Uchiha Madara never thought of snatching the Nine Tails from the beginning. He had already found a substitute. His purpose of coming to Konoha was not the Nine Tails, but Obito. Far away. Orochimaru looked away from the battle in Konoha village, with an evil smile on his face. He was looking for a replacement for Uchiha Madara. Without him, how could Uchiha Madara be reborn as the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze through the impure world reincarnation? And Orochimaru's purpose is very simple. He wants to know what the truth behind it is. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Niji doesn't like you doing this. A faint voice sounded behind him, and Orochimaru's smile disappeared instantly. He turned his head and looked behind him. When he saw that the person coming was Kabuto Yakushi, a flash of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes that was difficult to conceal. Because the Kabuto Yakushi in Orochimaru's eyes now was completely different from the familiar Kabuto Yakushi. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi was as white as frost and snow. There was a light grey horn on his head, light purple eye shadow around his eye sockets, and his eyelashes fell off, revealing a pair of light purple eyes. Sage mode. Orochimaru couldn't hide his shock. He had always wanted to master the Sage mode, and Kabuto Yakushi actually mastered it. As a scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru could see at a glance that this was not an ordinary Sage mode for Kabuto Yakushi. He transformed himself into a creature similar to Ryukadong, with a body the cells inside are strong and can be kept in the Sage mode at all times. The cells automatically absorb natural energy and merge with chakra. Kabuto Yakushi smiled proudly, Lord Orochimaru, I have surpassed you now and become a person who knows life better than you. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled evilly, so, you want to kill me? Putting away the smile on his face, Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and said, no, I know I can't kill you, because of the existence of the curse, it is difficult to kill you, so I decided to seal you. Then let's try it. As soon as the voice fell, Orochimaru made a move instantly, stretched out his right hand, and turned into a colorful giant python. The python opened its bloody mouth, a fishy wind came from behind, and the cold light on its sharp teeth flashed. Kabuto Yakushi easily dodged the python's attack, his right hand turned into a hand knife, and he cut it lightly, and the giant python burst instantly. At the moment when the giant python exploded, Kabuto Yakushi disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already killed behind Orochimaru. The chakra in his right hand was released, turning into an invisible chakra scalpel, and gently slashed at Orochimaru. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as thunder. All the power gathered, without a trace of leakage. Tear! With a sound like clothes being torn, Orochimaru was split into two, and his abdomen was cut in half. In the upper body that flew high, his mouth opened, a pair of big hands stretched out from his mouth, and Orochimaru emerged from his body. Orochi-style substitution technique. Kabuto Yakushi muttered to himself, and smiled faintly, the top substitute technique in the ninja world. I also wanted to learn it back then, but unfortunately my chakra was not enough. It was difficult for me to fight after using this substitute technique once. As he said this, Kabuto Yakushi's movements were not slow. He swung his hands back, rushed out quickly like a ninja runner, and jumped into the air with a slight tip of his toes. The chakra scalpel slashed at Orochimaru. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru released dozens of giant snakes with his hands. These giant snakes seemed to have wisdom and attacked Kabuto Yakushi at the same time. Some attacked, some harassed, and some sprayed poison. A slight cold light flashed in his eyes, and Kabuto Yakushi burst out the fairy chakra, and the chakra turned into a blue snake, and the invisible snake swept out. Wherever it passed, the giant snakes were instantly reduced to ashes and turned into dust like withered trees and rotten trees. The blue snake roared at Orochimaru, and the invisible sound waves were transmitted through the void like ripples, entering Orochimaru's ears, and the earlobes suddenly buzzed. Illusion. Orochimaru's face changed instantly. This is a sound illusion. Because Orochimaru practiced the technique of reincarnation, his mental power was very weak, so the illusion specifically targeting mental power became Orochimaru's nemesis. This is also the reason why Orochimaru was killed instantly by Itachi. Itachi is extremely good at illusions, and his illusions can be said to be the strongest in the ninja world. Many people don't know this, but Kabuto Yakushi has followed Orochimaru for many years and knows Orochimaru's weaknesses very well. Release. Orochimaru whispered in his heart, his chakra rioted, and he released the illusion. Knowing that illusion is his weakness, Orochimaru naturally has a way to counter illusion. He can't strengthen his resistance to illusion, so Orochimaru takes another path to strengthen his power to release illusion. Kabuto Yakushi's illusion is very strong, but Orochimaru released it in a blink of an eye. The confusion in his eyes disappeared instantly, blocking Kabuto Yakushi's attack and spitting out Kusanagi sword. Swish! The sword flashed, Kusanagi sword pierced Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder, blood gushed out, and the tip of the sword passed through Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder, dyed blood red. Kabuto Yakushi directly attacked countless times, and the blue surgical chakra knife slashed out, hitting Orochimaru's right hand. With a puff, Orochimaru's right hand was cut in two. But no blood gushed out of the wound, instead, long snakes emerged, biting each other, and forcibly pulled back Orochimaru's flying right hand, and sutured it intact. Kabuto Yakushi retreated and avoided Kusanaga's sword. Under the stimulation of the fairy chakra, the cell activation speed of the shoulder wound accelerated, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the unique body and powerful ninjutsu, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi fought briefly, but even Shui didn't take advantage. It was too difficult for Orochimaru to kill. Chapter 168 Sealing Orochimaru starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the woods. Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru simultaneously distanced themselves from each other. Both of them had abnormal bodies, and neither could do anything to the other. But since Kabuto Yakushi had come to the door, he was naturally prepared. Kabuto Yakushi stood still and quickly formed seals with his hands. He took a step forward with his right foot. In an instant, Orochimaru, the surroundings instantly stopped. The wind stopped flowing, and the flying leaves stopped in mid-air. Whether it was time or space, it seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the world seemed to have stopped. No. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, forming seals with his hands to control the flow of chakra in his body. But the strange thing was that no matter how Orochimaru disturbed the chakra in his body, he could not remove the illusion, and the surrounding space was still stagnant. However, facing the situation in front of him, Orochimaru did not panic. As long as it was an illusion, there was a way to solve it. Blocking his five senses, Orochimaru closed his eyes, and then gathered the chakra in his body, which burst out instantly. A visible chakra covered Orochimaru, forming a faint ripple that spread in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the grass and trees flew. After a while, Orochimaru gathered the chakra and opened his eyes again. The surrounding scene was still the same as before, without any change. At this moment, Orochimaru finally panicked. In the end, all the means to solve the illusion were useless. Closing the five senses and then releasing chakra, while stimulating the brain, this is the method Orochimaru used to deal with Uchiha Itachi, but it is useless at this moment. At the same time, in the real space, Orochimaru stood on the grass holding the Kusanagi sword, his body straight like a hard wood. Around Orochimaru, black iron rods were arranged in a circle, with a total of 8 iron rods. Kabuto Yakushi made seals with both hands, slapped the ground with his right hand, released the chakra condensed in his palm, divided it into 8 strands of chakra and merged into 8 black iron rods. Boom! A series of muffled sounds rang out, and the iron rods emitted brilliant light under the interaction of chakra. The runes on them released dazzling golden light, which rendered the surroundings and rendered the emerald green grass into golden yellow. The next second, these golden runes rushed towards Orochimaru along the ground as if they had spirituality, and then climbed up Orochimaru's body, turning into golden chains and binding Orochimaru. Close. Kabuto Yakushi changed the seals with his hands, and the golden runes flowed through the clothes like water and were imprinted on Orochimaru's skin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the golden runes touched Orochimaru's skin, a sizzle sound was made, like a branding iron was branding on the skin. After a while, a strange pattern formed on Orochimaru's body. After doing this, Kabuto Yakushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is the sealing technique he found in the records of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It not only seals the body, but also the soul. It is based on yin-yang escape, combined with natural energy, and binds chakra. If you want to unlock the seal, even Kabuto Yakushi can't do it. Once this sealing technique is successful, it can't be unlocked by seals. Unless Orochimaru can comprehend the power of the Six-Path Sage, or comprehend yin-yang escape, Orochimaru will never be able to unlock the seal. In other words, in the current ninja world, only Niji can unlock the seal. After doing all this, Kabuto Yakushi stepped back a few steps, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he formed seals with his hands to remove the illusion. The moment the illusion was lifted, Orochimaru, who was in the illusion, immediately found cracks in the surrounding space. The cracks quickly spread all around, looking like mirrors. The next second, the mirrors shattered and the illusion was lifted. However, before Orochimaru, who had just walked out of the illusion, had time to rejoice, he suddenly felt weak all over and fell to the ground like soft noodles. Orochimaru subconsciously wanted to mobilize the chakra in his body, but he suddenly found that the chakra in his body was like a pool of stagnant water. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't mobilize the chakra in his body. How could it be? Orochimaru panicked. If he couldn't even use chakra, what kind of ninja was he? Looking up at Kabuto Yakushi suddenly, Orochimaru gnashed his teeth and asked, "What on earth did you do to me?" Not only the chakra, but Orochimaru found that his soul was also sealed, unable to use the clone to escape, and now he has become an ordinary person. Kabuto Yakushi has never seen such a panicked Orochimaru. At this moment, it seems that something has disappeared in his heart, perhaps the respect for Lord Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru loses all his power, he will be as panicked as an ordinary person. Kabuto Yakushi walked up to Orochimaru, sat cross-legged, and said lightly, "Lord Orochimaru, this is a sealing technique developed by the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage. After my improvement, it is based on yin-yang escape and natural energy. You can't break free with your own strength." Hearing this, Orochimaru calmed down, stared at Kabuto Yakushi, and asked, "Why do you want to deal with me? Is it because of Hyaga Niji's order?" "This is just one aspect." As Kabuto Yakushi said, he smiled faintly, "Lord Orochimaru is my teacher. I have learned a lot from you. The way to prove that I am better than my teacher is to defeat him." When these words came out, Orochimaru was stunned. After a while, he suddenly laughed at himself, "So you have to learn from me and defeat your teacher?" "Almost." Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and did not deny anyone. He did mean that. Looking at Kabuto Yakushi's changes, Orochimaru asked curiously, "What did you get?" "I got a lot, the real secret of the world, Lord Orochimaru, you are right. When you understand everything, you will know the meaning of your existence in the world." As he said this, Kabuto Yakushi gradually became excited, his hands trembled slightly. Even if he tried his best to control it, it was difficult to hide Kabuto Yakushi's excitement at the moment. What he had been pursuing for a long time was finally realized, finding the meaning of survival and the goal of survival. This kind of thing is incomprehensible to ordinary people, even Hyaga Niji. Kabuto Yakushi felt that only Orochimaru could understand him in the entire ninja world. "Congratulations!" This congratulation was sincere and heartfelt. Although Kabuto Yakushi betrayed him, it did not mean that Orochimaru did not bless Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, thought for a while and said, "You don't have to worry so much. After tonight, the entire ninja world will usher in new changes. The original form of Ninja Village will be cancelled. Hyaga Niji will help you to remove the seal at that time." Hearing this, Orochimaru could not get excited at all, and was very sad. After living for so many years, in the end, he still needed Niji, a little kid, to remove the seal, and he had to look at his face. On the Hokage Rock in Konoha village. Feeling the use of yin-yang escape, Niji used the reincarnation eye to look into the distance. Kabuto Yakushi sealed Orochimaru, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru has been active for so long, and now he is finally defeated. In order to deal with Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi spent a lot of effort. In many documents, he finally found a way to seal Orochimaru. Chakra and soul are sealed together, a bit like the caged bird of the Hyaga clan. If you like to start being a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Start Being a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 169 Tentail Resurrection _ Starting Being a Villain from Konoha. Lala. Several chains flew out of the mouth of the Outer Path Demon statue, and the chains were like spears, piercing the body of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. The next second, the chains flew out and pulled the other half of the Ninetail out of Minato's body, and a huge dark yellow fox flew out. The Ninetail struggled desperately, but its power was too weak for the Outer Path Demon statue, and the chains had a strong binding effect on the tailed beasts. In the end, the Ninetail was still swallowed by the Outer Path Demon statue. The moment the Ninetails entered the Outer Path Demon statue, the last eye of the Outer Path Demon statue opened. When this eye opened, a terrifying chakra emanated from the Outer Path Demon statue, sweeping around like ripples. Wherever it passed, houses collapsed, the earth cracked, and everything was destroyed like a dead tree. The chakra impact came head-on, blowing many Jonins to sway. Only Jiraiya and a few others stood firmly. Glancing at the Jonins who were unable to resist behind him, Jiraiya ordered, "All Jonins retreat 500 meters, this level of battle is no longer something you can participate in." Hearing the Hokage's order, all Jonins quickly retreated and left the battle range. Looking into the distance, Tsunade murmured to herself, "Is this the chakra of the 10 tails?" It was so terrifying that she had never seen such a strong chakra before. Facing this chakra, Tsunade felt like she was standing in front of a chakra ocean. It's not the 10 tails yet. According to Niji's description, the 10 tails is not like this. Jiraiya frowned. Although the chakra in front of him was very strong, it seemed to be no different from the tailed beast. Just as the two were talking, the chakra that exploded suddenly converged, and the chakra storm disappeared. The next moment, roar! A roar resounded through the sky, deafening. Invisible sound waves spread out like ripples, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed and dissipated into nothingness, dispersing the dust and smoke raised by the chakra impact just now like a strong wind. A huge monster appeared, standing on the ground, with a huge body hundreds of meters high, like a mountain, and 10 tails flying in the air, raising strong winds, shaking the void, and shaking the earth. 10 tails! Jiraiya and others couldn't help but exclaimed. The huge size and huge sense of oppression were the same as the monster that destroyed the world described by Niji. Even Jiraiya felt a sense of despair. Can such a monster really be defeated by human power? Finally appeared, the 10 tails. Seeing the beast that shook the earth as soon as it appeared in front of him, Niji was overjoyed. Unlike the original plot, the 10 tails now has the power of all the tailed beasts except the half 9 tails in Naruto's body. At this moment, the 10 tails directly entered the complete form, with only one eye left out of the 9 eyes, and its open mouth was like a flower bud. The surging chakra in the 10 tails body was like an ocean. Its quality might not be as good as his, but its quantity was enough to match his. It was worthy of being the 10 tails that gathered all the tailed beasts. Niji was delighted, and Uchiha Madara was even more delighted. He laughed wildly again and entered the Uchiha laughter mode. It's as powerful as the records say. Not to mention the amazing size, the powerful chakra in its body was enough to feel the power of the 10 tails. The stronger the 10 tails, the happier Uchiha Madara was. This means that he will swallow the 10 tails next and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki to gain more power. He leaped to the top of the 10 tails, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, a yellow tube rose from the top of the 10 tails and connected to the back of Madara's head, so that Madara could control the 10 tails' actions. Feeling the power of the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara clenched his fists. He did not choose to directly devour the 10 tails to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The 10 tails was not stable yet and needed to wait for a while. During this time, he just happened to see how strong the 10 tails was, and there was an enemy in front of him who could perfectly display the 10 tails. With a cold look at Niji, Uchiha Madara said in a cold voice, "Hyaga Niji, I want to avenge the shame of that day." Under the cold voice, there was the anger of shame and indignation contained in the body. The moment the voice fell, Uchiha Madara controlled the 10 tails to kill Niji. The 10 tails took steps, and every step they took made the earth shake and the mountains sway. The 10 tails roared out, shattering the sky, carrying the momentum of falling meteorites, like spears falling. Each tail has a terrifying power. 10 tails attack together, even a mountain will be smashed into dust in an instant. Samsarngan Chakra mode. Feeling the terrifying power of the 10 tails, Niji was not in a hurry and whispered softly. Green chakra emerged from his body, and in a blink of an eye, it covered his whole body like a tide. The chakra turned into a green cloak fluttering in the wind, and the Seeking Truth jade appeared behind him. Far more than that, the moment the Samsarngan Chakra mode was used, Niji also turned on the Sage mode, and the two modes were entered almost at the same time. Purple eyes appeared around his eyes, and Niji's pupils changed and became vertical pupils. The moment he entered the Sage mode, Niji's body was like a black hole, madly swallowing the surrounding natural energy. In the blink of an eye, all the natural energy within a range of dozens of kilometers around him entered Niji's body. Everything seems long, but it actually happened in an instant. When the two modes are turned on, the 10 tails fall with the force of thunder. I saw Niji raise his hand and a seeking jade behind him fell into Niji's palm. The next moment, the chakra of the reincarnation eye poured into the seeking jade, and the black seeking jade turned into a green ball of light. Chakra light ball. The moment the green light ball flew out, it grew in the wind and turned into a green light ball with a diameter of tens of meters, facing the 10 tails attacking from the top. Bang! A thunderous roar sounded, and the Hokage rock under Niji's feet exploded instantly, and countless broken stones rolled. The ground cracked like a spider web, and cracks spread far away, crisscrossing. The visible chakra impact spread like ripples in all directions, and the remaining buildings of Konoha village were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing the once prosperous Konoha turned into ruins, Jiraiya felt extremely painful, but when he thought that there were no casualties, he felt a little comforted. Talent is everything. As long as people are still there, the former prosperity will reappear sooner or later. There was another explosion and the shock wave was released again. The tail of the 10 tails flew high, and his huge body like a mountain retreated madly. Every step he took, the ground cracked into an abyss. In the rolling dust, a green stream of light flew out, like a falling meteor across the sky. The void was on fire, and bursts of explosions were deafening. In the stream of light was Niji, who was wrapped in the materialized Samsara Eye Chakra, carrying the power to destroy mountains and split the earth, and hit the huge body of the 10 tails heavily. Boom! The impact force was like a heavy hammer hitting down heavily, and the 10 tails' abdomen instantly sank into a large piece, compressed to the extreme, as if it would break in the next second. The 10 tails felt pain and let out a painful roar, and the piercing pain seemed to tear it in half. The 10 tails retreated again and again, and every step it took was a tremor. Its body, which was bigger than a mountain, fell to the ground, and in an instant, a huge pit emerged. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 170 10 Tails Jinchuriki _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Konoha Village. Ninkai knocked down the 10 tails with a chakra ball, and its huge body like a mountain fell to the ground, making a loud roar and shaking the ground. How could it be? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it, his expression froze, his smile gradually disappeared, and was replaced by anger. He collected all the tailed beasts, used the outer path demon statue to revive the 10 tails, and obtained the power of the strongest tailed beast since the birth of the ninja world. He was defeated by Niji. How strong is this guy? Uchiha Madara shouted in his heart. Shame and anger surged in his heart, and before he could think too much, Uchiha Madara put his hands together. The 10 tails under his feet roared wildly, shaking the sky, and the sound waves hit the sky, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. Amid the roar, the 10 tails stood up and opened its mouth like a flower bud. In an instant, the yin and yang chakras gathered and surged like a tide, and a black sphere emerged at the 10 tails bud. As more and more chakras gathered, the black sphere in the 10 tails open bud continued to expand. Feeling the powerful power contained in it, Niji was not worried, but full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward, and a stream of chakra in his body rushed up to the sky, like a green beam of light rushing straight into the sky. His eyes were slightly focused, his legs were slightly bent, and his hands slowly formed a cross shape and were collected in his abdomen. I saw a lot of light between Niji's hands, like bright starlight, and the energy of his whole body gathered between his hands. The light became more and more dazzling and gradually materialized. The next second, Niji shouted in a low voice. Kamiha! The moment the words rang out, Niji pushed out his hands, and a dazzling light wave flew out, like a stream of light shooting towards the 10 tails. At the same time as Niji made his move, the 10 tails shot out the huge tailed beast ball in its mouth. The dark red-tailed beast ball exuded terrifying power, and wherever it passed, the void twisted like ripples. The tailed beast ball and the stream of light collided in the air. Boom! A loud sound that shook the sky and cracked the earth. Words cannot describe the chakra impact that spread in all directions, flying quickly like ripples, and wherever it passed, everything that blocked it was directly turned into powder. Too terrifying. Feeling the terrifying power that erupted in it, Jiraiya had no time to think about it. He quickly formed seals with both hands, condensed the chakra in his palms, raised his hand and patted the ground, releasing the chakra, and the earth attribute chakra hooked the surrounding terrain. A wall of earth more than 10 meters thick and hundreds of meters long quickly rose up, like a shield blocking the front. Not enough. Tsunade's voice was low, and she also quickly formed a seal, raised her hand and slapped the ground, and her earth escape chakra escaped into the ground. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth that was as big as the breakthrough created by Jiraiya, but thicker, appeared. Tsunade's chakra was far stronger than Jiraiya's. The same ninjutsu, the power of the performance was even greater. The two walls of earth merged into one, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But in a blink of an eye, they were deeply sad. They were Kage, and they were supposed to be the top few people in the ninja world. As a result, today they couldn't even resist the aftermath of the battle between Neji and the Ten Tails, and they needed to use Earth Escape to create a shield to defend against the shock wave. Of course, with the strength of Jiraiya and others, it would be no problem to escape even if they used the instant body technique. But several people had no choice, because they wanted to watch the battle up close and try to get first-hand information. Whether Uchiha Madara or Neji won the final victory, it was not good news for them. Uchiha Madara destroyed the Hidden Mist Village. Neji was not a good guy either, destroying most of the Hidden Cloud Village almost made the Hidden Rain Village disappear completely. In comparison, Jiraiya and others still prefer Neji to win. After all, Neji is somewhat different from Uchiha Madara. Neji is not a madman. If Uchiha Madara wins, the final outcome is definitely doomed. According to Neji, the source of ninjas, Kaguya Otsutsuki, will be resurrected. The shock wave dissipated. The original earth disappeared and turned into nothingness, replaced by a deep pit with a diameter of several thousand meters. Kamehameha Kigong shot through one of the 10 tails like a sharp arrow, and the tail broke and fell to the ground, smashing a hill. The 10 tails roared in pain, and the reincarnation Sharingan was extremely red, roaring at Neji. Feeling the anger of the 10 tails, Uchiha Madara looked cold and cursed the 10 tails for being useless in his heart. You have to rely on yourself. Completely giving up the idea of continuing to see the power of the 10 tails, and at the same time feeling that the chakra in the 10 tails is stabilizing, Uchiha Madara made seals with both hands. It's on, let's dance. Uchiha Madara smiled defiantly. The next second, Uchiha Madara exuded an invisible attraction. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was like a black hole, swallowing the entire 10 tails. The 10 tails, which was as big as a mountain, was quickly swallowed up. In a blink of an eye, the entire 10 tails entered Uchiha Madara's body. When the 10 tails entered Uchiha Madara's body, countless chakras turned into natural energy and filled Uchiha Madara's body. Chakra wrapped Uchiha Madara and rapidly transformed Uchiha Madara's body. It's finally here. Neji's mouth corners slightly raised. He has been waiting for today, waiting for Uchiha Madara to swallow the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the last reincarnation Sharingan, Neji would not give Uchiha Madara the opportunity to obtain the power of the 10 tails. The 10 tails transformed Uchiha Madara's body from the inside out. This process was very fast. The power of the 10 tails pushed Uchiha to a new level of life. After a while, the dust slowly dissipated, and on the cracked ground, Uchiha Madara stood, his long hair turned white, wearing the white windbreaker of the 6 Paths Sage. 9 Seeking Truth Jades floated in a circle behind him, and his arms and legs turned black. His eyes slowly opened, a ray of light tore through the void, and Uchiha Madara smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth when he felt the unprecedented powerful force in his body. After planning for so many years, he finally got the power he dreamed of after death and resurrection. With this power, the entire ninja world is not my opponent. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was full of confidence. He felt that he was invincible, and the entire ninja world could not stop him, even the little devil in front of him could not stop him. He raised his hand and gently waved, and the Seeking Truth Jade behind him flew to his palm, and then Uchiha Madara fired the Seeking Truth Jade like a bullet, shooting at Neji. A scornful smile flashed across Neji's lips. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara, who had gained power comparable to the Six Paths Sage, was now extremely powerful. He shot out a truth-seeking jade covered with the chakra of the Samsara Eye from his right hand, and met the truth-seeking jade shot by Uchiha Madara. The two truth-seeking jade, one green and one black, collided with each other. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The truth-seeking jade, which possessed the power of the Ten Tails, offset each other's power at the moment of contact and merged into the void. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's face instantly became extremely ugly. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the power he gained was so easily blocked by Neji. But soon Uchiha Madara's face returned to calm. The truth-seeking jade was just a simple power, which was nothing compared to the power he had now. Putting his hands together, Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye shone with a ray of light, and he slowly shouted. Wheel Grave. Chapter 171 Fierce Battle with the Ten Tails Jinchuriki _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. Wheel Grave Bunyu. Uchiha Madara shouted, only to see Uchiha Madara standing there quietly without any movement. The next second, Neji frowned slightly, his figure flashed, and he dodged quickly. The moment Neji disappeared from the spot, the ground he was standing on exploded with a bang. Touching the ground lightly with his toes, Neji floated back, his sleeves fluttering, and his right hand gently turned over, and a Seeking Jade appeared in his palm, and the Seeking Jade covered with green reincarnation eye chakra turned into a green light ball. Laser Rain. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling green light ball burst out from Neji's palm in an instant, covering Neji's entire arm. Neji raised his hand and clapped it. Countless green light balls shot out, like a continuous storm, and the sky was full of flying light balls. What is he doing? Jiraiya was confused. Neji first retreated, and then attacked a place where there was nothing, looking like a fool. Tsune didn't speak, her eyebrows were raised, she was also very puzzled. It seemed that there was nothing, but Neji seemed to be fighting with something. But neither she nor Jiraiya could sense it. Perhaps they didn't have the power of the Byakugan to see through everything, but if they fought, chakra fluctuations would definitely erupt. So far, they only felt the chakra fluctuations of Neji alone. Perhaps they were not specialized perceptual ninjas, but as strong as they were, their perception was not worse than that of perceptual ninjas. Countless light balls fell like raindrops in an area less than 10 meters in range. It was a real saturation attack, and the four shadows separated by Madara were defeated one by the light balls. At the moment of shattering Uchiha Madara's shadow, Neji used instant movement and instantly appeared behind Uchiha Madara, with a substantial lightsaber condensed from chakra in his hand slashing at Uchiha Madara's neck. Neji's speed was too fast, so fast that the Tadamo behind Uchiha Madara had no time to actively defend. Uchiha Madara turned around suddenly and saw the chakra sword slashing at his eyes. This sword was extremely fast. Even though Uchiha Madara reacted quickly, he couldn't help but be at a loss. In a hurry, he raised his head and leaned back, and his upper body moved back a foot. The sharp sword tip brushed Uchiha Madara's neck and passed by. His feet tapped lightly, and Uchiha Madara quickly retreated in panic. Even though Uchiha Madara has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his healing power is dozens of times stronger than Hashirama, and even if he is fatally injured, he can be healed instantly. But he was facing Neji, who had the Samsara Eye and Yin-Yang Release. Yin-Yang Release can create everything and destroy everything. Yin-Yang Release is the most powerful escape technique in the ninja world. Just like the Seeking Truth Jade made by integrating the 5 elements chakra based on Yin-Yang Release, it not only has the power of the universe, but can easily destroy a forest and invalidate the ninjutsu used. Just one seeking truth jade is enough to kill 99.99% of the strong men in the ninja world. If the first attack fails, Niji will follow up with the next attack. With a light tap of the toes, Niji flew out, close to the retreating Uchiha Madara, and danced with his long sword, swinging the sword. With this stab, the tip of the sword condensed the chakra of the Samsara Eye, emitting brilliant light, and the air was pierced with explosions. The visible strong wind emerged like a tornado, and the extremely sharp chakra was inside. The sword energy rolled towards Uchiha Madara like a tornado. Sharp chakra mixed with sword energy, like invisible blades, cut into Uchiha Madara's body, and the power was no less than that of weapons. In a flash, countless cuts were cut into Uchiha Madara's body, but the strange thing was that Uchiha Madara did not bleed. As the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he was no longer a human to some extent, but a creature infinitely close to the Otsutsuki clan. The long sword was as fast as lightning, piercing Uchiha Madara's left shoulder, and with a sound of puff, Niji lifted it up with force, and the tip of the sword flew out with a large piece of white meat. Niji shook his right hand lightly, and the long sword burst out with energy, instantly shaking the white meat into powder. Uchiha Madara flew backwards and hit the ground heavily, and the impact force he carried shattered the earth. This is not over yet. Ninkai raised his hand and threw out the long sword. The long sword was like a stream of light, piercing into the billowing smoke and firmly locked onto Uchiha Madara, who had just climbed up from the ground. The long sword was as fast as lightning. Even though Uchiha Madara reacted quickly, he had no time to resist. The sharp sword pierced through his abdomen and carried Uchiha Madara away. It's not over yet. Ninkai shouted loudly, and saw him put his hands together and put them on his abdomen. The reincarnation eye chakra visibly condensed in Ninkai's palm, gradually forming a dazzling ball of light. Kamiha! His eyes moved slightly, Ninkai shouted loudly, and pushed his hands out violently. The reincarnation eye chakra condensed in his palm turned into a dazzling green light column and blasted out, hitting Uchiha Madara head-on. Seeing the light column coming, feeling the terrifying power contained in the light column, the perception immediately gave a crazy warning, and the seeking jade behind him triggered the active defense mechanism, and quickly flew in front of Uchiha Madara, liquidized, and turned into a black shield. At the same time, Uchiha Madara quickly moved to the right. The moment the light column hit the black Dao-seeking jade, the Dao-seeking jade, which was indestructible and could even stop the tailed beast jade, melted like snow in the sun. The light column brushed past half of Uchiha Madara's body, and in an instant, half of Uchiha Madara's body turned into powder. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's quick reaction, this Kamehameha Kigong would have completely killed Uchiha Madara. If it were an ordinary person, half of his body would have turned into powder and he would have died tragically on the spot, but Uchiha Madara still maintained his vitality. The flesh and blood at the wound had grown rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's body was fully restored, and his arms and the disappeared thighs grew back. Although his body was quickly reborn, Uchiha Madara also became weak after the rebirth. Hyaga Niji! Uchiha Madara roared angrily, "Why is Niji so strong? How can he be so strong? I have become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but I am still not Niji's opponent." Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. He tried his best to cross life and death, and was reborn from death. He finally resurrected the Ten-Tails and became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He has the power comparable to the Six-Path Sage, but he is still not Niji's opponent. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that decades of persistence had become an extremely ridiculous thing. He thought he was invincible in the world, but at this moment, he was slapped hard on the ground and rubbed hard. At this moment, the ground under Uchiha Madara's feet bulged, and white Zetsu emerged. In his hand, he held another Samsara Eye, the Samsara Eye on Obito. White Zetsu handed the Samsara Eye to Uchiha Madara. "Master Madara, this is Obito's Samsara Eye. I got it for you." Madara took the Samsara Eye from White Zetsu's hand, and without any hesitation, he put it into his other right eye. The eyeball slowly turned, and the two samsara eyes finally gathered. Uchiha Madara laughed out loud, the last samsara eye is in hand. This is the power of the samsara eye. Hyaga Niji, let's fight again. At this moment, Madara felt that he could defeat Hyaga Niji. Chapter 172 Ten-tail Jinchuriki, nothing special starting from Konoha as a villain. Ruins of Konoha village. The two samsara eyes merged into one, and Uchiha Madara started laughing wildly, with confidence and excitement. He felt the real power of the samsara eyes, and then he could exert the real power of the Six Paths Sage. Humph! Ninkai sneered. The Uchiha clan were all self-righteous and extremely arrogant guys. When they became stronger, they thought they were invincible. Madara once knew how much power he had used. Teleport. With a light step of his right foot, Ninkai disappeared in the next second, and appeared behind Madara again. In an instant, he killed behind Madara, and Ninkai clenched his right fist and hit Uchiha Madara. He wanted to fight with Uchiha Madara in close combat. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's two samsara eyes were together, and Madara's confidence soared. Seeing that Niji was going to fight in close combat, he did not dodge but fought in close combat. Take my punch! Madara shouted confidently, clenched his right fist, and the chakra on his fist burst out, shaking the air and making bursts of explosions. The two fists flew by like meteors and hit hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound, the air exploded, and the airflow around turned into a supersonic shock wave, breaking through the air. The ground within a radius of hundreds of feet suddenly sank dozens of meters, and countless dust was raised, but it was blown away by the raging chakra in the next moment. There was a slight cracking sound, which was the crisp sound of bone breaking. Madara's bones broke instantly, the broken bones pierced the flesh, and the bloody bone marrow flew out of the body. Madara's right hand hung down like a soft noodle. Ninkai's physique is nearly 10,000, much stronger than Uchiha Madara. When the two fists collided, Uchiha Madara's hand was disabled, while Ninkai's fist surface was only cracked and bleeding. Who is stronger and who is weaker, you can tell with a comparison. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it, and roared angrily. His physique was not as good as this kid. He couldn't judge the pupil technique, but he couldn't even compare to the physique. Uchiha Madara couldn't believe that the kid in front of him was only a few years old. In addition to the strong eyes, his physique could not be stronger than his even if he was trained in the womb. Thinking of his confident shout just now, how arrogant he was before, how humiliating it was now. The slap in the face came too quickly, and Uchiha Madara wanted to take back what he had just said. Such a great opportunity, how could Ninkai let it go? He stepped on his feet suddenly, the ground collapsed, Ninkai took advantage of the force to shoot out, and killed in front of Uchiha Madara like an arrow from a string. The moment his feet stood firm, Niji clenched his fists, bent down and slammed Uchiha Madara. The power leaked from his feet alone shattered the ground. The two fists condensed the chakra of the reincarnation eye fairy technique, turning into two crystal clear fists, and the fists fell on Uchiha Madara. The moment the two fists hit Uchiha Madara, the fists exploded, like a million-ton bomb explosion. Uchiha Madara's chest was broken, and most of his body turned into powder. The moment his chest was broken, Uchiha Madara flew backwards like a fired cannonball, flew thousands of meters, hit the ground heavily, and then bounced like a basketball for dozens of times before barely stopping. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's bones were all broken, and Uchiha Madara was like a ball, greedily lying on the ground. Yin-Yang escape was activated, consuming a lot of chakra to repair bone cracks, and chakra was directly generated for those bones that pierced the body and flew out. Seeing this, Ninkai rushed out again, but at this moment, four Uchiha Madara appeared from all sides, and they attacked Ninkai at the same time. Ninkai had to stop. Facing the siege of four Uchiha Madara, Ninkai burst out with a strong physique and resisted the four Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Ninkai seemed to have become an indestructible body, resisting the attack of Uchiha Madara without any damage, and facing the fight of 4 Uchiha Madara, he was still at ease. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was taking the time to recover. Soon, Uchiha Madara's whole body injuries were completely recovered, but at this moment, Uchiha Madara was extremely weak, so weak that his pale cheeks had turned pale. Too strong, Jiraiya was shocked beyond words, muttering to himself, after absorbing the Ten Tails and becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara still couldn't defeat Niji. How strong is Niji? How strong is Niji? This doubt not only arose in Jiraiya's heart, but also in the hearts of all those who saw Uchiha Madara and Niji fighting. Everyone was curious about how Niji practiced. Did he practice when he was a sperm? But even if he practiced at that time, he couldn't be so strong. He was just a member of the Hyuga family, without a strong racial talent, and this kind of strength was really inexplicable. There was no tailed beast, only pupil technique. But pupil technique can't enhance the body. Break. Niji put his hands together, condensed the reincarnation eye fairy technique chakra in his fists, and shouted in his mouth, stepped on his feet, and slammed his palms together. The high concentration of chakra condensed in the palms exploded and turned into purple lightning. Lightning filled the void, emitting a dazzling white light. The sky was full of lightning and blocked the surroundings. The 4 Uchiha Madaras were instantly stagnant and stiff, and their bodies were charred on the outside and tender on the inside by lightning. The next moment, lightning struck the 4 Uchiha Madaras, knocking all of them away. The shadows created by the wheel grave. The edge prison disappeared at the moment of being knocked away. With his sleeves fluttering and the ground under his feet charred and steaming, Niji raised his hand and flicked it, and the lightning around him dissipated. Then he looked up at the top of his head. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the opportunity when he just took action to deal with the 4 shadows to repair his body and then flew into the air. 10 Tails Jinchuriki, nothing more than that. Niji sneered, his words showed no disdain. Decoration. Feeling the gaze from his feet, Uchiha Madara looked down, and the two of them collided in the air, and invisible sparks flew. Facing Ninkai's contemptuous gaze, Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly. Up to now, even if Uchiha Madara did not admit it, he had to admit in his heart that he was not Ninkai's opponent, even if he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. If he continued to fight, he would really die at Ninkai's hands, so Uchiha Madara would definitely carry out the final plan and not delay. Put your hands together. Chibaku Tensei. With a gentle shout, chakra like a tide poured into Uchiha Madara's hands. Under the compression of Uchiha Madara, these chakras turned into black spheres at a speed visible to the naked eye. As chakra poured in, the black sphere grew rapidly, and Uchiha Madara raised his hand and held the black sphere high. The next moment, the black sphere split and shattered into dozens of black spheres, flying in all directions. These black spheres did not fly far before they stopped in midair. In the extremely quiet atmosphere, dozens of black spheres simultaneously emitted a gravity that swallowed everything. The gravity was like a pair of invisible hands, easily tearing the earth apart, grabbing the huge rocks like mountains, and flying into the air. Countless rocks flew up, and Jiraiya and others were already dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big scene. The ground was torn apart, surging into the sky, turning into huge meteorites, suspended in the air, as if they would fall down in the next second. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohage Novel Network. Chapter 173 The Birth of the Divine Tree Starting from Konoha as a villain. Chibaku Tensei. Uchiha Madara instantly released dozens of Chibaku Tensei, huge stone balls suspended in the air, covering the sky and the earth, and crossing the void. Each Chibaku Tensei was thousands of meters huge, hovering above the head, as if it would fall like a meteor in the next second. This time the raindrops are bigger and heavier. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, clasped his hands together, and controlled the Chibaku Tensei above his head, falling to the ground like a meteorite. The huge Chibaku Tensei fell, rubbing against the air, and rising balls of flames. The meteorite had not fallen yet, and the hurricane-like airflow had already pressed down. It set off a violent gust of wind, sweeping the ground like a storm, and rolling up dust all over the sky. Ninkai took a deep breath, raised his lips slightly, stepped on the void, soared into the air, and faced these Chibaku Tensei alone. With a slight wave of his right hand, the 9 Dao-seeking jades suspended behind him flew out at the same time and landed in Ninkai's right palm. The Dao-seeking jades rotated around Ninkai's wrist at high speed, like a string of green Buddhist beads. The next moment, these Dao-seeking jades released the power of the universe and condensed the chakra of the immortal reincarnation eye. The invisible chakra solidified instantly and turned into a light green chakra lightsaber. The lightsaber grew in the wind, and in an instant, it extended rapidly, as if there was no limit. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion! Ninkai shouted softly, and the lightsaber in his hand had extended for tens of kilometers. Ninkai raised the chakra lightsaber high, like a beam of light piercing through the clouds and the earth. Break! The moment the voice fell, Ninkai waved the chakra lightsaber in his hand. The lightsaber moved lightly, crossed the void, and burst out with the power of destroying the world. Too strong! Tsunade's face was grim, her pale blue eyes reflected the lightsaber, and her expression was extremely complicated. Looking back on the battle that day, it seemed like it happened yesterday. It was with this move that Niji easily cut through Uchiha Madara's indestructible Susanoo, known as the power of God. But compared to that day, today's lightsaber seemed to extend to the end of the sky. The lightsaber fell, and with a light swing, several Chibaku Tensei were cut in half. The next moment, the Chibaku Tensei that were cut in half exploded, and the sword energy leaked from the lightsaber was like countless sharp blades shredding the Chibaku Tensei. Swish swish! Then there were 3 more swords, and the chakra lightsaber easily cut off all the Chibaku Tensei. Fierce explosions sounded, and orange-yellow flames burned the sky, illuminating the dim earth like daylight. Seeing Nisi so easily shattering the Chibaku Tensei that he had cast, Uchiha Madara's face was grim, but thinking that he had already completed it, he put his heart at ease. After forming seals with both hands for a few seconds, Uchiha Madara whispered softly. The sacred tree! As soon as the voice fell, a shadow flew out of Uchiha Madara's body. This shadow was as fast as lightning and instantly disappeared into the ground. The Chibaku Tensei exploded into countless rubble, which fell like raindrops. It really rained stones between heaven and earth. The stone rain was like the sky falling. At this moment, the ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake of more than 10 magnitude. Before Jiraiya and others could react to what happened, a sapling broke through the ground and thrived. The sapling grew very fast, just like it was inflated and grew rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a huge tree stood on the ground. This tree was extremely large, so large that it exceeded all other trees. The giant tree is several thousand meters high, like a trunk supporting the sky. With a diameter of several thousand meters, the entire Konoha has become a sacred tree. I have a bad feeling. Jiraiya's face was grim, and he had a strong premonition in his heart, a premonition he only had when he was facing death. Although it was unclear where the premonition came from, it was definitely related to the huge tree in front of him. Is this the sacred tree that Hyaga Niji mentioned? 5th Mizukage Terumi Ming was dumbfounded. This tree was really too big. In the secret room before, Mei Terumi didn't believe what Niji said. At this moment, seeing this huge sacred tree with her own eyes, Mei Terumi had to believe it. Ha ha ha! Looking at the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel excited and laughed. But thinking of the slapping incidents that happened several times before, Uchiha Madara suppressed his smile, but his excitement was not reduced at all. The sacred tree appeared, and what was recorded on the stele was true. He had planned until now and spent decades, and he finally succeeded, only one step away from success. Is this the sacred tree? Niji looked at the sacred tree and said in surprise, it's really big, but it's really useless except for its size, and it's ugly. Others can only see that the sacred tree is huge, but Niji has the chakra of the reincarnation eye, which can see things that others can't see. The sacred tree in front of him looks huge, but in fact most of it is natural energy, with very little chakra, because most of the chakra is in Uchiha Madara's body, and the sacred tree in front of him is equivalent to a shell. But what Uchiha Madara needs is the trunk, and only the trunk can contain all the chakra energy. His eyes were filled with joy, and Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands. The God Tree world is coming. A faint voice resounded through the night sky, and in an instant, the God tree trembled suddenly. The next moment, the roots of the God tree that were rooted in the ground broke through the ground and flew out. Any of these roots were tens of kilometers long. The roots hidden in the ground were pushed by an inexplicable force and extended rapidly throughout the ninja world. A huge root shot out of the air and shot straight towards Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya finally understood where his sense of crisis came from, which was the God tree in front of him. Seeing the roots coming, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart was very solemn. The seemingly ordinary and unpredictable roots in front of him made him feel a strong sense of crisis. The speed of the roots was extremely fast, like a sharp arrow shooting, and everyone moved in unison, performing the instant body technique to retreat at the same time. Jiraiya jumped up with both feet, avoiding the attack of the tree roots. The chakra in his right hand condensed, and a light blue chakra ball was formed. In the ball, wisps of chakra visible to the naked eye rotated at high speed. Super large jade rays non. A shout sounded, Jiraiya shouted loudly, slapped the tree roots with his right hand, and the rays non in his palm swelled in the wind. In a blink of an eye, it became several times larger than Jiraiya. The chakra that was condensed and rotated at high speed exploded instantly, wood chips flew, and the rays non smashed the tree roots. Before Jiraiya showed joy on his face, wooden dragons flew out from the broken roots. These wooden dragons seemed to have life, roaring with their mouths open. Some of them killed Jiraiya, some killed Tsunade, and some killed Meiterumi. Wood release. Puzzled, Tsunade jumped up, condensed her power in her right hand, and chakra filled her fist, like a layer of armor. Break! Tsunade shouted, clenched her right fist and punched out, smashing the wooden dragon with one punch, and the wooden dragon exploded into countless pieces. At this moment, another wooden dragon came, and the timing was perfect. Tsunade had no time to react. She watched the wooden dragon hit her body, and she was hit hard. Then, countless wooden strips flew up from the wooden dragon, like long whips, and rolled towards Tsunade. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 174 Tsunade and Jiraiya starting from Konoha to be a villain. Swish! Several sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and several wooden strips flew out from the broken wooden dragon. These wooden strips were extremely fast and killed Tsunade in the blink of an eye. Tsunade, as before, punched out and smashed the attacking wooden strips, but there were too many wooden strips. Tsunade smashed some of them, and more wooden strips came, endlessly. Soon, Tsunade's right foot was entangled by a wooden stick. Tsunade instinctively and subconsciously burst out chakra. To do this, she needs to have a strong control over chakra. She is a famous medical saint in the ninja world. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's control over chakra far exceeds that of other strong people of the same level. Even Jiraiya is not as good as Tsunade in chakra control and subtle control. Just as Tsunade burst out chakra, the chakra condensed on her legs was instantly swallowed up by the wooden stick. Tsunade's face changed drastically. These wooden sticks can not only be reborn infinitely, but also absorb chakra. Upon realizing this, Tsunade's reaction was not slow. She punched the wooden stick on her leg. With a click, the wooden stick shattered and Tsunade broke free. At the moment of breaking free from the restraint, Tsunade's fists blasted out a fist force, like a bomb that shattered all the wooden sticks in front of her. Tsunade took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and at the same time reminded the others loudly, "This wooden stick can absorb chakra, don't let it touch it." Hearing this, Terumi, Jiraiya, several people's faces suddenly changed, and they all retreated to distance themselves from the wooden strips. Several cage-level ninjas could barely resist for a few times, but the jonins a little further away did not have this strength. Thick tree roots arched up from the ground, and wooden dragons flew out, easily defeating the jonins. Opening his mouth to bite the jonins one by one, wooden strips flew out of his mouth, wrapped around the ninjas bitten in his mouth like ropes, and at the same time swallowed their chakra. Super large raise non. Jiraiya flew to avoid the attack of a wooden dragon, raised the super large raise non in his hand and blasted it, and the dozens of meters thick tree roots were easily torn in half. Just after breaking the tree roots, Jiraiya had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and saw a wooden dragon emerging from the ground behind Tsunade, who was retreating. The wooden dragon appeared without warning and hit Tsunade fiercely. Tsunade's attention was all on dodging the wooden sticks that kept coming in front of her. Even though she was very quick to react, she couldn't react to this situation. In the blink of an eye, a fire escape sounded behind Tsunade. Fire escape, big flame bomb. Jiraiya saw that Tsunade was in danger, and regardless of the wooden dragons that were following him, he opened his mouth and sprayed a large amount of yellow toad oil, and then used fire escape to ignite the toad oil. The burning toad oil bomb made a bursting sound and shot towards Tsunade, who was in danger. The big flame bomb smashed the wooden dragon that attacked Tsunade from behind, and Tsunade's crisis was resolved. However, Jiraiya was in an extremely dangerous situation. Facing the attack of the wooden dragon, Jiraiya could only barely resist it. This move helped Tsunade, but his back was wide open. A wooden dragon carrying a huge force hit Jiraiya heavily. Jiraiya was hit hard, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale instantly. At the same time, tree roots emerged from the wooden dragon and bound Jiraiya's limbs, absorbing Jiraiya's chakra. A ninja without chakra is like a dead fish washed ashore, whether it is a genin or a cage-level strongman, it is the same, unless it is a pure physical ninja like Kai and Xiaoli. Tsunade's voice suddenly became sharp when she saw Jiraiya being caught because of himself. Jiraiya! The wooden strips flew, quickly wrapping Jiraiya like a mummy. Jiraiya saw Tsunade rushing towards her, and before the wooden strips were completely wrapped, she shouted with her last strength, "Run! Run! Where to run?" Tsunade heard Jiraiya's words, and a trace of despair appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't run away. Seeing that Jiraiya had been caught, Tsunade gave up resistance and let the wooden strips wrap her, before her eyes were about to go black. Looking at Jiraiya not far away, Tsunade's voice was as thin as a mosquito's whistle, and her pretty face was slightly blushing. "If you can survive this time, I will promise you." Tsunade fell asleep instantly as the sky went dark. Jiraiya and Tsunade were captured one after another. Terumi did not resist for long and soon followed. As for Kakashi, he still needed to pay attention to protect Lin, who was captured by Mu Tiao long before. Not only on the battlefield, but also in other places, as long as there were ninjas, there were tree roots arching up from the ground and capturing all the ninjas. For a time, there were only 4 ninjas left in the entire ninja world. In addition to Uchiha Madara, who controlled the sacred tree, and Niji, who did not have time to stop it, there was also Naruto hiding in Miyaboku Mountain, and Sasuke, who controlled the complete Susanoo and possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and came here confidently. After the sacred tree absorbed the chakra of all the ninjas, the size of the sacred tree increased again, and it had a huge amount of chakra in its body. At this moment, the sacred tree made Niji have to marvel that the chakra of the sacred tree surpassed him. After absorbing all the chakra, the tightly closed bud at the top of the sacred tree bloomed instantly, and the pink petals slowly opened, revealing not the pale yellow stamens, but a blood-red Samsara Sharingan. Feeling the chakra of the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara couldn't stop laughing. He finally succeeded. The sacred tree absorbed everyone's chakra. Now there is only one last step. After completing the last step, he can become the Six Paths Sage, no, an existence that exceeds the Six Paths Sage. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's face flushed, and the whole person seemed to have endless power suddenly. Teleport. Suddenly, there was a sound of fluttering sleeves behind him. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed, and there was no time to think about it. The Seeking the Way jade behind him shot towards Niji. With a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, Niji clenched his fists, slightly accumulated strength, and punched out with both fists, smashing the Seeking the Way jade abruptly. The Dao Seeking Jade is simply a cheat for ninjas who have not comprehended yin-yang release or the power of the six paths, but for Niji, the Dao Seeking Jade is nothing more than a more solid chakra condensate. Using the time gained by the two Dao Seeking Jades, Uchiha Madara flashed and quickly distanced himself from Niji. Uchiha Madara was very fast, faster than any instant body technique, but Niji was even faster. He moved instantly, took a step, disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind Uchiha Madara in an instant. He swung the lightsaber with both hands and slashed at Uchiha Madara's neck. This sword was so fast that Uchiha Madara had no time to dodge. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the energy scattered. The lightsaber stopped half a meter behind Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the two Uchiha Madaras joined forces to block the lightsaber slashed by Niji. The other two Uchiha Madaras came to Niji from the left and right. Ninkai was not in a hurry. His chakra lightsaber vibrated, releasing a dazzling light, and with one sword he shook off the two Uchiha Madaras. Then, Ninkai swung his sword horizontally, and the long sword broke through the air, easily cutting the two Uchiha Madaras in half. Then he slashed with another sword, cutting off the other two Uchiha Madaras. With two swishes of swords, the four Uchiha Madaras created by Uchiha Madara using the wheel grave prison died tragically on the spot. Chapter 175 Swallowing the Divine Tree _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. Ninkai swung his chakra in his hand light sword, long sword cuts through the void, pressure bursts out for hundreds of miles. Swish! The long sword moves lightly, and countless air currents are rolled up, forming a tornado vortex visible to the naked eye. As the hurricane roars, Niji swings the long sword down. From the sword in front of him, Uchiha Madara feels the danger of being destroyed, and his mind is frantically warning him. He wants to dodge and move. The figure flashes, and Uchiha Madara disappears from the spot and appears 100 meters away. The speed is extremely fast, and the superb instant body technique is no less than that of Flying Thunder God involving time and space ninjutsu. The moment he stabilizes his footsteps, Uchiha Madara's cold light stands up, and when he looks up, the chakra lightsaber is still slashing. Uchiha Madara's face changes drastically, and he uses the instant body technique to dodge again, but the next second, the chakra lightsaber is still above his head, and the speed is getting faster and faster. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's heart trembles, and he finally realizes that this is a locked attack, and no matter how he escapes, he can't escape. With eyes as cold as a knife, Uchiha Madara was furious. Even a clay man would have a temper, not to mention the arrogant Uchiha Madara. One after another, the plan was destroyed by Niji, and he was defeated in front of Niji. These scenes appeared in front of Uchiha Madara like a revolving lantern, and humiliation and anger erupted like a volcano. Uchiha Madara did not dodge, anyway, it was useless to dodge. Would release 1,000 dragons of the divine tree. Uchiha Madara shouted with his hands clapping. The moment the voice fell, the divine tree trembled, the thick divine tree swayed, the void was trembling, and a deafening air explosion sounded. Seeing this scene, Niji was stunned. Can the divine tree still be used for fighting? Isn't it converted into the Nine-Tails state? When he was confused, the roots under the feet of the divine tree moved, and thick roots arched out of the ground, broke out of the ground, and turned into wooden dragons and rushed out. Each of the wooden dragons that the sacred tree transformed into was stronger than the wooden dragons summoned by Hashirama Senju, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Thousands of wooden dragons soared into the sky, just like a group of dragons migrating. The wooden dragons that covered the sky and the earth were like thousands of troops, fearless of life and death, and killed the chakra lightsabers falling from the sky. Boom! A dazzling light burst out and instantly swept across the sky and the earth. In the light, wherever the chakra lightsabers passed, the wooden dragons were like encountering spring snow, and they quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dissipated wooden dragons were quickly filled by the remaining wooden dragons. These wooden dragons not only resisted the sharpness of the chakra lightsabers, but also absorbed the chakra on them. For a while, the two sides seemed to enter a state of wrestling. Feeling the rapid consumption of chakra in the body of the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara's face was extremely ugly. At this rate, the sacred tree without chakra would be useless. And this was his strongest move, but he couldn't even defeat the chakra lightsaber in Niji's hand. Uchiha Madara was going crazy. He is the strongest in the ninja world. Even Hashirama is not his opponent. If it weren't for the cells of Hashirama, it would be unknown who would win or lose in that battle. But since his resurrection, Uchiha Madara has been hit one after another. He once suspected that he was not resurrected, but entered a world of illusion. This feeling is stronger than ever before. Uchiha Madara, who has been strong all the way, can't be stopped by anyone except Hashirama. Even after death, he still controls the situation in the ninja world and controls the development of the ninja world behind the scenes. Uchiha Madara is proud and powerful at the same time. After finally resurrecting, he thought he could control everything and sweep across the ninja world like a whirlwind. The dream is full, but the reality is very skinny. Absorb everything. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded in Uchiha Madara's mind. Uchiha Madara was stunned, shook his head and looked around, and said vigilantly, "Who is it? Who is talking in my mind?" The voice did not answer his identity, but still repeated the words just now. Absorb everything, devour everything, and become the strongest. The next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly turned his head and looked at the huge sacred tree behind him, and asked tentatively, "Is it you?" The voice still did not answer, but just repeated what it had just said like a machine. But Uchiha Madara could already be sure that the voice came from the sacred tree in front of him. The sacred tree actually has consciousness? Uchiha Madara was shocked, and then he thought about it. The body of the sacred tree is the 10 tails, and it is normal to have consciousness. After carefully thinking about the words that sounded in his mind, a flash of light flashed, and Uchiha Madara suddenly understood, looked up at the sacred tree in front of him, and hesitated slightly. The sense of crisis brought by Niji was urgent, and now was not the time to hesitate. Uchiha Madara stared at the sacred tree in front of him, without hesitation. Flying to the front of the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara released the restraints in his body and controlled the chakra to sense the sacred tree in front of him. The next moment, Uchiha Madara exuded a strange attraction, only for the sacred tree, and the huge sacred tree was quickly sucked into Uchiha Madara's body, just like swallowing the 10 tails before. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued. Without the support of the chakra of the sacred tree, thousands of wooden dragons were instantly reduced to ashes. Ninkai did not continue to chop down. His chakra was also consumed greatly, although the chakra in his body was as vast as the sea with the help of the system. But the sacred tree has all the chakra in the ninja world after all. In terms of chakra quantity alone, he cannot compare with the sacred tree. After a wave of confrontation with the sacred tree, his chakra consumption was also extremely large, especially natural energy. While Uchiha Madara was absorbing the sacred tree, he just absorbed the natural energy. With a deep breath, Ninkai raised his hands. He madly swallowed the natural energy around him. His body was like a black hole, emitting a terrifying attraction. The natural energy within a radius of dozens of miles was instantly emptied, then hundreds of kilometers, and finally thousands of kilometers. Ninkai did not stop absorbing natural energy. There was still a fierce battle to come. He needed enough senjutsu chakra. Uchiha Madara swallowed the sacred tree into his body, and all the chakra in the ninja world, except for a few people, returned to Uchiha Madara's body. The most important thing is that Kaguya Otsutsuki has a chance to revive, and Black Zetsu is lurking in Uchiha Madara, waiting for Uchiha Madara to swallow the sacred tree, and then he will take action. The real opponent is Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara is just a pawn, and a stupid pawn. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Niji did not stop swallowing natural energy until all the natural energy on the earth returned to his body. Niji slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, raised his drooping eyelids, and a clear light flashed, and all the chakra in his body was converted into senjutsu chakra. At this moment, Niji felt the overwhelming power again. Due to excessive absorption of natural energy, the energy leaked out uncontrollably, and the energy collapsed the void. The space around Niji was visibly distorted, like crumpled paper. Burp. After swallowing the 10 tails completely, Uchiha Madara burped, and felt the surging power in his body, and Uchiha Madara laughed. This power is stronger than when he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The previous 10 tails only had the power of 8 half-tailed beasts, and now the divine tree has taken back the chakra of the ninja world, and has chakra that is almost equivalent to the entire ninja world. Chapter 176 Infinite Moon Reading _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The sharp eyes swept towards Niji, and Uchiha Madara's mouth corners slightly raised. He was already several times stronger than before, and Hyuga Niji was not his opponent. Feeling the arrogance in Uchiha Madara's eyes, Niji smiled faintly, and Uchiha Madara felt that he was good again. Sure enough. Uchiha Madara raised his head proudly and said in a cold voice, "Hinata Niji, when I perform the infinite moon reading, it will be your death." As he said that, Uchiha Madara flew straight to the moon, and his calm face could not hide his excitement. According to the records on the stone tablet, when the owner of the power of reincarnation approaches the moon eye used to realize the infinite dream will open. Recalling the contents on the stone tablet, Uchiha Madara calmed down and looked directly at the moon. The next moment, he felt the chakra in his body rushing to his forehead uncontrollably. Uchiha Madara was not panicked, but overjoyed. The stone tablet was right. Then, Uchiha Madara felt a creeping feeling coming from his forehead, like a green grass pushing open the soil and growing vigorously. I saw that Uchiha Madara's forehead wrinkled slightly, and then the wrinkled part separated to both sides, and then a blood-red eye appeared. The eyes had no pupils, and there were circles of black circles inside, and black megatama appeared on the circles. Finally appeared. Ninkai was refreshed and overjoyed. He had been waiting for a long time, letting Uchiha Madara jump around, just to wait for today. He had waited for Uchiha Madara to open the Samsara Sharingan, and finally waited for the eye technique with two powerful eyes, Samsara Eye and Sharingan. As long as he killed Uchiha Madara, he could get Samsara Sharingan. Ninkai was happy, and Uchiha Madara was even happier. The moment the Samsara Sharingan was opened, the moon changed. The originally bright white moon instantly turned blood red, shrouded in a layer of light red light, and the pattern of Samsara Sharingan appeared on the moon. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, made hand seals, and then he would open the infinite Tsukuyomi. The plan that had been planned for decades finally came to fruition today. Infinite Tsukuyomi! A light shout came out. The next moment, the moon released a blazing white light, which was more dazzling than the sun, illuminating the night like day. The moonlight enveloped the entire world in an instant, ignoring the obstruction of space and matter, shining on everyone. Almost at the same time, the pupils of the Samsara Eye were reflected on all eyes. Where the light shines, everyone falls into their own infinite dreams, in which their obsessions turn into the best dreams. The obsessions in their hearts reappear in dreams, and they live the life they want most and become the people they want to be most. The dream is so beautiful that few people are willing to come out. Hinata dreamed that she was no longer a coward, married Naruto, and lived a happy life. Jiraiya dreamed that Tsunade fell in love with him and married him when they first met. Orochimaru did not defect, and he became the Hokage. Tsunade dreamed that her younger brother Nowaze was still alive, and her first love Kato Dan was still alive, but her dream not only had her first love, but also Jiraiya, who occupied an extremely important position in Tsunade's dream. Kakashi dreamed of the Battle of Konoha Bridge. They completed the mission perfectly, everyone was unharmed, Obito and Rin were still alive, and Minato was still the fourth Hokage. Then Obito became Hokage, and in Kakashi's dream, he finally married Rin. Although Obito was upset, he could only bless her. In Mei Terumi's dream, Kirigakure was a peaceful village. After she grew up in the village, she mastered 2 bloodline limits and became the object of the village's training. Then she became Mizukage and led Kirigakure to prosperity. In life, everyone has their own obsessions and pasts that they want to change, whether it is for love or family affection. In this infinite dream, everyone lives the way they want to live. This is the horror of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It gives everyone a chance to live again, although it is an illusion, and illusions and reality are sometimes indistinguishable. This reminds Neji of the movie in his previous life, The Matrix, which is very similar to the infinite Tsukuyomi. They are both living in an illusory world, one is to become a battery, and the other is to become a fighting soldier. Shaking his head, Neji drove out the extra thoughts in his mind, and focused on Uchiha Madara in the distance. Uchiha Madara was laughing triumphantly, and the infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully performed. No one in the entire ninja world could stop him. Sensing the peeping behind him, Uchiha Madara's laughter stopped abruptly, as if he was stuck, and he turned his head suddenly, but seeing Neji with a calm face and no influence, and a smile on his lips, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly froze, his face full of disbelief. How can there be no influence? Infinite Tsukuyomi is the strongest technique. Even before he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he could not resist the Tsukuyomi. This is not a relationship of strong strength, but a problem of pupil technique. Only a strong samsara eye can resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. Could it be that his eyes can resist the infinite Tsukuyomi's eye technique? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe it, but he had to admit that Neji's eye technique was very strong, otherwise he couldn't resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. Although Neji was not affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara didn't care. He was invincible now and was not afraid of Hyuga Neji. The entire ninja world was trapped in the beautiful dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Next, he only needed to deal with Hyuga Neji, and the ninja world would be his. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but breathe quickly. For thousands of years, there was only one person who became the true ancestor of the ninja world. Six-Path Sage. And he was about to become a Six-Path Sage. Suppressing his excitement and joy, Uchiha Madara looked at Neji expressionlessly, and he only needed to deal with him next. His eyes were as cold as a knife and swept towards Neji. If eyes could kill people, Neji would have been killed by Uchiha Madara many times. Uchiha Madara raised his head slightly, showing the attitude of a strong man, and said lightly, "I didn't expect you to block the infinite Tsukuyomi, but this is better. Killing you who is sinking into the infinite Tsukuyomi will not give me any sense of accomplishment. I still lack a stepping stone for ascending to the position of the Lord of the Ninja world, and you are just right." As he said, Uchiha Madara stared at Neji, wanting to see fear, solemnity, or even fear on Neji's face, but these did not appear on Neji's face. What appeared on Neji's face was a smile. Neji raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer, and said lightly, "Uchiha Madara, have you forgotten what you experienced after resurrection?" Uchiha Madara's face was ugly in an instant. This was his greatest shame. "Do you know why I let you go that day?" Neji asked suddenly. Uchiha Madara's face was stiff, and he did not reply. His heart was churning. This was what he had never understood. Why did Neji let him go? Neji obviously had such a good opportunity to kill him. When Uchiha Madara was confused, Ninkai said lightly, because I need to use your life to get something. Chapter 177 Kagaya's Resurrection starting from Konoha to be a villain. Life. Uchiha Madara's face was instantly ugly. What do you mean? You dare to be so arrogant at this time? Charlotte smiled slightly, raised her hand and pointed at Uchiha Madara, you will know it soon. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and sneered, sharp-tongued, I have obtained the real strongest power, and the next is your death. In the long ninja war, I have ended the war as the savior. Accept the reality, everything is over. Puff. The moment the voice fell, a black arm pierced Madara's heart, and blood splashed out. Madara's body suddenly hardened, and he stood there in a daze. Black Zetsu's proud hoarse voice sounded, you are wrong, Madara, you are not the savior. This is not over yet. This is speaking from the heart. Charlotte stood not far away and watched this scene. Incredible. Uchiha Madara wanted to turn around and kill Black Zetsu who stabbed him in the back, but he suddenly found that the chakra in his body stopped flowing, not only the chakra, but even lost control. At this moment, Uchiha Madara finally panicked, more panicked than when facing being defeated by Niji. He felt the crisis of death approaching. Black Zetsu said proudly, why do you say that you are different from Obito and are a person who can use everything? Don't you think it's ridiculous to think that only you are different? Do you know why Obito suddenly used the samsara natural technique to seek death? Because he knew that you were also in an illusory dream, he knew the truth, so he was desperate. He knew that the so-called infinite moon reading would always be just a dream, and he could not realize his dream. Black Zetsu, what are you talking about? Madara's pupils trembled, and his tone was filled with disbelief. I created you, I am your consciousness. You are wrong. Black Zetsu's voice was still hoarse, and suddenly became louder, the one who created me was Kagaya. Uchiha Madara was shocked beyond words, and suddenly thought of something, and looked at Nisi in the distance. Nisi's mouth curled up a faint sneer. Madara understood, he finally realized what Nisi said before, he knew everything from the beginning, he was waiting for now. Thinking of the resurrection, he meeting with Niji, his wild laughter, his pride in mastering everything, turned out to be a monkey show in Niji's eyes. He was like a stupid monkey, jumping recklessly in front of Niji. At this moment, Madara realized what social death was. Your role has been completed, end the dream. Black Zetsu would not give Madara so much time to sigh. Yin-yang release, spirit possession, assimilation was activated, and in an instant, Black Zetsu's will eroded Uchiha Madara. Ah! Uchiha Madara roared in pain. The next second, the ground trembled continuously, and then broke apart, and beams of light broke through the ground. These beams of light were not light, but countless chakras that materialized. These chakras came from the ground, from the roots of the sacred tree, and from everyone in the ninja world. Chakras like a vast ocean rushed into Uchiha Madara's body crazily, and Uchiha Madara roared more and more painfully, and his body swelled like a balloon. Black Zetsu's body turned into black water bit by bit, and the black water flowed to the ground and slowly melted. Looking up at Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu said proudly, Infinite Tsukuyomi is not an illusion that makes people dream of peace, but to gather everyone's chakra and make it larger. Your existence is to sit on these, just like Obito is a chess piece, you are also a chess piece. I won't give up. Uchiha Madara roared to the sky, his eyes red. The voice just reached a high point, and it stopped abruptly in an instant, and Uchiha Madara was completely swallowed up. Black Zetsu felt relieved. He had been planning for decades, and finally waited until today. Everything was as planned. Now no one could stop his mother's resurrection. Thinking about it, Black Zetsu raised his head and glanced at the boy in the distance, who was still as a mountain, with a calm face, and his sleeves fluttering. There was a bad feeling in his heart. This boy was too mysterious, so mysterious that even when he faced Niji, he felt that he was so mysterious that he couldn't peek. What are you thinking about? Black Zetsu shook his head to drive out the extra thoughts. Mom has been resurrected, and no one can stop it next. Looking at the huge white meat in the air, Niji was ready to move, and a light flashed in his eyes. Puff! With a muffled sound, the dazzling light was released, and even Niji closed his eyes temporarily. When the light faded, a woman appeared. Her long blue-white hair was taller than a person, hanging in the air, with pale skin, 2 horns on her head, and a white dress with black magatama patterns. Her face was delicate, and at first glance, she was a beauty. It was just that her eyes were a little ugly, 2 white eyes, and most importantly, the forehead, the blood-red reincarnation sharing on. The moment Kaguya Atsutsuki appeared, her white eyes fell on Niji, and seeing Niji's eyes, a flash of surprise flashed across her face. Reincarnation Eye. As the ancestor of the ninja world, Kaguya Atsutsuki saw through Niji's pupil technique and his identity at a glance. His eyes were white eyes, and the blood of the Atsutsuki clan flowed in his body. He was her descendant, and his chakra had the breath of the Atsutsuki clan. These signs let Kaguya Atsutsuki know that the man in front of him was his descendant. After a pause, Kaguya Atsutsuki said lightly, "Since you are my descendant, then surrender to me. My nursery lacks a person in charge. The grandson who just resurrected and asked me to be his grandson is more arrogant than me." Niji's mouth twitched. This reminded him of One Piece, where Whitebeard opened his mouth and said, "Be my son." At this moment, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya Atsutsuki, said in a deep voice, "Mom, this person is called Hyaga Niji. Although he has the Byakugan, he has a special situation. He can't keep him. It's better to kill him." Kaguya Atsutsuki glanced at Black Zetsu. She still trusted this disabled son very much. Just because he insisted for 1,000 years and had been trying his best to resurrect her, Kaguya Atsutsuki hesitated slightly and decided to follow Black Zetsu's advice. His eyes sank slightly, and a huge pressure spread like ripples. The invisible pressure was sharper than a knife. Wherever it passed, the air was split in 2. Niji's face was calm, and he stepped lightly with his right foot. The moment his foot landed, a stream of chakra gushed out, easily blocking the pressure. Seeing the pressure blocked, Kaguya Atsutsuki let out a light exclamation. The next moment, she did not move, but her blue-white hair seemed to have life, whistling out and shooting towards Niji. His right hand was clenched in the air, and the chakra in his palm condensed, turning into a blue chakra sword that condensed the nature of fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin and yang. Swish! Niji swung his sword lightly, and the long sword crossed the void, slashing out a series of fire blades, wind blades, water blades, thunder blades. The light blades condensed by the nature chakra filled the sky and fell like raindrops. The hair that shot out suddenly changed, and the hair broke. Under the infusion of Kaguya Atsutsuki's chakra, these broken hairs became hard and turned into sharp arrows that shot towards Niji. Chapter 178 Battle against Kaguya Starting from Konoha to become a villain. Bang bang! The loud noises continued, and the attacks from both sides collided like a storm. The violent fluctuations made the earth tremble continuously, and countless dust was rolled up. When everything fell, the ground was already in a mess, with gullies crisscrossing, and the earth collapsed into countless canyons, like a hideous scar. Hi! Atsutsuki Teruya exhaled lightly, and immediately raised a hurricane, blowing away all the dust. "I didn't expect you to have such power," Kaguya Atsutsuki said lightly, "but I'll deal with you here." The moment the voice fell, the scene in his eyes trembled, and the next moment, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Ninkai followed Kaguya to an underground space full of red magma, and under his feet was flowing magma like a magma sea. "Aim no Micho!" Ninkai whispered and looked around. Crossing the bloodline limit and the bloodline elimination above the bloodline net. Freely weaving space, the power of the ancestor after opening his eyes. Able to transfer the world he is in and the people around him to other spaces in an instant. The movable spaces include lava, ice and snow, supergravity, sand, acid and other spaces. These 5 spaces are directly connected to the space of the first ball. And each space has a castle and statue belonging to Kagaya. Recalling his understanding of this ninjutsu in his previous life, he should be in the lava space now. The only drawback of this technique is that it consumes a huge amount of chakra every time it is activated. It is a kind of eye technique that no one can use except Kagaya, who has a lot of chakra. Gurgle. The magma sea under his feet kept rolling bubbles. Suddenly, the magma sea trembled, and magma rushed from under his feet. The magma turned into a red dog and flew in the air, opening its mouth to bite Niji. Niji frowned slightly. This level of attack has no effect on him at all. He is not afraid of Kagaya Atsutsuki. She should know this. Although he was confused, Niji raised his hand to create a large number of black seeking jades, which were covered with green chakra. The green seeking jade flew out and shattered the red dogs that were transformed from magma. Just as the seeking jade was flying, a black space portal suddenly appeared on Niji's right, and a pale hand stretched out from the door and grabbed Niji. Niji's pupils shrank slightly. Teleport. The figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Behind a lava mountain, Kagaya Atsutsuki was surprised. He disappeared, and suddenly disappeared. Even she had no way to see through him. Hi! At this moment, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. Kagaya subconsciously turned her head and looked, only to see that the disappeared Niji appeared behind him. Bang! Niji punched Kagaya's 1,000-year-old face hard, and the old face twisted instantly. A clear red fist mark emerged, but it quickly recovered. Kagaya, who flew out, stabilized her body in mid-air, frowned, opened her white eyes instantly, and the veins around her eye sockets popped up, looking very ferocious. She was puzzled as to why Niji's speed was so fast, and her movement in space was even stronger than her bloodline net, and he was teleported behind her in an instant. Kagaya would never have thought that Niji's instant movement was not a skill of this world. As long as the creature he locked on was, he could teleport in any situation. After another instant movement, Niji killed Kagaya's head, stepped on Kagaya's arms with his legs, sat on Kagaya's lower abdomen, and stabbed Kagaya with the 7-color chakra lightsaber condensed by the 7 natures of chakra in his hand. This attack was as fast as lightning, and Kagaya could not escape even if she had the Yomibina version. However, in this flash of lightning, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and Niji and Kagaya appeared in a piece of ice at the same time, and the two of them were still in the ice. So the posture remained at the moment when the lightsaber stabbed, and it looked like Niji was riding on Kagaya Atsutsuki. Niji seemed to have turned into a knight, holding a sharp arrow, and suppressing the demons with a golden hoop under his feet. These ices are very hard, far beyond ordinary ice. Even Niji needs some time to break the iceberg. The black space portal opened and appeared behind Kagaya Atsutsuki. Kagaya took advantage of the situation to enter the space portal and came outside, teleporting outside the iceberg. The moment Kagaya left the iceberg, Nisi disappeared in the iceberg and reappeared behind Kagaya, kicking out with violent force towards Kagaya. Kagaya quickly moved to the right, but her right shoulder was still hit by Nisi, who kicked like a knife, instantly cutting off Kagaya's right shoulder. Kagaya's pupils suddenly shrank, and veins on her forehead bulged. She was obviously angry that her arm was cut off by an ant. An arm being cut off was nothing to Kagaya. She was immortal and could not be killed. The broken arm was instantly restored. She was angry that an ant could hurt her, which was intolerable. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "Mom, these spatial characteristics are useless to this ninja named Nisi. He is a very strange person. His moves just now were also time-space ninjutsu, which can ignore the distance and teleport to Mom. We can't drag it on any longer, Mom, you have consumed a lot of chakra, and now you need to return to the original space to restore chakra and kill him directly in the original space." Kagaya Atsutsuki nodded. She originally wanted to devour the chakra from Niji, but now Kagaya realized that this descendant of the bloodline was very difficult to deal with and she had to be careful. Buzz! The surrounding scenes changed again, and Niji appeared in a blue space. Before Niji could react, he suddenly felt a super gravity all over his body. It acted on every part of his body, like a mountain pressing on him, and like several pairs of big hands emerging from the ground to pull his body. Kaguya Atsutsuki on the opposite side was not feeling well either. The gravity of the supergravity space was aimed at everyone, not just one person. Kaguya Atsutsuki raised her hand with difficulty and aimed at Niji in front of her. A dark grey bone slowly emerged from her palm. After locking onto Niji in front of her, the bone that was ready to go shot out like a sharp arrow. This was Kaguya Atsutsuki's ultimate skill, the bloodline net. As long as if touched, they will be annihilated. The body of the person pierced by the bone will gradually collapse like the impure world reincarnation. Even Susanoo cannot withstand the force of a blow. Facing the bones, Niji was not panicked at all, and a smile of success suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Teleport. The next second, Niji disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Kaguya Atsutsuki in an instant. Niji came behind Kaguya and stabbed Kaguya's chest with his sword. Kaguya was shocked. She couldn't believe why Niji was not affected in the supergravity space and could make such a large and fast movement. Could it be? A light flashed in Kaguya's mind, and she suddenly realized that what Niji showed in the supergravity space just now was an illusion. His purpose was to let herself relax her vigilance. However, when Kaguya suddenly realized it, it was too late. Niji pierced Kaguya's chest with a sword, and his 5 fingers bent like eagle claws, grabbing Kaguya's samsara Sharingan. Chapter 179 Kabuto Cell Starting from Konoha to become a villain. In the supergravity space, Ninkai pretended to be defeated, so that Kaguya relaxed her vigilance, and then suddenly made a move, moved behind Kaguya in an instant, pierced Kaguya's chest with a sword with one hand, and slammed Kaguya's reincarnation Sharingan with the other hand. The reason why I kept watching Uchiha Madara jumping around there was because Ninkai's target was Atsutsuki Kaguya from the beginning. To revive Kaguya, you must have Uchiha Madara. There are 2 purposes for reviving Kaguya. 1. To obtain the reincarnation Sharingan, the strongest pupil technique of Naruto. With the power of Sharingan and Samsara I, you can exert the power of bloodline net beyond bloodline elimination and bloodline limit. 2. Kill Kaguya Atsutsuki and complete the last mission. Kaguya Atsutsuki's aim no Michu is very troublesome, and it changes space instantly. Niji has been waiting for time, and he showed weakness in the early stage, all for this attack. The Chakra lightsaber pierced Kaguya's chest, and even if Kaguya used aim no Michu to change space, she couldn't get rid of him. With 5 fingers bent like eagle claws, Niji clasped at Kaguya Atsutsuki's eyes. In a flash, Niji's right hand was close to Kaguya Atsutsuki's eyes, and Kaguya Atsutsuki's body suddenly split into 2 halves and escaped like a ghost. A black space door appeared, and Kaguya Atsutsuki entered it and escaped from the supergravity space. Niji missed, and the supergravity pressed on him, and he almost fell to the ground. But Niji's physique is extremely strong. The gravity in the supergravity space is hundreds of times that on Earth, but it is bearable for Niji. In other words, relying on a strong physique, Niji can move freely in the supergravity space without being crushed by gravity. Escaped. Niji stared at the direction where Kaguya Atsutsuki fled, his eyes were playful, just like Uchiha Madara. Are all villains like this? When they came out, they were more arrogant than each other, threatening to destroy the world, saying that they were the greatest, but when they ran away, they didn't even hesitate. Have you eaten enough of the character of the strong? Yes, if you have character, who would be a villain? But, I am a villain, Niji slapped himself on the head. Teleport. He whispered in his heart, and Ninji's figure flashed, but he didn't move, and he was still in the same place. Niji touched his chin and muttered, it seems that it still doesn't work. Teleportation can only move within the same space, and cannot shuttle through space. Although teleportation is useless, it doesn't mean that Niji has no other means. If he didn't even have this little preparation, he wouldn't dare to deal with Kaguya Atsutsuki. The other party is the ancestor of the ninja world, and Ningji has never underestimated him. Hi! Taking a deep breath, Niji showed a serious look, staring at the void before the year. The pupils of the reincarnation eye released a faint blue light, and a large amount of chakra condensed in his eyes. This process lasted for several seconds, and Niji shot out an invisible light from his eyes, and the light fell on the void. At any time, the void twisted like a whirlpool. The reincarnation eye also contains the power to control space, and can even build a space channel between two planets. Then, a black space door appeared, and Niji stepped into the space door without hesitation. Hi! The whistling cold wind blew, and the cold wind was as cold as a knife on the face. It's actually an ice space. Niji frowned slightly. After all, Tianzimen Zong is a space created by Kagaya Atsutsuki. Even if Niji uses the power of the reincarnation eye, he can't confirm which space he is in, so he can only search one by one. Without hesitation, Niji created a space door again, and with a step, the scene in front of him changed, and the fiery red world full of magma was filled. Arriving at the magma world, Niji shook his head but did not continue to act. Creating a space gate, or in Kagaya's space, requires a lot of chakra, which consumes more chakra than building a space channel from the Earth to the Moon. Even if he has a lot of chakra in his body, he can't withstand such consumption. Niji took out a scroll from his pocket, waved to open the scroll. Niji made seals with both hands, and unlocked the space-time seal on the scroll. A person appeared in front of Niji, no, it should be said that a walking corpse, lifeless, with dull eyes. This is the result of Kabuto's research during this period, using the Kabuto cells he developed that are stronger than Hashirama's cells. Kabuto is not only black-bellied but also shameless. The cells he studied are used by himself. It is named after itself, called cow cell, which is so ugly. As we all know, chakra cannot be preserved alone. In layman's terms, it is stored in a container. It is a kind of energy that exists in living things. So Niji asked Kabuto to clone such a container with cells as a storage of chakra. It must be said that Kabuto is narcissistic, but the cow cell he studied is indeed very strong. It can not only store a large amount of chakra, but also store fairy chakra. In addition, Niji set up a chakra storage technique similar to the yin seal in the container. Such a container can help Niji recover half of his fairy chakra. With his right hand on the container, Niji unsealed the seal on the container, and suddenly a visible chakra poured into Niji's body. The chakra consumed by Niji was quickly restored. The whole process lasted for more than 10 seconds. Niji extracted all the chakra in the container. A heat wave blew over, and the container was reduced to ashes and powder. This kind of thing is disposable and cannot be recycled. Exhaling a breath of foul air, feeling the chakra in his body surging again, Ninkai raised the corner of his mouth, and the next battle should be the decisive battle. Kagaya's use of Tianzimen also consumed a lot of chakra, so now Kagaya must be recovering chakra in the space of the first ball. Chapter 179 Kabuto Cell starting from Konoha to be a villain. The blue light flashed in his eyes, the pupil power spread, and a space door appeared. Ninkai stepped into it, the scene in front of him changed, and before he had time to adapt, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Ninkai didn't even think about it, his body was almost driven by instinct, and he subconsciously moved to the right to avoid the attack. The moment his eyes adjusted, Niji suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the attack, only to see Kagaya Atsutsuki floating in the air. At his feet, where he had just stood, a dark grey bone stick was inserted into the ground, and the surrounding ground turned dark grey. The wind blew gently and turned it into powder. I didn't expect you to leave the supergravity space. Kagaya Atsutsuki's cold tone could not hide her surprise. It takes a lot of chakra to shuttle through the space in Tianzigong. Niji smiled lightly and said, "It really took me a while to find it. I ran through several spaces before I found it." The two people's calm conversation seemed like good friends at first glance. Who would have thought that the two were enemies of life and death, and each wanted to kill the other? Kagaya Atsutsuki's face was indifferent and calm. You want to get my samsara sharing on? Yes. Niji admitted it openly. It has come to this point. There is no point in hiding it. He is not facing Uchiha Madara. He still needs to fool him. He can't hit too hard for fear of killing him, and he can't hit too lightly to stimulate him and make him act quickly. If it weren't for your samsara I wouldn't let Uchiha Madara revive you. As for the black zetsu in your sleeve, he is a fool like Uchiha Madara. I have countless opportunities to kill him, but I let him go. In fact, to some extent, you should thank me. Without my indulgence, you can't be resurrected. Damn! Black Zetsu was furious. Chapter 180 Samsara Sharingan starting from Konoha as a villain. Black Zetsu was furious. He was the biggest black hand in the history of the ninja world. The entire ninja world was played between his hands. Even Uchiha Madara, who thought he was the smartest, was like a fool. He didn't know the world after a few nice words. Now this brat Niji actually mocked him. As an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, Niji is still a brat. Kagaya Atsutsuki looked down at Niji and asked in surprise, "Why do you know this? These are all secrets." Even in the era when she was alive, very few people knew these things. Thousands of years later, it is reasonable to know even fewer. I went to the moon. Traveling through time is his biggest secret. Niji naturally couldn't tell it. Besides, why would he tell this to a 1,000-year-old witch? With his feet on the void, Niji soared into the air, as tall as Kagaya Atsutsuki. Standing on the ground, I always feel like I am a little shorter than my younger brother. Suspended in the air, Niji grinned and said, "What? You want to give me the samsara Sharingan?" Humph! Kagaya Atsutsuki smiled coldly, raised her hand, and her long blue-white hair flew out, one strand after another, like a sharp arrow. The sky was full of fluttering long hair, covering the sky and the earth, falling like a storm. This woman has a really bad temper, she fights over a disagreement. Looking at the long hair falling, Niji complained in his heart, a woman who has been sealed for 1,000 years is more terrible than menopause. Although he complained in his heart, Niji's hands were not slow, and he stepped on the void with his feet and jumped up again. Looking down at Kagaya Atsutsuki under his feet, Niji crossed his hands, pointed his 5 fingers at Kagaya, and pointed a dazzling orange-yellow light rose in the room at the same time. Laser beams! In an instant, countless laser beams shot out, and Niji's 10 fingers seemed to become laser guns, continuously shooting beams. Speed is power. Hundreds of laser beams shot out, and the entire space was shrouded in dazzling light. What is that? Black Zetsu was shocked. Those beams were not lightning ninjutsu, nor were they any ninjutsu he had ever seen. The most important thing was that they were very fast and killed in front of his mother in an instant. This speed was faster than when his mother cast Yomiuri Ryasaka. Yomiuri Ryasaka is the ultimate space-time ninjutsu. It belongs to the Bloodline Network. This technique has the ability to freely shuttle through space, opening a black portal out of thin air, which can allow the caster to shuttle in the same space, and also allow the caster to freely enter and exit between the real space and the alien space. But in terms of speed, it cannot compare with Niji's laser beam. The speed of light is the fastest in the world. To use Yomi Hirasaka, you need to open the space gate and then shuttle. At short distances, facing laser beam attacks, even Kagaya Atsutsuki cannot dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of laser beams fell at the same time, and the roar of explosions sounded, and the dazzling light filled the space. Niji raised his hand to block the sunlight on his forehead, and sighed. He didn't know whether this trick could solve Kagaya Atsutsuki, but even if it couldn't, it would be a very serious injury to Kagaya Atsutsuki. Hi! A gust of wind suddenly sounded, and the next second, the strong wind blew in his face. Along with the strong wind, there were huge fists. These fists were condensed by real chakra, and each fist had the power to destroy a mountain. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of Kaguya Otsutsuki. At this moment, Kaguya's robe was torn and her right hand was broken from the shoulder. 80 Sky God Strike! Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her hand, pointed her palm at Niji, and released the condensed chakra, turning it into blue fists. This is an extraordinary physical technique that can only be launched by Kaguya Otsutsuki by training chakra to the extreme. Gather chakra in the palm of your hand and then release it to produce countless powerful fists. Niji recalled the introduction of the 80 Sky God Strike in his mind, which is similar to the Hyuga family's 8 trigrams Sky Palm, which is similar to his 8 trigrams Sky Palm, but his 8 trigrams Sky Palm is obviously not as powerful as Kaguya Otsutsuki. After thinking about it, Niji decided not to embarrass himself. With his legs bent and his palms clasped together like a flower bud on his abdomen, Niji's eyes condensed slightly and shouted, "Kamiha!" The clasped hands pushed out suddenly, and the chakra condensed in the palms instantly rioted. The next moment, Niji pushed out his hands. A dazzling light wave blasted out, and the light wave streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying the power of destroying the world. Wherever it passed, the huge chakra fist was broken like tofu, the void continued to explode, and light waves fell from the sky. Boom! This was a Kamehameha attack that Niji gathered more than half of his chakra energy. If it was released to the outside world and exploded, it would be enough to destroy a small country. And this energy gathered in one place at this moment, and its power was enough to destroy the world. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki's immortal body could not stop it. Niji mobilized the energy in his body, which was a kind of energy stronger than chakra. The energy shock wave fell from the sky and penetrated Kaguya Otsutsuki's body. Under the energy wash, the immortal body was quickly turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kaguya Otsutsuki's immortal body played a role, constantly repairing Kaguya Otsutsuki's body, but the impact of energy destroyed it much faster than repairing it. Soon, Kaguya Otsutsuki's chest was hit by a big hole by the energy impact, but Kaguya Otsutsuki was not dead yet, she was immortal. Thinking of this weird setting, Niji wanted to curse. He couldn't kill her but wanted to seal her. The person who came up with this setting was really stupid. Did he want to draw Naruto 2 or Naruto 3? Complaining in his heart, Niji's figure flashed under his feet and he instantly came in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't be killed, Niji's Kamehameha still hurt her. Her body changed and white tissue emerged from the wound. This is the power of the sacred tree and the power of the 10 tails. It became violent and uneasy in Kaguya Otsutsuki's body. Kaguya Otsutsuki was madly absorbing chakra from the space of the primordial ball. She wanted to replenish chakra. As long as there was chakra, she would be immortal. And Niji was not dead. She could see clearly that most of the chakra in Niji's body was consumed. If he continued to delay, he would still be the winner. But how could Niji know Kaguya Otsutsuki's idea? He quickly flew towards Kaguya Otsutsuki and came to the top of Kaguya Otsutsuki's head. With his legs on Kaguya Otsutsuki's hands, half riding on her, from a close distance, this 1000-year-old woman is also pleasing to the eye. Bah! Niji slapped himself. Is this the time to think about this? It's not been too long since he last saw a woman, why does the old witch look so fresh and refined? Expelling the extra thoughts from his mind, Niji's right hand went straight to the Rinnegan on Kaguya Otsutsuki's forehead. Puff! A splash of blood, Niji's 5 fingers deeply penetrated Kaguya Otsutsuki's head, felt the eyeball in his hand, and immediately pressed hard without any hesitation. He forcibly pressed the Rinnegan down, and his right hand was bloody. The Rinnegan was finally in hand. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. No Chapter 181 6 Paths Sage _ starting from Konoha as a villain. Ninkai decisively reached out and took off Kaguya Otsutsuki's Samsara Sharingan. Feeling the resistance coming from his fingers, Ninkai burst out chakra, tore the connection between muscles and nerves, and took off the samsara sharinan. The eye was in his hand, and a trace of blood dripped through his fingers, falling on the ground and smashing a deep pit. Ninkai glanced at it slightly and didn't care. Kaguya Atsutsuki was an ordinary person after all, and it was normal for her blood to be different from that of ordinary people. Bang bang! What was really wrong was the samsara sharinan. The eye in his hand seemed to have wisdom, bang bang beating, as if it had life, and wanted to fly out of Charlotte's hand. An eye is still running. Charlotte sneered. The fairy chakra burst out, and the natural energy wrapped around the samsara sharinan, sealing the power of the samsara sharinan and preventing it from moving. Originally, Charlotte planned to get the samsara sharinan and transplant it to his forehead, but now it seems that this situation is not going to work. If the problem is not solved, Kaguya Atsutsuki will not be able to control the eyes. Kaguya Atsutsuki, who fell to the ground, slowly stood up. Her pale face was like ice, her white eyes had no pupils, and the veins around her eye sockets were exposed. Her tone was cold, like the sound of ice hitting. "I want you to die." Niji curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "Besides talking about death, what else can you say? You have lived for thousands of years, and you can't even see through this." As soon as the voice fell, Kaguya Atsutsuki's body suddenly exploded. Charlotte was stunned. "Are you going to self-destruct and kill me?" Before Charlotte could react, a black sphere appeared on the exploded body of Kaguya Atsutsuki. Feeling the familiar power of the Seeking Truth Jade on it, Charlotte immediately understood that this was the inflated Seeking Truth Jade. They are both Seeking Truth Jade, but the power on it is completely different from the Seeking Truth Jade he created. Swallowing all the properties of the five elements and yin and yang, it hides the power to return the world to nothingness, a huge block of chaos. This is the essence of the expanding Dao Seeking Jade. The Dao Seeking Jade created by Niji is the power of destruction, and the expanding Dao Seeking Jade is the power to devour everything. A white figure appeared beside the Dao Seeking Jade. It was the angry Kaguya Atsutsuki. Her forehead was sunken, and the samsara sharinan was forcibly taken away. Blood slowly slid down her eye sockets, flowing through her eye sockets until her chin. Kaguya Atsutsuki had a cold expression, her figure floated high in the sky, her hands clasped together, and the mountains in the distance suddenly appeared and disappeared, and then became nothingness. The surrounding world was disappearing. Niji's eyes flashed, and he immediately reacted that Kaguya Atsutsuki was compressing the range of the space of the original ball, cooperating with the expanding Dao Seeking Jade, which was the rhythm that would kill him. Teleport. A flash of light flashed under Niji's feet, and he appeared behind Kaguya Atsutsuki, clenched his fists and blasted out, and the chakra shock wave pierced Kaguya Atsutsuki's body. The white tissue emerged from Kaguya Atsutsuki's body, and Kaguya Atsutsuki turned into a white tissue group, on which the faces of the tailed beasts appeared. These tailed beasts struggled desperately to escape, but they were bound by an invisible force and could not move for a long time. In front of the white tissue group was a rabbit, with bloodshot pupils in both eyes. The rabbit stretched out both hands, and both hands extended rapidly, grabbing towards Niji. Niji frowned slightly, moved instantly to avoid the grabbing hand, and stopped 10 meters in front of Kaguya Atsutsuki. "You can't kill me. I'm immortal." Hearing this, Niji felt a pain in the ass. "This damn setting is really troublesome if you can't kill it, so you can only seal it." Hi! He spit out a deep breath, spit out the negative emotions together, and Niji smiled and said, "It's really troublesome, there's no way, I can only do that." Kaguya Atsutsuki suddenly had a bad feeling, and the next second, Niji burst out with strong chakra, and Niji escaped a scroll. He raised his hand and threw it, and the scroll slowly unfolded in the air, and runes fell from it. These runes slowly fell and landed on the ground, forming a huge summoning spell in the air. Seeing the spell on the ground, Kaguya Atsutsuki suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to stop it. But Niji was faster, put his hands together, and whispered, "Reverse summoning spell." The moment the voice fell, puff, Niji turned into a white eye and disappeared, and the white big hand fell into the air. Ah! Kagaya Atsutsuki roared bitterly, extremely angry. Ninja World. On the ruins of Konoha, Tonari stood at the original location of the Hokage rock. Next to him was an old man, the Six-Path Sage. Like all the members of the Atsutsuki clan, the Six-Path Sage had 2 horns on his head, brown hair, and wore a white coat. There were 6 black Magatama-shaped patterns on his chest, a red vortex-shaped logo on his back, and 9 squares of Magatama arranged below. After listening to Tonari's story, the Six-Path Sage said with emotion, "I didn't expect so many things to happen in the ninja world." Then he said sadly, "Hamura has also passed away. Things in the world are unpredictable. Although the ancestor has passed away, he asked us to protect the ninja world before he died," Tonari said respectfully. The Six-Path Sage in front of him can be counted as his ancestor. After saying that, Tonari felt the movement of the scroll in his arms, and hurriedly took it out. He opened the scroll with a serious face, and chakra poured into the scroll. Runes on the scroll poured out, along the ground, and turned into a huge summoning spell. He formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground fiercely. Puff! Damn, it finally came out. I was almost killed by that old witch. A puff of white smoke emerged, and Niji walked out cursing. Hearing this, Tonari and the Six-Path Sage were speechless. The horns twitched at the same time. The white smoke dissipated, and Niji was startled to see a person in front of him. When he saw that it was the Six-Path Sage, Niji hurriedly bowed and said, "Meet the Six-Path Sage." It's too embarrassing to be heard calling someone an old witch. This kind of thing is like being caught talking bad about someone behind their back, and you are ashamed. Tonari laughed secretly beside him, happy to see Niji's social death. Although he had already seen through the fact that Niji had robbed his chakra 2 years ago, Tonari was still unhappy with Niji in his heart. He didn't mind stabbing Niji when he saw him being humiliated. So he stepped forward and said, "This is the Six-Path Sage, the younger brother of the ancestor of Hamura, and also the son of Kagaya Atsutsuki." Tonari emphasized the word son. Niji glanced at Tonari, and the honest man was no longer honest. Ignoring Tonari, Niji changed the subject and said, "Kagaya Atsutsuki is in the space of the first ball. I snatched her samsara sharinan. She should be recovering her chakra in the space of the first ball now. I think she will come out soon." As he said that, Niji spread his hands, revealing the samsara sharinan wrapped in the chakra of the immortal technique. Tonari's face changed slightly, and he looked at Niji in surprise. Niji could actually take away Kagaya Atsutsuki's samsara sharinan, which means he has the ability to defeat Kagaya Atsutsuki. It seems that he has other secrets besides the samsara eye, which cannot be achieved by the samsara eye alone. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable that I lost to him, but what secrets does he have? If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the whole network. Chapter 182 Goodbye Naruto and Sasuke Starting as a villain from Konoha. The Six-Path Sage stared at the samsara sharinan for a long time, and sighed, "Mother resurrected again. I didn't expect it to happen again after 1,000 years. It's normal that you can't seal it. Mother has integrated the power of the sacred tree. She is the ancestor of chakra. The source of all chakra is Mother. To kill Mother, all chakra must be destroyed." Ninkai's face changed slightly. The words of the Six-Path Sage can be understood in another meaning. Killing all ninjas including all tailed beasts and destroying all chakras can kill Kagaya Atsutsuki. But how is this possible? It seems that we can only rely on sealing. The Six-Path Sage saw through Nisi's mind at a glance and said lightly, "So sealing Mother is the only way. Even I couldn't kill her back then. I can only use the 6 paths. Chibaku Tensei seal." As he spoke, seeing Niji looking over, the 6-path sage said calmly, 6 paths. Chibaku Tensei, it requires people with yin and yang power to work together, it is useless alone. Back then, I also worked with my brother Hamura to seal my mother. Niji knew this, so he was not shocked, but now the two big guys are not here, what should I do? Niji glanced at Tonari. After thinking about it, forget it. Tonari is already useless. Even if he joins hands with himself, he can't complete the seal, and he might be killed by Kaguya at Satsuki. Do I have to look for Naruto and Sasuke now? Even if I do, it's too late. At this moment, the Six Paths Sage said, I have found the right person. As he spoke, the Six Paths Sage put his hands together and used the summoning technique. Two puffs of white smoke rose in front of him. The white smoke dissipated, and Naruto and Sasuke appeared. They were not in their usual state, but Naruto and Sasuke after obtaining the power of the Six Paths. His eyes quickly swept over the two people, and Niji thought that cheaters are cheaters, and the son of the plains is indeed different. He has made such a big fuss. Logically speaking, these two should be sunk, and he is the protagonist, but at the end of the show, these two actually showed up. Not only did they show up, but they also looked awesome. Seeing Sasuke's Samsara Eye and Naruto's seeking the way ball behind him, the two of them emitted yin and yang power. Niji was jealous. This is the son of the plains. Even if he is lying down, people will come to him for strength. Unlike him, he has to be careful even if he has cheats. When he first came to this world, he tried his best to complete the task. In less than a month, he faced Orochimaru and almost died at his hands. It's better to be the protagonist. You can sit at home and get power from the sky. Niji secretly complained in his heart, his face was calm, and he glanced at him lightly, with an arrogant look. Even if he is the son of the plains, so what? I am a time traveler, and the time traveler is here to slap the face of the son of the plains. Besides, he is so powerful now that even Kaguya at Satsuki is not his opponent. Sasuke and Naruto are just slightly bigger ants in front of him. Even if they get the power of the Six Paths Sage, they are just bigger ants. After all, with his current strength, even the Six Paths Sage is not his opponent in a fight. But the moment Sasuke saw Niji, he was furious, his forehead was exposed, and his blood-red eyes flashed coldly. Without saying a word, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, rushed to Niji, and swung the sword at Niji. Take attack his life. The moment the long sword slashed, the lightning chakra burst out, and the azure lightning chakra condensed on the Kusanagi sword, the arc flashed, and the current surged. Niji glanced at Sasuke lightly, and the reincarnation eye burst out with a powerful pressure, like an invisible sharp blade cutting towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly swung the sword horizontally in front of him, while there was a sound of metal collision, and fire flashed everywhere, and Sasuke was knocked away more than 10 meters. Sasuke turned in midair and looked at Niji. His left eye activated his Samsara Eye ability, and he flashed and appeared behind Niji out of thin air. Teleport! Niji shouted coldly with a look of disdain on his face. He moved faster. At the moment when Sasuke moved instantly, Niji appeared behind Sasuke and stepped down heavily with his right foot. Bang! Sasuke was like a rag about to be thrown on the table. Niji stepped heavily on the ground, and the dust under his feet flew, choking Sasuke to cough continuously. With his right hand in the air, 7 types of chakra condensed in his palm, and these chakras turned into a 7-color chakra lightsaber. Seeing this move, the Six Paths Sage was surprised. Niji could actually condense 7 types of chakra at the same time. Such a way of using it was really unheard of. Holding the 7-color chakra lightsaber, Niji chopped at Sasuke's neck without hesitation. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a black seeking jade flew over and hit the chakra lightsaber. Niji's attack was blocked, and Sasuke took the opportunity to use the power of the sky to escape. Niji shook the long sword lightly, and the 7 types of chakra attributes burst out, shattering the black seeking jade. Husband saves wife. Ninkai turned his head to look at Naruto, grinning and said, "You want to attack me too?" After saying that, Ninkai turned his head to look at the Six Paths Sage next to him, and asked with a smile, "If I kill these two people, I can find a strong one who uses the power of yin and yang, and I can also seal Kagaya at Satsuki." Hearing this, the six-path sage smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm afraid not everyone can withstand the power of yin and yang." Sasuke and Naruto, who reacted at this moment, looked ugly. Sasuke was unwilling to admit defeat, and said with a cold snort, "Don't think you can beat us. The two of us join forces, who will win and who will lose is still uncertain." Seeing that Sasuke and Naruto were still unwilling to admit defeat, Ninkai sneered, shook the long sword in his hand lightly, and a flash of sword light flashed, breaking the ground. Seeing this scene, the six-path sage spoke up at the right time to smooth things over, saying, "The biggest enemy at this stage is my mother, Kagaya Atsutsuki. If she is not sealed, the entire ninja world will be destroyed, and everyone will be drained of chakra by the sacred tree and transformed into white Zetsu." After a pause, the six-path sage persuaded earnestly, "The hatred between you can be resolved after sealing your mother. Before that, you should give up hatred and work together. Then join in the fun." Neji pursed his lips. His fight was over. Next, Sasuke and Naruto came on stage. Only the two of them could seal Kagaya Atsutsuki. When Naruto and Sasuke obtained the power of the six-path sage, they had already learned everything from the six-path sage and the truth, so they were not at a loss. At this moment, the void twisted, and the fully restored Kagaya Atsutsuki appeared from the space of the starting ball, with long blue-white hair hanging down. Kagaya Atsutsuki, who appeared in the real world, saw the six-path sage, her expression froze, her body stiffened, tears welled up in her eyes, she slowly floated towards the six-path sage, stretched out her hand as if to touch the six-path sage, tears escaped from her eyes and slid down her cheeks, she cried and couldn't speak. The moment Naruto and Sasuke saw Kagaya Atsutsuki, their bodies tensed up, and they looked at Kagaya Atsutsuki vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. But when they saw Kagaya Atsutsuki crying softly while looking at the six-path sage, they were a little confused for a while. Is this woman really the culprit who destroyed the world? She looks like a loving mother. This is a loving mother and a filial son. Looking at this scene, Neji got goosebumps all over his body. If he hadn't known that the six-path sage had stabbed Kagaya Atsutsuki in the back without hesitation, he would have been moved. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on Shohage Novel Network. Chapter 183 Alien Plant Reincarnation. Sharing an _ starting from Konoha as a villain. On the ruins of Naruto Rock. Mother and son meet after 1,000 years. What a touching scene that makes people burst into tears. Puff. Kagaya crushed the head of the six-path sage, and the six-path sage exploded and turned into dots of light, like fireflies floating in the sky. Niji's expression froze, and his eyes twitched slightly. It's true that mother is kind and son is filial. Naruto and Sasuke behind him were both stunned, and they were more alert than ever. The 1,000-year-old witch in front of them was an extremely cruel guy. The fluorescent light fluttered and condensed into the six-path sage again. The expression on the six-path sage's face remained unchanged, and it was so calm that even Niji felt strange. The six-path sage shook his head and said calmly, "Mother, I am dead. I am not immortal. This is just my chakra gathering. Before I died, the only thing I couldn't let go of was my mother's affairs. I left my chakra in the ninja world. I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, my mother would still be resurrected." Before Kagaya spoke, Black Zetsu took the lead in scolding, "You unfilial son, you actually betrayed your mother, sealed her, and endured 1,000 years of pain." The six-path sage glanced at Black Zetsu, the guy who could barely be called a younger brother. "We didn't find you back then. If we had found you earlier, there would be no today's incident, and there would not be so many disasters in the ninja world for so many years." After saying that, he just glanced at Black Zetsu lightly, and didn't care. He didn't even have a body, just a guy with mental differentiation. He was nominally a younger brother, but the Six-Path Sage was too lazy to look at him more. Seeing that the Six-Path Sage didn't take him seriously at all, Black Zetsu was annoyed and was about to speak. "Shut up!" Kagaya Atsutsuki looked at the Six-Path Sage and said in a deep voice, "You still want to seal me, Hago Romo? It's not me who sealed you, but them." The Six-Path Sage raised his hand and pointed at Sasuke and Naruto. Kagaya Atsutsuki immediately looked at Naruto and Sasuke and felt the chakra on them. Kagaya Atsutsuki instantly understood the identities of the two, frowned, and looked ugly. Sasuke didn't care about this. More, he took a half step forward and said arrogantly, "You are Kagaya Atsutsuki, you are not that great, kill you, I should be able to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki." He learned the truth from the Six-Path Sage. In order to kill Neji, Sasuke has been obsessed with power. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? I have learned from Grandpa Six Paths, we will reseal you and rescue everyone." Sasuke glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eye, "You guy, every time you talk, can you pull me? I am not familiar with you." Kagaya Atsutsuki did not speak. She knew that Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, and the sealing power given by the feather robe was in their hands. Killing them, nothing can threaten her. At that time, she can also draw strength to deal with Hyuga Neji next to her. Thinking of this, Kagaya Atsutsuki used both hands, performed time and space ninjutsu, and took Sasuke and Neji away. "Fuck you, look down on me." Neji was a little upset when he saw Kagaya Atsutsuki didn't even look at him. "I'm the protagonist. Why did Naruto and Sasuke appear and steal my limelight?" Neji didn't continue to interrupt Kagaya Atsutsuki. "That old woman can't be killed. There's no point in fighting with such a person." Neji looked up at the sighing Six-Path Sage and said straight to the point, "I want to transplant the Samsara Sharingan." As he said that, Neji spread his hands, and the pupils of the Samsara Sharingan slowly turned, looking at the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage frowned slightly, hesitated for a while, and sighed, "The Samsara Sharingan was opened after my mother obtained the power of the sacred tree. There is only one eye in the whole ninja world. You already have the Samsara Sharingan. No one will dislike power," Neji interrupted, "I want to get stronger power. I'm not afraid of you knowing that my goal from the beginning was to get the Samsara Sharingan. Uchiha Madara is not worth mentioning to me. If it weren't for this eye, Uchiha Madara, I could kill him with a flip of my hand." The Six-Path Sage's calm face suddenly changed, his pupils shrank, and he stared at Neji. After a while, the Six-Path Sage's frozen expression gradually dissipated, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will help you fuse this eye, but my power is not enough." The Six-Path Sage explained, "I am just some residual chakra. I don't have much power myself, not to mention that I will share my power with Neji and Sasuke." At this point, the Six-Path Sage's meaning is self-evident. "I want to help, but I don't have enough power." Neji stared at the Six-Path Sage and said disapprovingly, "The Six-Path Sage only needs to assist me. Tell me the method and I will do it myself." "Okay." The Six-Path Sage did not object, raised his hands, and released a stream of chakra, which turned into black runes all over the surrounding space. The center of the ritual was Neji, who gave Tonari a look, and Tonari understood. He exited the range of the ritual, took out a scroll from his back pocket, spread it flat on the ground, formed a seal with both hands, pressed it on the scroll, released chakra and unlocked the things sealed in the scroll. 10 containers appeared, and Tonari raised his hand and waved, and the containers appeared at each position of the ritual. "What is this?" The Six-Path Sage was surprised. He saw the uniqueness of these containers at a glance. They were formed by a special cell similar to the Atsutsuki clan, and they contained rich chakra. Ninkai smiled and said modestly, "This is a container that can store chakra that a scientist under me researched casually. It is also useful at critical moments. It is not worth mentioning." The Six-Path Sage glanced at it. "It is not worth mentioning. Why are you talking so much? Without paying much attention, the Six-Path Sage looked at it for a few more times, then retracted his gaze and turned to look at Ninkai. Seeing that Ninkai was ready, the Six-Path Sage said in a deep voice, "Sit down cross-legged and unseal the Samsara Sharinan." Ninkai did not hesitate and decisively sat down cross-legged. With a light wave of his right hand, the seal on the surface of the Samsara Sharinan was broken. The restored free Samsara Sharinan roared and was about to soar into the sky and escape. But the Six-Path Sage was faster. He pressed lightly with one hand, and the runes under his feet shone brightly, emitting green light. These green lights rushed into the air and turned into a layer of light curtain that slowly fell down, like an inverted round bowl. The Samsara Sharinan hit the light curtain and bounced back, changing direction and rushing forward, but it was in vain. The Six-Path Sage put his hands together, and blue light fell. The blue light was like a thread, binding the Samsara Sharinan. Then, the Six-Path Sage controlled the Samsara Sharinan to come in front of Niji. The Samsara Sharinan was quietly suspended, struggling constantly, unable to move at all. The next moment, the Six-Path Sage's eyes suddenly widened, and the Samsara eyes in both eyes rotated, emitting purple light. When the purple light emerged, the containers that provided chakra at the periphery of the spell quickly shriveled up, like rotten wood. The chakra stored in its body flowed into the array along the runes, and then gathered on Niji. These chakras were not swallowed by Niji. Along Niji's body, it came to Niji's brow. As the chakra poured in, with the help of the sorcerer, Niji's brow slowly wrinkled, and then a crack appeared. Chapter 184 The strongest starting from Konoha to become a villain. The cracks are blood red, the muscles are rolling to both sides, and several crystal clear, colorful nerves slowly fly out of the cracks. The Samsara Sharinan, bound by the blue light, struggled desperately. It could not break free even if it exhausted all its strength. The Six-Path Sage uttered a word. Go. The blue light controlled the Samsara Sharinan to fly towards Niji's forehead, and the nerve tentacles flew out and connected to the Samsara Sharinan. The chakra condensed in the forehead instantly rioted. These chakras were out of control and flowed into the Samsara Sharinan on their own. Ah! Niji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, let out a scream, howled at the sky, and waved his hands violently, and a chakra that was so strong that it burst out. Bang bang! A series of explosions sounded, the ground exploded, and dust flew. Tonari was blown away by the ripple-like air wave, his hands crossed like a shield in front of him, his legs stepped on the ground, and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. 2 furrows appeared on the ground as if they had been plowed. Waving his hand to dispel the shock wave, Tonari looked at the billowing smoke in front of him, frowned and said to himself, "Did it fail?" The next moment, he felt a pressure emanating, and the billowing smoke was blown away in an instant. Niji stepped on the void, and his feet floated in the air. A blood-red Samsara Sharinan on his forehead slowly turned and scanned the 4 directions. Tonari, who was scanned, suddenly felt a palpitation. Feeling the power contained in his forehead, Niji was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that the Samsara Sharinan had completely merged with him, and it could use the power of the Samsara Sharinan. Feeling the power of the Samsara Sharinan, Niji had a thought in his mind, "Can I use Susanoo?" The Samsara Sharinan, which has the power of the Samsara Eye and the Sharinan, should be able to use Susanoo. With a thought, Niji's chakras surged out of his body and turned into a fiery red light. At any time, skeletons emerged, followed by muscles, and then a chakra coat. Immediately, the unstable chakra turned into stability, and the hundreds-meter-high Susanoo stood on the ground, like a god overlooking the earth. Niji couldn't help but smile, and his smile was about to reach the back of his ears. "I can also use Susanoo in the future." Niji's Susanoo is different from Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Madara Sasuke's purple Susanoo. His Susanoo is yellow, mixed with a hint of fiery red. With a slight movement of his mind, Susanoo drew out the long sword in his hand, and with a swish, the long sword was gently swung, breaking the 2 surrounding mountains. Niji frowned. This power is indeed great, but it is far inferior to the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Suddenly thinking of something, an idea emerged in Niji's mind, and he couldn't wait to experiment. The Seeking Truth Jade flew out from behind him, and the Seeking Truth Jade appeared in the palm of Susanoo. The way Seeking Jade released the power of the 10,000 things, Susanoo performed the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, and a light green lightsaber appeared. Susanoo raised the lightsaber and waved it gently. Rumble! The sky and earth roared, and the flying dust was like a sandstorm. In the earthquake, a deep abyss of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, spreading for hundreds of kilometers. Gurgle! Shiren swallowed his saliva and looked up at Niji. He was getting stronger and stronger. In the distance, the Six-Path Sage frowned slightly, then stretched out his eyebrows, and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "I don't know whether it is good or bad. Even if Hamura and I are alive, I am afraid we are not his opponents. An extraordinary person has appeared in the ninja world. It may not be a bad thing. People from outside the sky may come at any time. My mother was on guard against them back then, but 1,000 years have passed and they have not appeared. But it does not mean that they will not appear. Forget it, let it go." Thinking of this, the Six-Path Sage's eyes returned to calmness, without any ripples. Ninkai originally wanted to test the power of the Samsara Sharingan, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until later. Now he has all the strongest eye techniques in the ninja world. The Samsara Sharingan has the power of the Samsara Eye and the Sharingan, and the Samsara Eye has the power of the Byakugan. Now there is only one thing missing. Ninkai withdrew Susanoo. The Samsara Sharingan and the Samsara Eye are both big consumers of chakra. With his current chakra, he will die in less than half an hour due to excessive chakra consumption if he uses it with all his strength. Powerful eye techniques must be used with a large amount of chakra to exert their true power. He is now waiting for Sasuke and Naruto to resolve the battle. Ding dong! A metallic sound suddenly came to his mind, and Ninkai's expression froze, and a look of joy appeared. Only mission completed, defeat Kaguya at Satsuki, reward energy points, 1000 points of physical strength. Only mission completed, obtain Samsara Sharingan, reward energy points, 800 points of physical strength. Main mission completion reaches 90%, reward energy points. He hadn't heard the system sound for a long time, and he thought the system had crashed. He subconsciously opened the system interface and the data emerged. System, Big Villain System. Name, Hyaga Niji, real name Lin Tian. Age, 17. Gender, Mosaic. ID number, blurred. World, Naruto. Energy point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physique, level 3. Main quest, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 90.35%. Skills, Samsara Eye, Thunder Welcome, Kamehameha, Yin Yang Release, Instantaneous Movement, Sky Dance, Railgun, Laser Beam, Wind Wound, Water Breathing, with 11-type Swordsmanship, Kiwan Slash. Eye Techniques, Byakugan, Sharingan, Samsara Eye, Samsara Eye, Samsara Eye, Samsara Sharingan. The data is dazzling, almost invincible, and Niji feels that he can sweep the crystal. Chapter 184 The Strongest Starting from Konoha as a Villain. But this reward is too fucked up, it's all energy points and physique, why are there no skills, is the system skill going to collapse? Ninkai complained helplessly, except for the beginning, the system didn't have much effect on him later, is it because he is too strong? It shouldn't be, the system daddy shouldn't be invincible, he can throw me into the world of Naruto, and I'm still afraid of these. Forget it, don't think about the headache, Ninkai is an open-minded person, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it, there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain bridge, there is no use thinking too much. Put away the system. Ninkai looked up at the Six-Path Sage in the distance, took a step, flashed thousands of meters, and came in front of the Six-Path Sage. He bowed and asked, Six-Path Sage, how long will they need? The six-path sage looked into the void, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space. After a while, he said in a relaxed tone, "It shouldn't take long. They have the upper hand. Next, they should be able to seal the mother." Niji was not surprised by this result. He had already taken off the Samsara Sharingan. If Naruto and Sasuke still couldn't win, they would be useless. Next, Niji didn't speak, but stood quietly beside the six-path sage. The six-path sage was waiting for the result, and he was also waiting for the result. Now he could only wait, and there was no other good way. Although he successfully transplanted the Samsara Sharingan and could perform Aim no Mikuni and enter the space. But Niji had no intention of helping. Since Sasuke and Niji could solve it, he had to do it himself. He is now a master, and masters have the demeanor of masters. Masters don't take action if they can, and even if they do, they have to take action last. Chapter 185 Kaguya Atsutsuki's soldier starting from Konoha to become a villain. For a long time, Ninkai was really bored waiting, and subconsciously glanced at the six-path sage. This old man was still closing his eyes to rest, and he was really calm. Ninkai curled his lips, and he didn't know where this old man got the confidence from. Taking advantage of this time, Ninkai began to adapt to the power of the Samsara Sharingan, raised his palm, aimed at the distant mountains, and the chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, which immediately emitted a terrifying gravitational force. The mountains in the distance trembled, rocks rolled down, countless birds were startled, and a black mass fled to the distance, and groups of beasts in the forest fled like a tide. However, Niji did not continue to act. He stopped at the right time. It was not that he did not have the power to pull up the mountains, but that there was no need. He had already felt his own power, and his guess was confirmed. Both the Samsara Eye and the Rinnegan have the power to control gravity and repulsion. Niji can combine the power of the pupil technique. In layman's terms, the same ability will be superimposed. He just used his power lightly, and he almost pulled up the distant mountains. If he used all his strength, he could pull down the moon in the sky and drop stars with one hand. Niji wanted to use other powers, but now he was too strong and his power was not completely controlled. He thought about it and decided to forget it. If he got excited, he would destroy the entire ninja world. The six-path sage opened his eyes, stared at Niji, and sighed, "You are stronger than your mother now. What else do you want?" This is what the six-path sage was confused about. Logically speaking, Niji is already invincible in the world, and there is no one in the entire ninja world who can match him. But his purpose did not seem to stop, and he was still looking for something. Ninkai raised his head and said calmly, "The sacred tree." "What?" The six-path sage was surprised and immediately said, "Why do you still want the sacred tree? Do you also want to destroy the ninja world and become a mother?" Ninkai snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "I'm not that perverted yet. I just want to get the power of the 10 tails. I don't care about the chakra fruit." Hearing this, the six-path sage breathed a sigh of relief, and his hanging heart fell. If Ninkai also wanted to devour the chakra fruit, he would be really helpless. Ninkai is too strong, stronger than his mother. Now he has the two major pupil techniques of the Rinnegan and the Samsara Sharingan. If he wants to devour the chakra fruit, no one can stop him. Wait, if Ninkai just paralyzes me temporarily, he still wants the chakra fruit in his heart. The six-path sage's face changed slightly. Ninkai is a person who pursues power. It can be seen from his behavior that he has allowed Uchiha Madara to revive his mother in order to get the Samsara Sharingan. The chakra fruit is more precious than the Samsara Sharingan. How could he give it up? Niji saw through the six-path sage's worries at a glance, and raised his head and said, "Six-path sage, don't be suspicious. I am an upright person. I will not change what I said. This is my principle. The chakra fruit is indeed more powerful than the 10 tails, but compared to the power of the chakra fruit, I still think the ninja world is more interesting. When Chiran heard this, he curled his lips and sneered, "You are still upright, just bully the old man a few years ago. You still think the ninja world is good, the Cloud Village was destroyed by you, and Uchiha Madara also followed you to destroy the Mist Village. The 5 major villages in the ninja world became 3 major villages overnight. Shinobi Village, the shinobi world was almost destroyed by half by you." Noticing Tonari's contemptuous look, Niji thought, "Okay, little brother, I'll settle accounts with you after today's incident." Boom! The void trembled, and the space shook like ripples, like a crumpled paper. The next moment, with a click, the space shattered, and Kaguya, Atsutsuki, Naruto, and Sasuke flew out at the same time, and the palms of the 2 people with the power of yin and yang pressed on the terrified Kaguya Atsutsuki's chest at the same time. Seeing this scene, the 6 Path Sage was overjoyed, and his hands were put together, and the 3 of them shouted at the same time. 6 Paths! Chibaku Tensei! The moment the voice fell, Kaguya Atsutsuki produced a black ball, emitting a black hole-like attraction. The earth trembled continuously, and the mountains flew up one by one, and pieces of broken earth flew up. In the rubble seal, Kaguya Atsutsuki let out a mournful roar, and the next moment, her body swelled up. A bunch of white flesh rushed out of her body, with the faces of the tailed beasts appearing on them. The flesh fell to the ground and turned into 9 tailed beasts. The remaining white flesh turned into the appearance of the outer path demon statue, and with a shrill roar, countless rubble covered Kaguya Atsutsuki. In the blink of an eye, a huge stone ball appeared above her head and slowly rose into space. The earth cracked, the mountains were broken, and huge rocks like mountain peaks flew towards the Chibaku Tensei above her head. If this goes on, the ninja world will not be destroyed, right? Niji said to himself subconsciously. Hearing this, the 6 Paths Sage shook his head and said, "No, the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei will pull the land at the beginning, and when it reaches the sky, it will swallow the meteorites outside the starry sky. Oh! It's okay if the ninja world doesn't collapse, the sky doesn't matter. He doesn't care." When Tonari heard this, his face changed wildly, his body stiffened, and he looked up at the sky little by little. His expression was uglier than his parents' death. The 6 Paths and the Chibaku Tensei rose into space and began to attract the moon next to it. The moon could not resist and broke into pieces in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a bigger moon rose. "My home is gone," Tonari said sadly. "It's okay," Niji waved and comforted, "if the old one doesn't go, the new one won't come. Change it to a bigger one." Tonari was too lazy to care. How could it be the same? He was alone now, and there was no use for such a big home. Besides, he now liked the life in the ninja world and lingered. It turned out that staying alone in the lonely palace, there were only puppets, and there was no fun at all. Tonari felt more than once that he had lived in vain before. Now he was asked to return to the moon again, and he was unwilling in his heart. Niji looked at Tonari for a few times, smiled meaningfully, and didn't ask any more questions. He probably guessed some of Tonari's thoughts. Turning his head to look at the sky, 9-tailed beasts fell from the sky, squatting neatly around the 3 people, and Sasuke and Naruto followed closely and landed steadily. At what time, the field seemed to fall into a dead silence. Kaguya Atsutsuki was solved, which should have been an exciting celebration banquet, or at least the joy of escaping death. But everyone was not happy at all, because there was a person who was more terrifying than Kaguya Atsutsuki next to him, Hyuga Niji. When Sasuke saw the Samsara Sharingan on Niji's forehead, his pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes slightly condensed, and his killing intent was not concealed at all. Sensing the killing intent, Niji turned his head and looked at it, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the 2 pillars, Niji stepped over the 6 Paths Sage, and stood in front of the 6 Paths Sage in the eyes of the 9-tailed beasts and Naruto and Sasuke, who were deeply afraid. Naruto frowned, Sasuke's eyes were burning with anger, and the 6 Paths Sage had a calm face. With a sharp look over the tailed beasts, Niji grinned and said arrogantly, "Beasts, just surrender to my feet obediently." Once these words came out, it was no less than a big rock smashing into the lake. Chapter 186, Defeat the Tailed Beast in one move. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. How arrogant! The tailed beasts glared at them. They are tailed beasts, powerful tailed beasts. For thousands of years, they have stood at the top of the ninja world. Except for the fact that more people have cheated in recent years, they have always been the strongest, with the power that ninjas dream of and try their best to get. The little devil in front of them actually called them for nothing, looking down on them like this, and the 9-tailed beasts were furious. Arrogant, little brat, do you really think you can defeat us? We are not afraid of you. It just so happens that I want to avenge that day. The tailed beasts shouted angrily, and their voices roared, resounding through the night sky, raising visible sound waves. Ah! The Six-Path Sage shook his head and sighed, my decision back then was a mistake. As soon as these words came out, the entire battlefield instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the Six-Path Sage at the same time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Six-Path Sage sighed, before I died, I was worried that the power of the 10 tails would be too strong. Once I died, no one in the ninja world would be able to stop the 10 tails. Even if it was sealed, it could be sealed for a while, but not forever. Once the seal was broken, the ninja world would collapse and fall into doomsday. So I used the power of yin-yang escape to divide the power of the 10 tails into 9 parts, and I killed you. As he spoke, the Six-Path Sage looked around at the tailed beasts, and the eyes of the tailed beasts also showed that day, missing the days when they were just born in the world. Since the death of the old man Lu Dao, these tailed beasts are like children without a father lived in the wild mountains and forests, and the days passed like this for a while. One day, everything changed. A ninja wanted to gain stronger power, so he set his sights on the powerful tailed beasts. So far, the war between the tailed beasts and humans, and the history of Jinchuriki began. These were things that the Six-Path Sage had not guessed before creating the 9-tailed beasts. He wanted to disperse the power of the 10 tails, so that he could bring peace to the ninja world, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. The Six-Path Sage continued to sigh, maybe I was wrong to do this back then. So, the mouth-to-mouth King Naruto appeared on the stage. This is his home court. Grandpa Six Paths, this is not your fault. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. This is an eternal truth. After a short period of peace, there will definitely be war. Naruto talked for more than 10 minutes, and Neji finally couldn't listen anymore. I am the protagonist. He interrupted, don't say any more nonsense, Six-Path Sage, it's too late for you to say anything now, I want these tailed beasts. After saying that, Neji took a step forward, facing the angry eyes of the tailed beasts, snorted disdainfully, formed seals with his hands, and a burst of blood-red chakra burst out. Bang! Neji stomped his right foot lightly, and the ground shook instantly. The 9-tailed beasts fell to the ground at the same time, raising dust all over the ground. These extremely powerful tailed beasts fell to the ground, and they reacted and struggled angrily, their eyes were red, and they roared one by one. But there was a red figure standing on them, stepping on their heads, as majestic as a mountain, and the tailed beasts could not move no matter how they struggled. Stop! Naruto was shocked and raised his hand to stop him, saying, Ninji, you can't do this, the tailed beasts are all kind, they have their own lives, and they are also lives. Neji glanced at Naruto and ignored him. He ignored the mouth-to-mouth and pretended to fight. Ninkai! Sasuke stopped Naruto who was about to talk, and said in a deep voice, do you think you can persuade Ninkai? No one can change his decision. In the Chunin exam, he said he would rebel. He is the youngest rebel ninja since the establishment of Konoha. Since he has decided to capture the 10-tailed beasts, he will not stop. Naruto turned his head to look at Sasuke, as if he guessed what Sasuke would say next. Sure enough, what Sasuke said was the same as what Naruto thought, so the two of us have to join forces to deal with Ninkai, so that we can save the tailed beasts, just like we defeated Kaguya at Satsuki. At this moment, Sasuke was full of confidence. He was familiar with the power he had in the battle with Kaguya at Satsuki. Even the ancestor of the ninja world was sealed. Even if Ninkai was as strong as Kaguya at Satsuki, he and Naruto could defeat him together. At the beginning, Sasuke had this idea, but Naruto might not listen to him. Now is a good opportunity. You want to kill him? Naruto frowned. That's right, Sasuke admitted, holding his head high, and said in a cold tone, he killed Itachi, I want to help Itachi revenge. You don't want to kill him, but he almost killed Kakashi and almost destroyed Konoha. Naruto didn't answer, and fell into entanglement. After a while, the hesitation in Naruto's eyes disappeared, and he said, Stop Ninkai, but don't kill him. Sasuke curled his lips, a woman's kindness, but did not refute, let Naruto do his best first, and then talk about the rest. Hearing what Naruto said, Ninkai stopped, turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke, and sneered, You two are sure you want to stop me, Naruto, you have to take action, Sasuke, are you arrogant again, I beat you enough back then? To be honest, if I were you, I would have no face to live. Itachi didn't even want his life for you, and he gave you his eyes. Itachi's brother control is really rare. In an instant, Sasuke clenched his fists, his fingers turned white, his cheek muscles twitched, his forehead veins bulged, and his eyes burned with anger. Niji continued to sneer, I heard that the opening of the Sharingan is emotional stimulation. The more important the person who died in front of you, the faster the Sharingan opened. When Obito and Kakashi Sorin died, they instantly opened from 2 Megatama to Mangekyo Sharingan. I learned from Itachi that you faced the extermination of your entire family, your parents died in front of you, and with the stimulation of Itachi, you finally opened 1 Megatama, tisk tisk tisk. Shut up! Unable to hold back his anger, Sasuke roared, as if he was poked in the most shameful place in his heart. Sasuke ran wildly with his feet, pulled out the Kusanagi sword behind him, released the lightning chakra, wrapped the sword body, lightning flashed, and electric current surged. The moment he approached Niji, Sasuke swung his sword at Niji, and lightning flashed on the Kusanagi sword, and lightning flashed down one after another. Lightning crackled through, and Nisi was in a trance for a few times, like a piece of cloth torn. Sasuke's face changed suddenly, it was actually an after-image. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Samsara Eye, but he didn't see through it. How fast was Nisi's movement? Sasuke didn't even think about it, and swung the Kusanagi sword to chop behind him. File clang. There was a sharp sound of metal clashing, fire flashed, and lightning collided. Nisi snorted lightly, swung the sword light, and used the 10 sword techniques of the water-breathing sword technique in succession, one sword faster than the other, one sword stronger than the other. Don't look at Sasuke using a sword, but the swordsmanship in the world of Naruto is simply shit. Naruto swordsmanship is very low level, there is no so-called superb swordsmanship, and the popular point is a simple sword swing and chop, and some people use it in combination with illusion. Facing Nisi's fierce swordsmanship, Sasuke was still able to resist at first, but soon he was left in a mess and unable to parry. File. The Kusanagi sword flew out of his hand, spinning at high speed, and stabbed into the ground with a buzzing sound. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha Shohageshuosuo.net has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 187, Fierce Battle between Naruto and Sasuke starting from Konoha as a villain. Clang! The long sword flew out of his hand, flew through the air at high speed, and inserted into the ground with a buzzing sound. The moment the long sword flew out of his hand, Sasuke stepped hard with his legs, used the force to run quickly, and dodged backwards. But Niji was faster, he moved as fast as lightning, flashed behind Sasuke, and chopped down with a sword. Heavenly Hand Power! Sasuke shouted, and the power of the left eye Samsara Eye was activated. Each Samsara Eye has a special power, Madara's is the grave of the wheel. The prison, Uchiha Madara Sasuke's heavenly hand power. Only the awakened person of the real Samsara I can use this special ability, which is why Nagato and Uchiha Obito can't use it. They can't play the real power of the Samsara I at all. The pupil techniques in the Naruto world all have a common characteristic. Although the eyes can be changed at will, it is not your own eyes that will pay a corresponding price when used. For example, when Kakashi uses Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, the cost is extremely high. Not only is the first use long, but it also consumes a lot of mana, and can only be used twice. In the later stage, after becoming proficient, the number of uses will increase and the power will increase. As for Obito, he is a cheat. He has 1000 hands cells and uses unlimited power, just like the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a thought flashing through his mind, Charlotte stepped lightly and flew close to Sasuke. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In mid-air, Sasuke made a seal like lightning, and the fire-style chakra condensed in his throat. He opened his mouth and sprayed out the throat chakra, turning into a huge fireball and bombarding Charlotte. Looking up at the great fireball above his head, Niji was amazed. This was definitely the greatest and most powerful great fireball technique he had ever seen. Swish! A flash of sword light passed by, like a thin line gently flying by. The fireball split into two, falling on both sides of Niji, and the flames burned. Laser rain. Swinging the sword to smash the fireball, Niji's Seeking the Way Jade flew out from behind, covered with green Samsara I chakra. Dozens of Seeking the Way Jade flew out, like a laser rain shooting at Sasuke. Seeing the Seeking the Way Jade coming, Sasuke's eyes were solemn. He was no longer the original Sasuke, and he had a clear understanding of the Seeking the Way Jade. Susanoo emerged, and a skeleton fist blasted out. The moment the fist blasted out, chakras surged, muscles and lines emerged, and the fist blasted towards the Seeking the Way Jade. All the Seeking the Way Jade were blasted to pieces with one punch. Niji frowned slightly, but he was not panicked. He used the Seeking the Way Jade just to test whether Naruto and Sasuke still had the power of the six paths at this moment. From the situation just now, it is obvious that they still have it. The six paths sage did not take back the power placed on Naruto and Sasuke. Niji glanced at the six paths sage in the distance, thinking that he was an old fox, so he had to prepare for both situations. Although he knew the six paths sage's thoughts very well, Niji didn't care. Any conspiracy or trick would be futile in the face of powerful forces. His fighting power was enough to sweep across the ninja world, and no matter what tricks the six paths sage used, it would not affect the final outcome, but it would be a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Niji didn't continue to test. Instant movement. With a flash of his figure, Niji disappeared from the spot, and appeared again behind Sasuke. Be careful, Sasuke. Naruto, who was flying in the air, saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and he reminded loudly. Niji's sword was much faster than Naruto's reminder. When Sasuke reacted, Niji had already appeared behind Sasuke, and the long sword in his hand swung down fiercely, slashing towards Sasuke's neck. Crack! The moment Susanoo was chopped by the long sword, a terrifying sword energy burst out, easily tearing Susanoo's defense. Although Susanoo resisted for a moment, this moment was enough for Sasuke to react and quickly leave Susanoo. As soon as he left, Susanoo shattered. Without time to think, Sasuke quickly moved towards Naruto. He knew very well that he could not deal with Nisi alone. Only by joining forces with Naruto could he have a chance. However, Nisi was faster. He rushed towards Sasuke quickly and swept out with a kick, aiming directly at Sasuke's head. Sasuke! Naruto roared again, and the nine tails roared. The tail flew out, like a steel whip, and slashed at Nisi. Bang! With a muffled sound, Nisi was slashed more than 10 meters away, and his feet stepped on the void and stabilized his feet in mid-air. Seeing that Nisi was unharmed, Naruto's heart sank. At this moment, Nisi was too strong. Susanoo! Sasuke's pupils blossomed, and his pupil power was released. Susanoo appeared out of thin air. Karasu-Tengu's armor was put on the outside, and his chakra was stable. Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters high, stood on the ground. Go. Okay. After a brief exchange, Naruto and Sasuke joined forces at the same time, just like they were against Kaguya at Satsuki. The Nine Tails opened its mouth, and the chakra in its mouth gathered, and black and purple chakra balls continued to pour out. These balls were yin-yang chakra, which merged together in a ratio of 2:8. In an instant, a purple-black sphere emerged, the tailed beast ball. The most powerful attack of the tailed beast has the power to destroy the world and can easily destroy mountains and villages. The Nine Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts, was used, and its power was even more terrifying. The tailed beast ball was completed in an instant, and Naruto poured natural energy and the power of the six paths into it at the same time. Now, the power of this tailed beast ball is even more terrifying. Naruto took the lead in launching the attack, and the Nine Tails, which had materialized its chakra, shot out the tailed beast ball that was ready to be launched from its mouth. The tailed beast ball cut through the sky like a meteorite. Attacked Neji in midair. At the moment Naruto attacked, Sasuke also launched an attack. A bow appeared in the right hand of Susanoo. Sasuke released Amaterasu from his right eye. Amaterasu turned into a black flame arrow and aimed at Neji, then fired. The black flame arrow merged with the tailed beast ball in midair. The tailed beast ball wrapped around Amaterasu exuded a surging power, burning the void, and distorting the void wherever it passed. Susanoo. Facing the devastating attack, Neji was not in a hurry, his face was calm, and he shouted in a low voice. The power of the reincarnation eye on his forehead burst out, and golden chakra gushed out of Neji's body. The next second, the chakra turned into a physical entity, turning into a giant standing on the ground. How is it possible? Sasuke's expression froze, his whole body was stiff as wood, staring at the golden Susanoo in front of him in amazement, his mouth wide open for a long time. Susanoo? How could he have Susanoo? That was the power that belonged to the Uchiha Madara clan. Sasuke didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. But the fact happened in front of him. Naruto next to him was also shocked, but when he saw the blood-red samsara eye on Neji's head, he was thoughtful. Neji controlled Susanoo to use the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, and the exploding sword light was released from Susanoo's hand. The next second, Susanoo gently swung the sword down. The tailed beast ball was split in half, and the terrifying chakra exploded, turning into an energy shock wave that swept everything. The visible storm spread like ripples, and everything turned into powder wherever it passed, and the mountains were destroyed in the explosion. Naruto and Sasuke were constantly forced back by this energy shock wave, and their huge bodies were close to the ground, sliding through gullies like plowing the country. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha's Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 188 Broken Hand _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. Even if they transformed into the Nine Tails and Susanoo, they could not resist the impact of this energy. The two were forced to retreat thousands of meters and came to the place where the village wall was originally. The busy Konoha village was destroyed in a series of wars. Even the ruins could not be found. They were buried under the rubble. Only after the battle, maybe they could be found again. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were trapped in the infinite moon reading, made a very correct decision. If they did not evacuate the villagers and ninjas below the Jonin in time, Konoha will become the third ninja village to perish after the Cloud Village and the Mist Village, and the 5 major ninja villages will become 3. Although Konoha village has become a ruin now, but everyone is alive. As long as they are alive, Konoha village can be established soon, and with the help of Yamato's 3-room and 2-hallway technique, it will be even faster. The strong wind blew away the dust, and the golden Susanoo fluttered its wings and floated in the air, looking down at Naruto and Sasuke. His mouth cracked slightly, revealing a grim smile, "How long can you hold on?" The moment the voice fell, the green seeking truth jade in his hand stopped spinning, they spliced into a row, and then turned into a sharp arrow shape. The next moment, Niji threw the sharp arrow, and the sharp arrow flew towards Naruto and Sasuke. At first it was just a thin line, like a meteor, with a semicircular air shield with a diameter of 100 meters on the tip of the arrow. Soon, the sharp arrow burned with its flames, and the blazing flames turned into a large fire dragon falling from the sky and flying towards Naruto. The nine-tailed beast roared to the sky, like thunder resounding through the night sky, and the nine tails slashed out at the same time, attacking the sky fire dragon. However, the fire dragon waved its claws, and the chakra burst out, easily tearing the nine tails of the nine-tailed beast, and then the power did not decrease, the flames suddenly shrank, revealing the golden arrow. Seeing this, Sasuke raised his hand and shot a black arrow. The black arrow condensed by Amaterasu burned with black flames, burning everything. Tear! The golden arrow pierced through the black arrow and shot straight at Sasuke, with the sharp arrowhead flashing cold light. With a flash of light, the golden arrow hit the crystal on the top of Suzanu's head. Sasuke was in the crystal, which was equivalent to the control room of Susanoo. Seeing the sharp arrow that pierced Susanoo so hard was in front of him, Sasuke was terrified and retreated repeatedly. Seeing that the golden arrow was blocked, Sasuke slowly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the sharp arrow emitted a dazzling golden light, followed by a burst of chakra, bombarding Susanoo like a tidal wave. A dazzling light rose. Naruto closed his eyes subconsciously, worried, "Sasuke!" Shouting, Naruto's eyes were low, as if he was angry, and he looked up at Niji in the air. The nine tails opened its mouth and condensed another tailed beast ball, but Naruto broke away from the nine tails. With the power of the six paths, he could fly, and he rushed directly towards Niji. He raised his right hand, condensed the chakra in his palm, and the visible chakra quickly rotated, and then added the change in the nature of the chakra, and the raised non in his hand turned into a shuriken, rotating at high speed. "It's not over yet," Naruto added the four tails lava chakra into the shuriken. Senjutsu. Lava. Raisin shuriken. Naruto suddenly threw the shuriken in his hand, and the high-speed rotating lava raisin shuriken was like a meteor across the sky. Everything seemed long, but in fact it was in an instant. Finally saw Naruto's raisin shuriken, he had only seen the ball rolling, it seemed that the shuriken was more powerful. Feeling the power on the shuriken, Niji silently complained. At this moment, facing Naruto who felt the danger of Sasuke and came aggressively, Niji was not afraid, as if a mountain collapsed in front of him and did not change his face's calmness. He raised his right hand, and like Naruto's starting move, he also gathered chakra. But there was a little difference. Naruto rolled the chakra into a ball, while Niji compressed the chakra into a disc. The high concentration chakra was compressed into a thinner piece than a razor blade. Using the chakra on the hand to form a high-speed rotating disc compressed to a saw blade, this is the Chi Yuan Zhan. Niji threw the Chi Yuan Zhan, and the Chi Yuan Zhan flew past calmly, without a loud noise that shook the earth, without a terrifying chakra fluctuation, it flew past lightly, leaving a black crack. That was the trace of the space being torn apart, and the Chi Yuan Zhan hit the spiral shuriken. With only a click, the spiral shuriken cracked, and the cut was smooth and neat. The Chi Yuan Zhan continued to fly out, as fast as lightning. In Naruto's horrified eyes, he quickly killed in front of Naruto, and the seeking of the Wei Jade flew out, like a shield trying to block the Chi Yuan Zhan. But the indestructible Tao-seeking Jade was like paper in front of the Qian Zhen, and it was easily broken into two halves. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In this lightning moment, Sasuke, who survived the explosion, activated the pupil power of his left eye, the power of the sky hand, and Naruto exchanged positions with the surrounding stones. A stone appeared where Naruto was originally, and the Qianzan cut the stone, continued to fly out, and disappeared into the sky. Naruto, who had escaped death, was trembling with fear, turned his head to look at Sasuke, and wanted to thank him. The moment he turned his head, Naruto's face was dull and his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw Niji, who was supposed to be in Susanoo, teleported behind Sasuke, holding a chakra sword and slashing at Sasuke. Sasuke! A shrill cry came out of Naruto's mouth, and Naruto got up from the ground like crazy and ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke also found that Niji appeared behind him. He turned his head and looked back. He saw a chakra sword slashing down. Sasuke almost instinctively wanted to use the power of the sky. But he had just used the power of the sky to save Naruto, and the skill had not cooled down yet, so he could not use it. Every hair and every nerve was frantically warning Sasuke to escape. Sasuke used all his strength to move to the right. Puff! The hand rose and the sword fell, an arm flew high, and blood splattered. Sasuke screamed in pain, covering his broken arm, and blood gushed out. Niji's face was indifferent. He turned around and swept, hitting Naruto who was rushing towards him. Chakra burst out, hitting Naruto heavily 100 meters away and falling heavily to the ground. It's not over yet. Niji raised his hand, and he controlled the gravity to take the mountains. The mountains fell towards Naruto in the distance, and the roar continued. Just after doing all this, a sharp cold light came from above, and Niji activated his pupil power, slowing down his attack speed. He retreated and dodged Sasuke's attack. He raised his hand and slashed with a sword. With a sharp metal collision sound, Sasuke used his right hand to swing the sword to block Niji's slash. He was also knocked back 100 meters, and flew in the same direction as Naruto. Boom! The mountains exploded, and the gravel rolled, flying around like raindrops. A yellow fox tail flew out, wrapped around Sasuke who was flying backwards, and put Sasuke firmly on the ground. The other end of the tail smashed Naruto who was pressing on him and flew out. When he saw Sasuke's broken left arm, he was immediately furious, burning with anger, his pupils condensed, and murderous aura. He actually cut off Sasuke's arm, which was unforgivable. Chapter 189 Fierce Battle between Naruto and Sasuke starting from Konoha to become a villain. Unforgivable. Naruto was really angry. When he saw Sasuke's arm disappear, the pain was like his left arm being cut off. Roar! The Nine Tails roared to the sky, extremely angry. At this moment, Naruto felt a hand grabbing his arm. Naruto was stunned and looked down, only to see Sasuke grabbing his arm. The two looked at each other, and their eyes met, and joy appeared on their faces at the same time. Seeing this scene, Niji got goosebumps all over his body. What a good friend! On the opposite side, Sasuke knew that he was no longer able to fight. Losing his left hand greatly reduced his combat power. If he had time to get familiar with it, it would be fine. Losing a left hand would not have a big impact. The loss of combat power could be made up. Even if it was a seal, he could do it with one hand. Obviously, he would not have time to get familiar with it now, and Niji would not give him time to get familiar with it. Everything depended on Naruto. Next, Naruto would be the main attacker and he would be the auxiliary. Eye power burst. Blue light appeared, a little light lit up between the eyebrows of the Nine Tails, and quickly spread throughout the body. Condensate! Sasuke shouted in a low voice. The uncontrolled chakra quickly stagnated under the traction of an inexplicable force, and then turned into Susanoo and covered the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails raised both hands and grasped them in the air. The azure chakra condensed in the palm of the Nine Tails, and the hilt of the sword emerged, followed by the azure sword body. At this moment, Naruto felt the powerful force, the power of Susanoo, and the power of Sasuke. He seemed to be one with Sasuke, blending seamlessly. At the same time, the other nine-tailed beasts roared, like the howling of beasts before death. As if they had agreed on something, the tailed beasts opened their mouths and sent the chakra they could control into Naruto's body. Chakra beams streaked across the sky and were infused into the Nine Tails' body. The chakras of the nine-tailed beasts gathered like a tide. When Niji saw this, his heart was filled with anxiety. How could he think of this? The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts belonged to him. With a thought, the yellow figure that suppressed the nine-tailed beasts burst out chakra at the same time. Using yin-yang escape, chakra condensed, and black iron rods were created out of thin air. The black rods whistled down and pierced into the bodies of the tailed beasts. Roar! The tailed beasts felt pain and roared in pain. The huge body twisted wildly, the ground trembled slightly, and dust flew up. The moment the black rod pierced into the body, it blocked the huge bodies of the tailed beasts, suppressed the chakra in their bodies, and the chakra infusion stopped instantly. Although Niji reacted quickly, the nine-tailed beasts also infused Naruto with chakra equivalent to 1/3, which was equivalent to a nine-tailed beast. With the gift from the tailed beasts, Naruto's body quickly grew larger, and his body grew in the wind, and his body was more than 200 meters tall. At this time, Niji, who was more than 100 meters tall, was like a child with Susanoo, looking up at the powerful Susanoo, and his huge breath shook the void, like a god coming to the world. The pressure was coming, and Tonari felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, his legs were shaking constantly, and he looked up at the huge Susanoo that looked like a god, and was shocked. The Six-Path Sage glanced at Tonari, raised his hand and waved it gently, and a green light fell, isolating the pressure, and Tonari felt relaxed all over. "Thank you, Ancestor." Tonari immediately bowed his hands to thank him. The Six-Path Sage nodded slightly, without saying anything, raised his hand and waved it, and the chakra rolled up Tonari, and took Tonari to appear dozens of miles away. It should be okay here. The reincarnation of Indra and Ashura joined forces, plus the power of most of the tailed beasts, and the power he gave, the two of them joined forces to be stronger than their mother. Whether it is Naruto or Niji, they are already the strongest forces in the ninja world. The battle between the two is enough to destroy the world, and the core of the battle between the two is dozens of miles around. Die, Niji! Naruto and Sasuke roared at the same time, controlling the Susanoo Ninetales to kill Niji. Facing the aggressive Naruto and Sasuke, Niji stood tall and fearless. His wings flapped behind him, rolling up the airflow, and the dust and smoke rolled up. The golden Susanoo flew into the sky, like a small sun, and the light spread for hundreds of miles around. The Ninetales drew out a large sword hundreds of meters long, swung the long sword, rolling up the surrounding airflow, forming a sword energy visible to the naked eye, and chopped down with the power of destroying the world. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion! Niji shouted, and the Seeking Jade appeared in the palm of Susanoo. Hundreds of Seeking Jades were connected into a circle, rotating around the wrist at high speed. Susanoo was held in the air, and the green hilt appeared. Niji swung the hilt and raised his hand to chop back. As the hilt chopped out, chakra condensed, and a bright sword body instantly emerged. One blue and one white, the two lightsabers collided and intertwined in the air. Boom! A dazzling light instantly filled the sky and the earth. The next second, the light came quickly and dissipated quickly. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions like ripples, and the white clouds above suddenly dissipated. The shock wave swept up everything. In an instant, it swept dozens of miles around. The rubble and ruins were all rolled up, leaving only a deep pit. Bang bang bang! The void continued to explode, and the air could not bear the power of the two people and exploded. The powerful Susanoo Ninetales and Niji Susanoo retreated at the same time and were blown away by the power of the other party. Instant movement. Above the Susanoo, Niji took a step and moved to the back of the powerful Susanoo Ninetales, and slapped with both hands. 80 God's Air Strike! His hands slapped out in succession, and each palm condensed a visible and almost transparent chakra palm print. After possessing the Samsara Sharingan, Niji was able to use Kagaya at Satsuki's bloodline net. However, Niji has changed a bit. His chakra condensed into palm prints. When did the palm prints fall one after another? After images emerged. Niji's punching speed was too fast. In an instant, it was 1,000 palms. The palm prints fell on the back of the nine-tailed fox, on the head of the nine-tailed fox, and on the nine-tailed fox. Boom! The continuous loud noises were like thunder. After a few seconds, the sound fell, and then there was another loud noise, and the powerful Susanoo flew backwards. The Susanoo armor on the back was all broken, and the body of the nine-tailed fox was also mostly broken. Shizuke's eyes were bleeding, and Naruto's mouth was bleeding. Ningji is too strong. Shizuke's face was ugly, staring at Niji with unprecedented solemnity, and he no longer had the proud attitude of being confident to kill Niji before. Perhaps sensing the disappointment and decadence in Shizuke's mouth, Naruto encouraged him, "We still have hope. As long as we persist, there will be hope. We can defeat him. Nisi is not invincible." Shizuke looked at Naruto helplessly. Nisi in front of him was not someone you could persuade with just a few words. "Do you think everyone is like me? I don't like to listen to your nonsense, but I still want to listen to you." Nisi flew into the air, his figure flashed, and he returned to the top of Susanoo again. He controlled Susanoo and turned to look at Shizuke and Naruto. Nisi narrowed his eyes and smiled, "You two are not my opponents. Do you still want to fight?" "Naruto and Shizuke, I have no interest in you. I just want to get the power of the tailed beast, that's all. Of course, I will not destroy Konoha. The current situation in the ninja world is actually very good. The situation of the 5 major ninja villages has become a 3-legged tripod with checks and balances. This situation is more conducive to the stability of the ninja world." Chapter 190 The Strongest Collision Starting from Konoha to become a villain. On the ruins, Niji talked freely, and his words were sincere. He was not a battle maniac, thinking about fighting every day. He just wanted to beat Naruto and Shizuke and satisfy his wish to travel to the Hokage. Naruto and Shizuke were not his opponents, and such a battle with a known result did not have much meaning. So he did not want to fight with Naruto and Shizuke. He just wanted to get the 9-tailed beasts and become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, Naruto and Shizuke did not agree. Perhaps they did not believe Niji's words. In their hearts, they had already fixed that Niji was a cruel and evil person. Just based on his behavior of destroying most of the Hidden Cloud Village and killing tens of thousands of people in the Hidden Cloud Village, it was enough to show that Niji was an extremely cold-blooded person. If Niji knew what the two were thinking, he would definitely say that I was wronged. How could I know that the power of Thunder Welcome was so great? Hi! Naruto turned his head to look at Shizuke next to him and said in a deep voice, "I still have one last trick." Shizuke heard the voice, turned his head and looked over, and his eyes met, and he also said in a deep voice, "I have one last trick too." "Let's fight." Naruto didn't think about it, clenched his fists, and suppressed the emotions surging in his body. Shizuke was silent for a moment, and then nodded and said, "Okay." He agreed with Naruto's proposal that it would be fruitless to continue fighting. They would only be suppressed by Niji and then their chakra would be exhausted bit by bit. In this case, it would be better to use all their strength and fight the last trick. The two raised their hands at the same time, and chakra poured in, pouring their own chakra into the 2 hands of the 9 tails. The chakra sword in the palm of the 9 tails melted, like melted blood, and Shizuke directly extracted half of the chakra of the tailed beast in Naruto's body and condensed it on the injured 9 tails. Not only that, Shizuke also infused all his strength. The chakra of the 9 tails left hand turned into a bow, and the chakra behind the 9 tails turned into a blue arm, pinching the bowstring, slowly pulling it to the full, and the bow was bent like a full moon. As the bowstring was pulled, the tailed beast chakra drawn by Shizuke condensed on the bowstring, plus his chakra and the power of the eyes of the Samsara Eye. In short, all the power was gathered on the bowstring, and a bright arrow of light slowly emerged. As the bowstring was fully pulled, the arrow of light released a dazzling light like the sun, like a small sun. On the other side, Naruto made the same move as Shizuke, condensing all the fairy chakra condensed by the 9 tails, plus the power of the 6 paths, to form a huge black spiral shuriken. The high-speed rotating black shuriken cut the surrounding void, leaving black traces, and healed again in an instant. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke condensed all their power, and the thick and heavy body of the Ninetales suddenly dimmed and became transparent, like a layer of gauze, as if it would be torn into pieces by the wind. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The next moment, the two of them took a deep breath at the same time, staring at Neji expressionlessly, with indifferent expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. Feeling the terrifying chakra condensed by the two, the relaxed expression on Neji's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep solemnity. Naruto and Sasuke joined forces to launch the strongest attack, and even he needed to be careful. Raising his hand and waving it gently, the lightsaber condensed in the palm of Susanoo dissipated, and the green Dayu flew back to Neji's hand. They turned into pure chakra and condensed in Neji's palm. Neji put his hands together in front of him, condensed the chakra in his palm, and continuously compressed it to form a light ball visible to the naked eye. His legs were slightly bent, his body was slightly sunken, and his waist was tightened to accumulate strength. Not only the Dayu, but also the power of Susanoo was absorbed by Neji. The light ball condensed in Neji's palm became more and more dazzling, and the energy contained in it made Neji feel palpitations. It was the first time that he gathered so much energy to perform Kamehameha. Hi! Neji and Sasuke took a deep breath and suppressed their guesses about the next battle. In short, after this move was launched, whether they won or lost could only be left to fate. Indra's Arrow. 6-Path Super Large Jade Raisin Shuriken. The two shouted at the same time, releasing the attacks in their hands that were ready to go. Whoosh! The blazing white arrow shot out, like a meteor across the sky, and the sound of the arrow breaking through the air caused huge waves, tearing the thick clouds, and the clouds rushed to both sides, looking like the sky was torn apart. The tip of the arrow was on top of a layer of air shield with a diameter of hundreds of meters, like an inverted bowl. The air shield became larger and clearer. Compared with the destructive momentum of Indra's arrow, the 6-Path Super Large Jade Raisin Shuriken was much calmer. It flew by lightly, and its speed was no slower than Indra's arrow. The rotating shuriken cut through the space, dragging a black trail wherever it passed. Seeing the two strongest attacks coming, Neji was not afraid, and even calm. He put his hands together, shouted, and pushed out his hands violently. Kameha! The moment the words rang out, Neji released the compressed light ball with both hands, and the chakra was released, and a dazzling light was released immediately, like a small sun. The next moment, a wave of light flew out, and the light wave crossed the void, as fast as a real stream of light, and instantly hit the Indra's Arrow and 6-Path Super Large Jade Raisin Shuriken. Bang! A loud and earth-shaking sound resounded throughout the ninja world. Then, a dazzling light lit up, like a sun, and the light spread like a tide, filling every corner of the ninja world in an instant. The dark world seemed to enter daylight all of a sudden, but unfortunately everyone was sealed by Kaguya Otsutsuki with the infinite moon reading, and no one was shocked to run out of the house. This. Tonari's lips trembled, he was stunned, his mouth opened as wide as possible, and his eyes slowly opened wide. He was at a loss for words. The scene in front of him could no longer be described in words. This scene and the shocking mood in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. It was simply a battle between gods, how could mortals watch it directly? It was like countless thunders exploding, with bursts of sound, and the dazzling light lasted for several seconds and gradually dissipated. The sky was dark, and the shock wave tore through all the clouds. The sky was clearer and brighter than ever before, with stars all over the sky, and the bright moon hanging in the sky, shedding snow like moonlight. The galaxy above was still magnificent, and the ground under the feet was in a mess. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the shock wave swept the dust, ruins, trees like a huge sandstorm spreading in all directions. Standing on a mountain 100 miles away, Shiren could see clearly that a circle of shock waves spread rapidly like ripples, and wherever it passed, both forests and mountains were turned into dust. It took half an hour for the shock wave to stop, and the area within 100 miles became a ruin. The ground cracked and collapsed, and cracks spread for an unknown number of times, with gullies crisscrossing. Shiren could foresee that decades later, this would become the most dangerous area in the ninja world. In the center of the battlefield, there was a deep pit with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Sasuke and Naruto fell to the ground at the same time. The armor and the nine-tailed Susanoo that covered them were broken like a veil. Both of them sprayed blood at the same time. Their faces were bloodless, they were extremely weak, and their chakra was completely consumed. In layman's terms, Naruto and Sasuke are now lambs to be slaughtered, and any ninja can kill them. Chapter 191 Ten-tailed Jinchuriki starting from Konoha to be a villain. Naruto and Sasuke vomited blood, and they fell to the ground. At the same time, their chakra was exhausted, and they had no strength to fight again. Neji slowly fell down and stood in front of the two, already in the posture of a winner. Although he, the winner, didn't look very good, his face was pale, the blood color faded, and his chakra was consumed a lot, but compared with Naruto and Zuozu, his injuries were not called injuries. Sasuke glared at Ninkai who was walking over, and spat, "You can kill or cut me as you like." Ninkai dodged Sasuke's saliva and said with a bad face, "I think you Uchiha clan have problems with your brains. What do you want to show by holding your head high in front of me? You swear to die and not surrender, and then I will kill you with one knife." At this point, Ninkai couldn't help but snorted. "Sometimes, I always feel that some people in the Uchiha clan have problems with their brains, and the one with the most problems is Sasuke. It feels like a street scoundrel in his previous life who was the biggest in the world." Not bothering to pay attention to the two, Ninkai waved his hand, and the black chakra stick created by yin-yang escape flew out, like a thin needle piercing the acupuncture points in Sasuke and Naruto's body, blocking all the chakra in their bodies, completely making the two lose their resistance. Just then, just as Neji finished doing all this, the Six-Path Sage appeared with Tonari. The Six-Path Sage still had his sleeves fluttering like a sage, and Tonari followed him. When he saw a strange smile on Naruto's face. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to take this opportunity to get rid of his rival and then snatch Hinata away? He is a role model for our generation. He will kill his rival once and for all. If Tonari dares to do this, Neji will definitely agree with both hands. However, Tonari obviously didn't have this idea. He glanced at Naruto and turned his head away with a look of disdain. As arrogant as ever. Turning his head to look at the Six-Path Sage, Neji smiled slightly and said, "Six-Path Sage, are you going to stop me?" "I'm not here to stop you," the Six-Path Sage kept a smile on his face and said, "I can't stop you from killing them, but you don't want to kill them." "Who said I don't want to kill them?" Neji asked back. The Six-Path Sage smiled faintly and said, "If you really want to kill them, you can do it just now. Why do you need to use yin-yang escape to seal their chakra points?" Neji stared at the Six-Path Sage, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, "It's really boring." After saying that, Neji didn't care about the Six-Path Sage anymore, and he walked to the side. Coming to the nine-tailed beasts, looking around, the nine-tailed beasts were stuck in the ground by black sticks, unable to move. "Hi!" After taking a deep breath, Neji didn't choose to take action immediately. He consumed too much chakra in his body and needed to recover some. When he recovered his chakra, the Six-Path Sage waved his hand to remove the small black sticks created by yin-yang escape in Naruto and Sasuke's bodies, restoring their freedom. Sasuke, who regained his freedom, was still unconvinced. He looked at Neji with blood-red eyes, clenched his fists, and his face was full of unwillingness and anger. The Six-Path Sage glanced at Sasuke and said calmly, "If you want to die and make the Uchiha clan disappear completely from the history of the ninja world, I will not stop you." Hearing this, Sasuke's expression froze and his body stiffened. After a while, his eyes dimmed and the murderous aura in his eyes slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the Six-Path Sage nodded with satisfaction. The boy is teachable, but not stupid enough. Going to die when you can't win, without a purpose, just for the anger and unwillingness in your heart, this is not courage, but stupidity. Seeing that Sasuke gave up the idea of continuing to fight, Naruto was relieved. He turned his head to look at Neji, then turned his head to look at the Six Paths Sage, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa Six Paths, what is Neji going to do?" "He is like most people, he wants to gain stronger power," the Six Paths Sage said calmly. "In order to obtain the Samsara Sharingan that only his mother has, he allowed the Six Paths Madara to resurrect and allowed his mother to resurrect." Sasuke on the side suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Neji could use Susanoo. This is writing the power of God that can only be used when the Rinnegan awakens to become the Mangekyo Sharingan. It turned out that it was because he had the Rinnegan of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto frowned slightly and said, "Since he has already got the Rinnegan, why does he still need the tailed beasts?" Ryudao obviously looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, and talked freely. The Rinnegan is a very powerful eye technique. Since ancient times, the more powerful the power, the greater the price. Using the Rinnegan requires a lot of chakra, plus he also has the Samsara eye. Using the two eye techniques together, Neji cannot support the consumption of the two eye powers. So he has to revive the 10 tails again, devour the 10 tails power, and become the 10 tails chakra. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke finally realized. Suddenly, Naruto suddenly thought of something, his face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "If this is the case, then Neji will not become the second Kaguya Otsutsuki and absorb all the chakra." As soon as these words came out, Naruto and Sasuke's faces were more solemn than ever. They were no match for Neji in this state. If he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, they would be even less of a match for Neji. Who would stop Neji then? "He won't do that," the Six Paths Sage comforted, "his target is only the 10 tails. He won't choose to take back the chakra scattered in the ninja world. He only wants the tailed beasts." "People like him have no integrity," Sasuke snorted coldly, not believing Neji. Shiren sneered, "What qualifications do you have to say about others?" Sasuke turned his head to look at Shiren, glaring at him and said, "What did you say?" Shiren stepped forward and said, "Did I say it wrong? The Sharingan is an eye that shouldn't exist. It gains power by sacrificing close people. Your power is nothing more than stepping on the bones of your relatives and friends. I almost forgot that you opened a Megatama only after your entire family was slaughtered." This sentence was like a sharp steel knife, deeply piercing Sasuke's glass heart. Sasuke was so ashamed and angry that he gritted his teeth and roared, "I will kill you!" Bang! Waiting for Sasuke was Tonari, who raised his leg and kicked Sasuke away. Tonari sneered, "Wait until your strength recovers, then talk about killing me. You are a lot of nonsense. You are far worse than Uchiha Madara." After saying that, Tonari didn't even look at Sasuke and walked to the side of the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage glanced at Tonari calmly and said lightly, "Why do you have to continue to mock him? He is not an open-minded and transparent person. People like him can only be suppressed. Shatter all his so-called pride. Only then can he understand," Tonari said calmly. Hearing this, the Six Paths Sage didn't say anything. First, he didn't want to talk about this topic, and the key was that Neji had made a move. I saw Neji open his tightly closed eyes, a gleam of light flashed, he took a deep breath, and put his hands together. Summoning Jutsu. Outer Path Demon Statue. He slapped the ground with his right hand, and the chakra condensed in his palm was released, turning into black runes, which emerged and quickly spread around. Summoning Jutsu. With a light shout, white smoke rose, and a huge Outer Path Demon statue appeared, standing on the ground, still with that ugly face, 10 eyes closed, and the appearance was like withered wood. Chapter 192 Ten-tailed Jinchuriki _starting as a villain from Konoha. Seeing the huge Outer Path Demon statue standing on the ground, Sasuke and Naruto looked equally ugly. Damn it! Naruto was unwilling and gnashed his teeth. The appearance of the outer path demon statue meant that Niji was ready to absorb the tailed beast. Among all the people, only Naruto didn't want the tailed beast to become the ten-tailed again and become Niji's Jinchuriki. Sasuke had the same idea, but Sasuke didn't care whether the tailed beast was free. He cared that Niji became stronger after becoming the ten-tailed Jinchuriki, and it would be even more difficult for him to defeat Niji. On the ground, Ningji looked up at the huge outer path demon statue in front of him. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw it, Niji always thought it was extremely ugly. Step. With a light tap of his toes, Niji flew over the head of the outer path demon statue and stood still with both feet. Looking around at the tailed beasts, Niji sneered, "Return to your essence, beasts. Tailed beasts are not considered life. They are tailed beasts in essence. Tailed beasts themselves are chakra, so tailed beasts cannot be killed. Even if they are killed, they can be resurrected after a period of time." As soon as the voice fell, Niji clapped his hands, chakra condensed, and triggered the connection between the outer path demon statues. The next moment, the outer path demon statue opened its mouth, and chains flew out one by one. These chains were like silver, and there was a pale purple light on them. The chains flew out with a whistle, and they locked the necks of the tailed beasts tightly in an instant. Roar! The tailed beasts roared with their pupils, struggling desperately. The moment the chains locked the tailed beasts, the shadow clones on them disappeared at the same time, and the separated chakra returned to the body, and Niji's chakra was immediately restored by half. Niji's blood color recovered little by little, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Seeing that the tailed beasts wanted to struggle away, Niji snorted coldly. With a light step of his right foot, the chain pulled, pulling all the tailed beasts into the mouth of the outer path demon statue at the same time. That bastard! Naruto was furious, his anger was burning, his fists clenched, and he was about to rush out to fight with Niji. He and the tailed beasts have a friendship that ordinary people cannot know, just like he and like the Nine Tails. He didn't want to see the tailed beasts screaming in pain. At this time, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said in a deep voice, "If you want half of the Nine Tails in your body to disappear, then go ahead." Naruto's expression froze and his body stiffened on the spot. In the mental space, the Nine Tails also persuaded, "Naruto, you are not a match for Hyuga Niji. If you go up now, not only me, but your life will also be in danger." Asshole! Naruto was unwilling, clenched his fists, and his fingertips turned white, but he was not a match for Niji. What Sasuke and the Nine Tails said was right, and Naruto could only be furious. The roars of the tailed beasts disappeared, and the outer path demon statue completely devoured the tailed beasts. The moment the tailed beasts were devoured, the 10 eyes of the outer path demon statue opened instantly, and then the outer path demon statue seemed to come alive. The 10 eyes turned, raised their hands, supported the ground, raised their heads, and roared to the sky. The next moment, the appearance of the outer path demon statue changed dramatically, like the dry skin of a dead tree quickly filling up, as if it had come back to life. 10 tails whistled out, and the whole body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. 10 eyes closed and turned into Samsara Sharinon. The moment the 10 tails took shape, Niji smiled slightly when he felt the power contained in the 10 tails. Without any hesitation, he formed seals with both hands, pressed one hand on the body of the 10 tails, and began to devour the 10 tails. Seal! With a low voice, Niji's palm emitted a gravitational force like a black hole, and the huge body of the 10 tails was immediately swallowed by the black hole, rotating at high speed like a spiral. In an instant, the 10 tails was swallowed by Niji. Boom! A surge of chakra was released, raising billowing smoke, and the shock wave swept everything, spreading like ripples. Seeing the dust and gravel flying, the six-path sage raised a chakra, like a shield to block the impact. The dust and smoke soon dissipated, and several people stared at the center with their eyes fixed. Did Niji swallow the 10 tails? What did Niji become after swallowing the 10 tails? How strong is he? This is what everyone is curious about. So far, no one has ever been able to integrate the 10 tails, the Samsara Sharinan, and the Samsara Sharinan, these pupil techniques and the tailed beasts. Crack! A subtle sound rang out, like the sound of glass breaking, and everyone was shocked and their eyes were slightly fixed. The dust and smoke slowly dissipated, and a person slowly stood up on the ground. He was wearing a white windbreaker similar to the Six-Path Sage. His hair turned snow white, his face became handsome, and his skin became as smooth and elastic as a baby. 9 truth-seeking jades appeared behind him. The Samsara Sharinan was still the Samsara I, but the Samsara Sharinan became more powerful. Sure enough, if you really want to exert the power of the Samsara Sharinan, you must become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. In essence, the Samsara Sharinan is the power of the 10 tails. Not only that, after swallowing the 10 tails and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the chakra in Niji's body grew to an extremely abnormal level. System, Big Villain System. Name, Hyaga Niji, real name Lin Tian. Age, 17. Gender, Mosaic. ID number, Blurry. World, Naruto. Energy point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physique, level 3. Main quest, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 100%. Skills, Samsara I, Thunder Welcome, Kamehameha, Yin Yang Release, Instantaneous Movement, Sky Dance, Railgun, Laser Beam, Wind Wound, Water Breathing, with 11 type Swordsmanship, Air Ensemble. I Techniques, Byakugan, Sharinan, Samsara I, Samsara I, Samsara Sharinan. At the same time, the sound of the main quest being completed rang in my mind. Main quest completed, becoming the biggest 100% in the Naruto world. Niji subconsciously clenched his fist and made a loud bang. He could crush the air with his grip alone. He was now so strong that it was terrifying. Facing Kagaya Atsutsuki again, Niji was sure that he could suppress Kagaya Atsutsuki in 1 minute when he burst out with all his strength. He just couldn't kill Kagaya Atsutsuki. This was the world setting, and he was not strong enough to change the world setting. However, the main quest was finally completed, but there was no reward. This made Niji a little puzzled. There was no reward. He had been waiting for the reward for the main quest. Forget it, don't think about it for now. It's not the time to think about this problem. The system is something he can't understand yet. It turned out that he thought there was something wrong with the system. It was a 3-no system. Maybe it was true. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Niji turned his head and looked in the direction of the Six-Path Sage. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he came in front of the Six-Path Sage. Naruto and Sasuke were startled and stepped back subconsciously. Then they thought that they were scared away and felt ashamed. The Six-Path Sage examined it and nodded, saying, "It seems that you have already got what you want." "Yes." Niji nodded. "I have already got the power I want. Next, I will unlock the infinite Tsukuyomi technique." After that, Niji made seals with both hands and performed the ninjutsu of contacting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Release. Chapter 193 Dream Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Release. As soon as the voice fell, Niji made the child seal with both hands and looked up at the moon above his head. The blood-colored Samsara Sharinan on his forehead echoed with the moon above his head, and an inexplicable connection was established. It's hard to explain. The sun seal lasted for a few seconds, and the next moment, a strong wind swept up Niji's body, and the strong wind swept up the surrounding gravel and dust and flowed upward, filling the sky. Niji's chakra was out of control and started to work automatically. Faced with this sudden situation, Niji was not panicked. It was normal to have some abnormalities when removing such a large-scale ninjutsu. Sure enough, the image of the Samsara Sharinan reflected on the moon emerged, and then the moon emitted a white frost-like moonlight, which was like a beam of light, shining on the people who were wrapped in wooden strips with arched branches, penetrating the earth, and shining on the ninjas hiding in the air raid shelter. Infinite Tsukuyomi lifted. God! Tree World Advent lifted. The two ninjutsu were lifted at the same time, and the wooden strips that wrapped people lost their power and automatically fell off, revealing people who were trapped in the beautiful dream of Infinite Tsukuyomi. The image on the moon disappeared, and people opened their eyes one after another, and the reflection of the samsara eye on their eyeballs dissipated along with the reflection on the moon. Hinata blinked her eyes after regaining consciousness, and felt the scene suddenly change, and a slight dizziness came over her mind. I'm not talking to Naruto-kun, how come I'm here suddenly, where is this? Hinata was confused, and memories came like a tide, and Hinata felt like being stabbed in the head. Hinata instinctively covered her head, and the tingling came suddenly and disappeared quickly. At this time, Hinata finally understood that she was affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi and fell into a dream. The dreams she had just experienced were just too real, so real that Hinata, who woke up, couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Recalling what she had done in the dream, Hinata blushed with shame, and two blushes like drunkenness climbed up her pretty face. Next to Hinata, the people who were trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi woke up one after another, and recalled what happened in the dream just now. Everyone's face and expression were different, shy, aftertaste, embarrassment extremely complicated. On the ruins of Konoha, the wooden strips slipped, and Jiraiya woke up from the infinite Tsukuyomi. He also experienced a moment of trance when dreams and reality intertwined. But Jiraiya quickly regained his composure. He knew that he was affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, but what happened in the dream was really profound. As if the life in the dream was what I wanted to see, Jiraiya sighed slightly, but quickly restrained his emotions. At his point, even the deepest illusion would not make him feel this way, but the infinite Tsukuyomi has already gone beyond the scope of illusion and evoked people's obsession. Tsunade. Jiraiya hurriedly raised his head and looked around worriedly. Soon, his eyes condensed slightly and found Tsunade next to him. He flashed and came to Tsunade. Tsunade had just left the God Tree realm and descended. Her eyes were dull and she sat on the ground for a long time without moving, like a vegetable. She didn't even notice Jiraiya appearing next to her. Seeing Tsunade in this posture, Jiraiya's heart sank. He waved in front of Tsunade and shouted worriedly, "Tsunade, Tsunade!" Tsunade ignored him. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya used all his chakra and shouted loudly. Jiraiya was getting more and more worried. He grabbed Tsunade's arms with both hands and shook them vigorously. His chest was surging. Of course, Jiraiya was not taking advantage of Tsunade. He grabbed Tsunade's hands to pour chakra into her body. With the stimulation of chakra, Tsunade finally responded. She moaned and blinked her big black eyes. Looking at Jiraiya in front of her, her white face instantly turned red. She was extremely excited and her tone was shy. "Go away, Jiraiya, get out of here. Don't think that I'm drunk and you can do whatever you want." That expression and tone didn't sound like a rejection, but rather a reluctance. Jiraiya was kicked to the ground by Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade's expression at the moment, he was stunned and surprised. Who is Jiraiya? He is a famous little prince of pornographic books in the ninja world. His Strange Hot Paradise is the best-selling and most popular book in the ninja world. So when he saw Tsunade's expression, Jiraiya immediately understood something and his face suddenly became strange. Tsunade also noticed her strange reaction, and immediately coughed lightly, lowered her eyes, and returned to seriousness, and the blush on her face slowly disappeared. Jiraiya stood up, patted the dust on his body, and smiled strangely. "What did you dream about? What does it have to do with you?" Tsunade scolded. Immediately stood up seriously and changed the subject. "The infinite moon reading has been lifted, so the battle is over. Who won in the end? In short, it's not Uchiha Madara. We can regain consciousness. The infinite moon reading has been lifted, which means that Uchiha Madara has failed." Jiraiya looked up at the sun and the remains of the sacred tree standing in the distance. Although Uchiha Madara failed, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade could be happy, because it meant that there was someone stronger than Uchiha Madara. This person is very likely Hyuga Neji. Thinking of Hyuga Neji's past style, destroying the Hidden Rain village and killing tens of thousands of ninjas, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other in surprise. On the other side, Neji released the infinite Tsukuyomi and the God Tree Realm descended, and put away his hand seals. At this moment, the end of the blue sky. The sun rose in the east. A cool morning light tore through the black curtain, and the gentle morning light fell on Neji. The Six-Paths Sage saw the morning light appear, and he felt emotional. The darkness before dawn was finally over, and the ninja world ushered in light. Suddenly, I saw from the corner of my eye that in the distance, Neji was bathed in the morning light, holding his head high, standing on the ruins, with a tall and straight figure. Of course, he is really a dragon among men, a handsome young man, no wonder he can become the strongest in the ninja world at such a young age, surpassing me and even my mother back then. Sasuke also saw Neji, but he thought Neji was pretending. Why did he know? Because he often does this kind of thing. He raised his head proudly, looking down on everyone, as if everyone was his younger brother. The Six-Paths Sage looked around at everyone and smiled slightly. This matter is over. Mom's plan has been thwarted again. Without Black Zetsu, Mom will never be resurrected again from now on, and I should leave. After saying that, the Six-Paths Sage immediately turned into a faint light in the sky, which drifted away and returned to various places in the ninja world, watching the ninja world invisibly and guarding the safety of the ninja world. This old man. He is obviously hiding from me, otherwise he would feel like being chased by something terrible if he ran so fast. Ninkai curled his lips and didn't care. The Six-Paths Sage was afraid that I would keep him and ask something, but this was no longer necessary for me. My main task had been completed. Concentrating his mind, Ninkai looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Tonari. His figure flashed and came in front of the three people. He looked at Tonari first and asked with a smile, "This matter is over. What are you going to do? Go back to the moon or stay in the ninja world?" The reason why Ninkai asked this was because Tonari's current level of cultivation was not enough to build a living space in the new moon, only he could do it. If Tonari wanted to go back to the moon, then he would have to do something to help Tonari rebuild a home. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 194 5-Cage Conference _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Hearing Ninkai asking if he wanted to go to the moon, Tonari was silent for a moment and said, "No, I will stay in the ninja world. I am used to the life in the ninja world. Going back to the moon to stay alone and accompany the puppets every day is not fun. You want me to live my old life now, and I can't adapt to it." Then, Tonari added, "But you still have to help me rebuild a home on the moon." "No problem." Ninkai agreed immediately. With his current strength, it is not easy to transform the interior of the moon and rebuild a world, but it is not difficult. It just takes a lot of time and energy. But this time he was able to leave the space of the primordial ball, thanks to Tonari. If he hadn't used the summoning technique with him at the same time, he might still be trapped in the space of the primordial ball. On the side, Sasuke and Naruto heard the conversation between the two and looked at each other, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. "What do you mean by rebuilding a home on the moon? This is said as if the moon is your home, why don't you say that the ninja world is your home?" But Neji also said so, so Sasuke and Naruto couldn't ignore that Tonari actually lived on the moon. Who is he? What is his identity? And why is he so close to Neji? Even in the same camp. Just as the two were shocked, several sounds of breaking through the air sounded. Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived first, followed by Kakashi and Terumi Mei. Jiraiya landed, his eyes quickly swept over Neji, Tonari, Neji and Sasuke, and he was surprised. How could Sasuke be here? And Naruto, isn't he in Myaboku Mountain? Who is this man in white? Tsunade was also full of doubts. She had no contact with Sasuke, but she knew Sasuke's identity and information. As for Tonari, she had an impression that he seemed to be Hinata's pursuer, and Hyuga Hayashi had a good impression of Tonari. But even she was hit by the infinite moon reading. Why was Tonari fine, and Naruto and Sasuke were not affected? Both sides seemed to have gone through a battle, and where did Uchiha Madara go? Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't know how to start, where to ask, but there was someone who didn't care about these. Terumi Mei looked around and asked directly, what happened? Where did Uchiha Madara go? Speaking of Uchiha Madara, Terumi Mei clenched her fists, her pretty face was murderous. He's dead. Niji responded simply, if you had come half a minute earlier, you would have seen his body. Now I don't know where he is buried, anyway, it's under the ruins. Mei Terumi's delicate body trembled violently, as if she had lost all her strength. She sat on the ground with a plop, tears streaming down her face, sobbing. At this moment, Mei Terumi seemed to be able to relax finally. Since the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village, killing Uchiha Madara for revenge has become her only goal in her heart and the driving force for her to live. Since the destruction of the Hidden Cloud Village, she has not had a good sleep. Every night, the scenes of the tragic deaths of the villagers flashed in front of her like a revolving lantern. Even if she hadn't slept for several days, she was really tired. After falling asleep, she kept having nightmares. In her dreams, there were still those miserable scenes. Tens of thousands of wronged souls were in front of her, shouting for revenge for them. People around her might understand, but who could really understand her pain? These days, she has been tortured like never before. She is the Mizukage, and everyone trusts her and chooses her as the Mizukage, but she can't even protect their lives, and can only watch Uchiha Madara kill everyone. At this moment, hearing that Uchiha Madara is dead, Terumi Mei seems to have lost her soul, and she collapses on the ground, tears pouring out of her beautiful big eyes, flowing down her smooth cheeks to her chin, and dripping on the ground. Ah! Tsunade saw that Terumi Mei was in tears, sighed deeply, walked over, and gently patted Terumi Mei's shoulder. Squatting down, staring at Terumi Mei, comforting, everything is over, Uchiha Madara is dead, and the Hidden Mist Village will soon be seen again. Jiraiya put away the sigh in his eyes, looked up and glanced at Niji, and he looked at Naruto and asked in a deep voice, what happened exactly? Naruto. Naruto stood up and told them that he had successfully mastered the power of the Nine Tails with the help of the Great Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain. Then the Six Paths Sage appeared and told them everything, and summoned him and Sasuke back here. Naruto did not miss a word of everything from the beginning to the end. Jiraiya listened, and was shocked at first, then extremely confused, and then suddenly realized, his face was extremely complicated, and finally he understood everything. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen after we were hit by the infinite moon reading. Jiraiya's tone was both emotional and sighing. After speaking, Jiraiya turned his head to look at Nisi and asked respectfully, Ninkai, what are you going to do next? Unconsciously, Jiraiya had spoken to Nisi with respect, and it turned out that Jiraiya still regarded Nisi as a peer. But from Naruto's mouth, Niji defeated the legendary ninja world's rented Kaguya at Satsuki and became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. His combat power reached the top of the ninja world. Naruto and Sasuke were no match for him. Jiraiya no longer dared to regard Niji as a peer, but a senior. According to the intelligence analysis obtained by Konoha's intelligence department, Niji was moody and did things completely according to his heart. Jiraiya did not dare to anger Niji. Niji glanced at Jiraiya and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't destroy Konoha." Hearing Niji's promise, Jiraiya's hanging heart finally put down his stomach and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just this time, Niji changed the subject and said, "But I will convene the 5 Kage, hold a Ninja World Conference, and redivide the situation in the Ninja World." This Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say for a while. Convene the 5-Kage conference and divide the situation in the ninja world? What does Niji want to do? Does he want to unify the ninja world? Or does he want to redivide the territory and establish a new ninja village? But why did he do this? Niji doesn't look like the kind of person who wants power. Besides, with his strength, he is enough to sweep across the entire ninja world. He can rival the ninja world by himself, so why does he do this? Suddenly, Jiraiya grabbed something, a light flashed in his mind, and his body leaned forward slightly, asking tentatively, Niji, do you want peace in the ninja world? Yeah. Niji didn't deny it, and nodded, the ninja world is too chaotic. The existence of the 5 major ninja villages has not brought peace to the major villages, but has caused continuous fighting in the ninja world. The ninja world needs a new force to balance it. Jiraiya didn't say anything either. But the idea flashed in his mind, and the new force would balance the balance of the ninja world. In other words, in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, Niji was going to create a new force to override the ninja world. So, he still wanted to lead the ninja world. No, if he wanted to lead the ninja world, he wouldn't have to be so troublesome. With Niji's current strength, his words would be the order of heaven, and both individuals and villages would have to obey. He himself is a big force, why did Niji have to be so troublesome? Jiraiya racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what Nisi meant. If Jiraiya knew that Nisi was a time traveler, he might have known. Chapter 195 The arrival of the 5-Kage starting from Konoha to be a villain. On the ruins of Konoha. Mei Terumi raised her head, her pretty face full of tears looked at Nisi, her eyes flashing with tears, looking at Nisi in confusion. As a Mizukage, she immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Nisi's words. Compared with Jiraiya, Mei Terumi's mind was more delicate. Of course, the destruction of Kirigakure made Mei Terumi look at this issue from a different angle. Hearing what Niji said, Hyaga Niji wanted to establish a new force to balance the 5 major ninja villages and the 5 major countries and reduce the war between the 5 major ninja villages. But with the destruction of Kumigakure village and Kirigakure village, the strength of their 2 villages is far inferior to that of Sand village, Konoha, and Rock village. Niji is not talking about the 3 major ninja villages, but the 5 major ninja villages. Does this mean that he is ready to support Kirigakure village and Kumigakure village on the basis of rebuilding the 5 major ninja villages? If someone told Mei Terumi a year ago that one person could change the fate of the entire ninja village, Mei Terumi would definitely sneer. But after more than half a year of experience, Terumi's meditation method has undergone earth-shaking changes. Ninkai is now the strongest in the ninja world. If Niji decides to support Kirigakure, Kirigakure will definitely rise again. Thinking of this, Mei Terumi's face showed a hint of joy, which quickly disappeared. Niji noticed it keenly, looked at Mei Terumi calmly, and said nothing more. 3 days later. On the ruins of Konoha. Wood release. Renzu family. Yamato shouted, slammed his right hand on the ground, released his chakra, and the ground trembled slightly, and 3-story complex wooden houses rose from the ground. It's done now, Yamato Jonin is really amazing. It saves us more than 10 days of effort in one go. The crowd around praised Yamato's wood release for being powerful. It can not only be used for fighting, but also for building houses. It is really a convenient blood limit. Yamato's face instantly lost its color, as pale as paper. He barely managed a smile on his face and waved to respond to the villagers around him. Building so many wooden houses almost consumed his chakra. At this moment, Naruto appeared and came to Yamato with the instant body technique. Seeing that Yamato's face was pale, he sensed that Yamato's chakra was exhausted. He quickly reached out his hand. He supported Yamato and infused the chakra in his body into Yamato's body. As the chakra recovered, Yamato's pale face slowly regained its color. Hi! Yamato slowly exhaled, turned his head and smiled, "Thanks to you, Naruto." Naruto nodded, then frowned, and said, "Teacher Yamato, you can't do this, let me provide you with chakra, you can perform wood escape and build a house. Yamato's eyes lit up, with Naruto's help, he wouldn't have to be so tired. As we all know, Naruto has nothing but chakra. Others have chakra, he is Shitanla, and Naruto's chakra is of high quality. With the same amount of chakra, Yamato can only build 6 houses, Naruto can build 10. So, on the ruins of Konoha village, such a scene appeared. Yamato built a house with wood escape, Naruto used the 9-tail power bank. Outside the village. After 3 days of trekking with Kankuro and Temari, Gaara finally arrived in Konoha. All they saw along the way were ruins and broken earth, and now they finally saw people. Looking quickly at Konoha, which was being rebuilt on the ruins, Kanjuro sighed, I didn't expect that the once prosperous Konoha village would become like this today. Temari said lightly, although the village was destroyed, everyone is alive. Compared with Kumigakure and Kirigakure, Konoha is already lucky. Kanjuro glanced at Temari and warned, don't say this in Konoha. Do I need you to teach me? Temari rolled her eyes. How could she say such a thing in Konoha? That would be like rubbing salt into someone's wound. She didn't want to be taught a lesson by the angry Konoha ninja who had just lost her home. Okay. Gaara stopped his sister and brother and said in a deep voice, our goal is the 5 Kage conference. This meeting will definitely change the situation of the entire ninja world. For the Sand Village, it is both an opportunity and a danger. When we enter Konoha later, we must be careful, extra careful. Temari and Kankuro nodded seriously. On the other side, the third Tsuchikage Onoki, who came from the Hidden Rock village, walked on the streets of Konoha, which was being rebuilt. On both sides of his back was his granddaughter Kuratsuke, who was wearing a red cheongsam and looking around at Konoha. From her clear and bright eyes like black jade, one can see Kuratsuke's surprise and emotion. On the other hand, Kuratsuke, who was the guard of the Hokage, was tall and fat. He was a super strong ninja, known as the Shield of the Tsuchikage with unparalleled super strength, and a famous elite ninja of the Hidden Rock village. Onoki put his hands behind his back, observed left and right, and after a long time, he said solemnly, don't think that Konoha has encountered such a disaster, but Konoha's combat power has not been lost much. Only the buildings were damaged, and there were almost no personnel losses. The strong ones are all there. At this point, Onoki snorted coldly and said with a sneer, those old guys still want to take this opportunity to attack Konoha, a group of short-sighted guys. The most dangerous thing in the ninja world now is not Konoha, but Hyuga Neji, who can suppress the entire ninja world alone. Although I don't know what he is planning by convening the 5 Shadows conference this time, I will first see the reactions of other ninja villages in this meeting. Compared with the Rock Village and the Sand Village, the Cloud Village that arrived last did not have too many plans. The 4th generation Raikage AI, with anger burning in his chest, stood on the ruins, looking at the Konoha village that was being rebuilt in the distance, clenching his fists, and his eyes flashing with anger and hatred. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 195 The Arrival of the 5 Kages Starting from Konoha as a Villain. The life and death feud of their Kumigakure is in Konoha village. Not only is he in Konoha village, he also convened the 5 Kage conference to order the 5 Kages to come. That's right, Neji gave an order. In order to get all the 5 Kages to come, Neji was very tough. Which ninja village didn't come, I would destroy it. AI saw that Lord Raikage clenched his fists and was murderous, and hurriedly whispered to persuade him, Lord Raikage, this trip to Konoha is for the future of Kumigakure village, you can't let hatred drive away your reason. Darui snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, are we going to watch the enemy who destroyed Kumigakure village and killed tens of thousands of us standing in front of us, and we still have to smile? Shut up, AI scolded Darui. Darui turned his head away in dissatisfaction. AI glared at Darui and shouted angrily, "Can you beat Niji?" Uchiha Madara died at his hands, and the ancestor of the ninja world, Kaguya Otsutsuki, is not his opponent. Darui was speechless. AI sighed and lamented, "You think I don't want to kill Niji, but we are not his opponent. If we anger him, the Hidden Cloud village will be completely destroyed. Think about the tens of thousands of villagers left in the Hidden Cloud village. Do you want to see the Hidden Cloud village become the same as the Hidden Mist village?" Raikage AI suppressed his anger, loosened his clenched fist, and said expressionlessly, "What AI said is right, unless the day comes when we can defeat Niji, before that, we can only pretend that nothing happened. When Darui arrived in Konoha, the three of us must forget everything and pretend that nothing happened." "Yes." Darui nodded. "If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain." Chapter 196 New System _starting from Konoha to become a villain. Konoha. The entire Konoha is in ruins, and everyone is busy, looking forward to rebuilding Konoha as soon as possible and restoring Konoha to the prosperous village. Therefore, when the 5 shadows came, the village only sent a few umbu to receive them, and there was no grand welcome ceremony to take them to the temporary Hokage building. Jiraiya took some time out of his busy schedule to welcome the arrival of the 3 shadows. Looking at the 3 shadows coming from a distance, Jiraiya greeted them, "Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Raikage, I have been too busy during this period. I am sorry that I did not go out of the village to welcome you." Jiraiya apologized again and again, and the 3 shadows said that it was not necessary, and comforted Jiraiya at the same time. On the way in, they saw the miserable scene of Konoha clearly, and knew that Jiraiya was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. The 3 cages comforted Jiraiya immediately. In fact, it was only the Tsuchikage and the Wind Cage. The Hidden Cloud village was even worse off than Konoha. The 4 of them exchanged greetings briefly and entered the temporary meeting room. Mei Terumi was already waiting in the meeting room. It had been a few years since the 5 cages arrived at the same time. Jiraiya stood in the main seat, his eyes swept over the cages one by one, and said in a deep voice, "Today's 5-cage meeting, although it is our Konoha that is anxious, the real things discussed have nothing to do with our Konoha. As for the content of the meeting, we Konoha don't know either." After that, Jiraiya returned to his seat, folded his arms across his chest, leaned back in his chair, lowered his eyelids, and remained silent. He was not anxious, and Konoha was not anxious either. It was not them who should be anxious, but the other villages. This meeting will change the situation of the entire ninja world. This is inevitable, but I don't know how to do it. But no matter what method is used, Konoha, as the strongest ninja village, will always be able to maintain the benefits it deserves, unless Hyuga Niji wants to destroy the entire ninja world. So Jiraiya is sitting on the Diaotai. The Kazekage and Tsuchikage are also very calm. They are not the vanguards, but the Raikage and Mizukage. The Mizukage glanced at the other 4 cages and sneered in her heart. She was barefoot without the little thoughts of these cages, and she was not afraid of wearing shoes. So she stood up, looked around at everyone, and said softly, "You have no say, and I have no say, so please ask the person in charge to come out." As soon as the voice fell, a figure flashed on the main seat, and Niji appeared in his position at the right time. In an instant, the meeting room seemed to fall into dead silence. Niji's eyes condensed slightly, and he looked around. His eyes swept over the Hokage Jiraiya, Tsuchikage Onoki, Raikage AI, Kazekage Gaara, and Mizukage Terumi Mei in turn. Jiraiya was calm and glanced at Niji, then lowered his eyes again and remained silent. Onoki raised his head slightly, looking at Nisi calmly. He had heard the name of the strongest man in the ninja world countless times, but he had never had the chance to meet him. Today was the first time he saw him. He didn't expect Nisi to be so young that it was scary. Are those eyes the Samsara eye? What are the eyes on his forehead? They look a bit like the Samsara eye. Tsuchikage Onoki's thoughts flashed. Among the 5 shadows, he was the only one who had never met Nisi. He knew the least about Nisi, and his channels were all based on the information obtained by the Umbu. Gaara held his chin with both hands, his eyes slightly condensed, and the scenes of meeting and conflicting with Nisi appeared in his mind like slides. After not seeing him for several years, he has become the strongest in the ninja world. It's really a different world. Even the 5 shadows have to surrender to him. Reikage Ai subconsciously clenched his fist on the table, and a flash of resentment and murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which immediately dissipated. He didn't dare to express his murderous intent in front of Nisi. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid that Nisi would vent his anger on Kumagakure and destroy it. He had the strength to do so. Mei Terumi glanced at Niji and sat down again. She was the most calm of the 5 kage present. The hidden mist village was destroyed and she was now alone. She had already looked down upon death. She had died on the day the hidden mist village was destroyed. As his eyes swept across the 5 kage, Niji keenly noticed the changes in their faces when they saw him. There was anger, curiosity, and fear. Just as the anger in the conference room was about to solidify, Niji spoke up to break the silence. Everyone, today I asked the Hokage to summon you all to come here for the future situation of the ninja world and to restore peace to the ninja world. As he spoke, Niji paused. No one responded, not even a supporting actor. The 5 kage were silent, as if they were the boss. You have the final say, and you can do whatever you want. Anyway, we are here to cooperate with you. We can't beat you, so we will obey whatever you say. Seeing this from the faces of these cages, Niji's mouth twitched slightly. There was no fun at all. There was no supporting actor, and no one to flatter. Forget it, if you don't give me face, I won't give you face either. With a sneer on his lips, Niji sat down, leaned back on the chair, and lightly snapped his fingers. Several puppets appeared, holding a stack of more than 10 pages of documents in their hands, came to the 5 kage, and put them on the table in front of the 5 kage. The people present were not weak, and they were very knowledgeable. When they saw these puppets, their eyes were all full of surprise. The most excited one among them was Kankuro. No chakra line? How is it possible? Without chakra lines, these puppets can still act according to orders. What a superb puppetry! Compared with this, the value of the puppetry in my hand is shit. In comparison, Scorpion's secret technique, the 100 machines exercise, is not worth mentioning. He can only control hundreds of puppets, but if there is such a puppet technique, not to mention hundreds, even thousands can be controlled. At this time, Niji, who was in the main seat, said, "This is the new system I have formulated. You can watch it while I summarize it for you, so that you can understand it easily." As he said that, Niji took a sip of tea and talked freely. The ninja world has experienced wars for thousands of years. Whether it is the Warring States period or the present ninja village era, the reason for the outbreak of war in my opinion is the problem of the current system. In today's ninja world, the 5 major ninja villages are the main ones, and many small countries have also established small ninja villages, and forces are constantly competing. So my new system is to unify the entire ninja world. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt exploding over the heads of the 5 shadows, splitting them to pieces. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked at Niji at the same time, surprised. To put it bluntly, that look was like looking at a fool. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed twice and said, "The ninja world is vast, with many countries and many ninja villages. Each country has its own customs and habits. In addition, the ninja world has a long history. For thousands of years, wars have been constant. Wars have been inevitable since ancient times." Jiraiya said this very tactfully, but Ninkai extracted the meaning. There are many forces in the ninja world, and the hatred accumulated over thousands of years, hatred between people, hatred between countries, and hatred between ninja villages. Unifying the ninja world is a dream, so don't waste your time on it. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be sure, and this thing would be a dream, but Ninkai dared to propose it, which means he was 80% sure. If he didn't even have this little bit of confidence, Ninkai wouldn't do such a shameful thing. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha's Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 197 The New Lord of the Ninja World Starting from Konoha as a villain. In the meeting room, everyone looked up at Niji. Although there was not much expression on their faces, they were not only disdainful of what Niji said, but also found it ridiculous. A yellow-haired kid is a yellow-haired kid. He is only strong in combat, but far behind in other aspects. The ninja world has been fighting for thousands of years. Decades ago, the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama persuaded the Uchiha Madara clan, the arch-enemy, to establish Konoha, and all the major families joined. Afterwards, the rest of the ninja world also followed Konoha's actions and established ninja villages, which led to the current situation of the 5 major ninja villages standing side by side, plus the existence of many small ninja villages. But have the hatred and estrangement really been resolved? No, if the hatred and estrangement were resolved, the current situation would not have occurred. Jiraiya has the deepest understanding of this. The Uchiha clan was destroyed because of this 1,000-year-old hatred. Since the first Hokage, all the successive Hokage of Konoha have tried their best to eliminate the barriers between families and make Konoha a real individual. What I say when I go out is that I am a Konoha ninja, not a ninja from a certain family. For decades, under the painstaking governance of successive Hokage, the concept of Konoha family has faded, but it still exists. As a Hokage, Jiraiya knows it well. But I have tried it, but I didn't know how difficult it is to do it until I really implemented it. The family gap will never disappear. Why? Because ninjutsu and different blood limit will make the family never disappear. Because ninjas are different from birth, not psychologically, but physiologically. In layman's terms, how can geniuses be confused with people with low IQs? It's so troublesome for just one village, not to mention the 5 major ninja villages. During the 3 ninja world wars, there were all kinds of conflicts, both open and covert. The 5 major ninja villages had accumulated a lot of hatred. This hatred was mixed with too many things, such as the hatred of friends, the hatred of relatives, the hatred of lovers above the chinin. It was all about you hating me and I hating you. How difficult it is to make the 5 major ninja villages merge into one. After drinking a sip of hot tea, Ninkai put down the teacup. The collision sound was so harsh in the silent conference room. Ninkai looked up and looked around at everyone calmly. Seeing that everyone was calm and silent, he thought that they were all old foxes. After a light cough, Ninkai continued, "What I just said was just an outline. I have already written down the specific matters. You can take a look first." Hearing this, everyone did not speak, and took out the documents in front of them and read them carefully. At first, the people holding the documents did not take it seriously, but after reading the first few pages, their eyes slowly solidified, their faces became serious and solemn, and as they read on, everyone's heart was surging and shocked. From shock to excitement, they felt spontaneously. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Niji smiled smugly. The system he brought out was the one he had researched in his previous life. What was the hatred of a few small villages? How many people died in the 3 ninja world wars among the 5 major ninja villages? Not even as many people died in a medium-sized battle in the previous world war. Tens of millions of people died in the 2 world wars. What was the result? The 5 rogue countries that wanted to beat their brains out were not just superficial brothers in the later period. There is no hatred that cannot be resolved. Hatred is only a matter of one lifetime. In the face of interests and time, after 100 years of peace, many things will naturally perish in the tide of time. People are ridiculous creatures. Hi! Jiraiya exhaled deeply, put down the documents, and fell silent. After a few seconds, he turned his head and looked at Niji, admiringly saying, I have never seen such a system. Although it has not been implemented, I think it will definitely bring about a huge change to the situation in the ninja world. Seeing Jiraiya speak, Mizukage Terumi Mei hesitated and also said, according to this system, a huge alliance called Ninja World will be established, with the 5 major ninja villages as the main body, with 5 counselors, and the remaining small ninja villages will each have 1 seat. Ninja World is both separated from the ninja villages and composed of ninja villages. I have a doubt. If one of them chooses to withdraw, the ninja world will not exist in name only. No. Looking at Terumi Mei, Niji shook his head and said, once the ninja world is established and has been running for more than 10 years, all ninja villages will join. If a single ninja village withdraws, it is equivalent to being an enemy of the entire ninja world. As for everyone giving up, Niji doesn't think so. At that time, everyone is deeply tied into it and can't withdraw if they want to. Just like Uchiha Madara, he wanted the Uchiha clan to follow him, leave Konoha, and create the glory of the Uchiha clan again, but no one from the Uchiha clan followed Uchiha Madara. The general trend will not change because of one person. After a pause, Niji continued, after the establishment of the ninja world, the situation of the 5 major ninja villages will remain the same, and your status will not change at all. Of course, in order to maintain the dominant position, the ninja world will establish a combat brigade to maintain the situation in the ninja world, such as certain conflicts and wars, including famines and the like. I probably put it in the document, and you still need to execute the specific operations. We agree with Kirigakuer. Mei Terumi suddenly stood up and nodded in agreement. Old fox! The other 4 Kage cursed in their hearts. Mei Terumi saw clearly that although Niji asked them to discuss this matter, he was essentially just notifying them. Whether you agree or not, Niji will implement it. Moreover, according to this system, the interests of the 5 major ninja villages will not be damaged, and as the system is complete, the position of the 5 major ninja villages will be more stable. The Hidden Mist village was destroyed by Uchiha Madara, and everything needs to be rebuilt. The ninjas suffered serious losses, and less than a quarter of the ninjas survived, which is even more miserable than the Hidden Cloud village. Although the reconstruction of the Hidden Mist village has begun, it is impossible for the dead to be resurrected. If there is no such system, the Hidden Mist village will probably face a situation where wolves and tigers are like tigers, and everyone wants to take a bite. The Hidden Mist village is in a precarious situation, and it will be pounced on and bitten by the other forces in the ninja world at any time. But once the Hidden Mist village joins the ninja world, it will be protected by the ninja world. At that time, whoever dares to attack the Hidden Mist village will disobey the ninja world, that is, disobey Niji. It is equivalent to seeking death. Even the dumbest idiot dare not do such a thing. Moreover, Kirigakuer can maintain the status of the 5 major ninja villages. As long as it rests and recuperates for 20 years under the protection of the ninja world, Kirigakuer can recover its vitality. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. For Kirigakuer, joining the ninja world is beneficial and harmless. The Raikage looked at Mei Terumi, and without hesitation, he stood up and said, my Kumagakuer is willing to join the ninja world. Onoki's face changed suddenly, and his face was ugly. Kumagakuer and Kirigakuer agreed. It was 3-2. He was the least willing to join the ninja world. Once joining the ninja world, it means that the rock village will wear a tight ring on its head, and he, the Tsuchikage, will also wear a tight ring. At this time, Jiraiya also stood up and said, we Konoha are also willing to join the ninja world. It was 3-2. Kazekage Garo looked at the still hesitant Tsuchikage, slowly stood up and said, we Sand Village have also joined the ninja world. Chapter 198 The overall situation is initially determined starting from Konoha to become a villain. In an instant, in the conference room, all eyes fell on Tsuchikage Onoki. Onoki's old face was extremely ugly, and his eyes swept over the rest of the people. They were also looking at Onoki, and their eyes revealed weirdness and playfulness. These people were watching the good show of the old man. Onoki restrained his emotions, slowly stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Iwagakure is willing to join the ninja world." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room eased instantly. Ninkai showed a faint smile on his face. The 5 major ninja villages all agreed, and the affairs of the ninja world were stable. Although there are many ninja villages in the entire ninja world, as long as the 5 major ninja villages agree, no one in the ninja world can stop it. Ninkai glanced at the 5 cages one by one, and seeing that they were calm, he thought that they were all really stable, worthy of being cages, but you guys are stable, and I'll say mine. Retracting his eyes, Ninkai said gently, "Since everyone has decided to join the ninja world, this matter is over, and then let's talk about the second thing. Since ancient times, there have been leaders in organizations, and it has been like this for thousands of years. As a huge organization that commands the ninja world, it naturally needs a leader." Hearing this, the 5 cages sat up straight and straightened their bodies. The highlight was coming. Joining the ninja world is just joining an organization, just like an alliance between 2 countries. The real key is power, how much you have in this organization. They don't fight for the leadership position, it must be Ninkai's, they can't fight for it, but they can fight for the rest. These people thought that Ninkai knew everything, but they would never have thought that he was not interested in the so-called ninja world. Pa! Ninkai clapped his hands, and Tonari Itsutsuki, dressed in white, appeared from behind him, walked slowly behind Ninkai, and walked over with a smile. He glanced at everyone, nodded and smiled. The shadows nodded in response, looking at Tonari Itsutsuki, their faces changed slightly. What does Ninkai mean? And who is this person? Why is he here? In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Ninkai stood up, pointed at Tonari next to him and explained, "This is Tonari Itsutsuki, the descendant of the younger brother of the 6-path sage. He has been living on the moon, shouldering the responsibility of guarding the outer path demon statue, and monitoring the situation of the entire ninja world." After these words came out, the shadows could not remain calm, and they all showed surprise. There are actually people living on the moon, and they are descendants of the younger brother of the 6-path sage. It is really incredible. I didn't expect that there are such people in the ninja world. How many secrets are there in this world that they don't know? At this moment, the shadows are bitter. They originally thought they were on the 99th floor, but they didn't expect that they were only on the 1st floor. Mei Terumi said with a smile, "I wonder what Mr. Nyaji is planning to do by calling out this descendant of the 6-path sage's younger brother." Nyaji glanced at Mei Terumi. After Uchiha Madara died, his worries were gone, and Mei Terumi once again became that beautiful and plump mature woman. She wore a light blue v-neck skirt, revealing a touch of white, a purple ribbon bound her slender waist, and a close-fitting skirt outlined her beautiful curves. Nyaji looked straight ahead and said calmly, "I asked him to be the first person in charge of the ninja world." "What?" Everyone exclaimed, their minds were shaken, as if thunder had exploded, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces, and their faces were stiff. The first person in charge of the ninja world was Hyaga Niji, which was recognized by everyone, because Hyaga Niji was the initiator, and only Hyaga Niji could shock the ninja world, allowing the ninja world to completely and smoothly pass through the initial friction and develop steadily. Now Hyaga Niji is not the person in charge, but a person who no one knows is in charge. How can he, who has no prestige, intimidate those unwilling ninja villages, and how can he intimidate the many ambitious villages? Mr. Niji, you are not kidding, are you? That's right, who else can take this position except you? You are the one who deserves to be the one in power, we all obey you. The 5 Kage spoke one after another, implying that only you can be the one, and we only obey you. Niji didn't say anything, leaning back in his chair, and gave Tonari a look, "I have done what I have done, whether I can convince you depends on you, I can't help with this." Tonari understood, took a half step forward, and looked around at the cage, who were also looking at Tonari, their eyes full of disdain and contempt. "It seems that they still don't obey me," Tonari said calmly. "Ningji didn't make it clear just now. I am not the first person in power. The person in power is still Hyuga Niji, but he has no interest in managing the ninja world, and he is even more unwilling to be troubled by the secular world. His goal is the Sea of Stars. That's why he let the deputy person in power take charge of the affairs of the ninja world, and from then on, there will only be a deputy person in power in the entire ninja world, and the person in power will always be Hyuga Niji." The shadows naturally heard this obvious implication. "Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you, but it is up to Niji. He is behind me, and I represent his will." The shadows were silent, indicating silence. With a faint smile on his lips, the goal of the first stage was achieved, and Tonari continued, "Why not choose from the 5 major ninja villages? The reason is also in the document. I believe you have already seen that the 5 major ninja villages already have the highest status. If the person in power is selected from the 5 major villages, no matter which ninja village is elected, the other 4 ninja villages will not agree." The 5 cage remained silent, their faces calm, and it was hard to tell what they were thinking. This was a natural thing. Everyone knew that as long as Hyuga Niji was alive, the ninja world would be the strongest force. Becoming the person in power would bring benefits to his own village and suppress other villages at the same time. After a pause, Tonari narrowed his eyes and talked freely. "So this rule is very necessary. From today on, the position of the person in power cannot be held by the 5 major ninja villages, but will be elected by the 5 major ninja villages." Then Tonari began to discuss with everyone, and Niji closed his eyes and listened silently. He only needed to propose a framework. Everyone present today was smart. With Tonari as the leader, they would supplement the content in the framework and make up for it. After doing this, he was relieved. Next, he would finish what he should do and what he should do. There were still many things to do. He didn't expect that he would not be idle after solving the problem of Kaguya at Satsuki. First of all, it was the affairs of the ninja world. Even if Tonari took the lead, he still had to show up from time to time. Without him, the entire ninja world could not be suppressed. Then he had to help Tonari rebuild a new home on the moon. This was what he promised Tonari and he had to do it. In addition to these, there were many small things to deal with, such as the arrangement of Kabuto, Nagato, and Konan, Karen, etc. However, these things were not urgent and could be done slowly. Now let's put the affairs of the ninja world on the agenda. Sure enough, Tonari was much more suitable for doing this kind of thing than Niji. He would fall asleep just by listening, not to mention joining in the conversation. I'm afraid he couldn't stay for even a minute. Niji felt that he had done a very correct thing by handing it over to Tonari. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a Villain from Konoha is the fastest updated novel on the entire network. Chapter 199 Kakashi's Pain Starting from Konoha as a Villain. Konoha Village. The original Konoha is only a ruin, and the iconic Hokage Rock of Konoha has also become a ruin, but the elders are discussing rebuilding the Hokage Rock. In any case, the Hokage Rock is the symbol of Konoha, and it is also the trace left by many Hokage, representing Konoha and the future of Konoha. Kakashi's house. Kakashi, who can be called the #1 single dog in Konoha, has been staying at home every day during this period, which is very troublesome. "Hey, Obito, what's going on?" Kakashi lay on the roof, looking up at the blue sky, feeling extremely depressed. It is a good thing that Obito resurrected Rin, but this Rin is too young, which makes him very embarrassed. Facing the young Rin, Kakashi always feels at a loss. He doesn't know how to face Rin at all, or rather, he doesn't know what identity to use to face Rin. Is he the Kakashi of childhood, or the Kakashi of today? What's even more embarrassing is that Kakashi doesn't know what to say to Lin. During this period, Kakashi has been talking about what happened after Lin told her to die, including what happened to Obito. Kakashi always feels like he is taking care of a daughter, but he and Lin were clearly a couple before. What is this? Ah! Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know what to do next, he always feels like a beast. The wind blew, and Ching looked at Hoshigaki Kisame in front of him, his expression calm and calm. Have you found the meaning of life? Ching suddenly spoke, breaking the silent atmosphere. Hoshigaki Kisame raised his eyelids and took a look. I don't know, but this world is clear and there are no secrets. Yes. Ching was both emotional and sighing. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in just half a year, and even more unexpectedly, this involves 1,000 years of grievances, but today it has finally been settled. What are you going to do? What do you mean by what to do? Just to ask what Hoshigaki Kisame plans to do next? He works for Niji, and the whole ninja world knows it, but Niji has announced that his goal is the Sea of Stars, and Niji does not need power, he has established the ninja world. What do you want to say? Hoshigaki Kisame asked back. Seeing this, Ching did not beat around the bush and said straight to the point, you know the situation of Kirigakure, I won't say much. Now Kirigakure is in ruins, and many powerful ninjas died at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Kirigakure needs a strong fighting force to sit in. This time I came here on the order of Mizukage-sama, inviting you to return to Kirigakure, take over the position of Kirigakure Umbu Minister, and command the Umbu. Umbu is the most elite force in a village. This position is extremely important. Being able to take on this position means entering the village's upper echelons. Hoshigaki Kisame did not agree immediately, and raised his head and sneered, I am a traitor. Ching glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and said calmly, as long as you become the captain of the Umbu, your wanted order will be cancelled, and the Mizukage will come out in person to explain everything. It is a rare honor to have the Mizukage come out in person, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. Sorry, but I won't go. Ching finally couldn't keep calm, staring at Hoshigaki Kisame with a cold look like a knife. Before Ching could speak, Hoshigaki Kisame took out a piece of paper, shook it gently, and smiled, I just accepted Mr. Tonari's invitation to become the captain of the Umbu in the ninja world. After that, in Ching's ugly and resentful eyes, he walked away. In the meeting room, many shadows have left. This is the second day of the negotiation. Niji didn't want to come at first, listening to everyone arguing with each other, but he had to come. He was the home court. If he didn't come, how could he intimidate these people? He had to stand up for Tonari. If he didn't, no one would listen to Tonari's words. It was precisely because of him that things could be done so quickly. The main body had been finalized, and only some details were left. After seeing off the many shadows, Niji opened his eyes, turned his head and looked at Tonari next to him, and smiled, it seems that I made the right choice. You are suitable for this kind of thing. If it were me, if they dared to force me, I would chop them down with a sword. I wouldn't care so much. If they don't listen to me, I will turn the table over. Vulgar. Tonari despised Niji without hiding his contempt. Niji didn't care, and smiled, I am a vulgar person. If I were like you, I wouldn't be so tired, and many things would be easy to solve. Ignoring Niji, Tonari sorted out the documents in front of him and said, it would be great if all the problems in the world were solved like you did, put them in the open, and fight them openly, instead of scheming every day. What's wrong? Niji asked back, I've been chatting with these 5 Kage for 2 days, and I've actually come up with some ideas. Get lost. Tonari waved his hand and cursed, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm just sighing. After these 2 days, I finally understand why there are constant wars in the ninja world and the people above are scheming every day. Either I want to kill you or I want to take your territory. It would be strange if there is no war. Niji didn't comment. He sat by and listened in the past 2 days. Although he didn't say much, just listening made Niji sigh. These people may not be as strong as him, but their experience are not less than his, or even much stronger than him. Apart from their strength, if he fights these cage-level people, I'm afraid he won't survive even one episode. But who says he is strong? He has the power to overturn the table, so they also all of them are honest, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Shiren suddenly said, by the way, although the main body has been finalized, the details will take a few days, but it's not a big problem, it's just how you do those things. What he said refers to the armed forces promised by Ninkai. If the ninja world wants to maintain the situation in the ninja world, it needs to control a force of its own. Ninkai sat up slightly and said solemnly, it has been done. It is mainly divided into two parts. One part is puppets. According to the puppet technology you provided, I asked my subordinate Kabuto to transform it and establish a puppet army. The lowest is everyone, the strong ones reach the elite jonin, and finally the shadow-level strong men, which are not something that puppets can deal with. After a pause, Ninkai saw Shiren nod, and then continued, in addition to the puppet army, I also found helpers for you, one is Hoshigaki Kisame, and the other is Kabuto Yakushi. With the assistance of these two people, one is civil and the other is military, your body is not big. Of course, in addition to these people, next, you'd better attract some people from other ninja villages and let them join. Will they send people? Shiren asked back. He didn't believe that the major ninja villages would send out their elites to serve him as slaves and let him command them. Ninkai took a sip of the hot tea at hand and said slowly. Yes. The 5 major villages tried their best to arrange their own forces. How could these people let go of the military department of the ninja world? Even if Shiren didn't let them, they would try their best to arrange it. As for whether Shiren could gather those people under his command or use them to fight against each other, that was Shiren's business. Chapter 200 Many years starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ninkai has completely become a hands-off shopkeeper. He was happy to leave all the things to Tonari, and he thought of it as early retirement. The following things gradually got on track. After 7 days of talks, the 5 shadows and Tonari finally talked it out. Finally on the 8th day, the 5 shadows and he and Tonari announced that the ninja world was established. This day, 100 years later, was considered by the whole world as the day of the rebirth of the ninja world. The news of the establishment of the ninja world instantly shocked the whole Konoha, and then spread throughout the ninja world like a storm, and the whole world was in shock. No one expected that the ninja world, which had been quiet for 7 days, was actually brewing such a big move. Led by Hyaga Niji, the strongest man in the ninja world. The 5 major ninja villages were forced to promote the establishment of the ninja world at the same time. From today on, the 5 major ninja villages being the strongest in the ninja world will become history. It is the ninja world that controls the ninja world and controls the power of the ninja world. After being stunned, many small ninja villages and small countries that reacted, after several days of discussion, most of the small countries and small ninja villages decided to join the ninja world. They also knew very well that they had no power to choose, not even the 5 major ninja villages. They could only submit to the rolling trend. No matter how unwilling they were in their hearts, they could not resist. Any resistance would lead to destruction. There are many people in this world who will not turn back until they hit the south wall. There are always some people in dozens of ninja villages and small countries who still maintain blockades and are unwilling to join the ninja world. Shiren sent an envoy to discuss, but in the end they still parted unhappily. So, Shiren came to discuss with Niji. For this situation, Niji had only one way to cook and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Isn't this bad? Can we see if there is any other way? Shiren hesitated. He felt that it was possible to negotiate. It was too cruel to directly destroy the village. There were thousands of people. Ninkai glanced at Shiren and said calmly, if there is another way, would you come to me? Since you come to me, it means that you have no other way. Shiren was silent and did not say anything. Ninkai continued, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, once and for all, any reform cannot be smooth and steady, there will always be obstacles, long pain is better than short pain. Okay, I'll arrange it. Shiren nodded and stood up to leave. Ninkai looked at Shiren's back and shook his head. Shiren clearly wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, but he was worried about this and that. He said he came to ask for his opinion, but in fact he dragged him to do it. I didn't expect Shiren to cherish his reputation so much. Although he had seen through it a long time ago, Ninkai did not expose it. His reputation had been ruined a long time ago, and it didn't matter if it got worse. Whether he made a decision on this matter or not, he couldn't stop people from secretly scolding him. In this case, it would be better to give Shiren a face. Although he was a little unhappy with Shiren's doing this, he was satisfied in his heart, which showed that Shiren had become a black-bellied person in power. If you want to control the ninja world and intimidate the 5 major ninja villages and the rest of the ninja villages, you need not only force but also black-bellied. With Nishi's nod, the next thing was very simple. Tonari returned to Konoha's ninja world headquarters. It was called the headquarters, but it was actually a big house that Yamato built overnight using wood release. The new ninja world headquarters has not been built yet, and the site is still being selected. Tonari prefers the Rain Village, which is located in the center of the ninja world and radiates the entire ninja world. However, such a big thing needs to be discussed and cannot be decided in a few minutes, unless Nishi decides. After receiving Nishi's order, Tonari asked the ninja at the door to call the allied forces left by the 5 major ninja villages as soon as he entered the door, and ordered them to send out 100 ninjas each. At first, the 5 major ninja villages were unwilling, but Tonari brought out Ninkai. After that, the 5 of them informed the village to start mobilizing troops without saying anything. The 5 major ninja villages joined forces, and a small village had no power to resist, just like slapping an ant to death. As the news of the destruction of the ninja village spread throughout the ninja world trembled, and Tonari used blood and killing to announce to the rest of the ninja world that they were still watching the consequences of refusing. In an instant, the direction of the ninja world was one-sided, and the ninja villages that had not yet joined held a meeting overnight and sent envoys to Konoha to discuss joining the ninja world. After this matter was resolved, after a lot of rambling, the headquarters of the ninja world was finally decided to be in the Rain Village. With the decision, Tonari immediately began to make arrangements. With Niji's majesty, Tonari's orders were issued smoothly, and everyone obeyed his orders. The next things were on track, and there was no Niji's business. Niji only needed to ask about it from time to time and express his concern. As the ninja world got on track, Niji also had some free time, and he finally had time to live a comfortable retirement life. With Karen, the 2 of them walked through the dense jungle of Konoha like a couple, walked through the steep mountains of the land of lightning, and listened to the thunder of thousands of thunders. Went to the sand village and saw what it was like to have yellow sand all over the sky. The wind carried the sand and formed a sandstorm that destroyed the world. Then came the rock village. Rocks and stone mountains are the main themes here. Of course, there are also many oases and lakes. The rock village is built in the largest lake forest. Finally, it was the mist village. Take a boat on the crisscrossing waterways to visit the scenery of the mist village. In the following years, Niji seemed to disappear from the world, traveling around the ninja world with Karen. In the decades of time, the 2 of them walked through every country and every village. When they got bored in one place, they got up and went to another place. In these decades, the ninja world has truly become the largest force in the ninja world, and a major event also happened during this period. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 200 Many years starting from Konoha to become a villain. The Tsuchikage who succeeded Onoki wanted to rebel against the ninja world and gathered many ninja villages with the same purpose. The rest of the villages, including Konoha, watched the fire from the other side of the river and wanted to see how Tonari would deal with it. In the end, Ninkai personally took action and destroyed most of the Iwagakure village. For a time, the ninja world was silent. The appearance of Ninkai frightened many ambitious people, fearing that Ninkai would settle accounts later, but after Ninkai solved the Iwagakure village, there was no reaction. This kind of peace continued for decades, and the subsequent ninja world fell into an unprecedented peace. This is an unprecedented situation since the emergence of ninjas. Niji has not appeared for decades, but no one knows whether he is alive or dead, but Niji's legend is still circulating in the ninja world. No one knows, the land of grass, the hidden grass village. The former hidden grass village has been destroyed for decades, and under the erosion of time, even the ruins here are buried underground, and it has become a deserted place. But no one knows that the disappeared Niji took Karen and lived here for the last time, in this ruin. A wooden house stands on the top of the mountain. Niji, with a white beard, is like an old man. He wipes Karen's tombstone with a rag as always and talks to Karen. He has been doing this for 3 years, and today is the last day of 3 years. Today, I have a beginning and an end. It's time to leave. I have been here for 100 years, and it's time to leave. I have set up a barrier on the entire mountain, connected to the ninja world, and naturally replenished energy. It will last for thousands of years, and no one will disturb you. The moment the words fell, Niji's white hair turned black, his beard disappeared, his hunched torso stopped moving, and the blood in his body surged like a long river. He was the same as 100 years ago. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 201 I brought a LOL with me _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. See Circle Calendar 1498. West Sea. Oh! Several seagulls flew in the sky, making loud and clear screams. The blue sea was calm, like a smooth mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Boom! The roar of the ship's guns broke the calm on the sea. I saw a 3-masted light Navy warship chasing a pirate ship with the same 3 masts. The Navy warship fired first, and the shells fell into the sea and exploded 3 water columns. The waves hit the pirate ship and swayed it left and right. The pirates quickly fired back. The roar sounded, the black muzzle spewed flames, and the shells whistled out, like a whistle resounding through the sky. The roar of the ship's guns sounded, and the overhead shells whistled past, blasting a series of water splashes on the sea. But the firepower of the pirate ship is no match for the Navy warship. After a while, a shell hit the mainmast of the pirate ship, the sail was burned, the speed of the pirate ship slowed down, and screams, curses and gunshots rang out on the deck. The Navy warship caught up with the wind and approached quickly. Before it touched the side of the ship, a young sailor Juni rushed forward, advancing more than 10 meters, stepped on the side of the pirate ship, and slashed with a long sword. Swish! The sword flashed, and a head flew high. Kill a melee soldier, gold coins 21, experience 60. Ignoring the voice in his mind, Charlotte rushed forward, rushed onto the deck, and swung his sword to kill another sword-wielding pirate. Kill a melee soldier, gold coins 21, experience 60. The same voice sounded again. Biu-biu! Gunshots rang out, and sinful flames came out of the black muzzle, and several bullets shot at Charlotte. Charlotte rolled on the ground and hid behind the wooden box next to him. Suddenly, a large number of bullets were fired, and wood chips flew everywhere. In a blink of an eye, the wooden box was riddled with holes, but Charlotte was nowhere to be seen. The captain with a black tricorn hat held a gun in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. This is the standard equipment of a captain at sea. The captain waved his hand to signal to stop shooting, and asked the 2 pirates next to him to come forward. Hey, you 2 go up and take a look. Seeing the body of their companion on the ground, the 2 pirates were extremely unwilling, but under the captain's cruelty, they could only suppress their fear and slowly approach the wooden box. Their palms were full of sweat. At the moment when the 2 were about to approach the wooden box, Charlotte flew out and rushed in front of one of the pirates. During the rush, Charlotte swung his long sword and cut a circular slash, instantly killing the two pirates. Fire! The captain was startled by Charlotte rushing out, shouted in fear, and shot at Charlotte with a pistol. In an instant, the disappeared gunshots sounded again, and the pirates quickly fired, and bullets shot at Charlotte. Seeing the muzzle flashing, Charlotte's face changed slightly, but he was not in a hurry. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the blade cut through the air, raising a wall of airflow visible to the naked eye. Wind barrier. The airflow surged and turned into a wall. The seemingly invisible airflow was now 10 times stronger than steel, blocking all attacks and deflecting the bullets. The captain was so scared that he ordered the other pirates to continue shooting, and he prepared to sneak away. As for the safety of his brothers, who cares so much? These rubbish will die. As long as I am alive, I can gather a new group in no time. It is not easy to find a three-legged toad, and it is not easy to find a desperate person. At this moment, gunshots rang again. It was not the pirates who were shooting, but the Navy warships finally approached the pirate ship, and the Navy soldiers took the opportunity to open fire and shoot the pirates. Dozens of Navy soldiers opened fire at the same time to form a metal storm, which penetrated the bodies of all the pirates, and blood splashed, blooming bright blood flowers in the air. Seeing that the head in front of him was about to be robbed, Charlotte was anxious and shouted, "Stop, stop all!" The Navy who were about to start the next wave of shooting were a little confused. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and looked at Charlotte in confusion. Removing the wind wall, Charlotte hurriedly walked towards the pirates lying on the ground, muttering in a low voice, "Don't die! Don't die!" The Navy in the distance couldn't hear Charlotte's words, but the pirates lying on the ground heard them, and immediately showed gratitude. "I didn't expect that this cruel Navy lieutenant was a good man, and I blamed him wrongly." Puff! Blood splattered, Charlotte stopped beside a pirate and pierced the heart of the pirate under his feet with his sword. "You!" The pirate raised his hand and pointed at Charlotte, his face full of resentment, his arm fell to the ground with a snap, his head tilted, and he died with his eyes open. In this way, Charlotte walked to the pirates who were not dead yet and finished them off one by one. Swinging the sword into their hearts, one after another, in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen pirates, whether dead or not, were all stabbed by Charlotte. "Damn it!" The captain hiding behind the mast saw his men being killed one by one, and he was horrified. He rushed to the side of the ship and wanted to jump into the sea to escape. The long sword came, carrying the sound of breaking through the air, and slashed at the captain's head. The captain's reaction was not slow. He turned around and swung his sword. Clang! A sharp metal collision sounded. Fire was everywhere. Charlotte swung his sword and hit the pirate captain, who flew back like a cannonball and loaded onto the side of the ship, with wood chips flying everywhere. "You are worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 10 million. You can block my sword." Charlotte's mouth corners slightly raised. As soon as the voice fell, Charlotte lightly tapped his right foot, stepped forward and slashed forward, and instantly killed in front of the pirate captain, and the long sword slashed out in a circle, as fast as lightning. Slashing steel. Puff! The sword flashed, the head flew high, the bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, and the body fell to the ground with a bang, shaking a few times. Chapter 201 I brought a LOL with me _starting from Konoha to be a villain. So strong. It's worthy of Lieutenant Charlotte. 10 million pirates are not opponents. The Navy who jumped on the pirate ship cheered excitedly and flattered Lieutenant Charlotte. Exhaling lightly, Charlotte smiled. The heads were not robbed, all of them were his. After ordering the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, Charlotte came to the bow and sat down alone. The cold sea breeze blew in his face, and he pretended to close his eyes to recover his strength. But he secretly opened the system interface. Kill 3 melee soldiers, 63 gold coins, 180 experience. Kill 10 ranged soldiers, 140 gold coins, 300 experience. Kill 1 super soldier, 90 gold coins, 90 experience. Level increased by 3 levels, physical strength increased by 30, physical strength increased by 30, and summoner skills weakness and barrier are unlocked. That's right. He is a time traveler. From Earth. The world he is in now is One Piece, and he has become a navy with honor. As a young man in the 21st century, time travel is not commonplace, but he has heard a lot, so Charlotte quickly adapted to it. Not only was he not panicked, but he felt that he had made a lot of money. He was 10 years younger, had a strong body, a handsome face, and endless adventures, a sea full of dangers and opportunities. If it wasn't a lot of money, what else could it be? I don't know how many people want to travel through time, but there is no chance. When Charlotte first came here, he woke up laughing from his dreams for several nights. When he traveled through time, he also brought a system with him. LOL system. At that moment, he was shocked, happy, confused, there were all kinds of emotions. But after all, he was a time traveler, so it was reasonable to have a cheat. Otherwise, how can you punch the 5 elders and kick the 4 emperors? These days, if you travel through time without a system, a protagonist halo, or an adventure, it is not called traveling through time. It is normal to have a cheat. Without a cheat, how can you beat the protagonist? Although there is no manual, as a summoner who has played thousands of games in Glory and is still a silver player, I can tell you about LOL with my eyes closed. Understanding the system is as easy as losing the game. Speaking of this travel through time, we have to talk about that night. It was a night. The S11 finals were in full swing. EDG, as a dark horse, made it all the way to the finals, and finally killed DK in the 5th game. Everyone celebrated. Charlotte was also very excited at the time. If he was not afraid of being called an idiot by the upstairs and downstairs, he would have shouted at that time. After the excitement, a headache occurred. The young and frivolous thought that EDG had no hope. FIAG stood a little too big, and washed his hair upside down. Fortunately, he did not threaten Lubin. How can a man say no? Just wash it, who knew that washing would cause trouble and bring me to the world of One Piece? As for why the LOL system appeared, this kind of thing should be regarded as a gift from God. Chapter 202 Carrying the LOL system with you starting from Konoha to be a villain. Open the system interface. Summoner, Charlotte. Age, 15 years old. Gender, male. Login account, Mosaic. Physique, 122 plus 30 152. Physique, 300 plus 30 330. Physique recovery, 2s. Level, level 5 dash. Gold coins, 10 plus 293-303. Passive, none. Summoner skills, 1, none. Equipment slot, 6, none. Skill haste, 0. Skills, steel flash, wind barrier, step forward. Summon heroes, 1, none. Killing soldiers and heroes can earn gold coins and increase experience. Experience can be used to increase levels. Each level increase can increase 10 points of physique and 10 points of stamina. There is no such thing as energy in One Piece. Whether it is a devil fruit ability user or a martial arts master, they consume stamina in battle. The stronger the ability, the more physical strength it consumes. The strength of physical strength depends on the strong physique. The stronger the physique, the higher the attack power and defense power, the stronger the physical strength, and the thicker the blood volume. Physique, 152. Don't underestimate the 152-point physique. The physique of an ordinary adult man is 10 points, which means that Charlotte's current physique is equivalent to the strength of 15 people. He can easily lift thousands of kilograms of weights and punch thousands of pounds. The so-called Overlord's power is not as good as Charlotte now. And this kind of physique is only slightly stronger than ordinary people in One Piece. Those criminals with a bounty of tens of millions are not weaker than him, not to mention the top strong men, like Garp. A punch smashes a mountain, and the punch force must be calculated in tons. Is the physique thousands or tens of thousands? Although this data cannot be known, there is one thing that can be confirmed. His small body must not be able to withstand even a punch. After all, so far, only one person has injured Garp. The level increase will not only bring physical and physical strength improvement, but also special rewards, such as gold coins, hero fragments, skills and the like. As a summoner, Charlotte can learn hero skills, which is equivalent to the fusion of summoners and heroes to a certain extent. Every 5 levels, you can learn a common skill, and every 10 levels, you will learn an ultimate skill. Before the level is upgraded to level 5, Charlotte has 3 skills, which are the level 1 novice rewards. Skills. Steel Flash, quickly draw the sword forward, and you can cut out a ring of sword energy during the advance. Consume 10 points of physical strength, and the cooling time is 4 seconds. Wind Barrier, swing the sword to roll up the airflow, forming an airflow wall to block enemy attacks. The defense and range are equivalent to the physical strength consumed, consuming 20 points of physical strength, and the cooling time is 30 seconds. Step forward / charge forward at the enemy at a speed as fast as the wind. Consume 10 points of physical strength, no cooling time. The system is scientific, but not scientific. Some aspects are even illogical, such as learning skills. The system grants skills like the Enlightenment in martial arts novels. But it cannot exert its maximum power, which can be improved through hard training. For example, the Steel Flash, when fully developed, can pierce steel with one sword, but Charlotte can only pierce stone now. Now it has been upgraded to level 5, and the system has rewarded new skills. Natural Charm, can disguise as anyone, and the disguise will be broken when entering combat or being hurt. No consumption, cooldown time 25 seconds. Summoner Skills, 1, not yet. After reaching level 5, he now has 6 summoner skills unlocked: Ghost Swiftness, Mark, Healing, Clarity, Barrier and Weakness. But the summoner skill bar can only install 1, and Charlotte has a headache. Which of the 6 skills should he choose? After a long time, Charlotte installed the healing spell. He is still too weak at this stage. Healing spell, heal the summoner and the designated target to a certain degree of injury, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. He cherishes his life. Who doesn't cherish his life? Besides, he just crossed the One Piece, and he died before he dominated the sea. That's too bad. In addition to these, there is also a very important LOL mall. The system combines the equipment mall and the hero mall into one. Essence becomes gold coins. Gold coins can be used to buy equipment and summon heroes. I just don't know whether the equipment purchased with gold coins can be used for heroes. Charlotte also wants to experiment, but there is one word. Poor. Unlike what I remember, all heroes in the mall are priced at 6,300 gold coins, 10 plus 293-303 pieces. Even if you add the wave of soldiers just cleared, Charlotte only has 303 gold coins in his hand. What is enough for? I can't even buy a starting outfit. Poverty is the original sin. It takes a lot of time to gather the gold coins to summon a hero, unless his strength increases and he hunts high bounty pirates. After closing the system interface, Charlotte opened his eyes and a gleam of light flashed. He clenched his fists, felt the increased strength, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. It's not that difficult to become stronger. Just kill enough people. At this moment, Lieutenant Sero came over with a smile on his face, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. "Boss, we got rich this time." Charlotte's face turned serious, and he said in an official tone, "What do you mean by giving or not? You are drooling. How can you be a naval officer?" Hearing this, Zero quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, pretending to be calm, but still smiling, and whispered, "We have just finished the statistics. The treasures collected plus cash total 12 million Baileys, and we can get 6 million Baileys. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 202 Carrying LOL system with you _ becoming a villain from Konoha. And the bounty of Captain Srod is 10 million, and taking 3 layers is 3 million, which adds up to 9 million. These 9 million are all ours. At this point, Zero couldn't stop smiling. 9 million. Hearing this number, Charlotte's eyes lit up. Although compared with the 400 million or 500 million berries of those big guys on the sea, 9 million is just a drop in the bucket. But for Charlotte, who has just been in the world of One Piece for half a month, 9 million is already a lot. The most money he has seen now is the salary he just received yesterday, 30,000 berries. As a lieutenant, Charlotte's monthly salary is 30,000 berries. In his previous life, 30,000 berries would be a high salary in second and third tier cities, and there would be no worries about houses and cars. But in One Piece, 30,000 berries is not much, it can only be considered medium, and the salary of a third-class marine is 15,000 berries. If it were any other job, this amount would not be small, but the Navy is doing a bloody job, and they might die in a battle with pirates one day. Although the Navy insists on justice, justice cannot go hungry. On this point, both the Navy and the world government know it. Justice also needs to fill its stomach and take care of the family. Naturally, there is an unwritten rule. All the spoils of war can be kept by soldiers participating in the war, similar to extra income. Although this is not stipulated on paper or in any law, it is done in this way from ordinary branches to the headquarters of the Navy. In addition, there are also relevant unwritten rules for capturing pirates with bounties. The bounty not only represents strength, but also represents the degree of threat to the world government. Since the world government needs to publicly execute pirates to deter other pirates, only alive can get the full bounty, and only 70% of the bounty can be obtained for corpses. Of course, pirates cannot get bounties. If pirates go to the headquarters of the Navy to claim the bounty, I am afraid no, they will definitely have to sacrifice themselves. Similarly, the Navy cannot claim the bounty. After all, catching pirates is the Navy's job, and it is also the Navy's responsibility and obligation. In view of the degree of danger of the Navy fighting pirates, the world government passed a proposal 400 years ago that participating in the Navy can get 30% of the bounty. Of course, the Navy headquarters only distributes, not distributes. Over the years, there have been some unspoken rules for distribution, which can be summarized in 8 words. The capable get more, and everyone gets a share. Brothers! Charlotte shouted, attracting everyone's attention. All the proceeds this time will be distributed equally, and everyone gets a share. After a short silence, everyone reacted and shouted "Long live Charlotte" and cheered excitedly. Long live the boss! I will follow you for the rest of my life, boss. According to the principle that the more capable you are, it would not be excessive for Charlotte to take half or even more, but Charlotte divided it equally among everyone, which was equivalent to giving everyone his share. In addition to excitement, there was also gratitude and admiration for Charlotte, and admiration for Charlotte's generosity and courage. Listening to the cheers in his ears, Charlotte's face was full of smiles. Compared with money, he still liked to hear these cheers more. After counting the spoils, the pirate bodies were thrown into the sea one by one, except for Slot, who had a bounty. Dragging the damaged pirate ship, Charlotte and his team returned to the naval base with a victorious pace. Half a day later, everyone returned to the base port at dusk. GX-125 Branch Base. It is the naval base closest to the doldrums in the West Sea. The fiery red sunset slowly sank into the seabed, and the sea surface was sparkling, like a layer of glittering silver, or like crumpled green satin. On the warship, everyone was still talking about the harvest this time. Everyone could get 100,000 Baileys, which was equivalent to half a year's salary, and they were all smiling. The warship docked, moved things, checked and repaired the ship. These were all done by special people. Charlotte took Ciro and several sergeants off the ship. They had to pass through the town to return to the base because the base was built on the high mountain in the middle. Generally speaking, as long as there is a naval base, there must be a prosperous town. Passing through the prosperous town, Charlotte and his companions came to the gate of the naval base. Suddenly, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. I saw a man standing at the gate of the base. An extraordinary man. Chapter 203 picked up a pirate king at the beginning starting as a villain from Konoha. At the gate of the base. The man was wearing a red coat, dark boots on his feet, and his long black hair was messy, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. He was tall, much taller than ordinary people, and it was estimated to be nearly 3 meters. This height alone was enough to prove that the man was not simple. A height of about 3 meters means a lot in this sea. Especially the domineering aura emanating from this man. Even if he was dozens of meters away, standing behind him, he could still feel a strong momentum like a ton of rocks pressing on his heart. Charlotte had a feeling, a very strong feeling. If he attacked this man now, he would probably die tragically on the spot in an instant. At this moment, Ciro asked, "Hey, who are you? What's the matter?" Hearing the words behind him, the man slowly turned his head, with a faint smile on his face. When she saw the man's face clearly, Charlotte was shocked as if a thunder exploded above her head, and she stood there motionless. Boom! 5 thunders boom! Pirate King! Gold Roger! That's right, the man in front of him is the famous Pirate King Roger, the overlord of the sea, the recognized king of the sea. In an instant, Charlotte was stunned, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, 6 of his 7 souls and 6 spirits ran away, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. Charlotte was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his eyes. Roger! The man who opened the Great Pirate Era. Although it hasn't started yet, it won't be long. According to the time, Roger will be executed this year. But why did Roger appear here? Destroy the naval base? Let alone the naval base, Roger even destroyed a country. Maybe he quarreled with his wife and was kicked out of the house, and wanted to find a naval base to vent. It's not impossible. No matter what, if Roger of this level attacks, he can smash the entire naval base with one sword, and it is not a problem to smash the entire island. Run? Where can he run? With his speed, Roger can kill him with one sword. If he reaches level 6, it will be better. Unlock the teleport and teleport away. Seeing Roger's smiling face, he should not be here to kill people. If he really wants to kill people, he will not stand at the gate of the base. Unlucky. He encountered Roger just after crossing, and faced the strongest man on the sea within a few days. The difficulty of the novice village was directly upgraded to hell level. It was really unlucky. Plop. Ciro and others were so scared that they fell to the ground directly, their faces were pale and scary, sweat kept oozing from their foreheads, their bodies couldn't stop shaking, and their voices were shaking. CC Pirate King. After Roger won the One Piece and became the recognized Pirate King, who in the world didn't know Roger, not to mention that as a navy, almost everyone had a copy of Roger's bounty, and everyone had to memorize Roger's appearance. Swallowing his saliva, Charlotte suppressed the fear in his heart. In this situation, he couldn't hide any more. After calming down, Charlotte suddenly thought that Roger was executed this year, which means that Roger's appearance at the base now is 90% to surrender. Since he surrendered, Roger would definitely not kill indiscriminately. In this case, it's not that he can't make good use of it. Roger is about to die. Can he get some benefits from him? Picking millet from the fire. Charlotte felt that he was so bold that he actually wanted to plot against Roger. A strong man like Roger is generous, and doesn't care about trivial matters. Just like Shanks, he just smiled faintly when he was bullied by bandits. As long as it's not excessive, Roger should not will attack him. To put it bluntly, he is too weak. Would a lion care about lice on its body? Thinking of this, Charlotte drew his sword and stepped forward. Seeing that a mere lieutenant of a branch dared to draw his sword at him, a trace of surprise flashed across Roger's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Roger waved his sword and pointed at Roger, saying solemnly, "Pirate King Gol.D. Roger, surrender." As soon as these words came out, Charlotte panicked. Roger would not kill him with one knife. But there was no other way at this time. He could only go all the way and pretend to the end. Behind him, the terrified shouts of Ciro and others sounded. Seeing that the boss actually took the initiative to rush forward and threaten to arrest Roger, they were all scared. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Roger's mouth corners slightly raised, and the middle finger of his left hand moved lightly. In an instant, a terrifying domineering aura broke out, shaking the surrounding void. The wind was lifted, cracks appeared, and the atmosphere was torn apart. Puff! Charlotte was instantly knocked out, spitting blood, and fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of falling to the ground, Charlotte swung his sword and slashed the ground with a steel flash, slashing and exploding. Charlotte took advantage of the explosion, rolled in the air, half knelt on the ground, and the long sword was deeply inserted into the ground. Too strong. The power was so strong and the speed was so fast that he couldn't even use the wind barrier and was knocked out. At this moment, Roger put down his hands, and Charlotte's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He couldn't even block a finger, let alone his hands. Suddenly, Roger looked at Charlotte and raised his hands. Charlotte was stunned, and his body tensed up. What did Roger want to do? Then he saw Roger grinning and laughing. "Why are you still standing there? Navy, didn't you say you wanted to arrest me?" Click. The shackles were locked, and Charlotte handcuffed Roger's hands with the shackles he carried with him. Looking at Roger, who was handcuffed willingly in front of him, Charlotte felt like he was dreaming. He caught the Pirate King Roger right now? Roger from the sky? The script is a little wrong. Although Roger surrendered himself, he should have surrendered to Garp. Why did he come to the naval base in the West Sea to surrender? Chapter 203 picked up a pirate king at the beginning starting from Konoha to be a villain. It doesn't make sense. This man, what is he thinking? And what is One Piece? What is the disappearing 100 years? Where are the 3 generations of ancient weapons, the Heavenly King and the Pluto? Doubts emerged in Charlotte's mind. These questions were the unsolved mysteries of the Pirate King. Only Roger was the most clear, and only he knew all the truth. Charlotte wanted to ask Roger, but then he thought that even if he asked Roger, he would not tell him, and it would expose his unusualness. Ciro had already gone in to report the news of the Pirate King Roger's surrender to Colonel Sidelow, the base commander. After a long shock, Sidelow, who reacted, quickly ordered the base to enter the highest alert, block the news, recall all the Marines who were out, and organize the residents of the coastal towns to evacuate the island quickly. After a series of orders were issued, Sidelow called the Navy headquarters to report the news. Hearing the sound of the ground hitting the ground and the shocked shouts coming from the microphone, Sidelow showed a bitter smile on his face. Anyone who heard this news would have this expression. Pirate King Roger ran to surrender. It should be a great achievement, but Ciro was not happy at all. This was not an achievement, but a huge gunpowder barrel that could blow up the entire base at any time. It would take 2 days and 1 night for the Navy headquarters to get here, even if they went directly through the doldrums. And during these 2 days and 1 night, they could only rely on themselves to guard the Pirate King Roger. Thinking of this, Ciro had a headache. Who knows what the Pirate King Roger is thinking? If he suddenly doesn't want to surrender, all the thousands of Navy officers in their entire base will die here. On the other side, Charlotte took Roger to the cell and locked Roger in the strongest and deepest cell. Roger looked around, said the environment was good, and walked straight to the chair and sat down. Just as Charlotte turned around to leave, Roger suddenly raised his head and said, "Boy, can you bring me some good wine and good meat tonight?" "Okay," Charlotte agreed happily. Roger was stunned. This Navy boy didn't refuse? I've prepared something. Thinking of something, Charlotte turned around and asked, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll get it for you as long as I can get it. Roger was a little confused now. From the kid in front of him, he didn't seem to be facing the Navy, but more like facing pirates. The next second, Roger laughed heartily, then let's go for Hawkeisen. There is a kid on my ship who said that the Hawkeisen in the West Sea is the best wine. Charlotte pursed his lips. Although Hawkeisen is not the cheapest wine in the West Sea, it is definitely the most popular wine. Bring it to you in the evening. With his hands in his trouser pockets, Charlotte staggered out the door. Don't forget the snacks. No problem. Charlotte turned his back and waved his hand and disappeared at the door. Walking out of the cell, Charlotte looked at the sunset that was about to sink completely into the sea. Picked up a pirate king for nothing? Until now, he felt like he was dreaming. Shaking his head, Charlotte went to report to the base commander first, then go to the cafeteria to get some wine. It's best to bring all of it. It's okay to drink, it's not too much to charge for the wine. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 204 Blackmailing Roger _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Grand Line. Marineford. Upon hearing the news that Roger surrendered at the West Sea Naval Branch Base, the entire Navy was in chaos, and everyone was shocked. The only world-recognized pirate king, Gold Roger, surrendered himself. If there were no photos as evidence, the top leaders of the headquarters would think that the West Sea branch was playing with them. That night, Admiral Kong called a meeting of all the generals above the rank of Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Half an hour later, Vice Admiral Garp led Vice Admiral Kuzan and his warships to leave Marineford overnight. Break through the calm belt. Head to the West Sea. On the other side, Admiral Kong ordered the headquarters and major branches to enter the highest level of alert. Beware that all this was Roger's plan. In the Admiral's office, Kong specifically left Sengoku and Crane, who were still admirals, to discuss. As soon as he sat down, Kong asked the two, "What do you think about Roger's surrender?" "Something's wrong," Crane said in a deep voice. "A year ago, Roger reached the end of the Grand Line, and after becoming the Pirate King, he disappeared. Even the rest of the Roger pirates seemed to have disappeared from the world. Now he suddenly appeared in the West Sea to surrender. It's too strange. This is not his style." Sora pondered for a moment and interrupted, "There must be some secrets behind this that we don't know about. My opinion is to wait and see, and let Garp take Roger back to the Navy headquarters, while gathering the fighting force. Then spread the news of Roger's capture and execution all over the world, and use Roger to capture the rest of the Roger pirates." "I'm afraid not." Sengoku suddenly shook his head, facing the eyes of Crane and Sora. Sengoku explained, "If Roger really surrendered, the rest of the Roger pirates would definitely not show up. Since he surrendered voluntarily, it means that he has planned everything. We all know that with Roger's personality, it is almost impossible for him to surrender to the Navy. He surrendered to the Navy for only one reason: he wants to use the Navy to achieve certain goals." If Charlotte heard what Sengoku said next to him, Charlotte would definitely give Sengoku a thumbs up. The wise general is worthy of being a wise general, and he saw through Roger's thoughts in the blink of an eye. Crane's pupils shrank slightly, and he frowned and said, "This is an open plot, a conspiracy that our Navy cannot refuse. As a Navy, we must capture Roger, and in order to deter other pirates on the sea and reduce Roger's influence, we must also publicly execute Roger. Otherwise, it will send a signal to the whole world that the world government is afraid of Pirate King Roger." "I have an idea," Zhang Guo suddenly said. "We can adopt another way of public execution, set up the execution at the Navy headquarters, and broadcast it live on the screen." After listening to the opinions of Crane and Zhang Guo, Kong stood up and said, "I will inform the 5 elders of your opinion." As for whether to adopt it, it is not something I can decide. Roger's next arrangement is no longer under the control of our Navy headquarters. At the same time, West Sea Branch Base. When Charlotte came out of the base chief's office, the huge naval base was empty. 80 to 90% of the staff went to the town below to evacuate the people. Now the highest officer in the base, except for the base chief, is Lieutenant Charlotte. This was the result of his discussion with the base commander, Sidelow. Roger wanted to leave, but it was impossible to stop him with the thousands of people in the base. Even if this number was multiplied tenfold or even 100-fold, it would not stop Roger. Let alone anything else, with just one domineering aura, 10,000 people would fall, and 100,000 would fall. Instead of wasting troops here, it would be better to put them on helping the residents of the town evacuate as soon as possible. Charlotte came to the cafeteria, and even the cafeteria was empty. All the chefs went to help the people evacuate. Fortunately, there were a lot of prepared food. For a base with thousands of people like this, the cafeteria is almost kept running 24 hours a day. Finding a cart, Charlotte moved 10 boxes of hokkaizen, and then took a lot of roast ducks, roast chickens, roast geese, braised pork, and pushed them into the cell. In the cell, Roger opened the wine cap and drank a whole bottle in 2 or 3 gulps. Soon, a whole box of 12 bottles, each of which was 1 liter of wine, was drunk by Roger alone. Won't his stomach swell? Charlotte squatted aside, holding a green cucumber in his hand, chewing and muttering. Also, this is not at all like the Pirate King he imagined. The Pirate King should be the kind of kingly aura that can make the strong men of the New World lose their fighting power with just one look, but the one in front of him is a living drunkard. At this moment, Roger, who had finished the 20th bottle of wine, blushed a little. He looked at Charlotte next to him and waved, "Boy, it's boring to drink alone, come and drink with me." "Sorry, I'm a righteous navy, I won't drink with pirates," Charlotte said righteously. "I'll give you a treasure map with billions of treasures. Here." Charlotte immediately came to sit opposite Roger, picked up a bottle of wine and blew it. Roger was full of black lines. This kid is really unique. After drinking 3 or 2 sips, Charlotte put the wine, throwing the bottle aside. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take it, treasure map." As he said that, Charlotte's eyes lit up, really lit up, and the dim cell was illuminated. Roger's mouth twitched. He had traveled all over the world for decades, and had never seen such a shameless person. Seeing that Roger did not give him the treasure map, Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Roger, the Pirate King, would never deceive a child like me who is not very worldly." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chapter 204 Blackmailing Roger starting from Konoha to be a villain. Roger looked strange, and looked at Charlotte deeply, with a meaningful look in his eyes. "Okay. You actually tricked me. It's more than audacious, it's simply audacious." In the end, Roger still gave the treasure map to Charlotte. After receiving the treasure map, Charlotte looked at it with excitement on his face. "This is a treasure worth billions. God Valley." When he saw the location recorded on the treasure map, Charlotte's face turned dark and he looked up at Roger. "You are the Pirate King. The King of the Sea, the strongest in the world. You can fool a 15-year-old boy like me." Seeing Charlotte's resentful face, Roger couldn't help laughing, drank half a bottle of wine in his hand, and said with a smile, "There are indeed treasures in the Valley of Gods. Billions are still my underestimation." There was a batch of heavenly gold that the New World paid tribute to the celestial dragons there, worth tens of billions, and all of them sank to the bottom of the sea with the Valley of Gods. Valley of Gods? Tens of billions? Charlotte was moved. For others, it was very difficult to dive into the seabed 10,000 meters deep and search for treasures buried in ruins, but it was not a problem for him. He could summon heroes, such as Fizz, Nami, or Deep Sea Titan, to help him search for treasures. When it came to the Valley of the Gods, Charlotte suddenly thought of the battle and asked curiously, what happened to the Valley of the Gods 14 years ago? It sank in the end. Roger, who was drinking, heard the question and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, then disappeared. He looked down at Charlotte and smiled, "Boy, where did you know this? What do you care about me?" Roger laughed and said, "Seeing that you like me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Before you have the strength, don't know too much. When you have the strength, you will know everything naturally." Charlotte pursed his lips. Why do the strong like to play charades? Either tell it. Or don't tell it. It's the most boring to tell half and hide half. This drinking lasted until the second half of the night. 10 boxes of wine and hundreds of kilograms of food all went into Roger's stomach. After eating and drinking, Roger leaned against the wall and burped, his face flushed, as if he was drunk. But Charlotte didn't believe it. Could these hundreds of kilograms of wine make Roger drunk? At Roger's level, with a strong physique, fighting sea kings in the sea with bare hands is as easy as drinking water. Seeing that Roger had almost finished drinking, Charlotte walked forward, stretched out his hand to Roger, and hooked his finger. "What do you mean?" Roger tilted his head, a little confused. Charlotte smiled and said, "Give money, these wines and meats all cost money, not too much, just give a few 100 million Baileys. You are the pirate king, with wealth, fame, and power, and a bounty of 5.5648 billion Baileys. A few 100 million Baileys is not a small matter to you, just a drop in the ocean." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Roger almost choked to death. "You actually asked me for money? Since I became a pirate, I have never spent money on eating out. I don't know how many people on the sea are willing to spend hundreds of millions of berries to buy a chance to eat with me. The most important thing is, it's okay for you to ask me for money, but you asked me for hundreds of millions of berries for a meal. Do you think these wines are squeezed from gold? Even if they are squeezed from gold, they are not worth hundreds of millions of berries." Charlotte smiled and continued, "Of course, I know that a big guy like you won't carry so much cash. Otherwise, you can use something to resist, such as the ace." As he said, Charlotte looked at Roger's waist, an ace, one of the 12 supreme swords, was not there. After coughing twice, Roger looked at Charlotte meaningfully. "After all this time, you are waiting for me here." Suddenly, Roger looked cold and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you are very bold. You even dare to blackmail me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now?" As soon as the word kill came out, the air around him seemed to solidify, and a pressure erupted like a volcano. The invisible pressure was like a 10,000-ton boulder pressing on Charlotte. The iron-cast prison door behind him broke with a bang, and the blue stone-cast wall of the West Sea, which was as hard as steel, burst into cracks, and the broken stones flew. Domineering color domineering. In an instant, Charlotte's face was frighteningly pale, creepy, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. But Charlotte was still gritting his teeth and holding on. If he couldn't hold on at this moment, he might really die. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how long it had passed. For Charlotte, every second seemed as long as a year. The sense of oppression directly affected his mind, like a pair of invisible big hands constantly kneading your mind, stretching and compressing it. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 205, Garp arrives becoming a villain from Konoha. Inside the cell, domineering Haki is released. Invisible pressure squeezed Charlotte's body from all directions, just like a pair of invisible big hands kneading Charlotte like plasticine. Charlotte's nostrils began to bleed, his eyes were red and bloodshot, but he still gritted his teeth and supported himself, looking directly at Roger in front of him. He was betting. He was betting that Roger, who was ready to die, would not get angry with a small character like him. Although it was a bet, Charlotte was not without confidence at all. If he didn't have any confidence at all, he would die. He also had a treatment. As long as Roger didn't kill him instantly, he could survive even if he had a trace of consciousness before he died. After a while, Roger smiled faintly and dissipated his domineering haki. Hoo-hoo! The pressure disappeared, and Charlotte felt like he had rushed to the surface from the bottom of the water, alive, and panting wildly. You can actually withstand my domineering aura, Roger was a little surprised. You know, his domineering aura has reached the highest level, even the battle-hardened warriors in the New World will fall in front of him. Sitting on the ground, Charlotte wiped the blood from his lips, looked up and sneered, "You don't pay for your meal, and you want to kill people, is this the spirit of the Pirate King?" Facing this, Roger did not get angry, but laughed, and then said, "Want ace?" Of course, Charlotte did not hide his ambition in his eyes, and raised his mouth and said, "As a swordsman, obtaining the 12 works of the Supreme Sword is like becoming the world's #1 swordsman." Looking at Charlotte deeply, this kid's eyes are full of ambition, confidence, and arrogance, a bit like him back then. Roger smiled and said, "Then I'll give it to you." Ace is. Don't, Charlotte suddenly interrupted Roger and said with a smile, "I don't want ace. Just give me a 21-work great sword." Rejected? Roger was very surprised that someone actually rejected the 12-work great sword ace. That was his weapon, and he forged it into a real black sword. Sitting up straight, Roger said in a serious tone for the first time, "I don't understand you a little bit. I know how much I am worth." Ace is a good thing, but it's too dangerous, Charlotte smiled. If Charlotte takes Ace to the Grand Line, he will not live. Neither the pirates nor the navy will let him go. With Roger's sword, he will be engraved with Roger's mark, and the eyes of the ambitious people in the world will be on him. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't seek death. Understanding Charlotte's thoughts, Roger laughed heartily and said, "If we could meet a few years earlier, I would definitely invite you to be my crew member." Charlotte didn't say anything, thinking secretly in his heart, "If I could come a few years earlier, I wouldn't need your invitation, I would find ways to run to your ship. By then, everything will be known." What is One Piece? What happened in the 100 years of disappearance? Who is Joy Boy? Who is I'm? The 21st Great Sword? Let me think about where I threw it. Roger dragged his chin and pondered for a while before saying, "I remember killing a guy who was known as one of the top 10 swordsmen in the world. His sword was Murasame, one of the 21st Great Swords. I threw it to Rayleigh and asked him to deal with it. Go to the Sabayati archipelago and find a bar whose proprietress is Xiaoqi, and you can find him." Oh my god, is he so arrogant? Charlotte's little heart can't stand it. Hearing Roger's words, the big knife 20 gong seemed to be just a knife, but even a knife is very valuable, well, worth hundreds of thousands of Baileys. As he said that, Roger suddenly thought of something and added, "You'd better hurry up. If it takes too long, Rayleigh might sell it one day to redeem himself." Hearing this, Charlotte's mouth twitched. This is indeed Rayleigh's style. The big knife is nothing. If he loses, he will even sell himself. Suddenly thinking of something, Charlotte gossiped, "I heard that Pluto Rayleigh likes gambling." "More than like it," Roger smiled and said, "When I first met him, he lost so much that he could only live on the ship. He is addicted to gambling, but he has bad luck and loses every time he gambles." This chat lasted most of the night. Charlotte learned a lot of gossip about the powerful people on the sea from Roger. The next evening, a navy warship with a dog head on its bow arrived at the base. When the base commander Sidro heard that the legendary Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp was coming from the Navy headquarters, he was extremely surprised. He finally felt relieved and hurried out to greet him. At the port, hundreds of naval soldiers lined up neatly, with naval flags flying in the wind on both sides. Garp, wearing a navy cloak of justice, appeared domineeringly and walked down the stairs. Behind him was Kuzan, who was wearing casual clothes with his hands in his pockets. "Vice Admiral Garp." Vice Admiral Kuzan. Everyone saluted and shouted loudly. Garp raised his hand to return the salute, turned to Sidro next to him and said, "Where is Roger?" "He is in prison, Vice Admiral Garp, please follow me." Base Commander Sidro led the way with a flattering smile on his face. Kuzan, who was walking behind him, glanced at a naval lieutenant who was curiously looking at them with his eyes rolling, but that look. The one staring at Kuzan and Garp was naturally Charlotte, who had watched anime for so many years, from junior high school to college graduation. "I finally saw a live one today. Do you want to ask these two people for a signature? If I have a chance to go back in the future, I might be able to sell it for a lot of money." Arriving at the base, Garp entered the cell without saying a word. "If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 205 Garp arrives starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom. Then there was a loud bang, the earth shook, and the shock wave rolled up countless dust like a hurricane. Just 3 seconds later, a loud bang that was even more deafening than before sounded, and the base covering hundreds of thousands of square meters sank into the ground in a shaking, and the earth was torn open. Everyone was stunned, and Charlotte's eyes were dull. So violent? Less than 10 seconds after entering, a base was sunk by 2 people. When will I be so powerful? I wonder how much physical strength is needed to be able to burst out such a strong destructive power? Thousands? Or tens of thousands? Tens of thousands means the strength of 1,000 people, and Roger and Garp must be more than that. It was the first time for Charlotte to see the strong men standing at the ceiling of the world's combat power fighting each other since coming to One Piece. For a moment, he had a lot of reverie. Looking at the location of the original base turned into a deep pit, Sidlo wanted to cry but had no tears. Now that the base is gone, what is the point of him as the base commander? Will the Navy headquarters remove him? If I had known earlier, I would not have put Roger in the cell, but brought him out directly. Who knew that Vice Admiral Garp would fight with Pirate King Roger as soon as he entered? Vice Admiral Garp and Pirate King Roger really have a deep hatred. In the propaganda of the world government, the Navy hero Garp hates evil and has chased the evil pirate Roger into desperate situations many times. The underground battle did not stop. The loud noises were like thunder, the ground was shaking, and cracks spread far away, tearing the earth like a hideous hole. Fortunately, the town residents had evacuated, and most of the navy was also on the shore. The battle lasted for several minutes. Iron Fist! A loud shout resounded through the sky. God avoid! The same shout resounded through the sky. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the sky, a shock wave rushed up from the ground, and purple lightning appeared around it, rushing straight into the sky, easily tearing apart the thick clouds in the sky. Tear the sky apart! Invisible air waves emerged from the ground, powerful enough to easily kill Charlotte and others. Ice Age! At this moment, Kuzan shouted softly, and a wisp of cold air came out of his mouth. He raised his hand and waved it, shooting out a ray of cold air, freezing the incoming air wave, and turning it into an ice wall to block the air wave that followed. Looking at the ice wall that stretched for hundreds of meters in front of him, Charlotte raised his eyebrows. This strength is definitely more than that of a vice admiral. Kuzan should have reached the threshold of the emperor-level combat power now. He is worthy of being the future admiral of the marine headquarters. The next second, Kuzan saw the battle in the distance and smiled, "Mr. Garp, you are so awesome." In the distance, Charlotte's mouth twitched. "Okay, I didn't say that just now. This person doesn't have the momentum of a marine headquarters admiral at all, he is just a little fan of Garp." Bang! With a muffled sound, dust rushed to the sky, and the dusty Garp and Roger flew out from the ground, and the shackles on Roger's hands were gone. Seeing this scene, no one said anything. With Garp, the shackles are useless. For Roger, shackles are just a formality. Not to mention ordinary ones, even sea stone shackles have little effect on Roger. After all, he is a martial arts and kendo expert, and he does not have the ability of a devil fruit. That is to say, Roger did not want to eat the devil fruit, otherwise, Whitebeard and Shiki really could not be compared with Roger. There are only two strong men like Garp and Roger who have reached the top by their own strength. In the sea today, there are only two people on each side of evil and justice. Not every era has such strong men born, and there are only one or two people in many eras. Garp and Roger met and hammered. Then Garp took Roger to the ship with a smile. The navy who followed Garp saw this scene and looked away, pretending not to see it. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time. Kuzan stayed to deal with the aftermath. The first thing was to keep it confidential. All the navy who knew that Roger surrendered signed a confidentiality agreement, and Charlotte naturally signed it. Then it was arranged that these navy who knew the secret would be dismissed on the spot, and the government would arrange a comfortable and high-paid job for them. No one objected, and no one could object. Just when Charlotte thought that he was going to leave the navy, Kuzan kept several potential navy men including him and went to the navy headquarters. Among them, he was specially arranged to follow Vice Admiral Garp of the headquarters. Although he was a little surprised, Charlotte had a rough idea of why. Before leaving, everyone said goodbye on the shore. "Boss, be careful on the road. Come back to see us later. Enough wine." Everyone was reluctant to leave and bid farewell to Charlotte. Charlotte stayed in the base for a month and had a good relationship with many soldiers. Boarding the battleship to the Navy headquarters, looking at the distant sea, Charlotte's mouth slightly raised. "Grand Line. I, Charlotte, am here. Pirates, tremble. Celestial dragons, tremble. Anyway, tremble. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 206 Killing Wild Monsters, Task System _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. Calm Belt. It's another dusk. Charlotte lay on the side of the ship and looked down, only to see that the sea was as calm as a mirror, and the dusk was reflected like a rosy sky. Not only did he look, but Charlotte also raised his hand to feel it. Sure enough, there was no wind at all. There is no wind in the calm belt, although it is strange, but it can be explained scientifically. But what about the Sea Kings? Why do the Sea Kings live in the calm belt? The Sea Kings are the undisputed overlords of the sea, and the smallest ones are hundreds of meters, and the largest Sea Kings are even more than 5,000 meters. They have a long lifespan and high wisdom, and their IQ is the same as that of humans. It is strange that such powerful creatures have most of their nests in the calm belt. Logically, the sea is their world and they can go wherever they want. Is it the calm belt that separates the Grand Line from the four oceans? Of course not. The real separation is the Sea Kings. The calm belt is just a special area. There are countless ways to pass through it, but the Sea Kings living in the calm belt will destroy human ships when they see them. Why is this? There is no purpose, no reason. It's like following orders. There is only one person who can command all Sea Kings and make all Sea Kings bow down to her, the Mermaid Princess. A mermaid princess is born only once every few hundred years. She is the king of all Sea Kings and can command all Sea Kings. She is also the ancient weapon Poseidon. If so, why did the Mermaid Princess order the Sea Kings to guard the calm belt, and why did she divide the four seas and the Grand Line? What is the purpose of doing this? To prevent the five oceans from connecting and prevent certain people from controlling the world? The more I think about the questions, the more headaches I have. In fact, it is very simple to answer these questions. Just ask Roger, who is locked in the cell. He will definitely know. But Charlotte knew Roger would not say it without asking, otherwise he would have asked it last night. Roger is playing a big game, using his life as a chess piece and the world as a chessboard. How could he tell him everything? Charlotte, who was thinking, suddenly found that something was wrong in the distance and looked forward. I saw microwaves on the calm sea surface, which spread in a circle, and the sea surface in the center of the microwave was rising. Seeing this scene, Charlotte still didn't know what was happening, which was really stupid. Before he could speak, the navy on the watchtower had shouted. A Sea King appeared in front of the right. Hearing the appearance of the Sea King, there was a brief commotion on the ship, but everyone soon calmed down and did their own things. Looking at the crew around, let alone fear, there was no curiosity at all, as if it happened often. Charlotte shouted in his heart, "That's a Sea King! Are all Sea Kings so shameless now?" Boom! With a loud noise, Charlotte turned his head quickly and saw a huge splash of water on the sea surface. Thousands of tons of seawater were blown into the air, shining like broken gold under the setting sun, and then fell like raindrops. A huge Sea King rushed out of the sea, and its huge body stood on the sea like a mountain. This is a Sea King that is at least 1,000 meters long. The body that emerged from the water alone is estimated to be 700 or 800 meters long, and it looks like a sea snake. Suddenly, the system voice sounded in my mind. Activate the task system and start the only task. Kill the first wild monster Sea King, reward 4,000 experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Hearing the system voice, Charlotte looked up and saw the huge body of the Sea King in the distance, and his face turned green. This task is life-threatening. With his small body, it is not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. It is really not enough. The gap between his teeth is bigger than him. But this reward is really tempting. With these 1,000 gold coins, he can buy an epic equipment. And these experience points, if he gets them, Charlotte thinks he can definitely upgrade to level 10, and at level 10 he can get an ultimate skill. Ultimate skills and ordinary skills are completely two different concepts. It's really tempting. With this reward, his strength can be improved a lot, but he can't kill the Sea King. Charlotte is depressed. While Charlotte was thinking about this, the Sea King rushed out of the sea and found the Navy warship sailing on the sea. His eyes turned and he rushed towards the warship immediately. The 1,000-meter-long body moved slightly, and it set off a storm, and waves of more than 10 meters came continuously. The seemingly huge Sea King was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it killed in front of the warship. The waves hit the warship. Even if this warship was the most elite warship of the Navy, it couldn't withstand the impact of the waves and swayed left and right. The Sea King opened its bloody mouth, covering the sky and the earth. The sky and the earth suddenly became dark. This was Charlotte's first time seeing a Sea King, and also the first time he felt how huge a Sea King was. The most elite warship of the Navy, which can carry thousands of elite soldiers and is equipped with hundreds of cannons, is nearly 300 meters long, enough to rival the aircraft carriers of the previous life. But this Sea King can still be swallowed whole, and its length is far more than 1,000 meters, at least 1,500 meters long. Beast! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Charlotte subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Garp leap up, instantly rushing to a height of 100 meters, and punching the Sea King in front of him. Armament Haki burst out. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Charlotte, I just felt something explode in my ears, buzzing. Charlotte was shocked. This is the top physical martial arts master. With one punch, the sound wave alone can kill ordinary people around. Chapter 206 Killing Wild Monsters, Task System _starting from Konoha to be a villain. The next second, Charlotte was even more shocked. I saw a nearly 2-kilometer-long Sea King flying high, its huge body covering the sky and the earth, like a mountain suspended in the air, falling towards the distance. Then, the Sea King flying in the sky suddenly exploded internally, blood splashed, and sprinkled on the surrounding sea surface, as if it was a bloody rain, and the sea surface was dyed bright red. Charlotte was stunned and dumbfounded. Garp punched the Sea King away. How perverted is this old man? This old man is terrifyingly strong. He is worthy of being an old man praised by Oda. Suddenly thinking of something, Charlotte kicked the explosive barrel into the mouth of the Sea King, picked up the long gun and aimed at the explosive barrel flying into the mouth of the Sea King. Bang! Flames spewed out of the black muzzle, and the bullet hit the gunpowder barrel. With a bang, the gunpowder barrel exploded, and the flames were everywhere. The mouth is the weak part of all creatures, even the Sea King. The explosion of the gunpowder barrel weighing hundreds of kilograms is not small, and a large piece of the mouth of the Sea King was blown off. While Charlotte was doing this, all the navy on the deck looked at Charlotte strangely, and their eyes revealed. Puzzled. Idiot! Idiot! Even Garp, who fell from the sky, looked at Charlotte strangely. This guy seemed to be the Navy lieutenant who arrested Roger. Garp had a good memory and recognized Charlotte at once. He didn't look like a fool. Why did he do this? Curious? Or did he have another purpose? Interesting. But a Navy lieutenant couldn't arouse Garp's interest. Noticing the strange looks around him, Charlotte ignored them. Just now, seeing Garp punching a Sea King and smashing the inside of the Sea King with his armament color domineering, Charlotte suddenly thought of a question. Such a large Sea King has extremely huge vitality. Even if Garp smashed the inside of the Sea King with his armament color domineering, the internal organs of a Sea King that is nearly 2 kilometers long are unknown. Garp should have smashed important parts such as the heart, and the rest of the internal organs may not be damaged. In other words, this Sea King is doomed to die, but at least he is not dead now, just waiting for the last bit of vitality to drain. Charlotte thought of the system's judgment of the killing method, so as long as the last hit is made, the wild monster will be considered killed by him. So after Garp stopped, Charlotte kicked the explosive barrel into the mouth of the Sea King to cause damage. That's right, he is trying to get a kill. A 2-kilometer-long Sea King has so much blood that in a blink of an eye, the entire sea surface is dyed bright red. The warship sailed away from this sea area little by little, and the blood would attract more Sea Kings. Although Garp is not afraid of Sea Kings, it would be very troublesome if they were besieged by Sea Kings. Seeing the Sea Kings getting farther and farther away, Charlotte was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Could it be that he was wrong, so that there would be no system bug? Alas! It seems that the system is still very sophisticated. Charlotte sighed a little. This task can only be discussed when he has strength in the future. At this moment, the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding dong, summoner kills the first Sea King monster, the only task is completed, and the reward is issued. Charlotte was stunned for a moment. The next second, he reacted and was extremely happy, with a smile on his face. Successfully grabbed the head. Level 5, plus 4,000 to 6,600, level 10. Gold coins, 303 plus 1,000-1303 pieces. Reward, physical plus 50, physical plus 50, power of Demacia. Power of Demacia, by summoning the power of Demacia, it turns into a sword of judgment, descending from the sky to judge and kill the enemy. The power is equivalent to the physical strength consumed by the summoner, with a minimum physical strength of 100 and a cooldown of 120 seconds. Hi! Charlotte was a little surprised. The ultimate skill is called the Big Move, which is different from ordinary skills. When ordinary skills are released, the physical strength consumed is the same as the physical strength consumed, but the power of the ultimate skill is equivalent to the physical strength consumed. The more physical strength consumed, the greater the power. Are you happy? Suddenly, a curious question came from behind. Chapter 207 I want to be the director starting from Konoha to be a villain. Charlotte was excited to grab the head, and the voice behind him scared him. Damn, I was almost scared to death. After cursing in his heart, he turned around and saw that it was Kuzan. Charlotte's face suddenly became solemn and raised his hand to salute. Vice Admiral Kuzan. Kuzan nodded and asked again, why do you want to blow up the Sea King in the end? Eyeballs rolling, Charlotte explained, I have always heard that the Sea Kings in the Windless Belt are huge, even naval warships can swallow them. I have long wanted to try what it feels like to blow up the Sea Kings. I just saw Vice Admiral Garp showing off his prowess. I thought this might be my last chance, so I couldn't help it. Don't violate the discipline, Vice Admiral Kuzan. No violation. Kuzan said lightly, looking at Charlotte with a strange look. Good, kid, you're flattering so quickly. Better than me. Are you trying to steal my position? Charlotte was a little nervous when he saw Kuzan staring at him. If he knew what Kuzan was thinking at the moment, Charlotte would definitely vomit blood. Only a fool would flatter you. Or flatter Garp. I'm not a Garp fan. It's not good, it's almost good, anyway, face is worthless. After a pause, Kuzan said, but you should do less of this kind of thing in the future. As a navy, you should abide by military discipline. After that, Kuzan turned and left. Yes. Charlotte responded loudly, looking at Kuzan's back as he left. Charlotte raised his hand and stroked his chin, thinking, Kuzan's attitude towards me is not good, I didn't provoke him, this guy won't make things difficult for me in the future, right? What's the big deal about killing a Navy Admiral? What does the system determine as a Navy Admiral? Hero? Little dragon? Or big dragon? Kuzan, who was leaving, didn't know that the lieutenant kid in his eyes was trying to kill him. Maybe he knew that the warship on the sea was not easy to mess with, or maybe he didn't find them. Next, no Sea King appeared, and the warship sailed safely into the Grand Line. Charlotte and several other officers from the base stood at the bow, curiously looking at everything around them. The Navy on the ship smiled when they saw this, but they didn't think it was strange. The Navy of the Four Seas would behave like this when entering the Grand Line. Although they had taken precautions against the bad weather in the Grand Line, after experiencing it personally, Charlotte couldn't help but curse. In just 1 hour, he experienced rain, snow, hail. It was sunny 1 second, and dark clouds pressed down the sky the next second, without any sign. The warship rushed all the way, cutting through the wind and waves, and soon arrived at the Judicial Island. When he looked up and saw the huge gate of justice, Charlotte was shocked. Shocked. Unprecedented shock. The gate of justice, made of steel, spanned thousands of meters, and its height was unpredictable. 1/3 of it was hidden in the white clouds, and it was truly towering into the clouds. The hundreds of meters long Navy warships were like ants in front of it. Before the gate was opened, the warships were docked in the sea area on the right side of the Judicial Island. There were a large number of submarine whirlpools under the gate of justice. Even the huge Navy warships could not escape the influence of the whirlpools. Only when the gate of justice was opened and the sea current was cut off, the whirlpools would disappear, and only then could they enter the gate of justice. After waking up from the shock of the gate of justice, Charlotte looked at the Judicial Island. Because it was too far away, the Judicial Island was just a slightly larger black dot in Charlotte's eyes, but when he looked up, he could see a beam of light falling from the sky, covering the entire Judicial Island. It was also because of this beam of light that the Judicial Island had no night and was always daytime, so it was also called the Island of No Night. This reminded Charlotte of the North Pole. Could the Judicial Island be at the pole? At this moment, the tightly closed gate of justice moved, and Charlotte's attention was immediately attracted to it. The huge gate of justice made a click, and then slowly moved to both sides. The door opened very slowly. After half a minute, the door opened a crack, and no light came out of the crack. As soon as the crack opened, the gate of justice stopped moving. Under Kuzan's order, the warship followed the sea current and slowly sailed towards the gate of justice. The closer Charlotte got, the more he felt the huge gate of justice. It was like opening the door to heaven and earth, reaching up to the sky 10,000 meters high and down to the seabed thousands of meters deep. How was it made? Charlotte was curious, because even in the 21st century, such a huge door could not be built. From a distance, the gate of justice only opened a crack, but it was only visible when it was close. Even a crack was hundreds of meters wide, enough for a naval warship to pass through. Since its construction, the Gate of Justice has never been fully opened. After entering the Gate of Justice, Charlotte immediately felt that the speed of the warship increased sharply. Driven by the ocean current, the warship sailed for about half an hour and arrived at the propulsion city. The high wall made of dark black stone surrounded the main building in the middle, and a fleet of 10 naval warships was guarding it. Deep Sea Prison. It has been established for hundreds of years, and no criminal has escaped so far. The world's largest prison, known as the Iron Wall. The entire propulsion city is a huge tower-like structure submerged in the sea, and its foundation is on the seabed. Before approaching the propulsion city, Charlotte felt a chill, and the temperature around him dropped by more than 10 degrees, and many Navy officers shivered with cold. After receiving the news that the fleet escorting Pirate King Roger passed through the Gate of Justice, the director of the Impel City led a series of management to wait at the entrance. The warship slowly approached the shore and a staircase was lowered. The first to come down were 2 teams of school-level teams wearing justice cloaks, neatly and orderly, lined up on both sides of the road. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 207 I want to be a director starting from Konoha to be a villain. At the entrance. Full of white hair but strong, and the director of the City of Impulse was standing at the front, and next to him was Magellan, the deputy director, who was dressed in black, had a pointed horn on his head, and wings on his back. He was holding his stomach, his face full of pain, and the director glanced at him helplessly and said, "You go down first, we don't need you here for the time being." Magellan was as if he had been pardoned, and hurried to the toilet on the first floor. Hannibal, who was the chief of guards next to him, saw this scene and said excitedly, "Going to the toilet at such an important moment will definitely be blamed by the higher UPS. If this goes on, the deputy director will definitely be mine, and then the director, and the entire City of Impulse will be mine." Director Doug's face was dark. "He is very ambitious. I haven't died yet, and you want my position." Seeing Director Doug coming, Hannibal was startled, and quickly covered his mouth with both hands and hid to the side. Doug snorted coldly, "Today is important, so let this kid go for the time being. But this kid is still the chief of guards and wants to take his position, so let him go to the 6th floor first." Seeing that the director did not come to settle accounts with him, Hannibal breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not know that he was about to be sent out. The most difficult job in Impel Down is to manage the 6th floor. Not only must you be careful, but there are also a lot of related systems. The jailers on other floors can torture the criminals at will, as long as they don't die, but the 6th floor is different. Not only can they not torture, but they must be well fed and well fed. On the deck, many Navy officers were on high alert, looking at the hatch. Everyone was holding their breath and staring, their hearts beating. The air seemed to freeze. Step. Footsteps sounded, and Pirate King Roger slowly walked out of the cabin, followed by a serious-looking Garp. Kuzan next to him saw Roger, his face also became serious, and his right cheek was slightly painful. A year ago, he was punched hard by Roger, and his cheekbone was almost broken. Roger glanced at Kuzan next to him, then fell on Charlotte in the crowd, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Garp saw Roger glance at Charlotte in the crowd, his eyes slightly condensed, as if thinking about something. "Let's go, Roger," he said lightly, and Garp pulled Roger downstairs. The Navy was only responsible for escorting, and once Roger entered Impel Down would be responsible. The general handover procedure was like this: the Navy would hand over the pirates to Impel Down at the entrance, and once they entered, they would be Impel Down's people. But today's criminal was the Pirate King Roger. The King of the Sea, the world's #1 criminal. Even the legendary criminals on the 6th floor were several levels lower than Roger. Garp and Kuzan personally escorted them to the entrance. Garp. Doug laughed loudly. He and Garp were old acquaintances. At that time, he was still the warden. Garp often captured pirates and imprisoned them in Impel Down. As time went on, Garp caught stronger and stronger pirates, and he, the warden, also became the director little by little. Usually Garp was in the mood to joke with Doug, but he was not in the mood today. Doug also became serious when he saw this, and looked at Roger next to him. Roger glanced at Doug. He had heard of the name of the director of Impel Down. He looked around and said, "Is this Impel Down? I heard that there are countless ways to torture people in Impel Down, which even the top strong men can't stand." Doug said lightly, "If the Pirate King is interested, I can let you try it." Roger smiled slightly and said nothing. Doug continued, "In order to welcome the arrival of the famous Pirate King, Impel Down has been preparing for a whole night. I hope the Pirate King will like it." As soon as the voice fell, everyone escorted Roger into Impel Down, and the door slammed shut. Charlotte stood on the side of the ship, watching everything that happened below, but he didn't care. He was too weak now, and even if these people had something wrong, he couldn't get involved. Too weak, still too weak. Charlotte sighed and sighed. This time when he came to the Navy headquarters, he encountered opponents much stronger than Shihai, so his strength should increase very quickly. How many criminals are imprisoned in this Impulse City? There must be more than a few thousand, maybe tens of thousands. The world government has existed for so many years, there must be tens of thousands of criminals. There are 6 levels in the Impulse City. The lower the criminals go, the higher the bounty, the stronger the strength, and the fewer the number of criminals. The bottom level of Infinite Hell is where all the monster pirates who are too vicious and have been erased from history are imprisoned, and the legendary guys. There is a bounty for imprisonment in the Impulse City, and ordinary criminals are not qualified to be imprisoned in the Impulse City. To be imprisoned in the Impulse City, a minimum bounty of tens of millions is required. It is definitely an honor among criminals to be imprisoned in the Impulse City. Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Charlotte's eyes, and it really glowed. Fuck, this is not a prison, for me, this is simply a treasure trove. According to the system, those without bounties are divided into melee soldiers and ranged soldiers, those with bounties below 10 million are siege soldiers, and those with bounties above 10 million and below 50 million are super soldiers. Those with bounties above 50 million are heroes. In other words, the first and second floors underground in the city are all super soldiers, and those below the third floor underground are all heroes. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes lit up. It's posted. It's really posted. I want to be the director. Chapter 208 Navy Headquarters _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Going crazy. Charlotte, I feel like I'm going crazy. A huge treasure house is right in front of me, within reach, but I can't take the treasure inside. He now wishes he could become the director immediately and control the city of Pushing Forward. Of course, Charlotte knows that this is impossible. The director of Pushing Forward needs to be infinitely close to the level of the General Emperor. Even if he can't be as good as the General, he won't be much weaker than the General. Even if he doesn't become the director, he can be a jailer first, although he can't kill the criminals in Pushing Forward as easily as the director. But the criminals in Pushing Forward are all unruly guys. As a jailer, if the criminals provoke you, it's okay to teach them a lesson, and it's reasonable to kill them by mistake. In the process of managing criminals, it's not a big deal to accidentally kill 2 or 3. The most important thing is that there are thousands of criminals in Pushing Forward if there are not 10,000. It's not a big deal to kill a few. For Charlotte, Pushing Forward is simply heaven. But it's impossible for the time being. At this stage, he can't be transferred to Pushing Forward, so he can only think of a way later. Alas! This sigh was heartfelt. While Garp and Kuzan were escorting Roger to the 6th floor of the Impel Down, Charlotte began to browse the mall. Gold coins are only useful when used, otherwise they are just a string of numbers. Entering the equipment mall, the equipment inside is the same as in the previous life, but some of the utilities and data have changed. Gold coins, 1,303 pieces. This amount of money is not much, but not little, enough to buy 2 key equipment. The age of exploration is about to begin, and it is the most chaotic time on the sea. At this stage, what he needs most is not equipment to improve his physique and physical strength. In comparison, he now needs equipment to save his life. Now with these gold coins, he can finally buy the equipment he has always wanted. Stopwatch. Charlotte decisively bought it, and 650 gold coins were deducted. With this equipment, he is equivalent to having an extra life. Although treatment is also equivalent to a life, it is still insufficient compared to the stopwatch. After using 650 gold coins, there are still 553. After thinking about it, Charlotte bought a tear of the goddess. Call up the equipment bar. Equipped. Stopwatch, one-time use, immune to any damage in 2.5 seconds, transformed into a broken stopwatch. Tear of the goddess, increase 240 stamina, increase 3 stamina for each soldier killed, double for killing heroes, and provide up to 360 stamina. After preparing the tear of the goddess, the stamina was instantly increased by nearly 1-fold. Stamina, 380 plus 240 620. Gold coins, 153. Although the gold coins were all used up, it gave Charlotte confidence. Stopwatch plus healing, as long as he is not too wasteful, it is difficult for him to die. Garp didn't stay in Impel Down for long. He walked out soon, wiping the blood on his fist with a white cloth in his hand, cursing, "A bunch of ignorant guys, you dare to provoke me after being locked up for so long, you have to bleed to know why the flowers are so red." Behind him, Kuzan's face was full of admiration, his eyes shining. "Mr. Garp, you are so awesome." Thinking of Mr. Garp just now in the 6th level of hell, beating those legendary criminals, beating them one by one to shut up and beg for mercy, Kuzan couldn't help but get excited. "They are all cheap bones. They were caught by me and approached Impel Down. They dared to provoke me. They really thought I was good-tempered." At the same time, the 6th level of Infinite Hell. Tisk. Director Doug sneered, his eyes swept over the screaming pirates in the surrounding cells with contempt, and sneered, "A bunch of idiots, locked up for so long, they thought they were big shots on the sea." A pirate yelled angrily, "Doug, if you have the guts, let me out, I will fight you one-on-one." This pirate's head was covered in blood, his face flushed red, he had just been hit by Garp. If it weren't for his powerful armament haki, his skull would have almost cracked. Don't look at this pirate's miserable state. 10 years ago, he was a well-known maritime overlord in the New World, a puppet master with the ability of the string fruit, who once destroyed a country, manipulated hundreds of thousands of people to kill each other, and a big pirate with a bounty of over 10 billion. This was the bounty 10 years ago. 20 years later, with inflation, the bounty will be higher. But he was still captured by Garp and taken to the Impel Down. In this 6th layer of Infinite Hell, there are many pirates captured by Garp. In the past 20 years, the pirates imprisoned in the 6th layer have more or less something to do with Garp. Just now, he was the first to provoke Garp, and the others responded, but they were all beaten up by Garp. Hearing the provocation of the puppet master, Doug raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the next second, his figure disappeared out of thin air. Shave. In an instant, he came to the cell, stretched out his right hand, grabbed the puppet master's neck, and with a snap, his neck broke. The puppet master died tragically on the spot. In an instant, the entire 6th level of Infinite Hell quieted down and fell to the ground silently. Doug's sharp eyes swept through all the cells one by one, and said coldly, "Do you still think you are at sea? You are now in the city of Push, a place more terrible than hell. If you enter here, you will have only one end, death. Don't forget, as the director of the city of Push, I have the right to execute any of you here." Humph! With a cold snort, Doug turned and entered the elevator. "They are all cheap bones. If you don't kill 1 or 2 people, you really think that my temper is good? My temper is worse than Garp. If it weren't for this, I would have been a general long ago." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Shohage Novel Network is more. The news speed is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 208 Navy Headquarters Starting from Konoha as a villain. The warship slowly left the city of Impel Down and headed for the Navy headquarters. After half an hour of sailing, through the Gate of Justice, the Navy headquarters was in sight. Marineford. The bridgehead of Justice, the base of the Navy headquarters, is stationed with the most elite troops headed by the Navy Marshal. Except for Marineford, this is definitely the safest place in the world. The Gate of Justice is on the right side of Marineford. The warship left the Gate of Justice and headed directly to the main gate of Marineford. Hi! Seeing Marineford in front of him, Charlotte subconsciously let out a surprised sound. Rubbing his eyes, he looked forward again. It was not an illusion, it was real. Looking around, a huge fortress stood in the middle of the island, with the huge word Navy written on it, and the Navy logo in the middle, a seagull holding a scale, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. There were 4 stone pillars standing around, all hollowed out and transformed into a fortress, full of cannons. What surprised Charlotte was that there was no crescent-shaped bay in front of the main gate of Marineford. From a high altitude, Marineford was not crescent-shaped, but an ellipse. In front of the fortress were buildings, and then a huge central square, spanning nearly 1,000 meters. After the square was a port built along the coastline. What's going on? Am I here in a fake One Piece? Charlotte was a little confused. Shaking his head and looking around, the warship entered a hidden port, with a total of 10 berths around, full of naval warships. In the port, the Navy and maintenance workers can be seen everywhere, inspecting the warships and replenishing supplies. It was so lively. Seeing the warship enter the port, everyone immediately recognized that it was Vice Admiral Garp's warship, and there was a cheer in the port. There was no way. Who told Garp to be so showy? He had to put a dog head on the bow of the ship and hold a bone in his mouth. Vice Admiral Garp is back. I heard that Vice Admiral Garp caught the Pirate King Roger. Roger is strong, but how can he compare with Vice Admiral Garp? Yes, Vice Admiral Garp is a naval hero who has forced Roger into a desperate situation several times. Garp, who was about to get off the ship, heard this and his face suddenly changed. His face was extremely blue. Kuzan's face behind him was also very ugly. Roger turned himself in, and now everyone in the headquarters is talking about Garp catching Roger. Both of them are very familiar with the nature of the world government and guessed it in an instant. The world government is preparing to conceal the facts again. Garp got off the ship with a sullen face. The 2 maintenance managers who came to the port were about to celebrate Garp's capture of Roger, but when they saw Garp like this, they didn't dare to come forward to say hello for a while. Kuzan followed him off the ship and caught up with Mr. Garp, who was leaving quickly. On the battleship, there was silence, and everyone roughly guessed what had happened. Everyone who reacted, for a moment, focused their eyes on Charlotte. After all, it was Charlotte who caught Roger. Charlotte had a calm face, without any waves, and he knew about this kind of thing before he even went to the Navy headquarters. The best and only thing the world government is willing to do is to fool the whole world. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help but wonder, was the establishment of the world government 800 years ago also due to fooling people? Otherwise, why would the world government be so afraid of the reappearance of that 100 years of history in the world? Anyway, it must not be the king of the 20 countries in the past. If it was the king of the 20 countries, it would not be the 20 countries that entered Marijoa, but one country. People are selfish. At this moment, a major general coughed twice, warning everyone not to speculate on the decisions of the top leaders of the headquarters or to speak carelessly. Then, the major general arranged for Charlotte and several others from the West Sea base to leave the port, and a major led them through the central square to the building complex under the fortress. I have to say that this central square is really big, thousands of meters around, and nearly 1,000 meters long from front to back. This huge square is enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops for review. And where Charlotte is standing now should be the Crescent Bay, but for some reason it is still land. Follow the major through the central square and then come to the building complex under the fortress. Since they are from the Navy of the branch base, they are temporarily arranged in the reception center. Luckily, each person has a separate small room. However, after they are assigned to their respective troops, they can only live in the dormitory, and the branch rank enters the lower third rank of the headquarters. Although he has the rank of lieutenant, he has to call him the commander when he meets a sergeant. The major briefly explained some precautions to them and left in a hurry. Charlotte was a person who could not sit still. Seeing the major leave, he briefly said something to the others, left the reception center, and strolled around Marineford. Along the way, many people showed disdain or even contempt when they saw the branch rank on Charlotte's shoulder. Charlotte did not speak. It would be better to keep a low profile when he just arrived at the Navy headquarters. However, I remember the faces of these people, and I will take revenge one day. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha's Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 209 The Golden Lion attacks Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Navy Headquarters. Above the fortress base. The quarrel came from the marshal's office, scaring the surrounding Navy officers away. Bang! Garp slapped the table and said angrily, "Why do you have to do this? This kind of thing is also pressed on my head. For me, this is not a credit, but a shame." Marshal Kong frowned slightly. If Garp had slapped his table normally, he would have exploded long ago. Shaking his head, Kong said helplessly, "Don't yell at me. This is not my decision. You think you can solve it by yelling at me? I'm still unhappy. If you yell at me again, I'll throw you to impel down to accompany Roger." Kong became more and more angry. He had been holding back a fire in his heart since he came back from Marijoa. Now even Garp dared to slap his table. Kong was about to explode with anger, and there was no way to vent it. Seeing Kong's eyes bursting, Garp shrank his neck and stopped yelling. Kong is not only the admiral of the Navy, but also the leader of Garp's Navy. He and Garp are both teachers and friends. Garp caused a lot of trouble in the past, and Kong cleaned up all the troubles. Humph! Seeing Garp was scared, Kong snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Don't look at me like that. Do you think I want to do this? This is not a credit but a shame for the Navy." Roger surrendered himself and said that the Navy had experienced a war and suffered heavy losses to capture the pirate King Roger. Even I only knew about this matter afterwards. The 5 elders did not ask for our opinions and made a unilateral decision without even notifying us. Speaking of this, Kong was also furious. Such a big thing, the 5 elders did not even notify him, the Admiral of the Navy. It made the Navy headquarters very passive now. Fortunately, not many people knew about the matter, so there was no problem in suppressing it. At this moment, Sengoku pushed open the door and walked in. He took a look at the situation in the room and immediately understood what happened. He said calmly, "I already know about it. It's not a big problem. Fortunately, I asked Kuzan to issue a confidentiality regulation to the West Sea base. It's not a big problem if we make arrangements." Hi! Hearing this, Kong breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "This matter is no longer under the jurisdiction of our Navy headquarters. The 5 elders can do whatever they want." At this point, Kong glanced at Zhang Guo and continued, "Your opinion is not agreed to by the higher UPS. They decided to escort Roger to the East Sea rogue town for execution." Hearing this, Zhang Guo and Garp frowned. It is self-evident to escort Roger to his hometown for public execution. But this is an insult to Roger. Garp wanted to speak, but Kong glared at Garp fiercely, "There is no point in saying anything now. The higher UPS have already held a press conference. Now the whole world knows that Pirate King Roger will be publicly executed in the East Sea rogue town." Alas! Garp sighed, said nothing, and walked to the sofa next to him and sat down. Kong frowned slightly and ordered Zhang Guo, "Tonight, the Navy will enter the first level of alert, cancel all vacations, and all Navy officers will be on standby around the clock. The news of Roger's execution will definitely cause unrest in the world. Before the execution in a week, we must always be vigilant about the sea, especially the New World." As soon as Kong finished speaking, the alarm sounded. The faces of the three people changed suddenly. The Navy headquarters Marineford was attacked. They looked out the door at the same time, and saw several naval warships floating in the air, smashing towards the buildings below. The earth-shaking explosion sounded, and the flames were everywhere, illuminating the dark sky like daylight. Time went back to 1 minute ago. Charlotte left the reception and strolled to the central square. He was not here for a stroll. He held a control guard in his hand, which he had just purchased. Control guard provides vision of the nearby area, detects nearby invisible units and traps, and has a range of 3,000 meters. Charlotte suddenly found that the real eye was extremely useful. It is perfect for monitoring an area. As long as it is within the control and guard range, he can check everything. It's a pity that only one can be inserted. After careful consideration, Charlotte decided to insert the real eye in the Navy headquarters. In fact, the place he wanted to put it most was Marineford, but he had no chance to enter Marineford yet, so he could only put it in the Navy headquarters temporarily. For a long time to come, he will stay in the Navy headquarters to monitor the entire Navy headquarters, saying that he must not find anything special. Marineford is divided into two parts, 2/3 of the area is the Navy base, and the back third is a prosperous town. In order to monitor the Navy headquarters to the maximum extent, the best location for the real eye is at the edge of the central square, close to the fortress complex. But the real eye is different from the fake eye, and it cannot hide its appearance. Charlotte must find a very secret place to hide it. After thinking about it, Charlotte decided to bury it underground. When he was hiding in an unmanned corner and digging a pit to place the real eye, suddenly, a stone fell from the sky and hit him on the head, scaring Charlotte. He almost threw the hoe in his hand, thinking that he was discovered. But when he turned around, he found that there was nothing. He looked around and saw that a corner of the wall next to him was missing. "I didn't expect that one piece also had shoddy construction." Muttering, Charlotte continued to dig the hole. At this moment, another stone hit his head. This one was bigger and hurt his head. "Damn, which bastard!" Charlotte was so angry that he cursed and looked up. His face turned frighteningly pale in an instant. A huge naval warship floated above his head. Boxes, cannons, and shells placed on the deck. These things fell like raindrops, and there were many screaming naval soldiers among them. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue read. Chapter 209 The Golden Lion attacks starting from Konoha to become a villain. A heavy cannon weighing thousands of pounds hit Charlotte, frightening Charlotte's face pale. Without time to think, he pulled his legs and ran to the side. Bang! The cannon hit, and the three-story building next to it collapsed instantly, broken bricks flew everywhere, and dust flew. The sound continued, mixed with the sound of bomb explosions. In an instant, the surrounding area of hundreds of meters became a sea of fire. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters, hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers and hundreds of thousands of civilians looked up at the sky at the same time. Stunned. I saw several naval warships weighing tens of thousands of tons floating in the air. Then, these warships fell like meteorites and smashed into the central square. In an instant, several earth-shaking roars sounded, and flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky like daylight. The air waves caused by the explosion spread in all directions, and hundreds of Navy soldiers on the square were blown dozens of meters away, some dead, some miserable. This time, hundreds of soldiers died tragically and thousands of soldiers were injured. Fortunately, it was night, and only a small number of Navy soldiers were on duty on each warship. If it was daytime, the number of casualties would be more than 10 times larger. Damn! That bastard Golden Lion, I will kill you sooner or later. Charlotte cursed and climbed out of the rubble, his face covered with dust. He was almost killed just now. Only Golden Lion could control several naval warships weighing tens of thousands of tons to float in the air, and at this time, he broke into the Navy headquarters. Without time to take care of his injuries, Charlotte quickly bought a bottle of life potion from the mall with the remaining gold coins and drank it. A warm current immediately rushed to the wound. Charlotte looked down and saw that the wound stopped bleeding quickly and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suffered only skin injuries and recovered very quickly. After treating his injuries, Charlotte climbed out of the ruins and rushed to the central square. Charlotte was not the only one who did this. Many Navy officers rushed here, but they were basically officers above the school level. Charlotte was originally at the edge of the central square and quickly arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the scene in the battlefield, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Miserable. Too miserable. The broken square was littered with corpses, and the bodies of the Navy lay in a mess. The blood flowed along the tilted paint surface, gathering into blood-colored pools, and the air exuded a strong smell of blood. This was just the edge of the battlefield. Not far away, the bodies of the Navy were piled up. Several lieutenant generals of the headquarters were leading more than 10 rear admirals to besiege the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion was too strong, holding the sword with both hands and slashing out waves. Only the lieutenant general of the headquarters could use the armed color domineering to barely resist, and the rear admiral of the headquarters was hit and died on the spot. In a blink of an eye, several rear admirals fell at the feet of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion still had a cigar in his mouth and leisurely killed one Navy strongman after another. These Navy strongmen who were famous in the Grand Line were not a match for the Golden Lion. Charlotte's attention was not on the battlefield next to him. He was squatting next to a dead Navy major, silent. This major was only in his 20s. In the Navy headquarters, a major in his 20s had a promising future and it would not be a problem for him to become a general in the future. But at this moment, he was cut in half, with only the upper body, and the lower body flew away to an unknown place. There were too many broken limbs and debris on the ground, so many that they didn't know who they belonged to. The major was holding a photo in his hand. He looked at the girl in the photo with such deep affection and apologetic expression on his face. After a long silence, Charlotte took down the girl's photo and placed it on the major's chest. He lifted the major's hands to cover the photo of his beloved girl. Reaching out to close the major's eyes, Charlotte murmured to himself, "This is the true face of the world of One Piece. Where is there so much passion? Where are there so many adventures? This world is actually very scary. The righteous navy, the greedy pirates, the greedy rulers, people die at sea every moment. Groups of people join the navy for justice. They use their passion and young lives to guard the last ray of light in this cannibalistic world. It's so sad. It's so sad to be a navy. They think they are risking their lives to defend justice, but what they are defending is only the interests of those in power. Garbage will continue to produce garbage when garbage rules the world. The navy is sad. Pirates are hateful." Looking at the corpses all over the ground, at this moment, Charlotte felt that he had truly integrated into this world. Chapter 210 Mixed Doubles Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Marineford. In the central square. The killing continued, corpses were everywhere, and there were wailing all over the ground. The Golden Lion Shiki was too strong. Those below the rank of Vice Admiral were just ants in front of him, and ordinary Vice Admirals were just slightly larger ants. In just 1 minute, Shiki had killed thousands of Navy soldiers, including a Vice Admiral. The blood stained the ground red, and the corpses piled up. It was piled up at his feet, like a grain pile. The enemy is Shiki the Golden Lion. The crowd was in disbelief. Just one person broke into the Navy headquarters. This is the Navy headquarters, the bridgehead of justice, gathering the world's strongest justice force. Many Navy officers were ashamed and angry. The Navy, representing justice, was actually killed by a pirate. This is a shame for all Navy officers. How could Roger be caught by you trash? He is a man recognized by me. After killing all the surrounding Navy officers, Shiki flashed a murderous smile, his figure flashed, and he rushed across the square to the fortress base. At the edge of the square, Charlotte was watching the battle in the distance, and was shocked by the strength of the Golden Lion. He is worthy of being a legendary strongman who competes with Roger for hegemony, but he is so daring that he dared to break into the Navy headquarters, and he was alone. He didn't die like this. He really thought that the Navy headquarters was just for free and the Navy admirals were all bastards like Kizaru. Whitebeard was arrogant enough, leading tens of thousands of people to attack the Navy headquarters, but what was the result? Whitebeard was killed in the battle and fled. As for the Navy, not only did the vice admirals and above not die, but even those who were seriously injured were not killed. Akainu was the most seriously injured among the three admirals. Aokiji spit out blood, and Kizaru's clothes were a little dirty. If it weren't for the intrusion of Luffy, Blackbeard and Red Hair, the Whitebeard pirates would have been wiped out. Just as Doflamingo said, the righteous Navy is the overlord of the sea. Just as Charlotte was sighing, he saw the Golden Lion Shiki coming here, and his face turned pale with fear. He turned pale and ran away, only wishing that his parents had not given him 2 less legs. Damn, why are you coming to me? I'm just a spectator, a bystander. Whose fight is for the bystanders? Charlotte cursed in his heart, but his feet didn't slow down at all. He ran towards the base fortress with all his strength. But running on 2 legs is not as good as flying. The Golden Lion approached quickly, swinging his sword with both hands and slashing, killing the pirates one by one. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with Charlotte, casually slashed Charlotte with a shining slash, and continued to fly forward without even looking at him. Swish! The slash came, tearing the air, like a stream of light cutting through the sky. For the Golden Lion, it was a casual slash, but for Charlotte, it was a devastating attack. Too fast. Like a flash of lightning, it came in front of him in an instant. Charlotte watched the slash coming, and there was no way to avoid it. If he was hit, his small body would definitely die. The slash fell, and there was a loud bang. More than a dozen houses around were split in 2 at the same time, the broken houses collapsed, dust flew, and the roar continued. In the smoke, a golden light flashed. What is this? The Golden Lion noticed the golden light behind him and was curious. Is it a treasure? Iron Fist! A loud shout rang out, attracting Shiki's attention to the front. Before he could concentrate and look closely, he felt a strong breath coming with his observation haki. Shiki burst out with his armament haki, and crossed his 2 swords like a shield to block in front of him. Garp's black iron fist fell, hammering the 2 swords in Shiki's hands to buzz, and the tiger's mouth was torn, and drops of blood fell. The fist burst out, knocking Shiki hundreds of meters away, like a fired cannonball, retreating to the central square. Crash! Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the cold rain washed on everyone's cheeks. Garp! With a loud shout, Shiki swung his sword and raised the sword energy to blow away the dust and smoke around him, and the rain flew away, staring at Garp and Sengoku who were rushing in front of him. Vice Admiral Garp, General Sengoku. The Navy who suffered heavy losses around shouted in joy. Full of confidence, these 2 are the twin pillars of the Navy. When they join forces, no one can defeat them on the sea. Roger is the Pirate King. Sengoku clenched his fists, walked forward and said in a deep voice, he has already won the battle with you and escaped. Pirate King. Golden Lion whispered, and then said disdainfully, so what? If he is willing to lend me a hand, we would have ruled the world long ago. Although we don't get along well with each other, we have gone through the same era as him. If he is here, bring him to me. If you want to kill him, I will do it myself. Shiki looked arrogant, with a cigar in his mouth. Sengoku stared at Shiki and said lightly, "The execution will be carried out in Roger Town, the original town of the East China Sea, in his hometown of birth, in a week. Roger's death will surely defeat the spirit of all pirates." Garp walked forward, his face full of anger, and his right hand dripping with blood. Shiki tilted his head and asked in disbelief, "Will the legend of Pirate King Roger end in the weakest ocean, the East China Sea? Don't be ridiculous." The next second, Shiki roared, "That's the last shame for that bastard." After the voice fell, Shiki flew angrily and swung his sword towards Garp and Sengoku. "The weakest, so what? The East China Sea is a symbol of peace. Don't even think about interfering with the execution." The white justice cloak fluttered in the wind and Sengoku and Garp took action at the same time. Golden light flashed, and Sengoku activated the devil fruit ability and instantly turned into a huge golden Buddha statue. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 210 Mixed Doubles Starting from Konoha as a villain. Garp's explosion. The amazing armament haki shook the surrounding void, crushed the atmosphere, and revealed cracks. As soon as they made a move, Garp and Sengoku burst out with all their strength. It was a great shame that the Navy headquarters was attacked by Shiki the Golden Lion alone. If Shiki the Golden Lion continued to make trouble, the Navy would really have no face at all. Slash! Shiki shouted, and the armament haki burst out, and the flowing haki condensed on the blade. The two swords merged into one, and swung the sword to cut out a cross-shaped haki/wave, which tore through the air and killed Garp and Sengoku. Bang! Facing the slash attack, Garp stepped on the ground with his feet, and the ground shattered and cracked like a spider web. Garp took advantage of the force and flew out at an extremely fast speed, breaking the speed of sound in an instant, and his body resisted the sonic boom. He punched and smashed the slashing wave, and shot in front of Shiki. The iron fist met the famous sword, and with a roar, the shock wave spread like a hurricane. Wherever it passed, the earth shattered like a hideous scar. Both of them were damaged by the internal armament color domineering of the other party, and flew backwards at the same time, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. At the moment of flying backwards, Zhang Guo took advantage of the situation to kill, and Zhang Guo, who turned into a golden Buddha, fell with a golden giant palm wrapped in black and red lightning, and knocked the golden lion Shiki into the ground dozens of meters deep. This is a domineering entanglement enhanced attack, which can substantially attack the enemy without contact within a certain distance. The attack strength is far greater than the armament color domineering entanglement. It is a skill that only a handful of top strong men can master. Ahem! Charlotte, who was covered in dust, crawled out of the ruins, and the smoke and dust choked him to cough. Almost died. It was really just that little bit, and Charlotte was still scared. If he hadn't bought a stopwatch, he would have died just now. Damn, Golden Lion, I will definitely kill you sooner or later. Charlotte was furious. He had just bought a stopwatch, which cost him most of his fortune, but it hadn't even lasted a day, and it was wasted just like that. Looking at the battlefield at this moment, Shiki was being beaten by Garp and Sengoku in a mixed doubles match. Humph! Charlotte snorted coldly, feeling much better. How arrogant he was in the front! How miserable he was in the back! He dared to break into the Navy headquarters with a cigar in his mouth, killing people like crazy, really thinking that the Navy headquarters was made of mud. Is Shiki a weakling? Of course not. How could he be a weakling if he could keep pace with Whitebeard and Roger? But his opponent was stronger. Just say Garp, is Golden Lion sure to defeat him? Add Sengoku, the two have worked together for decades, and countless pirates have been captured by these two, and they work well together. The two great masters of the Navy joined forces, and there really was no opponent on this sea. The three fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the ground, and from the ground to the ground. The whole island was shaking, and the surrounding sea was turbulent for dozens of miles, with huge waves of dozens of meters. The domineering collision rushed straight into the sky, tearing the sky, and the heavy black clouds dispersed to both sides, revealing the starry sky. Too strong. Thousands of meters away, Charlotte still felt a strong sense of oppression and breathlessness. Charlotte looked up at the torn sky and muttered to himself, "These days, if you don't tear the sky apart in a fight, you are embarrassed to be called a top strong man." Lion power earth roll. Shiki, with blood all over his head, roared, activated his ability to roll up the entire ground, turning it into multiple lion heads to crush Garp and Sengoku. At this moment, Shiki was so angry that he exploded. "Can't fight anymore." Shiki is arrogant, but he is not stupid. In the current situation, if he continues to fight, he will definitely kneel here. Killing Roger can only be thought of later. Thinking of this, Shiki snorted coldly and turned to fly into the sky. Boom! Behind him, Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, sent out a shock wave to shatter the lions made of soil around him. Seeing that Shiki was about to escape, he hurriedly shouted to Garp. "Old trick!" Garp nodded, leaped onto Sengoku's golden palm, and his armed color domineering covered his whole body like liquid, turning into a solid transparent armor. Furious shot! After a short charge, Sengoku shouted and threw Garp out like a baseball. Bang! The air exploded, and Garp flew towards Shiki like a stream of light. Sonic clouds appeared wherever he passed, and the air in the air continued to explode. Oh my god! Charlotte was stunned. The speed exceeded the speed of sound, and the body resisted the sonic cloud. How strong is this old man's physique, and he also has armed color domineering. This strength can't hurt him even if he stands and cuts. Looking at Garp in the air, Charlotte's eyes were dull, and he said to himself, "How did Monka do it?" Garp caught up with the fleeing Shiki in an instant, carrying an unmatched impact force, and punched Shiki. A dazzling light cut through the sky and the earth. Shiki fell from the sky like a meteorite, and his body rubbed against the air and burned flames. The flames fell and hit the central square heavily. Boom! The whole island was shaking with a loud sound of the collapse of the sky and the earth, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The shock wave vented into the sea and immediately set off a huge wave. The earth collapsed and cracked, and the cracks spread in all directions, forming a bottomless abyss, and countless seawater poured back into the abyss. For a time, Marineford seemed to be in the end of the world. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage.